A long time ago, there lived a famous blacksmith here. That blacksmith owned a store where he sold his handmade ironware and one day, he got lucky enough to sell his equipment to the Cairo kingdom. Amidst an endless war, it was an incredible chance for him to raise his status. After the war, that blacksmith was awarded the position of a baron. And that blacksmith became the lord of this land, young Master Roman's father. Geez, so the lord. Though, why is he listening to a story everyone knows? A few hours ago, so. You're telling me that I'm the eldest son of the Dimitri family. And this is the kingdom of Cairo in the Salamander continent. And a world called Murim doesn't exist. Yes. Weird. Though he's never been very bright, it's my first time seeing him so off. Perhaps he's stoned. I've heard that it's popular among noble children these days. Yeah. If it's him, it's possible. Young master. Today is the day that your fiancée, the lady of the Lawrence family, visits. It's more than possible, since young Master Roman has, unlike his brothers, been rotting away in his room for the past 25 years. And is thus called the moron of Dimitri. The lady of the Lawrence family values elegance and manners. So preparing beforehand there's something more important than that. Bring me to the eldest person of this territory. To me, this lady person is less important than learning more about this world that I must start living in. Why is someone who has lived his entire life here saying that? But what can I do? I have to fulfill my duty as a servant. Sigh. I understand, young master. Back to the present. Ahem. This is all that I know. Thanks. It was a big help. I'll reward you for this later. It's nothing. It was an honor to even be able to talk to you. Roman Dimitri. HM. My original name is Bak Junghyuk. As a person of Murim, I lived a fierce life, and after fulfilling everything in life, I peacefully accepted my death. But for some reason, I woke up in Roman Dimitri's body. Is this the will of the heavens? Or is it God's punishment for me for refusing ascension? You bastard. Just fucking die. Ha, you filthy brat. Excuse me, passing through. Oh my. Ah. That tattoo of fangs is. What is it? Young master. It seems to be blood fawn. Blood fawn. They're an usury group that acts not only in the Dimitri territory, but also in nearby territories. It looks like that boy is in large debt to blood fawn. Let's just act like we saw nothing. There's no good in getting. Young master. Stop. Young master. Roman Dimitri. Pwahahaha, stepping up because you're nobility. Stop it, my ass. Don't mind us, young Master Dimitri. Since this is our business. Oh my. Young Master Roman, we must get going. The blood fawn is vicious. So let's. Hans. I still don't know much of the laws of this place. So explain. Who broke the law here? And what punishment is befitting for them? Since the boy was in debt and was unable to repay them in time, he is in the wrong, but Blood Fong doesn't have the right to take care of that themselves. And what's more important is they disrespected you, the eldest son of the Dimitri family. That is a crime that is worth your life. According to territorial law, it's not strange at all for them to receive capital punishment. Tototot. Did you hear that? You have broken this land's law. Thus. I, the eldest son of Lord Romero Dimitri, will now bestow punishment upon you all. I understand that you're a noble who doesn't know how the world works, but you're putting us in a real tight spot if you talk to us, who have Fang tattoos, with that kind of attitude. That proves it. Huh. What are you saying? You lot are trash. If you'd speak like this even to the master of this land, then I have no need to know your usual conduct. Gasp. Attack him. I. KQ. Ku.uk. Kiwu, KK. YU. Bastard. Young master. Hiya. Wah. What? Is that person really young Master Roman? What I first saw when I opened my eyes was a will written by Roman and multiple drugs on the floor. The Cairo kingdom, which was frequently at war, chose a representative from each household and forced them to serve the kingdom. It was a pathetic life. But whatever life he lived, the current owner of this body is the leader of the heavenly demon cult, Baek Jung-hyuk. As long as I've taken over this body, I'm going to live Baek Jung-hyuk's way. MO monster. Gasp. Let go of me. Cook. In order for a group to act accordingly, there is a need to enforce the law. Although I won't take your life, 18. You must still pay the price for running your mouth. Ugh. Kiwook. Kiyu. My name is Roman Dimitri. Ondon Ono. If any of you didn't like the punishment I gave them, then you can come look for me anytime. Baek Jung-hyuk. He climbed to the pinnacle of Murim with overwhelming power. Hundreds and thousands of martial artists were massacred as they defied him, when their blood formed a river. The world acknowledged that the heavenly demon cult ruled the world of Murim. But now, I have to go back and forth multiple times, just to take care of a few street rats. Hans. Why yes. Call the guards. Report what happened here to them, and get them to send some forces to clean this up. I understand. This body sure is useless. It doesn't have much chi and its flow is horrible. I must quickly gather information, and undergo skeletal metamorphosis to create the base. Why young master? Taitok. Thank you. For saving me. Really? Is he the one who got beat up? Don't get the wrong idea. I didn't do it to help you. I merely punished the blood Fang bastards for breaking the law. And you're not an exception. So you're going to have to explain yourself without a single lie. If you want to keep your tongue. I understand. My parents borrowed money from Blood Fang to buy land for farming. We would have easily been able to repay them if we sold our crops. But those Blood Fang bastards. They destroyed all of our crops, so that we couldn't repay them. I learned later that those bastards did that because they were after my younger sister. It's not fair. Even though we didn't have much, we never troubled anyone. Kevin, I'll check if you're telling the truth later. And what happened today will be properly taken care of. Thank you so much. It's just a feeling, but something tells me that I might have a long relationship with him. Lady Flora. We'll reach the Dimitri territory soon. I see. I'll meet him soon. Roman Dimitri. A month ago. Pardon. A political marriage with the Dimitri family. Flora. You must also know that our territory is not in a good state. Bo, in order to overcome this disaster, there's no other way. My marriage has been determined just like that. No way. And with Dmitri, no less. I have to spend the rest of my life. With the Dmitri family that's full of minors. Father, but that's too. Flora. 1001. I'm very sorry. Miss, we are here. Loy. At first, I was supposed to marry the second son with a bright future, 174. But even that was ruined. Because the eldest son, Roman Dmitri, H.M. demanded to be my marriage partner instead. Roman Dmitri. The moron of Dmitri who lives only for luxury and enjoyment. And why did he spray so much perfume? Though I'm aware of our territory's circumstances, I can't be with him. So I'm going to tell him for sure today. Sir Dmitri. I want this political marriage never to have happened. Oh. Let us do that. Ha. I've heard about this marriage as well. And the moron of Dmitri is not worthy enough to marry someone like you. So I believe that it's right to cancel this marriage. What's up with him? Is he serious? Since this is an important matter, I'll go tell my father immediately. Please wait. Is there a problem? I heard that this happened because you strongly desired me. You're willing to cancel the marriage without any conditions, so I'm a bit confused. Then do you want to marry me? WL. Not really. Then let's not cause each other any more trouble. We both agreed to cancel the marriage. That's all there is to it. And I'll take full responsibility for breaking the engagement. Since for me, who's already called the moron of Dmitri, it's not that big of a problem to also be called a divorced man. This man. What's up with him? 000. Is he really that rumored moron? What are you saying? Cancel the marriage. It's just what I told. I've already talked with you. The lady of the Lawrence family. For you. You stupid brat. Even though people call you the moron of Dmitri, I tried to provide you with a good environment as a father. A marriage with the Lawrence family is the best way for us Dmitris to secure our position as nobility. All you had to do was get married to that beautiful noble lady that you desired so much, but you couldn't even do that. My apologies. Does this look like something an apology can fix? If all this went through smoothly, I was planning to do something about you getting drafted. Now you have to go to the battlefield in 6 months. Do you have anything to say about this? I do not. And I also heard that you had some trouble with Blood Fawn. Witnesses say that you punished them, but, it's not even funny. Someone probably helped you. The problem is that Blood Fawn is a group that even I can't do anything about. Stodololo son. The second you couldn't fulfill your duty as a son, you are now responsible for your own problems. So you will take care of this problem yourself. I won't give you any help. Half. He should start to beg for mercy while crying, understood? I'll deal with it myself. What? It was caused by my actions. I believe that I should take care of it. Then I'll come back after taking care of everything. W8. Are you actually insane? 6177 No. You're still here. 61. They're Blood Fawn. Blood Fawn. They're not afraid to even terrorize nobles. If they think that you troubled them, they'll do anything to get back at you. What are you planning to do without your family's help? It's okay to tell him the truth, so just go back and beg the Baron for mercy. Why should I do that? What do you mean why? I already explained, sigh. Miss Flora. You sure are presumptuous. Excuse me. Cough. This smells awful. It can't be helped. The smell of blood permeated your body. And this outfit feels too tight as well. Young master. Since this is your first meeting with your fiancée, the Lady of Lawrence, you must show your respects. Marriage, huh? I've only started to get used to this world, and marriage would only need Leslie increase my load. They will arrive soon, so let's wait for them downstairs. But Hans is right. There's no reason for me to be disrespectful towards a woman who hasn't caused any trouble for me. Yoid, I need to break this engagement. While offending her as little as possible. Is what I was planning to do, but it seems that Flora, this woman, never planned to show any respect towards me. Miss Flora, you sure are presumptuous. I understand where you're coming from. You probably didn't even consider my circumstances when you brought up breaking the engagement. But when I said I would take full responsibility for it, you started to get anxious. I'm, however. From the moment the topic of breaking the engagement came up, 617. You had no right to interfere with my decision. And as we will go our separate ways from now. Let us mind our own businesses. The reason I said I would take full responsibility for it was to prevent any marriage talks that might happen as a consequence after I break the engagement, but it was also because I didn't want to be involved with her anymore. So Flora, this will be the first and last time we meet. You're drinking too much. 3 dear. You should stop here for today. Rihanna. I used violence against Roman again. When we were commoners, I used to beat him up pretty often. And after we became nobles, I promised myself not to let my child go through that experience again. Thanks to that promise, our children grew up without any difficulties. Yes, that's true. But what about Roman? He was the only child who went through the hard times with me. I don't know how I should treat Roman. Although you may have, please don't blame yourself, been lacking in some ways as a parent, too much. Parents are the only ones who can correct their children's wrongdoings. Fufu and the Romero Dimitri that I know is not someone who would let his son stray off in the wrong direction. You still have the chance to set things straight. Are you talking about Blood Fawn? Roman is a prideful child. He probably said he would take care of Blood Fawn himself in the heat of the moment. But if we leave him like this, who knows what will happen to him? Why don't you get Knight Captain Jonathan to help him? Yes, you're right. Is anybody there? Yes, my lord. Summon Knight Captain Jonathan immediately. Young Master Roman. Young Master. It's too dangerous for you to come outside like this. We don't know when Blood Fawn will come back to get their revenge. This is tiring. Why don't we head back? Hans, when do you think Blood Fawn gained the strength they have now? I am not too sure. The Blood Fawn started to gain notoriety by mercilessly slaughtering their business rivals during a territorial war. Notoriety breeds fear, and fear increases efficiency in carrying out tasks. But are they not still dangerous? Yes, as long as they can make me afraid, that is. Atelier Restaurant. Alright, here is the food you ordered. Whoa. You can stay here and eat. I'll be right back. Pardon. What are you talking about, all of a sudden? From now on, I'll continue the investigation myself. Stay here, since it's too dangerous for you. I cannot allow that. Even if I might be put in danger, I can never send young master all by himself. Hans, are you on my side? Ha. Of course, I'm on your side, young master. Don't sacrifice yourself so meaninglessly. Then do what you can to help me. You've done more than enough just by accompanying me outside. I'll be back soon. Young master. But to think young master would say those things to me. I never expected that. Oh, right. What the hell? Now's not the time for this. I need to let them know about this. If there's one thing I found out about the Blood Fong these past few days, it's that their strength isn't very formidable. But because they operate in small groups, it's very difficult to hunt them down. It's probably due to the possible backlash if they're not completely wiped out, that no one is able to lay a hand on them. A formless force. If I can't find them myself, I just need to make them come to me. I roamed around the streets with Hans on purpose. They probably figured out where I am by now. On top of that, today is the day of the Dmitri Knight Order's regular training. And because of that, the amount of security on the streets has been greatly reduced. That means if they're planning to get revenge on me, this is their perfect chance. Roman Dmitri. This is the revenge of Blood Fawn. Captain Ichem. Captain Jonathan. Hans. What's wrong? The young master is. What about the young master? Calm down and tell me. The young master is. Captain, you have to. You have to go find him immediately. Young Master Roman is in danger. This basta. Qua. What the hell? What the hell is happening? This is different from what we heard. What are you guys doing? Come get me. So Hans, what you're saying is, young Master Roman went out to the city without a single guard, so you think he went to fight with Blood Fong? Yes. That's exactly it. Pwahaha. That makes no sense. How could young Master Roman, the weakest of the weak, go fight? It's true. Why would I lie about that? We don't have time to stand around. There was some trouble between Roman and Blood Fong. Well, since the Lord asked for it as well, please help Roman resolve this problem. Sigh. This sure is a pain. Sheesh, why is he acting so rowdy when he doesn't even know how to use a weapon? All forces, arm yourselves immediately. Guide us to where the young master is, Hans. Oh, okay. No one may dare touch young Master Dmitri in our land. If what Hans said is completely true, that moron really did it this time. Kook. What in the world? Gurg. What are you doing? Come at me. You, ugh. You bastard. I'll kill you. On ga. Bastard. Ga. Is it just the three of you? If you kill us you won't be safe either. What are you talking about when two of you are already dead? Are you just saying whatever you can? Or else? Answer wisely to what I ask you. Ga. Now. Who's your leader? So then Ong. Welcome. Hello, young master. Hello. Roman Dmitri. It's Roman. Why did he suddenly come here? What will it be? Why does he look like that? 27-year-old Tears of Dawn. Oh. My apologies, but our bar doesn't have anything like that. Well, I guess that works. Should I recommend something else? Get me something strong. I have something to do in the morning. Dew of Dawn. It's a pub in the middle of the street. We receive our missions from there. They give us stuff to do if we tell them a special code. What is that code? Tears of dawn. Work in the morning. Something strong. Everyone. Attack, attack. That bastard. Kill him. Guards. Call the guards. What happened? He took down 3 of them instantly. That's Roman. He's different from what we heard. The greatest technique in the Murim can increase one's chi by simply breathing. In a short period of time, the heavenly demon was able to improve Roman's body through martial arts. Although he's nowhere near his old self. He's all alone. Beat him with numbers. Opponents like these are nothing more than a small annoyance. Ugh. What happened? You woke up just in time. I just finished up. Young master. Why are you doing this? What a useless question. You're the one who attacked me. Besides that, it looks like it's just you and me. I have something I'm curious about. Ah. Let's have a talk, shall we? What's this? Is this really something the young master did? Captain. A survivor from the floor above talked, what is it? And he said the young master went to Lawrence. What? Why Lawrence? Well. Hey, owner. I think we'd both be better off if you just talk. You've already lost 2 of your fingers. No, fuck off. I've got nothing to tell you. Kill me. Blood Fawn will definitely get their revenge on you. Yes, you should have acted like that in the first place. I like people like you quite a bit. Those who don't open their mouths, even after going through such torture, and aren't afraid of death. Because those guys usually have the most valuable information with them. This is a waste of your time, just kill me. Really? I wonder. Alright, time to test it out. Whether you really won't open your mouth no matter what I do. For example. What if I say, I will find and kill your son, who is in this picture. I don't know what you're talking about. He isn't my son. Stop lying, he looks exactly like you. You bastard. A noble like you is resorting to using my family as a threat. I happen to have learned one interesting thing about Blood Fong recently. The guys in Blood Fong even sacrificed their lives for the sake of getting revenge. And I found one common thing among those guys. It's that they are heavily indebted to the Blood Fong, and they weren't originally bad people. But they ended up turning into demons. Blood Fong doesn't hesitate when committing crimes to make people become indebted to them. And turning the debtor's family into slaves is a piece of cake for them. That is the truth about Blood Fong. They push a person to the edge of a cliff, and they hold their family hostage and use them as a threat. Don't you think it's a reasonable hypothesis? Nothing changes even if you know the truth. Blood Fong will definitely get their revenge. Hey, think about it carefully. You gotta be careful when choosing where to bet your money. I was serious when I said I'd kill your son. I swear on my name, Roman Dmitri. I will make the soldiers look for him. And I will kill him. Very slowly. And very painfully. But before I do that, I'll give you another chance. Would you rather keep your mouth shut for the sake of Blood Fong and let your son die while suffering, or will you give me the information I need to properly take care of the Blood Fong? What? Is that really true? It seems that he's looking down on us. He dares to attack our headquarters all by himself. Gather our forces immediately. We will kill Roman before we come in contact with the Dmitri Knights. Yes, sir. We must take care of that arrogant brat. Roman Dmitri, you dare lay your hands on Blood Fawn. Today, I will kill you mercilessly and hang your corpse upon the plaza. The infamy of the Blood Fawn will be revived. What is the Barco family up to? I think they have made their decision. There is a rumor that the Barcos took out a large sum of loans from the gold bank. The only reason they would need that much is to prepare for a war. It's only a matter of time until the war happens. We must gather our forces faster than them. So I guess a war is inevitable. I never expected this would happen until I received a document from the Barcos. I never thought the central government would take the side of the Barcos. At this rate, we'll end up giving up our land to the Barcos. We must keep our land at all costs. Us Lawrences are only alive thanks to our fertile soil. But there is a promissory note that says our ancestors have been indebted to the Barcos with our land as collateral. There's no way such a document is real. But even the central government probably did something behind our backs. Please leave it at that. No matter what happens, we must not give away our land. Families from all around will come at us like hyenas if that were to happen. Since the Barcos don't seem to want to compromise with us, we must resist to the best of our abilities. That's right. And that's why we arranged a marriage with the Dimitris. Oh, that's right. We have the Dimitris. Although they were originally commoners, aren't they one of the wealthiest in the northeastern region? No matter how much the Barcos took out as a loan, they won't have as much funds as the Dimitris. I hope so. That's why I sent my precious daughter to that moron of Dmitri. It was for the sake of Lawrence. You've made the correct choice as the Lord, so please don't blame yourself too much. All right. Brat. How should I tell him this? What should I do? I don't have the confidence to face father now that the engagement has been broken off. Why am I hesitating when it's already been done? No, Flora. This is your life. There's no way you're going to get sold off to a guy like that. But at this rate, my father's plan. And the family's future. All right, I'll tell him. I really can't marry someone who I don't have feelings for. My lord. Hm. My lord. Yes. Greetings, Miss Flora. My lord. It's an emergency. I told you to open this door, you bastards. Like I said, drop all your weapons and go through the proper procedure. Young Master Roman is in danger. If something happens to young Master Roman, I won't forgive you all. Seriously, this man. See, Captain. There's big trouble. What? Is that true? Yes, the Lawrence Plaza is a total mess right now. See, could it be? I'll break down the door, you assholes. Kayak. Oh Lord. What the hell is that? Shouldn't we stop him? What is going on? Please. Spare at least my life. Please. It was simple. The opponent was a moronic noble. Just one person. It wasn't even work. We had dozens of armed men. There was no way we could have lost. No, it was impossible. I'm going to die. At this rate, I'll die. And no, I'll die. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Please spare me. Please. Please spare at least my life. Please. Ugh. If you let me live, I'll do anything. If I'll become a dog and serve you for the rest of my life. Please have mercy. A dog that will serve me, huh? You should have said that. Before you bared your fangs at me. You all probably know how much of a scumbag he is. This man is the leader of Blood Fang. Blood Fang has influence even in the Dmitry territory. They used all sorts of disgusting tricks to drive the people into the depths of despair. And even tried to kill me for stopping them. The crimes of Blood Fang are clear. And thus, in front of you all, I will pull out the root of evil. Gasp. Young master. Ah. We allowed Roman Dimitri's entry into the territory, since he's Miss Flora's fiancé. But after about an hour, Roman suddenly appeared at the Lawrence Plaza while dragging a man. And after stating that the man is the leader of Blood Fang, Ben Miles, he executed him in front of the people. Does that make any sense? Roman Dimitri. He caught the leader of Blood Fang and executed him. What's important is that he punished. No, murdered someone without the Lord's permission. It's a matter that can't be ignored. Permission. A matter of sequence. No, that's not what's important. The person who will become my son-in-law took care of Blood Fang. Summon Roman Dimitri immediately. I'll hear about the circumstances of this incident from him directly. Knight Captain Jonathan. So it was with the help of the Dimitri Knights. Roman Dimitri greets Viscount Lawrence. Skip the formalities and tell me the whole story. Why did you come all the way to Lawrence to do something so inhumane? It all started a few days ago. Blood Fang was assaulting an innocent citizen of Dimitri, and I executed them on the spot. And over here. Hey. My lady. That person you just brought with you, it's Roman Dimitri. Right. And why did he go into my father's office? Why is he here? It looks like you don't know yet. What do you mean? Guards. Call the guards. What happened? He took down 3 of them instantly. That's Roman. He's different from what we heard. The greatest technique in the Murim can increase one's chi by simply breathing. In a short period of time, the heavenly demon was able to improve Roman's body through martial arts. Though he's nowhere near his old self. He's all alone. Beat him with numbers. Let me ask you, Viscount. Did I really do something wrong? Did you know about Ben Miles? He's fairly notorious, but I didn't know he's their leader. Okay, fine. We will not chase this matter any further. Since it wouldn't have happened to begin with had Lawrence taken this matter seriously. I'll reward you later on. You can leave for now. Understood. My lord. He really got me. So that man is Roman Dimitri. My lord, we still can't let this matter slide. Of course we can, he's going to be Flora's husband. You need guts like those to make great accomplishments. I don't want to hear it. To think Roman was fit for Flora. I'm very happy. But bring me Flora immediately. I want to tell Flora all about it. Young master, did you really have to taunt the Viscount? We may have gotten away with it, but if he got angry. Lawrence is partly responsible for this incident. All I did was show them that it's because of their carelessness. He didn't seem to be aware of the marriage cancellation either. He's not going to punish his daughter's fiancé. He had it all planned out. Just what happened. This person who's in front of me. He's not the young master that I knew. Baek Junghyuk. You are the son of the heavenly demon. If you truly have the qualifications to succeed me, prove yourself worthy from the cold, hard ground and survive. Your death, out of my 12 children, means nothing to me. Even if all of my children were to die, I just need to make more. So remember, the only way you can prove yourself worthy is to reign over all. I thought you'd have something special because you were the son of the heavenly demon. But it turns out you were nothing more than an arrogant little brat. What a dumbass. During my childhood, while most people are protected by their parents, I was thrown away in a world where only the strongest reign. Sigh. I'm exhausted. I guess I get tired easily in this body. I've experienced many things after awakening. This world. And most of them are related to blood fawn. In order to annihilate them, I destroyed everything that was blocking my path. But I have no regrets. I haven't changed who I am as a person. I cut down those who get in my way, and torture them if necessary. And to those who direct killing intent towards me, I use any means to get rid of them. That is the life I've led up until now. Nothing changes just because I've become Roman. But it may be dangerous if I go out like I did this time. I still haven't completely figured out how this world operates, and it's true that my strength has diminished compared to back then. What should I do now? If I think carefully. Young master. The Lord is calling for you. I understand, I will be there soon. So Roman really did something like that? Yes. I've noticed that young Master Roman has changed significantly. Candy. What is this? You came all the way here just to give me this. I told you to stay away from here since it's dangerous. But you work all day, Dad. That's why I wanted to give you a candy. Eat that and finish your work quickly so you can come back home. I wished for Roman to be happy. That's why I favored Roman, and I gave him a lot of allowance so he wouldn't be made fun of for being poor. But I never thought that it would trigger the start of him veering in the wrong direction. A part of me had already given up on Roman. Milord. But after hearing that Roman destroyed Blood Fawn, he fills me with hope once again. Father, this is Roman. No matter what means he used to face Blood Fawn. Come on in. If Roman really accomplished something at his own will, I am prepared to do anything for Roman. It's to correct myself for being a lacking father. Yes, Roman. I heard that you took Blood Fawn down yourself. Baron Romero. I can see that he has high hopes for what I'm about to say. If I tell him the truth, he will see me in a completely new light. If I back off right now, I could earn some time for myself to grow. Roman. Do I reveal or hide it? The latter is surely the more rational decision. However. Ha ha ha. Is that all you've got? Keep messing around with me, bastard. The Quack. You fucker. H. Hayek. During my childhood, while most people are protected by their parents, I was thrown away alone in a world where only the strongest reign. Did you say he was your boss? Then deliver this message to those inside the cave, that the person who destroyed your boss's head and I reigned over such a place is me by asserting my superiority. Yes, I did. I am the heavenly demon. Everyone, halt training. Pay your respects to the Lord. We respectfully greet the Lord. We respectfully greet the Lord. HM. Why is he on the training ground? Roman Dmitri. At this time, we will be proceeding with the swordsmanship duel with young Master Roman. If you wish to duel him, step forward. What is this all of a sudden? A duel with that moron. A proposal an hour earlier. Yes, it was me. Just how did you defeat Blood Fawn? I need to answer him in a way so that he won't suspect anything about me. Actually, I've been secretly training my swordsmanship. Why were you hiding that from me? I would have supported you if I knew. I've spent far too long lost from my senses. I need to stop being pampered. I wanted to show you that I, the moron of Dmitri, could accomplish something on my own. But even so, there's no way you can teach yourself swordsmanship to the point where you can face Blood Fawn all by yourself. Blood Fawn is an organization that started out by giving illegal loans and has been maintained through threats and conciliation. So I thought that the group would break up if I defeated their leader. Thus, I baited out the leader Ben Miles using false information and attacked him. You baited out the leader of Blood Fawn. Blood Fawn always retaliated against weaker nobles. Flot. That's why I used myself as bait. That can't be. That was way too dangerous. If they really put their minds to getting their revenge, they could have given up on their leader and killed you. However, I was sure that the group of people that was bounded by threats and pressure wouldn't risk their lives to save their leader in a situation where they could regain their freedom. And that's exactly what happened. Careful decision-making and planning, as well as the courage to carry the plan out. Impressive is an understatement for what was accomplished. And to think Roman was the one who did such a thing. Son, could I ask you one favor? Please go ahead. I'm dying to see just how much he has changed. Are there no volunteers? Of course not. They wouldn't gain anything by winning, and if they were to lose, they may be kicked out. Who'd want to participate in the moronic son's talent show? There needs to be an expert who can completely subdue the young master, in order to keep the prestige of the knights as well as to confirm the young master's skills. If there are no volunteers, I will pick one out myself. I would like to step up myself, but as the captain of the knights, I can't unsheath my sword for something like this. 1,000 There's only one person fitting for this. Come forward. Chris, vice captain of the Dmitri Knights. Pardon. The first time I met Roman was last year, when I received a report of a drunkard causing a disturbance while I was patrolling the territory. We're the security. What is going on? Are you bastards kidding me? You're treating me like trash just because I touched you a little. Do you really want your restaurant to go out of business as of today? We're sorry, we're terribly sorry. We didn't mean it that way, and... Shut up. Don't talk back to me when you're but mere lowlives. Hey, you. Come over here again. Young master. Why don't you calm down first and, fuck, if I call for you, just come. Who the hell are you guys? Young master, I think that's enough. Get out of here. If you cause any more trouble, even if you're the young master. You lowly knights dare lay your hands on me. Young master. Ha! Are you glaring at me? I knew from the moment I got slapped in the face. And has the strength of an average, no, below average adult man. How pathetic. What a pathetic human being. To think a guy like this is the son of the Lord. I truly considered him as trash who would be better off dead. And you're telling me to have a duel with that same Roman. Captain. I don't think I should be stepping up for something like this. Young Master Roman is an expert who faced Blood Fong all by himself. And in order to have a fair match, it's only right for you to step up. Chris. However. I understand. Then both sides please hold on a moment. I have a proposal. A proposal. I was taught to treat any duel as a real battle when swords are involved. And no matter who my opponent is, I don't plan on showing them any mercy. If you allow this, then I will gladly take up the honor of dueling against the young master. There's no way that idiot defeated Blood Fong himself. I'll teach you a lesson with this opportunity. You're laughing. I guess the young master accepted it. Then both sides. Get ready. Begin. He's fast. Chris is really going all out. Ha. He blocked it. Roman managed to block this. From the opposing force I can feel on my hands. To his defensive stance, it's all stable. Is this just a coincidence? Although this isn't how I expected him to be, what about it? Right now. I'd only be satisfied by beating that guy to a pulp. Ilok. This is it. Just now. It was really dangerous. Impossible. Are you kidding me? He almost. Is this truly Roman's skills? From defense and dodging to attacking, he isn't lacking in any way. Did he really annihilate the Blood Fong all by himself? At this rate, I'll. Damn it, what am I even thinking about? My opponent is the moron of Dmitri. I won't lose to him in front of this many people. I think that was enough of a warm-up. What? This time. I'll be going first. Gurg. What's with this guy? He's so damn fast. Damn it. I'm barely holding my own, just defending against his strikes. It'll really get dangerous at this rate. I need to look for an opportunity to. Shit. Huh. I should take a step back first. His movement is big. There's a lot of gaps. Did he purposely do that to lure me into attacking him? He got me. I'll lose. To Roman. Me. Chris. Stop. Star Aura. What the hell just happened? Roman. Where's Roman? Phew. Ah. What's the newly appointed vice knight captain like? You don't know. He's the captain's best pupil. He seemed pretty young. Even then, he's a 2-star or a knight. He's a 2-star at that age. That's what they say. They say that he felt mana after half a year of training. Apparently, it only took him 3.5 years to become a 1-star. Blot that fast. And rumors have it that his sword skills are incredible. Whoa. What's his name? KH. It seems like this is a good place to stop for today. Chris. It's okay. Please guide me just one more time. Besides having natural talent, he also has the work ethic to complement it. Oh, Chris, this kid. He's a genius. Knight. Knight Captain Jonathan. What in the world just happened? Isn't Vice Knight Captain Chris Dimitri's prized 2-star or a knight? That's just how. He was someone that only threw tantrums until just a month ago. These aren't the skills of someone who had only trained a year or two. His skills seem to be rooted within years of training. There's no way such growth is possible. My lord, please don't be surprised by this. It seems that the young master is a swordsmanship genius. 0. He knows how to aggressively push his opponents, and his focus during battle is pretty sharp too. He should easily be able to take out the Blood Fong gang by himself. I can see why Jonathan is proud of him. For their standards, he's a pretty skilled warrior. But from my standards, he's the worst. Even the worst warriors of the cult would be stronger than this. I was a bit surprised at the end, though. What is that power? What a pleasure. My son. For my son to be a swordsmanship genius. Knight Captain Jonathan, you're certain, right? Nothing else would be able to explain the young master's growth. 7751. It seems I was too lowly to notice his true potential until now. Is that so? Did I see now? Son. Yes. Come closer. I haven't been happier than I am today for a long time. I want to applaud the fact that you've accomplished something yourself. I need to make sure you get an award fitting for this. Tell me if there's anything you want. You said that I have to leave for the battlefield in half a year. Since the engagement with the Lawrences has been broken. Are you asking to make it so you don't have to enlist anymore? No, please give me the right to select the men who will join me. Oh. Don't we still have more than enough time? As long as we mend the engagement back together. Father. I'm going. I understand. 121. I'll grant you the right to choose your own men and anything else related. I also have one last thing to ask of you. As long as you continue acting this way, I have no reason to deny your request. Then. What? You want me to teach aura to young Master Roman? It's the Lord's order. Understand how you feel, but Captain, no Master. Don't you think this is too much? Just look at the state I'm in. That moron. Even after using aura against the young master, I got countered and was unconscious until now. I want to die just from this, but you want me to teach him aura. Even if I get my head chopped off for disobeying an order, this is Chris. Let me make you a proposal. What? I've heard this from somewhere. Figure out how the young master changed while teaching him. If you can take care of this one thing, I will allow you to inherit my secret technique that I've been putting off until now. Are you serious? Yes. If I can just get this done, he'll give me the know-how of how he became a 3-star Aura Knight. Damn, you better keep your word. Young master. I heard that you were amazing in your duel today. Rumors are already spreading throughout the castle. The Vice Knight Captain is a 2-star Aura Knight, but somehow, you still beat him. That's incredible. Star Aura. Hans, do you happen to know what aura is? Pardon. I'm not so sure either. 3. Is it not the power to use mana? Mana. I guess it's called mana in this place. Showed me was no doubt an outburst of chi. However, the way they use chi is different from Murim. What they seem to call aura here, something about it. Though I can't understand why they're using chi like that. I'll need to learn more about the power that the people of this world use. I guess I'll take a look for myself during training tomorrow. Ah, fuck. Was I too excited? Darl this bitch. Before we start training, let me explain to you what aura is. Let's calm down. Aura is a subset of mana usage, particularly the form which knights use it in. If magicians use mana by storing it in their circles, knights store mana throughout their body. The person known as the forerunner of aura was a man named Emperor Alexandro. Th. He was the first to figure out that, unlike magicians, spreading the mana throughout the body can strengthen it. Aura is the power of instantaneously releasing this mana. By instantaneously releasing the mana that is usually spread throughout the body, one can display power much greater than normal. However, knowing the history of mana isn't that important. Only a select few can even use mana, after all. 1 in 1,000 can walk the path of an Aura Knight, and 1 on 10,000 can walk the path of a magician. That's why figuring out if you have an affinity with mana is the most important part. The minimum level of talent that an Aura Knight needs is the ability to sense mana. Most people fail here. In my case, although it took around half a year to sense mana, even being able to sense mana within a year is above average. This is where innate talent comes into play. Let's start with trying to sense mana. Could you explain how you went about it? Of course. Roman Dmitri. He must be full of pride after winning a match against me. Unfortunately, it's not going to be as easy as you think. Since talent in swordsmanship and talent in mana are two different things. Taste the harshness of reality through this training. Bard 11. The premise of this training was wrong from the start. I've already sensed this world's mana, and albeit very little, I was able to store mana in my Dantian thanks to the heavenly demon god art. However, TL.N. Dantian chi center of your body. Blindly following my common sense is a step in the wrong direction. Even if I can't comprehend why they do things a certain way, I need to learn how they proceed with things first. Focus on the rhythm of your breathing and concentrate. It's important to feel everything that is in contact with your body. Once you get used to utilizing mana, that's when you'll be able to manifest aura. Kitsch, try to focus the mana spread throughout your body into a single point. That's how you manifest aura. Once you succeed in manifesting aura, it signifies that you've become a 1-star Aura Knight. There are many ways to utilize the manifestation of aura. You can envelop your sword with it to increase its destructive power, or apply it on your body, teal, and have a short burst of power. There's no way. He's manifesting aura. I knew it. VK. The way the people in this world utilize chi is garbage. In Miram, cultivating chi removes wastes in the meridians, as well as ultimately accumulates chi within the dantian. However, this world is different. If the chi in Miram is barren yet thick, the mana of this world is abundant yet light, so it escapes the body as much as it enters. If I were to make a distinction, the methods they use to utilize aura is similar to the external arts of Miram. They're not even worth comparing. Miram's external arts is used to train the exterior and get stronger, but this world's method neither makes the exterior stronger nor allow you to accumulate mana within. Releasing the mana that was spread throughout the body in all directions also makes it inefficient. With something like this, I won't be able to reach the top even after 100 years. What? How did you manage to do that? Was that aura just now? That's why I'm asking. You should be able to tell by yourself. It took me years just to even release aura. Tell me the truth. Tell me that you were playing with me by pretending you didn't know how to utilize mana. Yeah. Everything makes sense now. It was weird that I even lost to you in the first place. If you had this kind of power, then 2 years ago, why did you? You sure are making your own assumptions. IHID power. Nothing would add up if that's not the case. It took over 10 years of hellish training for me to reach 2-star. Why are you laughing? Because it's funny. Are you saying my efforts are laughable? Thes. Let me ask you. While you were climbing to that stage, have you ever questioned your training methods, even once? What? Are you trying to? People commonly misunderstand that a method passed down through generations is always correct. While I was learning aura from you, I had this thought. Why were people so fixated on this method when there was a clear flaw with it? Was it because they didn't know? Or, was it because your faith in Captain Jonathan, the one who passed this method down to you, was too strong? The reason is simple. Because it's easier to just follow. Because if you just follow the method created through trial and error, there's no way you'd be met with a loss or criticism. I won't deny your 10 years of effort. I just find it funny that you never once questioned the method that you've pursued this entire time. There's no such thing as a perfect answer in this world. Even the method that you blindly follow is one of the branches of a path that started from someone's question. Questions like that plunge your life into suffering. When faced with a failure of a result after undergoing countless trials and errors, that's when you have to deal with the criticism of others and your own despair. However, even if that were the case, change is necessary. Just like how I dismissed my father's teachings and perfected my own heavenly demon god art. Let's finish training here. Then. Please tell me. What should I do from here on out? Inin. Are you going to struggle even more? No, I admit my loss. From now on, the blood demon cult will follow the heavenly demon Baek Junghyuk's demon cult. Wait. This is my first time seeing someone as strong as you. What am I supposed to do in order to be as strong as you? I've decided to dedicate this body to you. It would be beneficial for both of us if I were to get stronger. So, tell me. What should I do from here on out? He threw away his pride. Interesting. 00. Blood Peman 7, the man who unified the past blood demon cult and became its leader. As one of the martial masters who dominated the Miram, battling Baek Junghyuk for control over the demonic faction was inevitable. And at the end of the long battle, he had lost. But that kid back then decided to swallow his pride and ask for my teachings. The desire to become stronger, even at the cost of throwing away your pride. This kid. He's similar to the blood demon. Interesting. AzureScans.com 00. You're asking for a way to get stronger. I can't tell you something like that. Then, what do you want me to do? With this, you're now a 2-star aura knight. I won't deny your 10 years of effort. I just find it funny that you never once questioned the method that you've pursued this entire time. MOI. What? 11,5556. Chris, what did you just? I will follow the young master to the battlefield. I want to get stronger. It seems like something happened. Yes. Alright. I can already tell you have a good enough reason that pushed you to make this decision. Myth. From now on, you are not a part of the Dimitri Knights. Whatever happens, I hope that you are able to protect the young master as you pursue your goal. Thank you very much. You're no longer. Yes, I see. That little boy who was crying while hugging the corpse of his dead mother in the middle of the battlefield anymore. Azuras. Thanks to you, I'm sure of one thing. If the Chris that I know is willing to follow young Master Roman, then that would mean that he can no longer be called a moron. Follow me. You'll need to prepare yourself from now on. 1104 Pardon. If you want to survive on the battlefield, you'll need a secret weapon that you can call your own. Yes, Master. Did you hear the rumors? The fact that young Master Roman took care of Blood Fang. Seriously, how does that make any sense? He's a half-assed noble that doesn't know how to do anything. Even so, all of the accounts that I've heard seem too realistic. Come on, there's no way. The Dimitri Knights must have set it up or something. Young Master Roman. 10 took care of the Blood Fang. The young master was able to wipe them out with a single twig. It's probably a piece of cake for him to take care of the Blood Fang all by himself. Could it be that he did this to keep his word from back then? AzurasCans.com. Kevin. What are you doing? You gotta finish cleaning up if you wanna go home. Yes. AzurasCans.com. I want to become someone like the young master. Someone strong enough to protect the people around me from any kind of danger. There are still tons of people like Blood Fang in this world. I need to get stronger to protect my family. But getting stronger, how? If I could have another chance to meet the young master. No, I'm not lucky enough for that to happen. Kevin. Why? Young master. It's been a while. What brings you here? Mon 714 No, before that. Thank you, young master. It was thanks to you that my family was able to survive. Yes, have you been well? Yes. Blood Fang stopped persecuting us, and I was able to find a decent job thanks to Mr. Hans. Express, huh? I don't know how I could ever express my gratitude to you. You may have an opportunity to do so once you listen to my proposal. A proposal. Your family will no longer have any issues in their livelihoods. Not only will they earn a warm home and delicious food, they'll be able to enjoy some hobbies, unlike the exhausting time they're currently going through. I'll make it so that happens. Hence live for my sake. AzurasCans.com. If you pledge your loyalty to me, I will bestow upon you a completely new life. This guy only came to mind suddenly because Chris reminded me of the blood demon, but I guess coming to see him was worthwhile. AzurasCans.com. Alright, from this point onwards. AzurasCans.com. Then Hans, I'll be leaving Kevin in your hands. Be sure to help him get used to life around here. Yes, I understand. Kevin, I'll be sure to visit you later, so take care. Yes, young master. Thank you for everything. I'll be in the estate library. If you need me, come find me there. Yes, young master. Do you want to look around? Is that fine? terracyouraskins.com. Aura Knights. Tikar, the path of an Aura Knight. In order to become an Aura Knight, you must first manifest Aura, 30.22-2. Which is the sign that marks you as a 1-star Aura Knight. In order to become a 2-star Aura Knight, you must be able to cut steel using Aura, asurazas.com, and the intensity and strength of Aura determines your rank. Once you become a 3-star Aura Knight, you are beyond normal comprehension, and you'll receive special treatment within the kingdom. A 6-star Knight exists within the Salamander continent, Salamander, but there are currently no stories of people who have reached the 7-star rank. Even within the top 10 ranked Knights, not everybody has reached the 6-star rank. 177. Star Knights and Rankings. Since I've confirmed the strength of a 2-star Knight with Chris, even Jonathan, who was at the 3-star rank, should only be as strong as a 2nd-class fighter. The fact that someone has reached the 6-star rank means they've gone beyond human capabilities. 22.2. The aura released through their sword reaches several dozen meters, and its impact is of course otherworldly. azurascans.com. There are currently 12 people in the continent known as 6-star Knights. These people, who are treated like VIPs in every country regardless of their nationality, are called azurascans.com, the continent's 12 swords. Even from the information I have gotten, they seem strong. The fact that they reached that point with such inefficient usage of chi means that they've reached the pinnacle of power. And then there are the magicians. About the Archmage. Magicians who have reached the 7th circle are called Archmages. ANSCOMT. They are beings considered as half man half god, walking disasters waiting to strike. A single spell levels the earth and splits the sky, azurascans.com, and when dealt with in numbers, they are more dangerous than 6-star Aura Knights. Magic. Abilities that don't exist within Murim. I have a pretty good idea on what to do now. The beings mentioned in this book could appear as my enemy at any time. Though the possibility of such a trial befall a bumpkin from Dimitri like me is very low. The fact that I can't predict what might happen is what makes this dangerous. In the first place, I'm not someone who can live inside a bubble his entire life. azurascans.com. I'll only be satisfied by experiencing many things and ultimately reign over all. This will be exciting. Now then, let's start getting ready for real. This is it. What was this place used for? It is the workshop that the Baron used to use in the past. azurascans.com. He made sure that outsiders were strictly prohibited, and it's completely restricted from the outside. A perfect training low, cation. Hans, I'll be spending the next week in this workshop. I won't be needing food or anything at all, so do not let anyone in. Swear it. Unless my people are under grave danger, do not allow anyone to approach me. Yes, young master. May. Straw. Osir Scans. Looks like Hans put this here. Human azurascans.com are. Circulate the mana to remove all impure chi within the body. However, since I've already predicted that this would happen, I'd gathered the minimum amount of mana before reaching the human stage. I must regain my past strength as soon as possible. As long as I've made new relationships, I need to fulfill my goal while protecting them. Entering the human stage azurascans.com is the first step toward that goal. 1 week later. Then, please wait here for just a moment. I'll be back with some tea and snacks. Viscount Lawrence and MS Flora. Piaskins.com. Where's Roman? The young master is currently taking care of some business. Please excuse me. Sigh. Even if I did decide to visit on a whim, They clearly don't want us here. It seems that we'll need to wait. E14 here, let us sit. Yes. Flora. Yes, father. I've prepared this meeting to revert our mistake. Be wary of what you say. I understand. Surascanso, you've already announced your disengagement. I disclosed my intentions during my last visit. I also wanted to follow your will. However, no matter how long I think about it, I can't marry someone who I do respect, Flora. If it was just the Barco family, then maybe. However, the fact that the central government approved documents without even checking for falsehood, and the gold bank lending money to the Barcos without any specific collateral, means that this is already beyond the scale of war between two families. The forces who lent their power to the Barco family will create a battle that we cannot win. Since they now have a cause to advocate, they'll use this opportunity to take everything from us. Our land, our honor. And even you, who's called the Flower of Lawrence. Even though I knew the circumstances of our territory, and what father was thinking when he made the decision. Even though I knew everything, I decided to ignore everything for my own selfish reasons. Wake up. I can't stay as the Flower of Lawrence forever. Ah. What should I do? When will the young master come out? The Viscount and lady have been waiting since morning. And it's already sunset. They seemed fairly disgruntled. But the young master said to not visit him for any reason. No, but still. Young master. Are you done? Young master. Azurascans.com. I was already prepared for this kind of treatment. This all stemmed from Flora's mistake. And the Lawrences need to achieve this political marriage. But even so, this isn't right. Father. I'll go and find Baron Dmitri myself. Azurascans.com 1422. We. Baron Dmitri. What are you doing, letting your guests wait for this long? If you were that dissatisfied with us, you could have just told us to go back. I never expected the Dimitris to be this petty. Azurascans.com. I understand what you mean, but was today's meeting scheduled beforehand? I know. I know we decided to visit without notice. But we already shared our intentions to meet with him a week ago. We're only doing this because he declined our request and haven't heard from him since. If you just refused to admit us from the start, we wouldn't have been this offended. How could I possibly refuse to admit you, Viscount? However, Azurascans.com, is that all you wanted to say? Are you just here to share that you are angry because you had to wait for half a day? On the day that Flora Lawrence visited Dmitri, Roman shared with me his intention of breaking the engagement. Although I scolded Roman and made him take responsibility, even a 3-year-old could tell. 0. Even though I knew this, I did not reprimand you Lawrences. Since Roman wanted it to be resolved this way, I kept my mouth shut and just let the matter go like a moron. We were one-sidedly given a disengagement notice. Even though the ones who wanted it to happen were the Lawrences. And yet you, Viscount Lawrence, are reprimanding me for the mere reason of having to wait for so long. For a meeting that wasn't scheduled, while having forgotten your own mistakes. Azurascans.com. And yet you have the nerve to make complaints. About a month ago, we received contact from the Barco family. If we decide to move forward with a political marriage with the Barcos instead of the Lawrences, they would provide us a connection with the central government and a piece of Lawrence's land. Even then, I still decided to decline the Barco family's offer. Do you know the reason why I decided to do that, Viscount? Why did you decline that offer? It would have been more beneficial for Dmitri if you took the Barco's offer. Azurascans.com. The reason is simple. Dmitri already has power, so I chose the option that I wanted. The eldest son of the Dmitris adores the Lady of Lawrence. Just for that sole reason, we resolved ourselves with war against the Barcos. This was a mistake. I should have stayed calm. But I made a huge blunder because of my petty pride. What should I do? The flower of Lawrence and the moron of Dmitri. We are well aware that the reputations of these two don't fit each other very well. However, you should have kept in mind what kind of place Dmitri is. Roman's value changes the moment the Dmitri family names attached to him. Hence, the ones desperate for this political marriage aren't us, but the Lawrences. Am I wrong? There was a northeastern family with only a name left that was questionable if it even existed. The child of the Joel family. In a world of children that think that they are treasures born into the world, Joel was a deviant. One day, Joel had made a small mistake. While the children of other noble families had nothing happen to them even if they made huge mistakes. His mistake resulted in even a disciplinary committee meeting. As I saw the teachers scolding Joel for his mistake, a man that seemed to be his father appeared and apologized. He asked for them to forgive him, and promised to scold his son. azurascans.com. During that, as I was watching from the back, I had one thought. When I think about it now, it seems so funny to me. As the Lord of Lawrence, I have nothing to say. What right do I have to pity him? My daughter made a huge mistake due to her immaturity. Joel was weak back then, and that is also the case for the current Lawrence. I should have apologized from the start. Rather, I truly apologize for causing disrespect. azurascans.com. Baron Dmitri, I'm sorry to. My lord. Young Master Roman has arrived. Realize that truth too late. Since all of this started due to your decision in the first place, I'll respect whatever decision you make as your father. I understand what you are trying to say. I understand what the union of our two families signifies. azurascans.com. In a situation where the Barcos are endangering the security of Lawrence, the wealth of Dmitri would ensure the safety of Lawrence. azurascans.com. You desired the marriage even after knowing that. At the time, I believed there was enough value in doing so. However, on the day that I first met her, I changed my mind as she spoke her mind about wanting to break off the engagement. She must have heard about the rumors of the moron of Dmitri, and must have thought she couldn't marry someone like me. She decided everything just from rumors. No matter how society judges Roman Dmitri, I want someone who believes and follows things that they saw and experienced directly. Therefore, azurascans.com. I'd like for the disengage meant to proceed without any changes. Therefore, I'd like for the disengagement to proceed without any changes. It's over. The political marriage was the Lawrences' last card. Now that we have a record of disengagement, no other family will step up for a political marriage. We must solve this issue with our own power. No, if by some chance the Dmitris and Barcos decide to join forces, we won't even be able to fight against them. If we can at least prevent that. The Lawrences are fully at fault regarding this matter. We will not collect any taxes from Dmitri merchants passing through Lawrence for the time being. Although such small change would be meaningless to the millionaire of the iron mines, I hope that this serves as a way to apologize for this incident between our two families. There is no need for that. The Dmitris do not measure profits for issues regarding the eldest son's future. Let us finish this matter by announcing that Flora Lawrence broke off the engagement due to personal reasons. If you do so, the Dmitris will not join forces with the Barcos. Thank you. azurascans.com. Sincerely. I thank you. P.A. As scans.com Roman Dmitri. If only I found out his true worth a little sooner. I would have been more careful when telling Flora to not make any sudden decisions. I, too, have made a huge mistake. B. Son. Yes. What has happened to you over the past week? 1 week. During that week of isolation, I removed the impure chi in my body to enter the human stage. Of the human stage is the process of building the foundation to display the heavenly demon god art. While it isn't considered as impressive by the standards of Murim, given this world's abundant amount of mana in nature, and the critical amount of impurities accumulated in Roman's body, creating even the foundation azurascans.com. The change in my appearance caused by skeletal metamorphosis is proof that I've become a completely different person than before. Since it would be difficult to explain that, I reached a small enlightenment while I was training on my own. While I do not remember the specific details, I believe that mana has started to circulate throughout my body. Did you just say mana circulation? A phenomenon that creates the ideal body due to nature's mana circulating throughout the body. It should be something that only happens to a handful of people. Roman, who used to be called the moron of Dmitri, is accomplishing unimaginable feats, starting from the blood fawn incident. This change defies logic. Even then, it still doesn't change the fact that he is my son. Keep this in mind, my son. As your father, I will not avert my eyes to whatever hardship you may face. azurascans.co. So, do not forget the fact that your name is Roman Dmitri. I, Romero Dmitri, will always support you from behind. Ak. And doesn't drive his son to the brink of death. A father that isn't cold or ruthless. Thank you, Father. It's not bad. azurascans.com. I'm really sorry for judging you too quickly, and for causing so many issues for both of our families. There's no need to apologize, since I had no intention to go forward with this marriage in the first place. I understand the reasons for why you're angry. Even if it is a political marriage that neither of us agreed upon, I still one-sidedly broke that promise. However, I wanted to tell you this while I still had the chance. The fact that I had a special reason for why I decided to break off the engagement. The social gathering that the northeastern nobles host. It was something that happened there. Once there were rumors that I would be engaged to a Dmitri, the nobles that I'm close to started telling me terrifying rumors. That Roman Dmitri enjoy drugs. Drugs that eat away at your reason and intelligence. I think this is something that you should know. Although I know now that they are all false. At the time, I couldn't ignore them, and just whatever happened, it doesn't change our current relationship. So there's no need for you to care about me anymore. azurascans.com. Drugs, they say. I couldn't sense any drugs poisoning this body. Although there were remnants of impure energy caused by the concoction used to end my life, the skeletal metamorphosis completely removed it. Hans. Yes, young master. Have you ever seen me enjoying drugs, or been in any situation where you suspected that I was using drugs? What? I'm not trying to feel you out or reprimand you. Ugh. I'm just trying to use this time to look back at the life choices I've made until now. Not by using my own memories, but from an outside perspective. If you want to go that far. About that. Although I've never seen it with my own 2 eyes. There were times when I thought your actions were a bit odd. And when was that? About half a month ago. You had just returned from a social party. That in itself wasn't anything that big to take note of, but when you returned, you seemed to be in an odd state. As Rossons.com J. Soon after, it seemed like you lost your will to live and you stayed in your room. The young master doing drugs. Now it sounds truly idiotic. During the social gathering that the northeastern nobles host. Who hosted that social party? The eldest son of Barco, Azuraskan's calm Anthony Barco. Roman, with the political marriage with the Lawrences ahead of him, was invited to a social party by Barco. Uraskans.com He then started to become deranged, and decided to take his own life. That bothered me about Roman's death. There were a few things. In the will that Roman had left, it only said that he'd be heading to battle instead of his two younger siblings, Juan 2022 2.2. And that he was too scared about what might happen. Nothing else. However, it was already decided that he'd be marrying Flora, who he always desired. And there were plenty of ways for married nobles to avoid military service. But despite all this, he killed himself just because he was afraid of the battlefield. Something doesn't add up. Hans, did it seem like Anthony Barco and I were close to each other? Oh. There wasn't anyone else that spent as much time with you as he did. However, it did seem like you were on bad terms recently. It was around the time when talks of marriage with the Lawrences began. The political marriage between Lawrence and Dmitri was a massive obstacle for the Barcos, who wanted the land of Lawrence. And the easiest way to solve that problem would be to stop the marriage before it even happened. They must have done whatever it took for that purpose, and that must be the true cause that led Roman to kill himself. Young master. Actually, a couple of days ago, a party invitation arrived from the Barco family. Azurascans.com. The Barcos sent me an invitation. Yes, though it was when you went into isolation training. How should I take care of this? How brazen. No, they're just underestimating me. Whichever it is. It gets on my nerves. Azurascans.com. When is the party? It's exactly 2 weeks from today. Azurascans.com Tell the Barcos. I'll be attending the party. The young master is waiting for you over here. Thank you. Oh, and don't be too surprised by the young master's change. Huh. Yes. I understand. www. Young master. Did you call for me? See. Is it you, Kevin? See. Why, young master? So this is what he meant by change. Yes, are you finding life here comfortable? Yes, young master. I'm adapting well without issues thanks to Mr. Hans. Your sword. However, one's use isn't determined by someone else's will. That's why I'll give you 3 paths that you can choose yourself. The first is to give up your use as a sword. If holding a sword and bloodshed is what you're afraid of, you don't have to be my sword, but my hands and feet. By learning from following Hans and carrying out safe orders, you will be able to fulfill your role. Azurascans.com. The second is to become my sword and protect me by my side. Be but young master. I've never touched a sword before in my life. I thought as much. That's why, if you choose the second option, I will test your will through skeletal contortion. Skeletal contortion. A method of causing pain as if your bones and muscles are being warped. Azurascans.com. You would be proving your will through results Azuraskansum instead of being nothing but talk. And the third option is to take this sword and cut off your hand. If you, in a situation where you inflict pain on yourself, are able to endure it until the end, you will be able to become stronger faster than anyone else. Even the mad demon, a stray who didn't even know the existence of martial arts, was able to become one of the 4 heavenly kings with only his will. Azuraska, calm now, what about you? Whatever choice you make here, I'll be sure to get my worth out of you. Azurascans.com. How I use you is up for you to decide for yourself. Outside the Dimitri castle, there is a ragged shack that could collapse at any time. I was born there. Since I was little, I had to work in order to survive. Thanks to following my parents and helping where I could, there was almost nothing that I didn't know how to do. However, my life never changed. No matter how much effort I put in, there was always someone there to take it away from me. Azurascans.com. That was the life of the week. That's why, www. I couldn't forget what I saw. That overwhelming strength. I don't understand what cutting off my hand would accomplish. But as long as I can get stronger. York, if I can be like the young master back then. If I can get away from a life that takes everything away from me. I'll do it. Azurascans.com. GHHAA. Ah, seriously. I left the night order to follow the young master, but he decides to go into isolation training for a week out of the blue. Hans. Vice Captain Chris. I heard the young master finished his training. Where is he right now? The young master is currently having a talk with Kevin. He told me not to allow anyone in while they are talking. Kevin. Who's that? Azurascans.com. Are you hurt somewhere? There's blood all over the blade. It's nothing to worry about. But it's fine. It's not my blood. Azurascans.com. At the moment that Kevin was about to cut his hand off, I put him in an illusion. Charm of the illusion demon. While I was trying to test him by putting him in an illusion for a short period of time, Kevin swung down on his wrist before he fell into the illusion. That vicious kid. If the spell was even a little bit weaker, he might have even cut off his entire hand. 2 weeks until the party. Months until the war. Azurascans.co. There's much to teach. The mana cultivation technique that I'm about to teach you is very dangerous. You're going to teach me a mana cultivation technique. Azurascans.com. That's right. Though I call it a mana cultivation technique, it's actually an ancient martial art in the cult treasury that the Mad Demon used to use. Demonic spirit art. A demonic art that, when used, causes demonic energy to eat away at the user's mind, while allowing them to display power under the extreme pain of their meridians being mangled. Their limbs chopped off, they must not lose their mind. The Mad Demon, to become a sword that was of use to me, learned this martial art under extreme pain. If he has the will to cut off his own hand, then he's capable of learning it. As this cultivation technique grows stronger and you must stronger, endure pain much greater than yesterday's. Even with all this, there is one reason why I am teaching you this technique. Not only is this the fastest way for a teenager who doesn't even know the basics of mana to get stronger. You will also gain the strength to protect everything around you if you master this cultivation technique to its peak. He saved me, wiped out Blood Fong, Azurascans.com, and now he's even bestowing me a cultivation technique. Young master. I can't tell you how grateful I am for everything you've done for me. But, young master, why do you trust me? Though I did swear to offer you my life, I still haven't shown you anything befitting that pledge. I might run away after learning this technique. I would like to know why you trust me so much. Azurascans.com. Azurascans.com. Just because. Just because. www. We will start training tomorrow. Go get some rest for today. Why can I trust him, huh? Come to think of it, the mad demon asked the same question. Unconditional trust can only be obtained once you believe in that person. But Kevin, you won't ever betray me. Because, as you get stronger, you will realize just how dangerous it is to betray the heavenly demon siraskins.com. The basics are the key to every action. Each movement must be performed correctly. Do not lose focus. Yes. Vol okay. I don't understand. Why is he teaching swordsmanship to that strange kid? Moreover, why isn't he teaching me anything? I thought I would find a way to get stronger quickly as long as I followed him. He's treating me like I don't exist. It'd be better to just swing my sword next to master. You Azuraskins calm, should I just beg him to take me back? Let's just wait a little longer. The next day and the next day and the next. Screw this. Young Master Roman. It's already been over 2 weeks since I decided to follow you. The first week went out the window since you spent it on your training, and for the week after that, you've kept me on the sidelines while training Kevin. If you're acting like this because I was rude to you at first, then I sincerely apologize. So please, teach me something as well. I'm confident I can learn anything you teach me. Didn't I tell you before? Just learn while OB serving me. Azuraskans.com. You meant literally observe you and learn. www. Since Kevin knows nothing, until he reaches a certain level, I need to guide him from the beginning to the end. But you're different. No matter what I teach you, you'll just try to force yourself to learn what I, the person who defeated you, say instead of seriously trying to understand it. So you want me to just keep observing you? No. What? Why a wooden sword? You need results to accept the truth. How about it? Have a proxy duel with Kevin. Kevin will be your opponent in this proxy duel, and I will advise him on how to defeat you. You can think of him as my clone of sorts. If you still think you're correct after this proxy duel, then I will start teaching you personally. Me. A duel with a knight. You want me to have a duel with this novice? This bastard. What does he take me for? I understand. Let's do it. I will show you right here, that I'm not just some pushover. Young master. No matter how you look at it, dueling a 2-star or a knight is a bit. I know you're at a disadvantage. Azuraskans.com. However, what would you lose from defeat? Nothing. There are countless people stronger than you in this world. Blood Fong, who oppressed your family through violence, and Chris, who can't wait to beat you down, are no different. Are you planning on shrinking back every single time? Azuraskans.com. I will give it a shot. Ah. I'm so pissed off. To think I have to duel this novice. Why do his eyes look like he has a chance of winning? Roman thinks he can completely tame me with this match. Get ready. Whether it be a proxy duel or whatever, begin. Azuraskans.com. There's no way I'd lose to this newbie who's had only 1 week's worth of training. Eater. Exox. Of. Azuraskans.com. GUH. Huh. Isn't he way too weak? Roman is just standing there doing nothing. I thought there'd be a reason why he suggested this proxy duel. I don't know what he's thinking. But I'll bring this to an end right now. Kook. I admit that you held on better than I expected. For an ordinary person who can't even use mana, you did more than well enough. But it's time for you to give up now. I could have split your head open any time I wanted to, but I didn't since this is a duel. I'll say this for the last time. If you plan to keep fighting, you'll have to resolve yourself for one of your limbs to be crippled. Kekikek. Let's see this to the end. Get ready. Guard your front with your sword. Chris will attempt a surprise attack. Begin. Cook. Take one step to the side, then aim for Chris's chest as he tries to kick you. Oh, one step. Ah. Of. Kuhuk. Ugh. Get up, Kevin. This voice. Young Master. This is sound conduction, a method used to deliver sound through mana. I will give you instructions with this. Even something like this is possible with mana. Sound conduct tie-in. Throw yourself to the right. Turn around, and aim for his left chest. 2. Yak's okay. Shit. He was definitely open, but my swing was too slow. Block above you. Escape to your right. KH. This kid. He's holding on better than I expected. He's no match for him at all. His body can't keep up with my commands. But this situation. Blah, isn't it kind of amusing? Young Master Roman is omnipotent. Even though he's a 2-star knight. He's moving exactly as young Master Roman says. It's my body that's the problem. If I did exactly as the young master told me, I would have defeated him already. The young master, as if he's controlling a puppet, is just toying with the knight, Chris. Turn your body toward the right. And change forward to counter-attack. I'm trying to strike him down, but he keeps narrowly avoiding critical moments and even counterattack ing. Is it a coincidence, Denke? Even Chris, who's considered Dimitri's greatest genius, can't hold a candle to the young master's true skills. This is young Master Roman's level. That's the kind of person I'll forever serve as my lord. Even if it's something that doesn't logically make sense, I must blindly follow his words. If someone like me is to become his sword, the only answer is my will power. Hop. I'll say this for the last time. If you plan to keep fighting, you'll have to resolve yourself for one of your limbs to be crippled. Kekikek. Let's see this to the end. You insignify can't. If you really feel that way, I'll give you what you want. See. Take a good look at your crippled arm. And regret this moment. Step forward. Attack with all my might. To think he would step forward. It's not over yet. Turn around. And change. You think I'd get hit by that kind of large and slow attack? You're full of open. Hop. Hop. He swung with the intent to duck from the start. He expected the second attack to be a feint. Phew. What a vicious son of a bitch. The choice is up to you. Why did I decide to fight? In a fight that I had nothing to gain from winning. Not only did I waste time, I even almost lost at the end. That last maneuver. It's similar to when I dueled Roman for the first time. The day I went over hundreds of times in my mind. If I didn't have that experience with Roman, could I have defeated Kevin without using mana? Have I grown from just that one experience? So what will you do? I don't need any teachings. I'll look for a way to get stronger by following you. I've grown from just one duel. Every single one of Kevin's decisions were right for the situation. I thought Roman didn't give him any instructions, but in reality, that was wrong. Just from trying to understand Roman's my mind is filled with teachings. Decisions, come to think of it, there were some things that he said while teaching Kevin that seemed to be directed at me. Roman. No, the young master is no longer the moron that I used to know. I don't know what happened, but he's reached a realm not even Captain Jonathan could approach. If that's the case, then, until I surpass you, I'll observe and learn everything. Well, then. Let's continue training. 1 week later, the day of the social gathering party hosted by the Barcos came. A week before the social party. Did you hear? 222 about what? About Roman Dimitri. Trussi 44,444 he re what duis anan his aging gala pink papper to with an eas not be of the not punt of my bring to fit in the most toots of I heard his marriage with the Lawrence family was broken. Lytham Hazen. Toy am playing. It was apparently because of Flora Lawrence's mistake, from the Viscount's announcement. That's just an excuse. He probably felt bad for his precious daughter after taking one look at the moron of Dimitri. But breaking off the engagement when the war with Barco is so near. That just means the eldest son of Dimitri is worse than the rumors. But I even heard rumors of him taking down Blood Fawn. Gimme a break, you seriously believe that? That was probably their way to save face after the disengagement. I can't believe Roman actually broke off the engagement. He newest dis in his aging nogle a hen not bit punt of any he's so easy to manipulate. Time the mort. Roman is confirmed to participate in the upcoming party, right? Yes, we've received a letter of participation from Dimitri. Good, good. Everything's going smoothly. Eldest son of Viscount Barco Anthony Barco. I'm looking forward to next week. It's been a while since I've been so excited for a party. Day of the social party th. Hans. Am I really supposed to wear this? This is your first official gathering since your disengagement. I cannot let you wear just anything. For your information, to 077 to GA short explanation about these he's, a northeastern area named Pure thought of clothes for Anon spent an abhorrent amount of money just to create these clothes. Then man, with his money, because he wasn't someone that would he is tog full of money at clot time to coax them. For whole day Pamela But I'm sure that you wouldn't not wear this masterpiece. That I poured my entire being into, right? I knew you'd say that. Alright, I'll wear it. Jeez. Why is he so late? The young master will arrive first at this rate. I am sorry. I'm still not used to putting on armor. Sigh you. Why do you look like that? That's. There wasn't any armor that fit me, even in the smithy. Even if he had the young master's help, I can't believe I almost lost to a guy like this. Annoyed. Ah, the helmet. Sigh. Listen well. Hey, your helmet is crooked again. Ah. Sacrifices, oh my. Huh. Is it true that Roman is coming today? I can't believe he's participating in Barco's party after he broke a political marriage that he pushed for 77 to 11751241 when he was fully aware that Barco was aiming for Lawrence. What in the world is he thinking? That's why people call him a moron. If he even had a brain to think with, he would have stuck with one or the other. The Dmitri family's position has gotten quite ambiguous because of Roman. Though Dmitri is the powerhouse of the Northeast, it's a bit greedy of them to want to maintain their relationship with Barco still. But at least he's participating to make up for his mistake. Ha ha ha. What a funny lad. What kind of man is Roman Dmitri? You'll see when you meet him. He leaves a terrible impression, and he's nothing much to look at because of his small stature. And how he put on airs about being the eldest son of Dmitri. Even I would have done whatever it took to break off the marriage if I was a woman. Pwahaha. Hm. The eldest son of Dmitri, what? Roman Dmitri, is entering. That's Roman Dmitri. He's way too different from before. This is absolutely not possible. He used to be shorter than me. What happened to his hair? A Jizik 00 he. It's an honor to meet you. I am Sophia of the Grizel family. You've probably never heard of our family. Though we are not a prominent family, my father, Baron Grizel, dedicates his life to the Kingdom of Cairo. I am well aware of the Grizel family. You really know of Grizel? How could I not know a family with a history dating back centuries? 0. Here is the information of all the northeastern families, as you've requested. But why are you going through these all of a sudden? Since I am participating as the representative of my family, I should at least be equipped with the minimum amount of courtesy. I must memorize where every person that I'll meet is from, as well as their legacies. A corresponding effort is required to win the favor of others. Is it not the family that has resided in the Northeast for quite the long time? The lumber from Grizel is famous for its high quality in the Kingdom of Cairo. I heard that your sibling succeeded in sensing manna. I sincerely congratulate your sibling's accomplishment. Warehouse, what the hell? Greetings, Lord Roman Dmitri. My name is Magna of the Volt family. Oh, I get to meet the eldest son of Volt like this. Hadn't Viscount Volt raised remarkable accomplishments in the past battle? I was very moved while reading about it. I'm thankful that you'd think so. Shall we go too? It's been a while, Lord Roman. You've changed so much. Compared to me, you're as beautiful as always, Lady Heiress. XT. Is your mother well? I'd heard that she's been unwell recently. Dmitri had received many benefits from our deal with the hero's family about 10 years ago. I am also thankful for the goodwill that you've shown us. Volinal the Ramlin van Lessen. Until it seems that I've seen you in the wrong light until now, Lord Roman. I always thought you were difficult to talk to because you were drunk. Oh my, I was thinking of starting to drink for real, but it looks like I'll have to abstain myself. Lord Roman, Vola 00. The young master has invited you into the back room. I guess it's time for me to find out who's getting on my nerves. The other families are brimming with knight escorts. Ah. This thing is just too big. Just take it off. 14. What? But. What's with him? I hear he's Roman Dmitri's escort. But take it off. What a joke. I've heard the rumors of Roman Dmitri being the abandoned eldest son, but I can't believe he brought a brat who can't even hold a sword properly as an escort. Ignore them. Well, what did you expect? This is the level of Dmitri. Pola. Yes, and so. Oh my. Who are you staring at so attentively, Roman? Anthony. Do you know who that blonde lady is over there? The flower of Lawrence, Flora Lawrence. Flora Lawrence. What happened to you in the time I didn't see you? So this guy is Anthony Barco. I'd heard you've changed, but I can't believe you changed this much. Have a seat and tell me everything. There are traces of people being in here. The fact that he made them leave before I arrived means he has something secret to tell me. If that's the case, then I'll make him comfortable. I'm not sure either. I used to splurge tons of money to change myself, but now I keep changing day by day even when I don't do anything. In any case, it's good to see you again. I guess I can take that in a positive way. Honestly, I didn't know what you were thinking back then. Back then. When you, who had pushed into a political marriage with the Lawrence family with our friendship on the line, were caught sleeping with my cousin in the back room. Really? Wow. No matter how much secrets are safe in this social party, I can't believe you went that far with your marriage coming so soon. ROWWWWWWWWWW4. Then can I take your participation in this party as a confirmation that you accepted my proposal? I'll keep this matter a secret. So let's discuss your marriage with the Barco family. Marriage with the Barco family. This memory. Hugh. Ja-ot. Though I betrayed Anthony Barco too. 1. And begged my father to establish a political marriage with the Lawrence family. I can't avoid them forever. I'll use this chance to restore my relationship with them. You're late, Roman. Hurry up and take a seat 000. Let me introduce you. This is my cousin, Emily Barco. It's nice to meet you, Lord Roman. Ichem. Ah. I'm Roman. You're okay with her drinking with us, right? She was just walking around by herself, since it's her first time here. Of course, she's part of your family. Go pour Roman a drink as well, Emily. No, it's fine. I'll pour it myself. Bastard, are you of showing off that you're getting married? Anthony. About that. Don't worry about it. The Barco family doesn't care about the Lawrence family anymore. Really? 7. Yeah. So don't be so stiff. Drink to your heart's content. Arg. My head. Ugh. This place. FAA. Ichem. Okay. Ha. No, what? What the hell's going on here? Roman. Anthony. What? What the hell have you done? And no. This is. This is. 0. I can't. Remember. Listen carefully, Roman. It's none of my business who you fornicate with, but you laid your hands on a lady of Barco. I can't just let this matter slide. I'll give you a choice. I expose this truth and you get disengaged one-sidedly, or you marry a direct descendant of the Barco family to restore our relationship. I'm filled with rage from what you've done, but if you'll become a man of Barco, I will quell my rage and forgive you. Now. What will you do? So that's what happened. If the marriage is broken off due to Roman laying his hands on a collateral descendant of the Barco family, the honor of Dmitri drops to rock bottom. They're already receiving enough criticism being of common origin. Roman likely didn't have the confidence to face his father's rage. Even so, he couldn't choose the latter either. Because he truly loved Flora. He must not have wanted to break off the marriage that he forcibly established and defame Flora in the process. So he committed suicide when it came time to make his decision. He wished for his death to solve everything. A weak man who's never accomplished anything with his own strength. That is Roman Dmitri. How miserable, and pathetic. Why are you hesitating, Roman? The union of our two families is something that will flip the entire northeastern region on its head. No one will be able to oppose us, and you will wield absolute power in the northeast. There's no reason for you to be just for that. What? I have to accept this political marriage for such a reason. You must be misunderstanding something. This is not a choice. If you refuse, I will expose what happened in the back room to the world. What do you think will happen to the Dmitri family's reputation? So think carefully. If you don't want to live life unable to raise your head. How many times must I tell you for you to get it? The Dmitri family has no need to accept the Barko family's proposal for such a pathetic reason. And so. B.A. rules. Oh my. Mara. Lord Roman. 1.9.1 Where have you been? What? Already. I just had something to attend to. It looks like I'll have to take my leave because of it. It hasn't been that long since the party began, so you could stay a little longer. I feel the same way. Let's talk again when the opportunity arises. Take back what you said, you bastard. That voice. Kevin. Well. What did you expect? This is the level of Dmitri. Yes, sir. Endure it, Kevin. AK, what was he thinking? Bring a brat like him as an escort. Look at his helmet. It doesn't even fit his head. 00000. It looks like he just picked up some armor that fit him and called himself an escort. Allah Allah, this is seriously a new low. I wonder. Do the Knights of Barko train their sneers instead of the sword? I'm confident I can wield a sword better than this brat even without training. This is why people call your Leela Mokon. X. Take that back. What? Young Master Roman. Doesn't deserve to be called that. So take back what you said, you bastard. How dare you? Kevin. He's a knight of Barko. The Dmitri family is currently at a conflict of interests with the Barko family. If I cause a mess here, it may not only cause problems for the young master but the entire family. See. My liege's knight. I am. I have no wish to deal with thugs like you imitating knights. Ha, really? Very well, let's see how long you can keep that pride of yours. My liege. Roman DM. What was that? Was I just slapped? Yawn, I couldn't even react to it. A moron like you. You. Ugh. NGUH. You. Raise your head. www. Fuck. What the hell happened? Roman. I'm telling you to take responsibility for laying your hands on a lady of my family. My proposal for you to marry a direct descendant rather than a collateral one was my last consideration to you. You're making an irreversible mistake right now. Do as you like. I'm already called a moron. Nothing will change from getting one or two rumors like that attached to me, not when I'm already treated like trash. Rather, you should conduct yourself properly. What? I chose to break the marriage of my own accord. I didn't do it because of your threat. But since Dmitri has turned their back on Lawrence, your wish has been more or less fulfilled. But now that you've bared your fangs at me, I wonder how I should react. Wouldn't I help the Lawrence family to interfere with the Barco family? Just to relieve my personal grudge against you. I've already researched the Barco family. Their connection with the central government and the influence that comes with that can't be ignored. But their power only comes from that connection. www. If you only consider wealth and power. The true powerhouse of the Northeast is not Barco, but Dmitri. Now what will you do? If this matter is resolved, you won't interfere with matters regarding the Lawrences, right? Correct. Then. Let's wrap this matter up. Roman. Roman has changed. Not only his face. His actions, gaze, and the way he speaks. Commands such pressure. He's not the moron that used to know. He's not the moron that I used to know. He's a completely different person. He's a completely different person. Just what in the world happened to him? Just what in the world happened to him? Young master. Don't bother me right now. But Lord Roman and your knight are. I will never do it again. So, please. Please. Please forgive me. My liege. I think you've punished him enough. He's right. Please consider your relationship with the Barco family and end it here. I'll decide if he's been punished enough. Even if he dies, that's just the price he paid for his words and actions. But what is the meaning of this? Of Roman. Even if you're the eldest son of the Dmitri family, I will not tolerate something like this. If you don't apologize for your insolent actions right now. Why must I apologize? 71. This man slandered me, and laid his hands on a person of Dmitri. Anthony Barco, do you seriously believe that I'm in the wrong? You've crossed the line. Even so. Line, huh? Didn't I tell you? My personal grudge may destroy our relationship as well as our family's relationship. So you should keep your actions in check from now on. I am not a very patient man. So, decide what you will do right now. Wouldn't he help the Lawrence family to interfere with the Barco family? Damn it. Come to think of it. You're right. I would have given him the same punishment. We sure get along well. Yawn. Now, then. Clench your teeth. The previous Roman was a moron who was disrespected as a moron even as part of the Dmitri family, the powerhouse of the Northeast. Chris, Kevin, let's go back. 1. But everyone who was present had no choice but to acknowledge one fact. That the moron they knew no lunge existed. Of. I'm sorry. You were insulted because of me. I'm sorry as well. I did absolutely nothing while the Dmitri name was being disgraced and Kevin was being beaten. It must not have been easy to endure. Thank you both for bearing with it until I arrived. Rashness brings chaos. Your decisions prevented the worst-case scenario. However, That is not the answer that I had wanted. Because there is no one in the entire northeast of Cairo that can dare to lay their hands on the Dimitri family. Azurascans.com. Even if it's someone that you must endure such humiliation from, make sure you remember their face. You must never let your spite be quenched. I cannot bear to see someone above me. To follow me, who will live a life of standing above all. You must adapt to my ways. Here is information about the Barco family that you requested from the Information Guild, Black Moon. According to the Black Moon Guild, the Barco family's recent movements are very unusual. Hm. Prarkoko. A family that settled in the northeast for a little over a century. The time when they started to rise as a powerhouse in the region. Because powerful enemies lurked outside their borders, they had no choice but to join forces with the central government in order to survive. Due to this, the central government also naturally gained strength. Their authority over conscription is especially absolute. If a noble family rejects conscription, they are deemed as insurgents and soldiers are dispatched immediately. After subjugating the insurgents and confiscating the land as the kingdom's possession, the neighboring lords who assisted with the subjugation are rewarded a portion of the land. The rest is then granted to a new aristocrat who is obedient to the central government. This system of influence is what gave the Barcos intangible strength through their connection with the central government. But I can't believe it was to that extent. Yes, that is also how they were able to take such a large loan out from the gold bank. Nay. We have assumed the Barcos took the loan out with a credit guarantee without any particular collateral. Bayon jury the money they acquired was used for the Berga Mercenary Company. Azurascans.com. The Berga Mercenary Company is composed of around 100 mercenaries with the A-rank mercenary Berga at its core, and is a group that primarily takes a commission fee from taking part in battles between territories. And considering that Barco has been conscripting their people recently, they're expected to attack Lawrence within half a month. So Barco has finished their preparations. A war. Lawrence probably doesn't stand a chance, does it? Even if it comes to defending a siege, they'll only last a month at most. I told Anthony Barco that I wouldn't interfere with matters regarding Lawrence. But for Roman Dimitri to keep living on, I cannot leave the Barcos be now that they've threatened me. No matter how much Barco increases their forces, they are no match for Dimitri. It is but a simple task to execute them if I borrow this family's strength, but that would be meaningless. Separate from the fact that the Dimitris are of common origin, Azurascans.com the nobles of the northeast do not consider Roman Dimitri as a threat. What I need right now is an opportunity to rise to a Hans, 000 I must meet father. Now. It's time to cash in on what I was promised last time. Oh. My. Hugh. Dimitri hasn't changed a single bit. B-rank mercenary Lucas. Man, look at the state they're in. Araskins.com. Was the battle this time really that hard, Lucas? Don't get me started. I almost died because of reckless bastards with shit for brains. Hm. The quality of your gear isn't so great. Where'd you buy it? I tried this one store out for the first time. I almost lost my life because of it. Sigh. Dimitri's ironwork and equipment production is the best of the best. You made a foolish mistake. That's why I'm here now. I'll be in your care. I'll make you a full set, so it'll take some time. It doesn't matter. I'm gonna be recuperating in Dimitri for the time being. I'm sick and tired of the battlefield. Hm. What are they gathering over there for? Did a war break out or something? I wasn't going to take on any work, but... Hm. I can't help but be curious. Excuse me, coming through. A recruitment notice. azurescans.com. Recruiting private soldiers. Prerequisites must be healthy, and desire to become stronger. Bree number of recruits 30 wage 8 silver per month. The monthly cost of living for a 4-person family is about 5 silvers on average, So it's not bad even after considering the risks. If it wasn't for this condition. Special condition. You will belong only to Roman Dmitri, not the Dmitri family. Keep this fact in mind, and apply only if you are willing to lay down your life for Roman Dmitri. Don't even think about applying. Hundreds would have already applied. I won't. I may look like this, but I'm a B-rank mercenary. I need at least 50 silvers a month to even consider pledging my loyalty to a noble. Wait. Not only did he destroy the blood fang, he treats people with true care. What? We didn't believe it at first either. But I started to have second thoughts after hearing what Clark said. Who's Clark? After Clark's son became Roman subordinate, his family's life of poverty completely changed. Let's see. What was his son's name again? Kevin, was it? azurescans.com. What? A leave. Yes, take a 3-day leave starting tomorrow. Rest is also an extension of training. Since you've worked hard, enjoy your time with your family. 000. Yes, my lord. A leave, huh? It feels a bit weird. Back then, I couldn't survive without working every single day. It's been so long since I've seen my family after coming to the castle. I wonder how they're doing. Oh, Sir Hans. 000 Kevin. L. You would go meet your family in that state after being gone for so long. Lord Roman prepared some clean clothes for you to wear, so change into these. 000. And don't you need money to buy your family gifts? You'll receive 30 silvers a month from now on. So go have a good time with that, whether it be for gifts or luxury. azurescans.com. I can't believe there are clothes this soft. I feel good just from wearing them. I bought tons of bread for my family too. Freshly baked bread smells ing. I'm sure Mary will be overjoyed. She said it was her lifelong wish to eat whipped cream on freshly baked bread. 000. Every single day. She would always complain about it. Why do we have to eat hard bread every day? Even so, I couldn't buy freshly baked bread for her even once. Freshly baked bread costs twice as much as dried ones. M. And. Clark. No matter what. I'll grow stronger under the young master's guidance, and never let my family experience such a thing again. Huh. What in the world? www. I thought it was weird that I was told to head to the outskirts of the castle instead of the slums, but... Brother. Son. L. Of oh my god. How long has it been? Wow, it's brother, it's really him. Have you been well? Mother. Father. This house. azurescans.com. Sir Hans came to us and granted us a house to live in and land to cultivate, saying it was Lord Roman's will. Not only that, people from the castle gave us all kinds of help with settling in. We felt truly alive for the last few days. In the slums. Oh, I see. Lord Roman. Thank you so much. F. Father. Son. Your cheek. Z. Did Lord Roman beat you? What? No, that's not it. This is. You can tell us the truth. If you're receiving that kind of treatment, we're ready to. Lord Roman is absolutely not that kind of person. HM. Then what happened to your face? Hugh. Mother, father, the truth is. Are you seriously asking us to believe that? Come on, 75. That's true. How else would you explain my new house and land? azurescans.com. You can never trust rumors. From what Kevin told me, he slapped the hell out of a knight of Barco just to protect his knight. What sort of noble would go that far just for his own subordinate? I can't believe it. That moron of a master did that. You saw how Clark and his family live now, haven't you? I heard Lord Roman gave all that to them because their son Kevin became his subordinate. Oh my. I heard he had granted a house, land, and even slapped a knight of Barco, all for Kevin. Someone close to Clark heard it directly from him. It feels like it was just yesterday when I felt bad for their son whenever I saw him. But I saw him making a huge fuss in a store before. Are you sure you didn't just see a lookalike? I heard he cares for his people extremely well. 000. I wanna be like Kevin, too. If only I can gain Lord Roman's trust. Just like Clark's family. A new life. Lava Antilles azurescans.com. Roman Dmitri treats his people with care. If you can gain his trust, you can live a life completely different from before. That's why so many people are applying for this private soldier recruitment. What in the world is going on? Subjugating the blood Fong and also that incident at the social party. Roman did all that. The Roman Dmitri that I know would not do such a thing. I even saw him making a fuss in a casino after he lost all his money 2 years ago. What in the world happened in those 2 years? HM. How interesting. azurescans.com. I want to confirm it for myself now. The trial preparations are going smoothly. We will only provide the minimum number of soldiers for regulating entry, and Lord Roman will be in charge of the overall process. Has that much time passed already? This is your last chance to take it back. Are you really okay with this? Developing private soldiers purely for an individual is too dangerous. TE-Boo00. How about you at least ask him for what purpose? Jonathan. When I heard that Roman would be participating in Barco's social party, I thought he was going to collaborate with the Barcos to drive out my second-born from the line of succession. But Roman, in front of all those nobles, slapped a knight of Barco, even against Anthony's dissuasion. Even when Anthony could possibly join forces with my second-born. To deal fatal damage to his right of succession as revenge. azurescans.com. Roman, who was judged to be a moron for over a decade, has started to live life in his own way ever since the Blood Fong incident. As a father, I merely wish to cheer him on. I understand. And so, how many people have applied? 50, 100. Considering his reputation, anything above 50 would be a relief. It's estimated to be over 500 people. 65. What? My liege. Preparations for the trial have been completed. Ka. Dmitri Darkbeer is as great as always. But I can't believe so many people gathered a day before the trial. There are far more applicants than I had anticipated. Not only that. The 3 noisy guys sitting at the corner table. And those 3 drinking at the bar table. Fu and so. .azurescans.com. They don't look like mercenaries, but they're clearly battle experts. There are countless inns in Dmitri besides this place. considering there are around 5 to 6 decent people in this small space. The level of the applicants is much higher than I expected. But why? If they're already battle experienced enough, there should be much better work than this. I'm sure it's not just out of curiosity like me. Roman Dmitri, covered in blood, azurascans.com was dragging the leader of Blood Fang by his hair. Can you imagine it? A young master of a noble family. To punish the Blood Fang that laid their hands on his people, and traveled to another territory to smash the head of their leader open. I can't get that scene out of my head. Oh. But I saw and felt it directly. Roman Dmitri is not a weakling as the rumor said. He is a true leader who can fight for his people. And this private soldier recruitment is the chance of a lifetime to become his subordinate. 77 I'm going to pass the trial, gain a right of permanent residence in Dmitri, and live as Roman Dmitri's subordinate. Roman Dmitri is worth laying down my life for, I see. This huge commotion azurascans.com may not just be a coincidence. Day of the trial Dmitri Drill Hall 830:30. Gahahahahaha. Let's go have a drink once the trial is over. 0000. Then are the drinks on the one who fails? Did something like that really happen? If everything that I heard is true, then what choice should I make? Everyone here is probably thinking the same thing as me. People who doubtfully applied after hearing the rumors. The moment of choice will be when we see the true Roman. What? It became quiet all of azurascans.com. No one was given the command, but everyone unconsciously bowed their heads and made way for him. The rumors were true. Raise your heads. As it was revealed in the notice, azurascans.com I will select 30 soldiers who will fight for me today. But before we get started, I have something to tell you all. Is Roman Dmitri have no plans to live my days cooped up in a remote territory. I will constantly be in battle for a higher position than I have in that moment, and a battle with your life on the line cannot be avoided in that process. That's why, anyone who was planning on following me without a firm resolve, turn back now. What you should think about as your head flies off in the battlefield is not resentment toward me who sent you there, but only regret that you weren't able to witness me standing tall as the most powerful on the continent, by my side. What in the world is he talking about? Forget the most powerful on the continent, he's someone whose position in his own family is at stake. There should be a limit to your arrogance. But for some reason, it feels like he could actually pull it off. Now then, I will give you instructions for your first trial. The trial is simple. azurascans.com When an applicant stands on the designated location, this archer here will fire 3 arrows at you. The arrow may just barely graze you, be lodged in the plate behind you, or even strike you directly and deal a fatal injury. Only those who do not move an inch while the 3 arrows are fired will pass the first trial. The trial will proceed in the order of names called. Dirk. Move to the designated spot. Next up is Morrison, stand by next to him. He said all that, but would they seriously aim at them? 000 Logically speaking, who in the world would drive a private soldier applicant to his death in a trial? I'm sure that Archer is extremely skilled. azurascans.com and would never make a mistake. Yes, this is a psychological battle. You just have to hold out, believing nothing will happen. I'm sure the arrow will miss. Ga medic. Bring something to carry him on right away. And yes, sir. KGGH. He was seriously telling us to prepare to be struck by an arrow. This is insane. I can't believe it. Next, he'd have died instantly if it was his head. Shit, shit, shit. This is completely insane. I only applied to get a chance to become a knight. It's exactly as the liege said. I will take it that the second in line has given up. D for those of you who are afraid of being struck by an arrow, give up now. 000. If there are cowards in this drill hall, get the fuck out this instant. Mom XXXX. You won't be badly hurt since there will be medics standing by, but that doesn't change the fact that you will be struck with an arrow. Will you still do it? Yes. H77ASUPAskins.com. Yes, young master. If there's nothing else, you may leave. Why are you going so far? My liege. I can't find the people that I'm looking for with threats alone. I have to show them that they'll be putting their lives on the line. Even if the chance of being struck by an arrow is 100 to 1, most of the applicants will be struck by fear from that one chance. Then what condition must they fulfill to become your subordinate? What I want is someone with a strong mentality. In other words, one born with the heart of a beast. The heart of a beast. Yes. Those born with the heart of a beast will become stronger quickly, even if they start from the bottom. And, only those of that caliber can walk alongside me. What kind of insane trial is this? AzureAscans.com. Are you going to take responsibility for my life if I die? It's not like he's a noble from the central government. I don't want to risk my life for Roman Dmitri. Me too. I'm giving up. 000. Around 100 people left. Young master. Yan. The heart of a beast. 2. That is an innate talent. Just like Kevin, who swung down on his wrist on my order without hesitation. Or Chris, who asked for a way to become stronger from the one who gave him a humiliating defeat. ZNZN. Those kinds of people can be said to be born with the heart of a beast. Those who do not know matter how strong they are cannot emerge victorious against those who were built different from birth. I must screen for those kinds of people with this trial. AzureAscans.com. Resume the trial. That guy was at the inn. 0.00B, so he didn't give up. I guess he was telling the truth that time. 0000. He's shaking way too much though. Huff. Huff. This is my chance to pledge my loyalty to Lord Roman. I can't just give up without doing anything. Ha. AzureAscans.com. And no, should I just give up? I still have time. Henderson, you pass. Huff. Just a second later and he might have given up. I guess he was lucky. With that, the first trial proceeded without a hitch. Excluding the ones who gave up, there were approximately 400 applicants. First trial successful applicants. I've assessed those who could prove useful through the first trial. AzureAscans.com. There were those who passed while trembling, as well as those who passed without a care. The two do not differ much from my standards. They both possess the courage to suppress their fears. I must discern the gems from the pebbles who have gathered for certain circumstances or ulterior motives. I must distinguish the ones who will look upon me with awe instead of fear. You all have passed the first trial. This trial proved your worth as warriors, but in the end I will only accept 30 people. Therefore, I will test you all once again through a second trial. If you pass this trial and become my subordinate, you will be able to live the life of a predator. The life of a predator. 000. The rules are simple. Now, let us proceed with the second trial in order. As you can see, various kinds of wooden swords have been prepared for you. The type or number does not matter. Azuraska, and then, choose the swords you'd like. Prove your worth through a duel with me. P.O. He intends to duel with all 120 of us by himself. You do not have to win. For those who can last even 1 minute against me, they will pass and receive even better conditions than the one listed in the notice. I will go first. It's Vulcan. What is your name? It's no problem. Are you fine with that wooden sword? Roman Dimitri's confidence is overblown. Azuraskans.com is the rumor that he subjugated Blood Fong True. But even so, it's impossible for him to defeat me in under a minute. Then, get ready. I'll pass if I last a minute, but screw that. Even if he's someone who I'll be serving from now on, I'll take this chance. Begin. To etch into his mind what kind of man I am. KGH. What? Azuraskans.com. Next. He's in a different league. He evaded with such an insanely swift and light movement. I can't believe such movements are even possible. This trial will be incomparably more difficult than the first. Of the moment Vulcan lost instantly to Roman, people thought one thing. Roman is strong. Azuraskans.com. And time passed, however. They expected that it'd be easier to face him as his stamina ran out. An hour passed since the second trial had begun. 60 duels. Kook. 60 losses. Next. Roman showed absolutely no signs of fatigue. What he had said before the trial. If you pass this trial and become my subordinate, I think I finally understand what he meant by that. You will be able to live the life of a predator. Roman is a predator. A predator that can live however he likes in the world of survival. When I look at him, it feels like his words may become reality. Right now, while Roman is still considered the moron of Dimitri. This moment could be the only chance of a lifetime. To become Roman's subordinate. Azuraskans.com. But how are we supposed to face that monster? If an applicant doesn't come forward, then everyone here fails. Get out there. You first. Sure, I'm coming. I am the 61th applicant. My name is Lucas. I 1966. Monster. Azuraskans.com. Roman Dimitri is a monster. His overwhelming martial skills aside, to think he can inflict such pressure with only the atmosphere. Roman Dimitri. He's completely different from how I remember him. Just as he said, he won't stay rotting away in a remote region like this. He will move on to dominate the entire continent. I'm sure of it. I don't give a damn about 8 silvers. I'll confirm whether what Roman said is true or not for just 1 year. To do that, begin. I must first pass this trial. He charged in without hesitation. No one else besides the first applicant was able to make the first move. Not only that, his attack strategy. Slashing towards his head with the sword, while aiming for his heart with the dagger. He took a step back to evade the dagger, and parried my sword. Then how about this? azurescans.com. Cook. I guess this wasn't enough. An opening is usually bound to be formed as long as you keep rushing without rest, but Roman is like an impregnable fortress. Even so, I can't stop here. It's over for me as soon as I hesitate even for a second. For me to endure for 1 minute. I must keep holding on to the initiative. Lucas was it? Not bad. That's not a good decision on the battlefield, but it's suitable for a duel. He possesses instinctive senses. azurescans.com. However, I don't plan on just letting you hold out for 1 minute. 1 minute. That is a wall. A wall to show them just how amazing the liege is that they'll be following. The purpose of this trial is to etch that into their minds from our first meeting. Azurasan's calm. Let's end this. A B-rank mercenary is the limit of effort. A normal person can surely become a B-rank if they work hard with their lives on the line. But as long as they cannot use mana, they are never permitted entry into the realm of A-rank. A-ranks must possess enough power to overpower anyone. And the fundamental condition for that is to awaken mana. Hence, I reached my limit. No matter how hard I struggle, I cannot escape the realm of B-rank. Even so, I survived. And from that, I realized something. To survive. To win. You must use any means necessary. azurescans.com. He sprayed sand. He only said to last for 1 minute. There were no other rules besides that. Hail. P of B. azurescans.com. His eyes, red from the sand, were staring straight at me. Ha. Ha ha ha. I surrender. Heavenly Demon God Cult. Before the cult begins to teach you martial arts in earnest, the first thing you are taught is how to keep your eyes open. In a situation where you're exchanging blows, a single blink may take your life. Just as there is an order for breathing to circulate internal energy, Z0 blinking is also something that one must take into serious consideration. Hence, we train to keep our eyes open at any time. azurescans.com. Vola. No matter the situation. H. I surrender. azurescans.com. Here's some water. I would have never used the sand if I knew it was gonna turn out like this. I tried to use any means necessary. azurescans.com to last 1 minute and pass the trial, but what a pathetic result. He must be disappointed in me. No, he probably had no expectations of me from the start. Will he be angry? I may be punished. I wonder how I'll be punished. Next. 000. He's not even getting mad. Nor asking why he committed a foul play. I already knew of Lucas's plan. I saw him reach for the pouch as he flung himself backwards to evade. But I went along with it to see him at his best. The hell that Lucas experienced. I don't know how much bloodshed he's seen, but I have no doubt in my mind azurescans.com that the blood I've seen as Beck Junghyuk over flowed enough to create an ocean. That is how the heavenly demon was created. Are there no other applicants? Lucas set the precedent. Now every applicant is using any means necessary to try to last 1 minute. A foul play is not a condition for disqualification, but Kurgi, as soon as they cross that line, he shows no mercy. Breathe in, and breathe out. The mana of nature obtained through this chain of action circulates throughout your body to recover from the fatigue that has accumulated within your body. Adding this ideal management to my body, strengthened by skeletal metamorphosis, maintains my body at its optimal state. There was a time, back when I was conquering the Murim, where I'd been in combat for 3 days and nights straight. Azurescans.com. There's no way my stamina would be drained from such a light sparring as this. All applicants, gather up. The number of people who have passed the second trial is 0. However, that doesn't mean there are no successful applicants. 30 out of the 120 of you here will be selected and informed at a later date. Did the young master see something I couldn't see in him? He was nothing special at all. Aside from them, everyone else is understandable. Lucas passed as well. Yes. Azuresgang, is there a problem? I admit that Lucas is more than talented enough as a B-rank mercenary. However, not only did he commit foul play during the dueling trial, but he decided to surrender without fighting until the end. He gave up the moment he judged that he'd lost. Such a man would only bring us harm on the battlefield. Forget honor, he's a typical mercenary who'd abandon his comrades and do whatever it takes to survive. If I'm to be responsible for these soldiers, I can't accept. That's why I passed him. What do you mean? Azurescast.com. As you said, Lucas may be a coward who knows no honor. But in a situation where no one even thought of committing foul play, he thought of a realistic way to face me and acted on it. These kinds of people actually shine on the battlefield. They constantly look for a way to survive, and find a way out, whatever it takes. Let me ask you this in exchange. How can you be certain that Lucas would betray his comrades just because he committed foul play? Who are hiding in the shadows while waiting for a chance to strike? Yes, certainly. Lucas's decision was realistic. I was too short-sighted this time as well. Please tell me one more thing, my liege. There is something that I don't yet understand. There are still 5 months until you leave for the battlefield, and it's not like nobles are dragged onto the front lines just because they were conscripted. So, why have you gathered soldiers already? Azurescans.com. It should be announced soon. The Barco family's official statement: we've waited for the Lawrences to make the right decision while believing in our promise of the past. However, because they betrayed their honor as nobles and their promise with us, we've decided to raise our swords after much patience. The sins of the Lawrences are clear. They did not pay the debt left by their ancestors, and even had the nerve to declare that they wouldn't give up their land that was set as the collateral. Hence, we will inform the people of the Kingdom of Cairo through this statement. If the Lawrences do not pay their debts or hand over their land that was set as collateral within 1 week, then the Barcos, with the permission of the central government, will declare a territorial war against Lawrence. Azurescans.com. My liege, you're not. That's right. Starting now, we will start preparing to barge into the war between Barco and Lawrence. Lady Flora, we will go our separate ways from now on. And as such, let us mind our own businesses. The Barco family borrowed a large sum of money from the gold bank. Do you understand what that means? It means that war is the only thing left for them to do. The ones desperate for this political marriage aren't us, no matter how society judges Roman Dmitri, but the Lawrences. I want someone who believes and follows things that they saw and experienced directly. Therefore, I'd like for the disengagement to proceed without any changes. You're the one who brought this family to ruin. Gasp. Pant. Panned. AzureScans.com Pant 0. What have I done? Is it because of the disengagement? She's locked herself in her room since returning from Dimitri. I heard the marriage was broken off because of Lady Flora's mistake, right? What could she have possibly done for that moron to reject her first? Besides that, are we going to be alright? I know. I hear we're going to war against Barco. The Lord's mood is. AzureScans.com. I thought I was pretty clever. I had completed an advanced level course in the academy with good grades. From the bright smile that father always showed me, 83. 83, I'd also thought I was a good daughter. But, in reality, I'm nothing without my family. Nothing more than a flower in a greenhouse. Could he really have done it without help from anyone? Since when was he that strong? How could he possibly have taken such action? No, the possibility of such a thing aside, the fact that he had the resolve to do it. Compared to that AzureScans.com. Lady Flora, your meal is ready. Lady Flora. I must go to the library. Father is doing his best to garner help from other families. But I'm sure no one will help us in such a situation. Just like how Roman Dimitri subjugated Blood Fang, AzureScans.com. My lord. The Martel family rejected our proposal. Then I'll contact the Vastra family. The Vastra family also rejected our proposal. 11 Even though we agreed to establish the distribution network that they've always requested of us, they made it clear that they cannot help us on this matter. ATM 514. My lord. No matter how we see it, it'll be difficult to garner help from neighboring regions due to the Barco's oppression. There are rumors that Barco will retaliate against anyone in the northeast who intervenes in this conflict. If the Lawrences do not pay their debts or hand over their land that was set as collateral within 1 week, then the Barcos, with the permission of the central government, will declare a territorial war against Lawrence. Every single one of these bastards. After all they've done to curry favor with us before this conflict, now they're treating us like we don't exist. AzureScans.com. Any contact from the Gold Bank yet? Yes, they said that they'll investigate the land collateral matter, but it seems the investigation won't end within a week. Considering the huge sum they've invested on the Barcos, I believe that they've decided it's more beneficial to side with the Barcos. So, after trying all possible means, we have absolutely no solution. It may be better to just surrender. All help from neighboring regions have been blocked because of the Barcos, and the difference in our troops is as clear as day. Hence, I believe that surrendering and giving them what they want will protect our innocent soldiers, as well as preserve as much land as possible, instead of them taking everything. You have a point. My lord, Lady Flora is requesting to meet with you. AzureScans.com. Flores. I'm busy right now, so. Flores. Father. I have something to tell you. What? What are you talking about? It's exactly as I've said. I'm planning on involving myself in the war between Barco and Lawrence, in the name of Roman Dimitri. AzureScans.com. Yes. Do you understand what that means? You know, and you still say something like that. The war between Barco and Lawrence is a legitimate battle that has received the central government's approval. Now that you've broken off the marriage with Lawrence's daughter, we have no cause to meddle in this matter. If Dimitri intervenes, the nobles of the northeast will sever all connections with us, and in the worst case, the central government may send soldiers to subjugate us. If you're planning on helping Lawrence because of a simple change of heart, don't. For God's sake. After I thought you've matured. Father. How would you like for me to live from now on? What in the world are you talking about out of the blue? I am not trying to meddle in the war because of a simple change of heart. To be honest with you, I was actually threatened by the eldest son of the Barco family, Anthony Barco, recently. He did such a thing, since my marriage with the Lawrences would be a hindrance to their plans. I don't have any evidence to prove what actually happened that day. However, one thing came to mind. People say Dimitri is the true powerhouse of the Northeast, but the Barcos already think of us as under them. And father, you aren't doing anything with all the power and wealth you possess. I'm sure you're satisfied with the current situation. But I, Roman Dimitri, am different. I want power, and I will not stand by and watch as the Dimitri name is tarnished, whether it be by Barco or anyone else. I have plenty of cause. Just like how the Barcos declared war by making a non-existent cause is nothing more than child's play for those with power. A new life. It still feels like I'm rowing through a boundless ocean. But one thing's for certain. My identity as Baek Jonghyuk is unchanging. I must live a life of domination. I will intervene in this war with only the qualifications as Roman Dimitri. So, please watch over me. The path that I will show you is the life that I will live from now on. It seems your origin of birth can't be changed. No matter how great you become. Whatever accomplishments you raise, however rich you become, or even if you become a lord and rule a territory, the fact that I am a commoner does not change. I guess something happened with the other nobles when you went to the capital. Nothing happened. I could just tell from their gazes. The way they looked at me. Those weren't the eyes of a person looking at a noble like themselves. And so. You want to change that? No, I'm fine with my current life. I don't want to go out of my way to earn anything more. But. I hope my sons are different. AzuresCans.com. Different from me, who's fine with ruling over a small remote land. I want them to surpass the limits of their origins. And reach someplace higher. Those aren't the eyes of someone that can be persuaded. Yes. I've dreamt of this moment. This worrisome child of mine has grown this much. AzuresCans.com before I knew it. Do as you like. And tell me if you need my help with anything. You, Roman Dimitri, are my son, and I, Romero Dimitri, am your father. No matter what you do, there is no need to take responsibility alone. So this is the place. AzuresCans.com. Hockley. It looks like it isn't simple bragging when people say the smithies of Dimitri are the largest in all the kingdom of Cairo. Workshops where several blacksmiths can work at once. AzuresCans.com. Because of this, the northeastern nobles of Cairo would never dare become hostile with Dimitri. Would be a critical issue in its own right. 6,000. So, he's here. Go see Master Hendrik. I used to handle all sorts of matters in the smithy as the master, but Hendrik, who used to work alongside me, succeeded me after I was granted peerage. As our family's master, he is in charge of all the ironwork production. If you say that it is my request, then he will provide you with everything that you'll need. Thank you. Well, look who's here. What business do you have all the way here? So, this man is Master Hendrik. I believe my father sent word to you in advance regarding why I'd be coming here. AzuresCans.com. Right, equipment to arm 30 people, was it? I thought you were just here to steal something. Because you ran out of money for entertainment. Just take whatever you want from that corner over there. That much is more than enough to arm 30 soldiers. I am. Are you telling me to take those? Is that your best, Master Hendrik? Best my ass. If you're not satisfied with those, then get the hell out of here. Master Hendrik. It seems the reputation of Dimitri's ironwork being the greatest in Cairo was overblown. To think you'd call this equipment for soldiers. Azurascans.com. I will ask you again. 177 1D. Is this truly your best, Master Hendrik? Dimitri's ironwork prides itself on having the greatest quality in Cairo. But you, who's never even once broken a sweat in front of a sweltering furnace, dare to judge the ironwork of Dimitri. If it weren't for Baron Romero's request, I wouldn't have given you anything. When your younger brother Rodwell spent years doing chores under me to one day succeed the family, you, the eldest son, worthlessly spent your days coveting women on the street. Do you understand what that means? Even compared to those things on the floor, you, Roman Dimitri, are truly irredeemable trash. You're just an eldest son who doesn't know how to do anything. No, you are just trash who can't do anything. Azurascans.com. This scenario again. It's not like I don't understand your rage, Master. However, this sword was hammered with uneven amounts of strength during the forging process to the point that it changes color simply from the sun shining down on it. It must be the product of an inexperienced blacksmith who did a terrible job of hammering the metal. Hence, this cannot be called Dimitri's ironwork. And since you, Master Hendrik, can't deny this fact, did you not choose to insult me instead of calling it trash? What are you saying? Master Hendrik. Just now, one of my soldiers who couldn't slash the enemy with this trash of a sword died. The blunt edge of the sword couldn't cleanly cut through the flesh, and the soldier, who couldn't pull out the sword stuck in his enemy's muscle, lost his head to his enemy with a baffled expression on his face. What do you think of this injustice? He did his best to survive, but he had no choice but to die since his trash of a lord armed him with trash. What the hell are you, Master Hendrik? Why do you think soldiers wear armor? If it can protect the body from an enemy's attack, even once, the heaviness of armor is worth bearing. However, a soldier that wore this chain mail that I gave him was betrayed by the armor that he trusted and died. He trusted that the finely stitched iron pieces would protect him, but an experimental piece of a nameless blacksmith couldn't block the enemy's attack. It bore a hole through the armor. And his organs spewed out from between the chain mail. What the hell are you saying? Do you still not understand what I'm saying? I understand his frustration of the eldest son only coming when he needs it, and starting to judge the ironwork when he wasn't interested in the smithy in the slightest. I understand. Your thoughts, your feelings. That wasn't my intention. Your intentions are unimportant. N. The purpose of weapons and armors are clear, and I requested you with the name of Baron Romero, my father. Azurascans.com. And in response, you tried giving me these pieces of trash. Your actions, Master Hendrik. Can I take them as insubordination toward my father? I am aware that you aren't trying to disobey my father on purpose, and that you simply didn't want to give me anything good. However, the problem is that the action itself corresponds to insubordination. This is not simply a personal request. It is the order of this land's lord to make good weapons and armors for me. I came out because of all the noise, but what's going on here? You bastard, what the hell are you doing to Master Hendrik? I don't know what's going on here, but I can't watch the moron of Dimitri defying the master any longer. That son of a bitch is even holding a sword. Bastard, what are you trying to do to Master Hendrik? Restrain him. Stop. Master. I told you to stop. I'm sorry. Azurascans.com. I am entirely at fault in this matter. Hendrik, you son of a bitch. How dare you laze around when you can't even do what you're told properly? Dio I not tell you that it's too early for you to make your own sword? Throw that trash away this instant, and you'd better not even think about coming back to the smithy if you intend to do something like this again. Damn it. Arg, that damn muscle pig. S. He doesn't teach me anything, even though he's the smithy's master. Not only does he only make me do chores day in and day out, he punches me for the smallest of things. Azurascans.com. When the hell am I gonna become a blacksmith at this rate? Do you think we're a charity or something? I'm well aware that this is nowhere near enough to purchase a decent sword. But this is all I have, and I promise I'll pay you back in folds if you sell me a sword. For someone like me who has nothing but a healthy body, I need a weapon to make a living. If all you're gonna do is window shop, then go somewhere else. Please, I'm begging you. I have a family that I must support. Did you not hear me telling you to screw off? Hey. What? Why, you'll give me this sword for free. azurascans.com. I heard your circumstances in the workshop. If you need a sword, please take this, at least. Thank you so much. Please, take this bit of silver. No, I told you I don't need any money. It was going to be thrown out, anyway. I'm thankful, as long as the sword that I made is of help to someone in this way. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. 00. Ugh. azurascans.com. Blake. BB. I heard that he died during a mission escorting a merchantry. TSK, poor man. If only his sword didn't break while fighting the bandits. Everyone else is fine, aren't they? This is why you need a good weapon. What will happen to his wife and child now? It was no different. Then killing him myself. On that day, I swore that I wouldn't let something like that repeat itself. azurascans.com. Hendrik, what the hell have you done? I can't believe I tried to repeat that day's tragedy, just because I don't like him. How pathetic can I be? I will pay the price for my actions. Master. If you're willing to repent for your mistakes to this extent, then I won't take this any further. Let's get back to business. I am well aware that you are a great blacksmith, Master Hendrik. Therefore, I've decided to entrust making the equipment to arm my 30 soldiers to you. As I've said before, I don't believe that you intended to disobey my father on purpose. It likely stemmed from your animosity toward me. I perfectly understand your feelings. So I'd like for us to bury both of our mistakes in the mud. azurascans.com. All I want are swords and armors that will protect the lives of my soldiers. After doing all that to punish me, you're eloquently giving me a way out. I did hear the rumors, but... Truly. No, How can someone change to such an extent? I see, he's not the same Roman as before. Hugh. I'll say it once more, I am truly sorry for this matter. I swear that something like this will not happen again. And as a form of apology, the weapons and armor for your soldiers will be made to match the highest quality ironwork that we in Dimitri pride ourselves in. Yes, sir. All of you return to your stations. We will begin immediately. Hosakov. I stole Master Hendrik's sword. Do you not remember? No wonder, since you were drunk out of your mind back then. What are you talking about? azurascans.com. Roman Dimitri. I haven't completely forgiven you for that matter. I accepted your request because I was the one in the wrong, but I still cannot accept the eldest son of the Dimitri family being completely negligent in matters of the smithy. Keep this in mind, Dimitri's foundation itself lies in the smithy. If a day ever comes and you make a piece of trash of a sword with your own hands, I may see you in a different light. Then I guess it won't take long. I will take my leave. I will come again when they're completed. azurascans.com. It's been a while. The workshop in which I trained in isolation. It's been cleanly organized as I ordered. All the tools are here. Now. Let's begin. When I was in the Murim, I was 18 when I decided to forge my own sword. Back when the successor of the demon cult was not decided, discord between us brothers was frequent, and I had to sleep with my eyes open from the constant assassination attempts. My 11th brother, Baek Chong-hyun, ambushed me while aiming for my life. It was a very close battle, but my treasured sword was broken, unable to withstand Baek Chang-hyun's attacks. As I mangled my brother's face with the broken sword, and escaped from the brink of death, I thought to myself, I need a sword that will never break in battle, and fully brings out my current physical capabilities. I need a sword made just for me. After that day, unlike my brothers, I visited blacksmiths and learned how to forge swords from them. Alokatofazurascans.com, and always before a decisive battle, I forged a sword perfect for my current self. And after hundreds of thousands of battles, my sword continued to change as time went by. And the 39th sword that I made came to be known as the Heavenly Demon Sword, a treasure that couldn't dare be priced. And now, to prepare for the coming war, it is time to make a sword just for my new self. Repeating the exact same action, while using a set rhythm and strength. The moment you're fully absorbed into a single objective. Azurascans.com. Trance. What am I living for? I had to survive in a world of survival of the fittest because I had the heavenly demon as my father, and eventually came to be called the strongest after overcoming various hardships that had befallen upon me. I never thought of it as a bad thing. I feel that same way now. I just stayed true to my reality. However, the state that I am in now is not high enough to oppose every single variable. Hence, I must train to be more firm. Roman's world and the powerful forces within it, Azurascans.com. I haven't become fully aware of any of them. Defeat will not be tolerated. Godly Inferno Art. A martial art used by the one who was once called the Flame Demon, which uses the power of blazing heat to quickly accumulate mana. It's the optimal technique for my current worthless self. My lungs and other internal organs will be damaged if used too frequently. Asupscams.com. But right now, I desire a power that can face all variables. We are currently backed into a corner. Help has been restricted from around us, and the difference in our military strength is clear. There have been discussions about surrendering to preserve at least a little of our family's land. But I believe that is the one thing that we should not do, no matter the cost. Azurascans.com. Rather than losing the lives of innocent soldiers by fighting a losing war, surrendering may be the best choice for everyone. Barco used their connection in the central government to obtain a loan from the Gold Bank. 00. If that's the case, then that loan was likely processed as an unsecured loan. How? Unsecured. A loan without any collateral must have a very high interest rate. Azurascans.com. This war isn't something that only Barco would benefit from. While Barco borrowed money, the Gold Bank was the one that lent the money. To obtain rewards that both of them will benefit from. They'll tear this land apart once they occupy Lawrence. Then what are we supposed to do? There is only one way. Desperate resistance. That is the only way for us to survive. A resistance. I had some expectations for Flora's statements. I thought Flora, who has the discernment to see through situations, would tell us an extraordinary countermeasure. But it was only at the level of common sense. Is closing the castle gate shut the best way for us to survive that you speak of? I'm not saying just to hold out. Give up on all produce of the year and set fire to the fields. We'll also stock up on as much food as possible and endure until winter comes. We just have to hold out until winter. Yes. Although Barco was able to borrow a large sum of money thanks to their connection to the central government, that's all there is to it. The interest will keep rising as time goes by. The massive power with influence that spreads throughout the entire continent, the gold bank. If the war is not over quickly and continues at length, they will start to pressure the Barco family using the interest. The gold bank is not a power that can be pressured simply because they have a connection in the central government. Mercenaries move with money, and that money originates from the gold bank. When winter comes and siege warfare becomes disadvantageous, they will inevitably desiccate themselves. I can't believe there was a way like that. It's plausible. She's right. This is a battle of time. I think so as well. Because of that incident with Dmitri, I thought that I had raised my daughter to be too immature. But, that wasn't the case. When did my daughter grow up this much? Flora is right. Starting now, we will prepare for our desperate resistance. We will keep enduring and enduring. And keep the lineage of the Lawrence family alive. Even if the castle walls collapse and we perish, we'll keep enduring and fighting to the bitter end. Whatever it is, a person's first is special. My first sword. This sword is perfectly fit for my current self. Your name shall be borrowed from this world. Salamander. As the proxy of Viscount Barco, I will give you all a choice. The first is to come out through the castle gate and surrender. Surrendering is the only way your lives will be spared. The second is to have an all-out war against us. We would have a fair and square battle on the open field, with a judge from the central government watching over us. You may also choose a battle between two warriors. The method of battle can be any that you like. We intend to follow your decision. We do not believe Barco's cause in this proclamation of war is justified. The document that claims our ancestors' debt is fabricated. I have no intention to sacrifice the lives of Lawrence's people either. And so send word back to Viscount Barco, that Lawrence will not, under any circumstances, abandon their pride as a member of a noble family, and will carry out a desperate resistance within the castle walls. From now on, the Barco family will respect your wishes, and will claim the price of blood that will be spilled in this siege warfare. The war has already begun. Fire. Forward. Do not retreat. Damn it. Those insolent sons of bitches. The Barcos prepared 3 times as many soldiers as the Lawrences. However, I expected the battle to be decided within an hour, but the flow of battle. Just what in the world happened in that 1 week? I can't believe Lawrence chose a desperate resistance. From our calculations, they should have surrendered to protect as much land as possible, however little it may be. But, in actuality, they risked being wiped out and locked the castle gate. Just where did it go wrong? What should we do, my lord? What else? Prepare to use that. Understood. Viscount Lawrence is not that strong-willed of a person. He sold his precious child over to the Dmitri family, unable to handle the pressure from Barco. He's the kind of man who shrinks like a coward in times of crisis. Hurry up, move it. Yes, sir. We don't know when Barco will come to attack us again. Stay focused and ready the weapons. Flora, you were right. Barco must have been flustered and pulled back his forces. How did you think of such a thing? I realized that I myself had to become stronger. Instead of waiting for the problems to be solved. That is the path that I wish to walk in life from now on. Flora. I'm sorry for forcing you into a marriage with the Dimitris. I thought that was the only way for our family to survive at that time. But from now on, whatever situation we're in, I believe you will make the right call. Father. The castle wall was destroyed. Could it be? Flare. That's insane. The Barcos have prepared flare. What? No way. Flare, a catapult that launches a massive explosion magic at castle walls. A magic weapon. Each shot costs dozens of gold, and because it is a strategic weapon, it cannot be used without the central government's permission, regardless of how much money one possesses. The money they borrowed aside, I can't believe the Barcos have the connections and wealth to rent flare. There are only two ways to block flare. Counter it with a magic weapon of the same rank or come out of the castle walls to destroy it. Both options are impossible. We can't just give up like this. My lady. We've just received a magic call. A magic call. Roman Dimitri told me to send you this message. I have a way to help, so accept my call. What? Roman Dimitri. How exactly are you planning? To save Lawrence from danger. Let me be frank with you. I intend to take revenge against the Barco family due to personal matters. It's something that I've already decided on, and all that's left is the timing for my vengeance. If the Lawrence family goes along with my plan, then I will fast forward that timing and destroy the Barco family for you. And what part do we have to play in that plan of yours? It's simple. If the Lawrence family will set the stage for us by first making a sacrifice, then I will help you with all my strength in the name of Roman Dimitri. Sacrifice. He must have proposed this knowing of our situation. We have no other choice. Even if he shamelessly tells me to make a sacrifice. I promise you this. As long as I can protect my family, I will do anything. All you need to say is that although nothing happened between you two, you had no choice but to break off the marriage with the Dimitris because you were molested. Your value within the aristocratic world will be reduced to nothing, and your beautiful title as the Flower of Lawrence will be shattered. However, you can obtain a crucial cause that will solve the danger in Lawrence. That is the cause I need to meddle in this war. If the time of molestation is before the disengagement, then that would make you one of my people. I never forgive those who lay a hand on my people. My people. The wall has collapsed. Prepare the railings. I'll fulfill whatever condition you place. So please wipe out every single one of those Barco bastards. The enemies are pushing forward. Do not let them approach the walls. We must defend the walls. Keep holding on. My lord, watch out. Flora. Father. We must open the castle gate and face Barco head-on. What are you talking about? Open the gate. Roman Dimitri has promised that he will aid us. If we divert their gaze by leaving through the gate, then Roman Dimitri will lead his forces to destroy Flare. Roman Dimitri. But why? I have no time to explain in detail. What I know for certain is that Roman Dmitri is a man who keeps his word. Are we going to attack them right away? No, we won't. Lawrence may fall if we delay any more than this. Flare is a powerful weapon that can destroy castle walls. If you truly intend on getting in the way of Barco's plans by assisting Lawrence, we must attack their rear right away. And why should I do that? Pardon. Whether Lawrence falls or not is of no importance to me. Chris. Rather than the death of hundreds of people that I don't know, making sure not even one of my people sheds blood is more important to me. Lawrence will lose many people from this. That is partly because they followed an incapable lord. And unlike them, I don't intend to force anyone who has sworn allegiance to me to become a pointless sacrifice. Yes. I understand. Open the gate. Punish those heinous villains from Barco. Charge. Kaaf. Save me. We're all done for. Keep holding on until the end. Don't retreat. If we can't even serve as proper bait, he won't appear. What's that? The time for my soldiers to risk their lives has come earlier than planned. Uncertainty. And anxiety. The reality that they themselves must face. If you survive as my soldier, then I will promise you the life of a predator. But in the end, it will be your own strength and willpower that decides your survival. In this operation, our main priority will be to attack Barco's rear and destroy their siege weapon. Lawrence likely will not be able to act as proper bait. I do not expect much from you in this operation. I will take the vanguard myself. I will massacre the enemies at the front of our forces and open a path. So all you must do is follow me and sweep the remnants. However, keep this in mind. Our main priority is to destroy the siege weapon. Do they seriously believe they can take us on with such few soldiers? TSK. Of the demon cult. The heavenly demon is invincible. And facing him head-on is but an act of suicide. People wondered, why does he appoint himself to the most dangerous role even after becoming the heavenly demon? Then, and now, the reason was always the same. Because the strongest person must completely destroy the enemy's morale. If you won't come to me, then I will come to you. Attack. Follow the liege. I must. A little more. Just a little closer to my liege's side. We have to stop that monster. That thing is our operations target. What the? That man is Roman Dmitri. Berga, mercenary Captain Berga. There is an immense reward on the line for this mission. Since the fate of the Berga mercenary company is on the line, I will take care of him myself. Berga. An A-rank mercenary acknowledged by the kingdom. Unlike B-rank mercenaries, one can only attain A-rank by knowing how to utilize aura. Berga is a 2-star aura knight. He didn't even budge. This can't be. He's far too strong. 5 seconds. That was the duration that the A-rank mercenary could endure against Roman. The captain. Kill him. Kill that son of a bitch. It's too dangerous, my lord. We must take you to a safe place. Flare. A product of magic that doesn't exist in the Murim. With false imperfect white ys yam maguea san. Heavenly demon god art. Heavenly demon sword technique first form. Hear me, Lawrence. I, Roman Dmitri, have destroyed Barco's siege weapon. He really did it. With the destruction of Flare. Barco, who lost their key weapon, had no choice but to retreat. Just you wait. In this battle, Chris had used aura in a different way from before. He did his best to condense his aura as much as he could like Roman had done. As a result, his mana consumption was not high, even during this fierce battle. He was ridiculed by those around him for following Roman. To prevent being isolated, had chased after the leech while gritting their teeth. They'd obviously be exhausted. And even so, not a single one of the 30 soldiers fell behind, and none of them received any serious injuries either. This is the reason why the Liege chose them. Huff. There is only one reason why we were able to stay safe. A monster that defies logic. You all did well to stay alive. It is thanks to Roman Dmitri. Our role is over. Hero of Lawrence. Roman. Thank you so much. Lawrence will never forget what Roman Dmitri has done for us. Roman. 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 What a shame. I saw that he was out of the ordinary from the moment that we met, but to think he'd destroy Flare himself. Overwhelming talent. Dmitri has given birth to a tiger. If things hadn't gone wrong, then that tiger would have been my son-in-law. It's unfortunate, but it's in the past now. Oh, hero from Dmitri. I'm glad to see you again. We weren't able to properly act our role as bait. But you still helped Lawrence without averting your eyes from our crisis to the end. So I wish to thank you for that from the bottom of my heart. I only did my part as promised. Lawrence did as much as I expected them to. I see. But I still want to repay this favor, no matter what. You may think that you don't need any words of gratitude, but as someone that represents Lawrence, no matter what. So if there's anything that you want, please speak your mind during the conference. I will take your side to make sure you receive it, no matter what. If your desire to return the favor doesn't waver, then I won't go out of my way to refuse it. Let's head inside the conference room. Go ahead. Thank you. Barco is currently under financial pressure. To pay back the huge amount they borrowed, they have no choice but to conquer Lawrence, and that does not change, even if Flare was destroyed. I dare to predict that what we will receive in return is the messenger's head. Ahem. The soldiers are still carrying corpses outside. Did you feel not as you bore witness to that scene? Barco must not be forgiven. We must show everyone in this world How we will take revenge against the brutes who dared to lay their hands on Lawrence. It's not as if we aren't aware, but what can we do when we're so lacking in strength? There is just one way. Herbivores have no choice but to become a savage beast's prey. Arg. Roman Dmitri. What sort of cause does he possibly have to meddle in this matter? To turn this disadvantageous situation around, there's nothing left but single combat. You must hold single combat. Single combat. 1. It is a duel between representatives of two families to decide a winner, and up to 3 swordsmen may participate. 2. It is a sacred ritual blessed by Valhalla in which both families must adhere to the result. 3. The authority of the hosting individual is very important, and the central government will send a judge once both parties come to an agreement. The combat will proceed as the judge commands. Warrior battle. Warrior battles have long since deteriorated into a battle of connections and wealth. The opponent is Barco. They have a connection in the central government, and with the immense sum that they've borrowed from the Golden Bank. It's impossible to know what master they'll invite to take part in the battle. I understand what you mean. Therefore, I will provide you with a sense of certainty starting now. Certainty. If you are certain of victory, then there's nothing better than a warrior battle. Barco has a 3-star knight. He will most likely be the first up. I will represent Lawrence and be the first warrior. Whether my opponent is of Barco, knight, or an external master, I am confident that I will be able to supply you with one win. However, no matter how skilled of a warrior you possess, it doesn't mean anything if you win once and then lose twice. So the third battle will be wrapped up by my subordinate, Chris. He is a 2-star, but shows signs of genius that will allow him to emerge victorious even against a 3-star. Don't you think this is well in our favor? If you emerge victorious in the warrior battle, then you can regain the reputation of Lawrence that fell to rock bottom. Please make your decision. If there's anything that you want, please speak your mind during the conference. Could it be? This is what he wants. He'll step up as a warrior, so he wants Lawrence to handle any unforeseen variables on our own. He's truly a dangerous man. I am in favor of the warrior battle. The warrior battle was decided on with the agreement of both parties. After the message was sent, it was set up after only a week. My name is Count Erdes. A warrior battle is a sacred event that is blessed by Valhalla. Warrior battle judge Count Erdes. Whatever the result is, both parties must comply with it. And any who infringe on this will be judged with the honor of the Kingdom of Cairo on the line. Now, both parties designate 3 warriors that will represent you and submit an order list. Haha Mahez. It looks like we'll have to change the order. What do you mean? We already decided on it a week ago. That week is the issue. Barco should feel more pressured by the interest as time passes, but it looks like the Barco family had purposefully delayed it. They don't look anxious in the slightest. They must have hired a strong external master. In Ho. So then, how do you want to change it? At first, I was going to go first to secure a win, then second would be a Knight of Lawrence, and Chris would go last to wrap things up. I am Yensun of Barco. Yensun 3-star or a Knight. I am Chris of Lawrence. Chris 2-star or a Knight. The genius of the northeastern region, right? It looks like a talent is going to die for no reason. Jonathan's pupil. Chris. Why did they send out a 2-star knight? Risks must be taken to become stronger. That is the reason why I left the frog's well and decided to follow my liege. Begin. I realized one thing when I first sparred against my liege. No matter how powerful your aura is, it only matters if you hit your opponent. Dodge, and dodge again. I have to aim for a single opportunity. You damn rat. How long are you gonna keep running for? Die. A wide area aura. I can't dodge it. What should I do? Chris, distance yourself from the world's logic. Right. A thoughtless outburst of mana cannot properly display the full force of aura. Just like the strength that my liege showed from a tiny amount of mana. Focus the directional plane into a line. And then the line into a point. Focus the power of aura into a single point. Awesome. Chris. 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 As a 2-star knight, I defeated a 3-star knight. Now, next. A 2-star knight defeated a 3-star knight. Oh my goodness, unbelievable. To think Yen-san lost. I was planning on wrapping this up on the second match, but now the final match has become the most important. I have no need to worry about the second match, it's fine. Since I have a surefire card that I spent a fortune on. HM. Is it my turn already? I am Homeros of Barco. Homeros 4-star Aura Knight. And desired for their strength to be acknowledged. The results of their battles were recorded. The names of the strong were written. And that became the start of ranks. Ranks were only a part of the Valhalla culture. But as the Valhalla Empire spread throughout the continent and their forces grew, the 100 ranks started to be subjectively selected by the Valhalla Temple. To think Barco would send out Homeros as a warrior. There was no one in Cairo who hadn't heard of his name. Because he roamed across the kingdom to revel in battles against the strong. He had begun to be called the Wandering Swordsman. I heard he fought against the Gatekeeper, a 4-star knight that's rank 30. I heard he just recently achieved the 4-star. Man, I guess this match is gonna be thrown. What a shame, after they won the first match. A 4-star Aura Knight. I investigated Barco's moves through an information guild, but all I managed to obtain was superficial information. I'm guessing that he's the trump card that Barco's been hiding then. I'm looking forward to it. Just as my opponent hid their strength, they also have not realized how powerful I am. This is my chance to fight against the strong who I've only read of in books. Are you insane? Surrender. Your opponent is the rank 49, Homeros. He's strong enough to be expected to rise to rank 30 or above. Do you seriously think you can defeat a ranker? Hold on to your life, even if you have to surrender. And pray that we manage to win in the next match. Vola. Those eyes. As if he thinks that he's absolute. I don't like them. There's no reason for you to risk your life in a hopeless battle. I have no desire to explain every little thing to you, so do not bother me. I am Roman Dmitri of Lawrence. If he's skilled enough to destroy Flare, then he's at least a 2-star Aura Knight. I can't believe I have to face a small fry like this when I have to challenge the rank 30 Fernando soon. Let's make this quick. He's so fast. Would you look at him? He's pretty interesting. What method are you using to manifest aura? I was hoping for a decent battle after so long, but he's underestimating me and not going all out. Star aura extreme interesting. I'll face you seriously. Such overwhelming aura pressure. Hold on tight. I can't believe a man like him is rank 49. What a killjoy. There's no point in dragging on this battle any longer. Hey. Block this if you can. The heavenly demon sword technique is formless. Ha. A black wave. To think mana can be utilized like this. Truly, there are no names for the moves. As such, they are only referred to by their respective number. Heavenly Demon Sword Technique. Homeros. While I'm well aware that you're looking forward to your match against Fernando, I beg you to take our position into account just this once. Take part in a warrior battle between two remote families. Think of it as a light warm-up. Makes sense, since I refused every single mission since I earned an A-rank mercenary plaque and was busy roaming the kingdom and battling the strong. I guess I can't refuse. Warehouse what the? The superstar of Cairo, who rose in the ranking before even reaching the 4-star. And was aiming to break the rank 30 barrier, was killed with a single slash. A man who hasn't even reached the peak dares to be so arrogant. Roman standards are not based on this world, but in his past life. The Murim was like a galaxy filled with endless stars of martial masters. Unlike that place where only death awaited the careless. The mindset of the people in this world was inefficient and garbage. Judge, announce the result. The winner of the second match is Roman Dimitri of Lawrence. How could this be? Homeros is dead. Am I hallucinating right now? This is my liege's true strength. Did he already possess this much strength before our first duel? Or could it be, did he achieve drastic growth after our duel? Now that the winner of the warrior battle has been decided, there is no need to go out of the way to waste personnel. So the families are granted the right to change the order list. Both families may send out a new warrior after discussion. It's over. How did Homeros lose? He's a 4-star knight. Unlike the average warriors of the Northeast. He was one of the very few true knights of the kingdom. Could the mercenary guild have sent me a fake Homeros? My lord, we have to send out a warrior. We cannot afford to lose any more of our forces. Send out Benson. My liege, I will face him. In a world of survival of the fittest, the only thing given to a loser is death. Even if he's a null-star knight, he'll still be a difficult opponent for Kevin. He must be trying to prove his usefulness. Off you go then. I will be back soon. How did I get into this mess? I walked down a promising road with no worries thanks to my father being a knight. And became a knight of Barco, an influential family of the Northeast. I did my absolute best for Barco, but the price of my loyalty is to die in a warrior battle. Shit. Is that guy my opponent? Oh. Oh, God, thank you so much. You want to take revenge, little brat. Whether it was voluntary or involuntary. We were both abandoned by our lieges. It's nothing more than good fortune for me, though. I am nothing more than a sword that protects my liege. You arrogant brat. Die. Son of a bitch. The difference in their build is enormous. What was he thinking, sending Kevin out there? Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. That bastard is hurting you. Take revenge immediately. Ever since you cut your own hand off, the demonic spirit art settled itself inside your mind. Drag out the demon. Inside you. Above you. Watch out. Hi. Your head was almost split in two. Let's tear that son of a bitch into pieces. My head is so loud. I want to become a useful sword to my liege. More useful than Chris. Loyalty toward the liege. A vortex of such emotions is raging. Demonic spirit art. Kill him. Is this aura? The warrior battle between Lawrence and Barco. 3 wins out of 3 matches. It was Lawrence's overwhelming victory. And in the center of it all, was Roman Dmitri. Just like a hero's tale passed down from generation to generation, the rumors were mixed with both truths and lies. People from all over the continent started to praise Roman's accomplishments. Did you hear? Oh, about that warrior battle. Barco must be frustrated since they lost to Lawrence after making all that fuss. You know my relatives are all from Lawrence, right? They say that Roman was the savior of Lawrence. He massacred hundreds of Barco's soldiers from the rear in an instant, all on his own. And apparently he even destroyed Flair with a single strike. If Roman hadn't been there, Barco would have already planted their flag in Lawrence's land. The crimson blood of the Cairo Kingdom's rank 49, Homeros, was splattered all over. He put an end to the warrior battle. I'm Roman Dmitri of Lawrence. The sleeping dragon of the Dmitri family has finally ascended into the skies. And is starting to accumulate his own heroic tales one by one. Barco Castle. It's over. It's all over now. The principal and interest reminder from the Golden Bank. And the compensation of manpower for Homeros and shifting of responsibility from the mercenary guild. These goddamn sons of bitches. After how much they sucked up to Lord Barco when we were the true powerhouse of the Northeast. Please. And now they dare to pretend that we don't even exist. Damn it all. If only Roman Dmitri hadn't interfered. Yeah. Ha. Everything is because of Roman Dmitri. Roman Dmitri has done something that must never be done in the aristocracy. This is my last chance to save the Barco family. A few days later. Before we begin, I'd like to express my sincerest gratitude to the true nobles who have decided to visit Barco. I believe the future of the Northeast is still bright thanks to you all. Please get to the point. Haha, I will be frank. Just as Barco attacked Lawrence with a valid cause. Cause is extremely important in the aristocracy. The purpose of this war was to have Lawrence pay the price of their ancestors' decision, and the central government judged that the cause was valid and even sent us a judge. However, Roman Dmitri interfered in this war without a shred of cause. Barco lost flair due to his ambush. And not only that, there was not a single warrior from Lawrence among the warriors who participated in the warrior battle. How does this make any sense? What cause could Roman Dmitri possibly have to help Lawrence? There would be absolutely no problem at all if the two families had decided to be connected through matrimony, but everyone knows that the Dmitri and Lawrence families had broken off their engagement. At this moment, Roman Dmitri is nothing but a stranger to Lawrence, and therefore, possesses no cause whatsoever. His actions have crossed the line. You're right. Roman Dmitri had no cause. I agree. Alright, this much should suffice. As long as I can demand the Dmitri family to take responsibility and receive compensation from them, I can resolve the money problem with the Golden Bank. I see you've all gathered here. I heard you had many complaints about me. In that case. Roman. Why in the world has he come here? Say it straight to my face, Viscount Barco. Are you seriously planning on going to Barco? That's an act of suicide. There's no way Viscount Barco would just leave you be, my liege. How do you think my relationship with Barco will end up? In Barco's perspective, you're their mortal enemy. Hence, I think it'd be best if you avoided each other if possible. No. It may have been different if I never started it, but now that I have, it must be seen through to the end. It's clear that Barco has a grudge against me. Then right now, at their most critical moment. It's the perfect time to pluck the root of revenge. I will go there alone. My liege. I'm quite curious as well. With what cause did Barco open a meeting like this? Barco. One snot-nosed brat from a barony who hasn't even inherited the peerage. Dares to ignore the difference in our status. Very well. Since a man of common origin like yourself doesn't seem to be aware of aristocratic law, I will personally tell you. Interfering in a war without cause is not permitted in the Cairo kingdom. According to aristocratic law, we put forward a cause. After receiving the central government's approval, we progressed through matters and declared a territorial war. Did you think such a procedure was created because nobles are stupid? It is to protect each other's honor. Being unaware of aristocratic law is no excuse. Do you now understand how foolish your actions were? The Dmitri family will suffer massive disgrace because of your actions. They won't be able to avoid the criticism of the northeastern nobles, all for the sin of having an inept son. Have you said your piece? What? Then I believe it's time to tell you of my cause. Lawrence and Dmitri had planned to be connected through matrimony, but now I'm considered nothing more than a disengaged moron. Why do you all think the marriage was broken off? My reputation. My experience with women. None of those rumors are true. When I came to, I was in the same room as Emily Barco, and Anthony Barco used that as an excuse to threaten me to cancel my marriage with Lawrence. It was a thoroughly planned trap to separate Lawrence and Dmitri. A threat. Then the Barco family's claims. Once a weakness is exposed. You expect me to believe that nonsense? Everyone knows how much of a piece of trash you were. The fact that you're trying to cover up the truth disgusts me. I knew you'd say that. Then I will tell you the other reason why I interfered in the war between Barco and Lawrence. Other reason. Anthony Barco had crossed a line. He molested one of my people, my betrothed, Flora Lawrence. From the shock, she ultimately chose to break off our engagement. Will you deny this as well? Feel free to confirm this with Flora Lawrence. Anthony threw me into a trap with a lie. In that case, I'll just do the same. I interfered in the war solely with my own strength not to bring harm to my family, and that was the only form of revenge I could take for her. I will ask you, Viscount Barco, and everyone gathered here, this. Do you truly believe that I had no sufficient cause to interfere in this war? With this, Roman broke Barco's disputes, and secured a cause. There's nothing more I can do. Revealing his lack of a cause is pointless now. I have to stall for time. Let's get out of this situation and search for a new solution. I don't believe your words to be true, but I will confirm the truth at a later time. You may leave for today. Viscount Barco. You have two options. Will you wrap things up by simply having Anthony Barco be punished for this at the level of my personal issue, or will you let this issue grow into a dispute between our two families? If you do not choose right here and now, I will go back to my family and reveal all of this to my father. What? We absolutely must avoid a war against Dmitri. If we go against Dmitri when we're already on the verge of collapse, the Barco family will be exterminated. Ruthless bastard. The issue between you and Anthony is not something that needs our two families to involve ourselves in. I will have my eldest, Anthony, apologize to you on his knees. Are you satisfied with when did I say I wanted Anthony Barco to kneel? What do you mean? In what world does the perpetrator decide the method of punishment? I will be the one to decide how he will be punished. I'm sorry. I won't do it. A judgment duel. Are you planning on leaving my life in someone else's hands? There's no way that son of a bitch will let me live. Please refuse Roman's offer. Get a hold of yourself. You are the eldest son of the Barco family. From the moment you became the successor of the family, your life has become intertwined with the fate of the family. Confront reality. Never forget this humiliation. Prepare yourself to at least lose an arm. Father. Father, please. Roman, as you already know, I liked Flora very much. I must have lost my sanity for a moment when I heard you two were betrothed. I'll apologize for everything I've done to you. I had no ill intentions. Aren't we friends? Roman. No, Master Roman. Please spare my life just this once. If you do, I, Anthony Barco, will swear to repay this debt for the rest of my life. What an eyesore. Mu yan that moron. For the rest of your life, is it? How? Do you even have a way to repay the money you borrowed from the Golden Bank? Not even your high and mighty connection in the central government will be able to clean up after your atrocious acts. The Barco family is finished. What reason do I, who you blatantly disrespected and threw into a trap with your wicked plan, have to forgive you? Wait. Yeah, there's no such reason. Baek Jung-hyuk was once in a brotherly, survival conflict. Not only did he endure against his brother's assassination attempts every single night, he also stabbed them in the heart to end their lives. Jung-hyuk, do you know what your problem is? It's that you know no compromise. Heavenly Demon's 12 sons eldest Baek Hoyol. The moment you perceive someone as an enemy, you always drive them straight toward destruction. You don't allow even the slightest tolerance to your opponents. That critical problem of yours will grab you by the ankle someday. He's truly an amazing man. Not only is he powerful, but he has the tolerance to accept them on his side once he defeats them. I understand what you mean, Hyung Nim. However, completely trampling on anyone who shows me hostility is my way of life. That's how I survived from the bottom of the demon cult, and I will continue to live that way. Anthony Barco's death. It was a result nobody expected. No. Is there a problem? A criminal dying in a judgment duel is a common occurrence. What are you doing? Kill the demon who dared to kill the eldest son of the Barco family. Right this instant. That monster. How? You were planning on doing this from the start. You didn't bring along a single guard as you visited Barco to pretend you were willing to come to a compromise. I could no longer live under the same sky as the Barco family from the moment Anthony Barco threatened me. And this is the result. If there are still others who have yet to let go of the thread-like connection with the Barco family, I will be the one you will have to face. Do you seriously think you'll get away with this? What meaning is there to say something so unnecessary? I will keep a very close eye on how the Barco family will live from now on. And will continue to attack until you completely fall to the ground. I will excuse myself now. Young master. Where are you coming back from in the middle of the night? The moon was bright, so I went for a stroll after such a long time. Everyone's been very worried as of late. I couldn't be happier that you've been acknowledged, but you keep putting yourself in danger with things like wars. I also can't hide my anxiety. Please take caution, always. Hans, didn't I tell you this before? You are one of my people. Yes, young master, I remember. Baek Junghyuk massacred countless enemies of which their blood could form an ocean. There is one rule that allowed him to become the heavenly demon. Protecting those under him. A single person in my fence is more important than hundreds of thousands of enemies to me. Young master. I will also do my best so that the people under me do not fall into danger. While there was uproar over the issue with the Barco family, the Malok family hosted a social gathering. Even the pro-Barco madams who never got off their asses are moving in great numbers. Lady of the Malok family, Helena Malok. From now on, Dmitri will be the central family of the Northeast. It's the perfect chance for the Malok family who were on Dmitri's side from the start. Welcome. I was waiting for you to come. My, you seem to be getting more beautiful by the day. Thank you. Lady of the Dmitri family, Rihanna Dmitri. I prepared a specially made wine just for you, Rihanna. It's an honor to meet you here, Lady Rihanna. Rihanna Dmitri, the wife of Baron Dmitri. Likewise, ma'am. She often interacted with the noble ladies to build the pro-Dmitri force. She possesses a surprising aptitude for politics, something Baron Romero had no inclination for. If Rihanna hadn't set the stage beforehand, the Dmitri family, due to Barco's interference, would have collapsed before they even managed to establish their position in the aristocracy. The reason why we're all here is because I believed it was important for those of us who reside in the same region to understand each other, as well as start getting to know each other better from now on. Of course, not everyone has been striving in the same direction until now. But now that the situation has changed, we need a different pivotal point than before. Hidden meanings. She stealthily hit the nerves of those who had sided with Barco, while also showing generosity by accepting them to her side. Didn't Veronica exchange a proposal of marriage with another family? You're much too greedy, Helena. She's right. Roman's marriage partner needs to be chosen very carefully. Please come visit our estate next time. My daughter was just saying how she had fallen in love with Roman at first sight. My cousin's daughter is smart enough to have come first place in the academy. My daughter is still young, but she will become an absolute beauty in the future. During the past 6 years, Roman had been considered a nuisance in the aristocratic circle. The fact that he was the eldest who would not succeed the family had held him back. but his potential as a 4-star knight. That alone secured a promising future, and if he could even succeed the Dmitri family, there'd be no groom more desirable than him. This was the moment he turned from a nuisance to a man of attention. I'm very glad you all think so highly of my son. However, Roman has already been hurt greatly. Rather than due to the will of two families, I want Roman to find someone who he truly loves. So there's no need to discuss arranging marriages further. In other words, the one who captures his heart first wins. Realistically speaking, Lawrence lost in the battle against Barco. I thought we'd have a chance if we lasted until winter. But the reality that rushed in like a flood had too many variables. But Roman predicted all those variables, boldly dealt with them, and saved Lawrence. How can I become someone like Roman? No. Why am I getting red? He's an egotistical and arrogant man who only cares for his own benefit. I loathe that Roman Dmitri. But how he could become so strong and what kind of person he is. I want to know a little. I'll go get some fresh air. Why? Right. Even if I am curious, we no longer have anything to do with each other now that the marriage has been broken off. I have no method, cause, absolutely no reason to meet Roman again. Sis. HM. It's been a while. Flora. Sylvia. What in the world is she doing here? Collateral relative of the Lawrence family, Sylvia Lawrence. Father. The Lawrence family is hosting a party in Dmitri. Why didn't you tell me? Flora, I've realized many things from this incident. You showed me your judgment skills that distinguished what's right from wrong in a situation where I couldn't do a thing. And thanks to you bringing Roman Dmitri to the battlefield, we were able to win the war. I won't make the same mistake of lowering your value again. I'm ready to support you in anything you may wish. And so, I won't pressure you to do anything for the family anymore. Flora, live only for your dream. Father. That was a very touching speech, but I want to be the one to go to the party. Why did you invite Sylvia to the party? I'm sure you have some other objective in mind considering she came all the way here from the capital. That's just because of my personal greed. Greed. Could it be? He's trying to reconnect the thread between us and Dmitri through Sylvia. If that's the case, then I understand. Since it's a place where we're repaying Roman, I'll go with Sylvia and be her guide. HM. You don't have to go out of your way to do that. I'll make it so that you don't have anything to do with Roman ever aga. I said. I'll guide her. Capital of Cairo, Cairo's Valhalla Temple, Cairo branch. Is this true? A son of a noble of a remote region who's only 25 killed a 4-star Aura knight in a single strike. It's realistically impossible, but if it's not just a false rumor, then a monstrous prodigy has been born. I'll have to confirm it for myself. Evaluating Priest of Valhalla's ranking, Willis. Elegance. A party is scheduled for the evening. Ladies of noble families visited the Dmitri family earlier. This is Dmitri. It's as gloomy as rumors say. A collateral relative of the Lawrence family, Sylvia Lawrence. Wow, this is. It's expected. After all, this is a land of miners. I don't know how to live in a neighborhood like this. In the capital, the common people are also concerned about basic aesthetics. I know that. Dmitri is far from art. Sylvia's father was the younger brother of the Earl of Lawrence. He settled down in the capital as a merchant. Compared to the capital, Lawrence and Dmitri are countrysides. Oh my. Are they miners? Oh, my pretty dress is going to get dirty. This is why Dmitri is a problem. Are you sure? Roman Dmitri. Young master. I can't stop you from going to the mine, can't you take care of yourself while working? Look at this. I cleaned it a bit, but the handkerchief didn't look fresh. That was enough. You're covered with dust every day. I think Hans's heart is going to break. That person. Roman Dmitri. He's more handsome than I thought. His body. Oh. Is great. There is a rumor that says that there is a high probability that the second son will lose the heir position, but which noble family would have their son work as a miner? This is definitely the successor class. Let's all go to Roman Dmitri together. It would be nice to say hello before the party. Shall we? Hello. Mr. Roman Dmitri, am I right? My name is Sylvia from the Lawrence family. Thank you for helping our family this time. I wanted to express my sincere thanks. You are a wonderful person, as the rumor says. Oh, yes. I see. Let's go, Hans. The Lord Huhu. Master, you're still going to the party. Can't you rest a little? I would be with people who are worth it. But they mocked Dimitri's mining job. Even though the Lord didn't give the order, you've been having a hard time buying it for several days already. The root of Dmitri is blacksmiths. Furthermore, it is an iron mine. The iron ore that the miners dug up with blood and sweat. To melt it into the fire of the oven and make it iron. This is the nature of Dmitri. Words cannot coexist with the people of this land. I just want to experience it together and empathize. Young master. When did you grow like this? Lee Hans, no more bad soup for the young master. I'll make it perfect. Again. My experience in the war with Barco, it aroused the blind loyalty of the soldiers. Roman, you know, to the soldiers who followed him in the war, the basic training method of magic, he taught me how to use Surasim and Sora sword method. I can open up my potential as an aura prosecutor. It was a piece of knowledge worth treasuring. And so we can have the basics of force, this is not enough alone. You can analyze everything to the bottom of the opponent's bottom. Chris, now I'll teach you a new sword technique. A new sword technique for me. You were different from the others in the starting line. You've already built your own world. It wasn't easy to accept new knowledge. I think I'm ready to accept a new one now. The name of the sword technique I'll teach you is Siamjin. An island sword that once commanded the Murim. His festival, which was called the Great Master of the World. Young Master Roman Dmitri is now entering. Why did you just leave like that this morning, Lord Roman? We wanted to speak with you at least a little before the party. I just finished the day's work at the time, so. Please understand that I wanted to look at least a little presentable. Oh, I see why now. Of course. I really believe you're just as amazing as the rumors state. I can't believe a successor of a noble household is working directly with the miners. I wonder if I could change as well if I had someone like you as my spouse. Haha, you flatter me too much. My. Hugh. You know you're a great actor. How unexpected. I thought you didn't care much about relationships. Normally, I wouldn't. But why are you doing that mining work? Smithy aside, there's no reason for a successor to be sent to the mines. How do you think Lawrence rose to its current position? Pardon. People think Lawrence rose up due to its fertile soil and abundant produce. But the Lawrence family is one that succeeded through business. They sold their own produce or bartered with them, which brought Lawrence to its current standing. It also explains why Viscount Lawrence's brother became a merchant in the capital. I am sure that spending time in the iron mine will be a great help in understanding and empathizing with them. I believe that is the duty of one who possesses the Dmitri name. I've stayed here for too long. I'll be taking my leave. Oh, all right. I've made my decision. It feels like my mind, which was still astray after the war, had finally become clear and organized. I knew it was a good decision to meet with him. And a few days later, Flora departed from Lawrence to the capital. The flower in the greenhouse. It was the moment the flower of Lawrence left the greenhouse to the outside world at last. That hits the spot. Iron Mine Master Jacob. How was it today? Well. Same as always. This mine has no end to it, no matter how much we mine. We've only developed the entrance of the mountain so far. Even if the Dmitri family spends dozens of more years mining from it, the iron mine still wouldn't be depleted. I guarantee it as one who's been mining my whole life. That aside, there's been lots of rumors that Roman has been working in the mine since half a month ago. Why is it so quiet nowadays? Smithy Master Hendrik. Oh, Roman. Half a month ago I heard Lord Roman is working in the mine starting today. Why? No idea. I'm sure he'll just pretend to work and leave. Lord Dmitri has lost his touch. Veteran miner Morkan. If he was gonna educate his successor, then he should have done it a long time ago. He's only been treating the blacksmiths well, and neglected us miners. The three successors of Dmitri learned how to forge iron in the smithy since they were young. But they haven't once learned how to mine. This is clear evidence that Lord Dmitri is discriminating against us. Isn't that a bit of a leap in logic? What are you talking about? The foundation of Dmitri lies in the iron mine, but the smithies have taken all the glory. I'm sure he was forced to come here and do things he doesn't want to do, but I don't intend to bow down to him in the slightest. Let's show Roman just how difficult mining work is. Young Master Roman will be working with us starting today. Always keep this in mind. In the mine, your first priority is safety, second is safety, and third is safety. Yes, sir. Now, move it. They are completely ignoring me. I won't pay heed to their attitude. The city of mining, Dmitri. How the people of Dmitri live. How much power they possess, and what I can do in this land. For my future plans. I will learn of everything concerning Dmitri. It's not simply because they were well processed in the smithy. Since the iron ores are already of the highest quality, people are bound to acknowledge their value. Other estates suffer significant losses from the distribution process of acquiring iron ores. But since Dmitri can perform all processes within the estate, we retain significant earnings from it. Why else would Dmitri be called one of the wealthiest estates? Because the materials can be supplied and distributed within the estate, and the premium of this being the city of blacksmiths, they can earn more from their ironwork than any other estate. They've lived like this for decades. The amount of wealth Dmitri has accumulated may be greater than I had ever imagined. This is not a place for chit-chat, young master. If you have no desire to work, please do not bother others. Just get out. Veteran miner Morgan. I'm sorry. I'll focus on my work. One week later. I've watched you work this past week, and I've become curious about something. Why are you working here? Not even Rodwell, the second-born and most powerful successor of Dmitri, has ever once come to visit the iron mine. The eldest, Roman, has come here as a pretext of successor training after all this time. I naturally thought he was making light of mining work. That's why I've been keeping a close eye on him, but he worked harder than I expected. And always fulfilled his quota. Rather, he was more zealous in his work than the other workers. According to my friend working as a servant in the castle, the Lord never ordered the young master to work in the iron mine. Did he volunteer to work here then? And a realistic answer. An ideal answer. Which one would you like to hear? Could you tell me both? In that case, let me tell you the ideal answer first. Dmitri is a mining city. Many people of Dmitri work in the iron mine for a living. Rather than statistically understanding the people of Dmitri from a distance, I wanted to experience their daily lives myself. Is there really a need for you to do such a thing? There is. It is required of me to do so. What an ideal answer. It's something that people want to hear from their ruler, and the ideal of nobility that we look up to. The realistic reason is that I am not the master of Dmitri. Even if Dmitri has amassed enormous wealth, it belongs to my father. That is why I came to the iron mine. It is to find what I can do for Dmitri. And to rightfully demand my share. So that was the reason. To rightfully demand your share of your father's wealth, huh? I never even thought of that. I thought you came here simply because of the battle of succession. Lord Roman, to lay his foundation. Came to the iron mine, not the smithy. Meaning he knows of the importance of the work we miners do. Then I will answer any question you have. Morkan sincerely answered. I was able to acquire some surprising information from him. My endless shower of questions. The scale of Dmitri's iron mine is the highest in the kingdom. Nay, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it the largest on the continent. Especially the unknown lands called the edge of the continent beyond Dmitri, the endless range. If everything up to there is developed, the fortune Dmitri could gain would be endless. In actuality, compared to the conditions Dmitri possesses, its output isn't all that great. The mining speed is reduced due to the dangerous working conditions, and the drop in speed is directly related to the drop in output. Of course, Lord Dmitri has provided us with much support for our safety, but mining work is still very dangerous despite that. Earthquakes are frequent in the northeastern mountain ranges. How could a mere human possibly stop natural disasters? What just happened? Sir Morkan. The 8th shaft collapsed and one of the workers was buried. What? Curses. What do we do? There's risk of additional collapse, so we can't take any immediate measures. I will go. Absolutely not. You are the firstborn of House Dmitri. Even if you're an Aura Knight, it'd be dangerous if the shaft collapses any further, so we should identify the situation first. That will be too late. Morkan. I told you. Those who carry the Dmitri name have a responsibility to fulfill. I'll be back. Prepare to patch up the injured. Young Master Dmitri has saved the injured. Bring a splint right away. It's not easy to treat an injured person, but to think he's so adept at it. I've finished with the first aid, so take him to the doctor. If he needs a potion for the treatment, I will pay for it. Understood. Let's hurry. No matter how well one prepares, they cannot do anything against a sudden disaster. However, there is a way, albeit difficult. As one who carries the Dimitri name, I'm going to resolve the difficulties you're facing using any means necessary. It may not take much time either. Did you get hurt? What were you thinking when you did such a dangerous thing? No matter how you are an aura swordsman, it's a natural disaster that you can't stand against on your own. I was lucky this time. But because of your reckless bravery, I almost lost my son. I am not saying this just because you are the eldest son of the Dimitri family. Even if it's not you, I can never forgive a situation where two people risk their lives to save one. I just did what I had to do. Roman. Even if I could go back in time, I would not change my mind. There was an accident in the iron mine, and at that moment, as someone with the surname Dimitri, I think I made the right decision. Stop working in iron mines now. I never asked you to work in an iron mine, and I can't understand why you made that choice. If I said I'd rather work in the blacksmith's workshop, you wouldn't stop me like this. Dad, I think I have to work in the iron mine to understand Dimitri. Although Dimitri has built a good reputation with his smelting skills for blacksmithing, most of the people in the area work in iron mines to earn a living. So of course, I had to go to the iron mines, not the blacksmith's workshops. Alright, so. What did you realize there? I have been able to see the difficulties people are going through. I saw that my father was very concerned about the treatment and safety of the workers. Even the workers in the iron mines respect my father. However, even with these efforts, mining is inevitable. You never know when an earthquake will happen and the mine will collapse. And if you forget, that place is a place where crashes happen, like what happened today. I am not oblivious to this fact, but like I said, it's not something that can be prevented by being prepared. There is a way. Use magical artifacts. Magical artifacts. It is good to use it for the safety of the mine, but how much do you think the artifacts cost? In order to protect the entire mine with artifacts, it will cost a huge amount. I know that. Besides, the performance of the artifact aerial shield is not always good either. Are you saying it is still necessary? However, by installing the artifact, not only would the production of iron ore increase, but there would also be no need to limit the development of undiscovered iron mines. This is the opportunity cost. In the Moram world, where there are the weak and the strong, there are two groups that are famous for their ability to deal with information. Jabang Goa and Hao Moon. While Jabang Goa collects information through beggars everywhere in the world listening to people's stories, Hao Moon is doing through the socially vulnerable groups. Open their ears to gather information. I chose iron miners instead of blacksmiths. Through them all, I will be able to seize the information in the northeast region. Oki, with my father's money and manpower, I will establish Hao Moon's information power in this world. But this is still not enough. The staff can't handle the information professionally, so we need someone to collect the information from outside, organize the information we receive, and more ties with Top Dimitri. There is only one person suitable for this. After the war ended, the soldiers heard something incredible. From now on, I will teach you how to use mana and swordsmanship. This is a gift from Master. So you must train with all your heart and soul. This is nonsense. What is the mind's mana method? It is a systematic arrangement of the unique way of dealing with mana. And if it wasn't the rubbish that was imitated in the market, it is a treasure whose value cannot be determined. The father does not tell his son how to use mana. No matter how loyal we are to Mr. Roman, we have not yet built enough confidence to give us a treasure. The name of this method is Ashura, which means Ashura, is the ghost of the battlefield in a distant foreign language. This is crazy. I can feel mana. I've only been doing this for a few days, but I feel like my senses are becoming hypersensitive. I can even feel the wind tickling my skin. It was the Azura sword method, which summed up the 108 ways to fight the enemy, something perfect for making full use of the power of the mind. Who the hell is Roman Dmitri? If you are in a situation where the skills of the Azura and the Azura sword are monopolized, I would keep it an absolute secret from blood relatives, not just soldiers. He is someone who lost all his wealth to learn how to use mana. He spent every day suffering from disturbances in his life. For that Lucas is happy. Refusal is not acceptable. Experienced veteran mercenaries with extensive networks, improvising tests, and experiencing all kinds of life changes. He's the right person. If I was in charge of the Information Guild, I would have to leave my master's side. During the war with Barco, I vowed to give my life to my master. Please don't send me anywhere else. You are really good at acting. Let me ask you one thing. Why do you think I taught you the Azura skill and the Azura sword? Ah. I don't know. I have given you gifts in return for your loyalty. Lucas, what do you think about me? Do you think that someone named Roman would do everything to respect the loyalty of the soldiers? Thank you. I look forward to your cooperation. From that day on, public sentiments for Dmitri turned to Roman. And such an atmosphere. Baron Romero greatly annoyed. Month has already passed since the war against Barco. House Dmitri regular meeting. Now that House Barco has fallen, no force is a match for Dmitri in the northeast. Even the pro-Barco forces have expressed their desire to ally themselves with Dmitri. And as you've ordered last time, we've outright rejected discussions with forces sided with Barco who were overly hostile towards us. How would you like to take care of them? Joining forces with those who've dealt unforgettable wounds to us would not be generosity, but arrogance. Do not ever negotiate with them. I will make sure to let them know what it means to go against Dmitri. On to the next subject of discussion. Through this war, Barco showed us the variables that can be created through the borrowing of an external power. If we and Barco had gone against each other, they would have been an immense threat to us as well. Through variables such as Flare and Homeros. That is why I'd like to increase our military forces to counter such variables, as well as acquire some magic weapons. Military strength. There's nothing that provides more security than that. We have plenty of funds thanks to young Master Roman. Although we consumed a considerable amount of our assets from the installation of artifacts throughout the mining shafts. As a result, the iron ore output increased by 30. In a very short period of time. At this growth rate, I believe we can expect a 100 increase in the near future. What about our financial losses through the artifacts? It's manageable through the increased earnings. Roman's judgment was correct. By working in the iron mine of his own accord, he experienced what problems there were firsthand, and came up with the most ideal solution. People's judgment of Roman, which continued to rapidly change, was brought to a full conclusion through this event. My lord. How are you thinking of handling the matter of succession? It's begun. You chose young Master Rodwell to be the next lord 3 years ago, since back then, young Master Roman's actions and the youngest master's disposition didn't seem suited to entrust such an important role to. But the situation has changed. The matter of the iron mine's safety, the war against Barco, and his genius as a swordsman. Young Master Roman's current actions show the characters of a ruler. We believe so as well. Since there hasn't been an official announcement yet, I believe an impartial competition is in order. The battle of succession between Roman and Rodwell. A ripple had been created in the tranquil Dmitri. Roman and Rodwell. Roman proved his worth in a short period of time, but Rodwell has shouldered the responsibilities of a successor from a young age. Is it the right call to make them compete against each other for succession after all this time? For now, I will keep watch on the situation and consider what to do. Hugh. The matter of succession requires the agreement of key individuals. The vassals, the iron mine master, and lastly, Hendrik, the master blacksmith. Only by the agreement of the three powers can one be included into the competition, even while being resolved in the midst of chaos. Summon Hans. I'm not sure what you mean. If you'd asked me that question 3 months ago, I would have answered no. However, the current young Master Roman is different. From what I've seen of him while by his side, he has grown to be a man suitable to be a successor. Explain. Young Master Roman told me that he was working in the iron mine to gain an understanding of the people of Dmitri. He humbled himself to figure out their feelings and faced the reality of Dmitri head-on while interacting with them. The current young Master Roman is someone who cares about his responsibilities as one who carries the Dmitri name. I see. You may go. Summon the Iron Mine Master immediately. I have something to ask him about the iron mine collapse incident. HM. Who's the one behind Jacob? I heard you wanted to hear about what happened in the iron mine, so I've brought someone who was at the scene. My name is Morkan from the iron mine. Morkan. That name sounds familiar. Tell me what happened on that day in detail. The incident occurred 1 week after the young master started working in the mine. The shaft collapsed, burying one of the workers. And while we were trying to make the safest choice by following the manual due to the risk of further collapse, young Master Roman stated that he had the strength to save the worker, and headed to the site despite our dissuasion and rescued the worker. To be honest, at first, I didn't have a favorable impression of the young master. But now, I have realized how foolish I was to have thought such. During the incident, the young master stated that he has the responsibility to resolve the problems of the people as the eldest son of House Dmitri. The rescue of the worker was the will of none other than the young master himself. I will go. If you're asking about how I would assess the young master, then I would like to say that he is a successor that I would trust and follow with all my heart. Everyone is saying that Roman is fit to be a successor. But I still can't make my decision. The most important decision from the smithy still remains. Master, several items have been requested for repair in the name of young Master Roman. What should we do? Take them. Pardon. Are you deaf? I said take them. Smithy Master Hendrik. Why yes, sir. Personally speaking, I'd like to refuse, but after hearing Jacob's stories of what happened in the iron mine, I kind of feel sorry for treating him badly. What a mess. How much did they train for them to get like this? What in the world is this? Such a smooth blade edge. Its degree of strength is also just right. The gently wrapped grip is also a work of art. This is an excellent sword that can't be seen easily even in the land of blacksmiths, Dmitri. Where did he get something like this? Its mana sensitivity is extraordinary. If it has this much of an effect even without infusing mana, or a swordsman would go crazy over this sword. I take pride in being the best in the continent in terms of forging ironworks, but enhancing mana sensitivity is an entirely different story. I need to ask him myself. They're done already. I thought it'd take at least 2 weeks. Haha. That makes 2 of us. Something like this would usually take 2 weeks, but Master Hendrik was on a high for some reason and made all the blacksmiths focus on this job. I am telling the truth. It was named the only sword on this continent, the salamander. Until the end I'll show you that. If you see it, I'm sure the main blacksmith who represents the family would only be able to find out through my ways, wouldn't he? While I was preparing for war against Barco, I realized that I needed a sword to which I could entrust my life. So I faced the flames of the furnace and hammered the steel to infinity. Before I knew it, I felt as if the blacksmith's shop was a sanctuary. I think you know how I feel, Mr. Hendrik. I will soon have to do the duty of defense, so I recently started forming a sword to replace Salamander. What I'm trying to show you now is the process of forming that sword. He's trying to form without wearing any safety clothes. I think he doesn't even know the basics of blacksmithing. Stop. I have no choice but to watch him. Iron handling standards vary between this world and the world of Murim. Because people in this world cannot fully control their mana, they invest more time and effort in the capabilities of the sword itself. On the other hand, those of Murim prioritize the smooth running of chi. Only these swords were praised for their excellence in Murim, and also, I made many swords worthy of me because I lived a life of fighting. This is impossible. Is that Roman Dmitri? His handling of steel, the speed of his striking, and the sound of hammer and steel colliding. It reminds me of Lord Romero in his prime. I believe that blood cannot be deceived. You really were the maker of that sword. I apologize. I will give you salamander. It's not like there aren't any alternatives. I'm talking about the second son. Rodwell only learned blacksmithing from an early age. Doesn't it also prove its value in the capital now? I definitely agree. Mr. Roman is more qualified to become the heir. Are you serious? How dare you lie to Lord Romero? Mr. Roman has been working hard in blood, sweat, and tears when no one saw him. To be honest, when you ordered me to give Mr. Roman some weapons, I gave him bad products because of my hostility to him. But do you know what he said at the time? He mentioned that my actions in providing products of this level to soldiers were nothing less than murder. On that day, as I slowly thought of Mr. Roman's actions, I thought about this. Mr. Roman has the insight befitting Dimitri's house. And not only this. I saw Mr. Roman working in the blacksmith with my own eyes. I also saw him immersed in his work while facing the heat of the flames from the oven. I couldn't help but be drawn to him as a fellow blacksmith. This is the sword that Mr. Roman himself made. I am sure you will see the value of this sword from one look. How did Roman make such a sword? As master of blacksmiths, I think I need to reconsider the decision I made 3 years ago. Dad, it's Rodwell. I was recently upgraded to rank S at the Royal Academy in the capital, Kairos. From now on, I seem to be skipping the theoretical classes to gain experience as a commanding officer in the field. I will graduate with the best grades at the Royal Academy. And as a son you can be proud of, I will show Dmitri a new future. Roman and Rodwell both have amazing talents. But even Rodwell, who is considered a genius, cannot be compared to the current Roman. Roman is talented enough to be known not only in the Kingdom of Cairo but throughout the entire continent. As soon as Rodwell graduated from the academy, Roman will perform his duty in military defense. Then I will declare the battle of succession. Good. There will be a guide person nearby. Dimitri's family is proud of being the largest iron mine in the Kingdom of Cairo as well as the production and distribution of the finest types of iron works. You'll see it if you look around, but the foundations of the castle's interiors are made of iron. Even the castle gate is impregnable. Can I monitor the training a little? You can do this from a distance. Thank you. Is your body going to continue with such complete disregard for defense, Kevin? Say that nonsense after you win, Kevin. Ha ha ha, okay, come on, advance. A Halo swordsman. Not a single one of them were Aura swordsmen. It looks like you were born with a martial physique. Pardon. No one knew what he meant by that back then. But one day, not even a month later, Pucky succeeded in manifesting Aura. After that, the attitude of the soldiers toward their training changed. To get stronger, to surpass that wall. They risked their lives. Try blocking this. Damn it, you're so damn creepy. Damn it. Take this seriously. Is there a need for you to go this far? If this was a battlefield, your head would be rolling on the floor by now. What in the world am I witnessing right now? All the soldiers are using the same swordsmanship, and they are very proficient at it, too. Are you telling me they're seriously soldiers from a remote region like this? It's like I'm looking at a miniature version of the Valhalla Empire. Since when did Dmitri possess such power? I've certainly confirmed that Dmitri is the true power of the Northeast, but this goes beyond the scale of a countryside family. Is Dmitri really a mining city, Father Willis? I am also doubting my eyes right now. What I am sure of is that these are not regular soldiers. They must be the Dmitri Knights of Baron Romero. Oh, they are not members of the Dmitri Knights. They are not affiliated to any organization. They are simply young Master Romans, private soldiers. They're private soldiers. How could Aura swordsmen be treated as mere soldiers? Were they hired using an enormous sum of money? Or are they knight apprentices? I don't know why you are asking such questions, but if you're talking about Kevin and Pucky over there. They were not Aura swordsmen until recently. Kevin was a commoner who young Master Roman specially took in. And Pucky was a C-rank mercenary. They simply grew stronger through young Master Roman's teachings. An undaunting gait. Eyes that naturally peer downward. And an adequately relaxed expression. He is accustomed to the life of the strong. Nice to meet you, I am Roman Dmitri. Is it true that you defeated Homeros in the warrior battle? That it is. It seems you still haven't realized what you've accomplished. Homeros wasn't simply ranked 49th, but someone who was expected to rise even higher after rising to a 4-star. And you defeated such a man at the age of 25. Do you understand what that means? It means that it is not an understatement to call you the greatest genius in the history of Cairo. You're just beating around the bush to say that what I did is logically impossible. Why don't we cut straight to the chase? I will tell you about the ranking procedure before confirming the truth. To confirm the qualifications of the winner of the unofficial battle, we use an aura gauge. Verification is simple. If you pass the criteria that we have decided on with the aura gauge, you will be considered to have met the qualifications and will be granted the lowest rank. In such a case, unlike in official matches, we do not provide ID. We simply take our time because those in rank 100 become prey for the challengers. Is there a reason to go that far to become a ranker? Letting your name as a swordsman be known to the entire world. Even if there is no particular reward. Is it not worth enduring danger to that extent for fame? If that's the case, wouldn't it be easier for me to just defeat a higher ranker in an official battle? What does he think official battles are? Of course, an official battle is the best way to prove your abilities, but official battles can't be commenced at will like that. Several procedures must be taken into account to prepare an official ranking battle. There are no rankers in the northeastern region of Cairo in the first place, so the arrangement of the battle itself is impossible. I see, what a shame. Ha. Then let us commence the test. It's simple. The color of the aura gauge will change once you infuse mana into it. Orange for 2-star, red for 1-star, yellow for 3-star, and anything 4-star and above will display a green color. Since you defeated a 4-star aura swordsman, you must display at least a 3-star yellow to meet the qualifications. Understood. Unlike in the Murim, this world is highly developed in mana. A tool that simply gauges a martial artist's skills. Just what sort of beings are mages? Are they like the sorcerers of the Murim, or are they superhumans who've reached the realm of God? I cannot overlook the power of magic. Please begin. The logic of the two worlds are different. What will happen if I infuse mana using this world's methods? Let's test it out. Wah. Red. No, orange. Even though the measurement usually takes around 5 minutes. Now yellow. Even if he's a 4-star aura swordsman, to think the color would change this rapidly. I guess the methods of this world can only take me this far. Then shall I try with the methods of the Murim? No way. The aura gauge broke. What kind of item is the aura gauge? It is an item created through the culmination of the greatest minds of the continent. It was made for perfect assessments through the durability created by the infusion of mana of a 6-star swordsman. The highest color it can display is green. Even if mana that exceeds the threshold is infused into it, the aura gauge will still function without complications. Is it defective? That's impossible. I'm not able to give you a clear answer due to there being a lack of any precedent. But before it broke, the aura gauge surely shined green. Roman Dmitri is a 4-star swordsman. He's not some hidden dragon that has yet to soar, but a fully matured monster. I can't believe there was such a monster in Dmitri. The appearance of a ranker with potential to reach 6-star. The kingdom of Cairo. And beyond that, the continent of Salamander will be overturned. Unfortunately. This is a first, so I am unable to make any hasty judgments. I will send you the results soon. I must carry out the objective of why the empire built a Valhalla temple in Cairo. Excuse me. Roman Dmitri. I must find out more about him. What's going on with Roman Dmitri? He's a completely different man from his life before the age of 25. I wonder if someone can truly change this much. The subjugation of Blood Fawn, and the war against Barco. He even handles his affairs perfectly. He has the nerves of steel to risk his life for his objectives and to turn them into reality. Not only is he monstrously powerful, he also has the intellect to use it effectively. There were no abnormalities with the aura gauge. The only reason why it broke that comes to mind is that it was subjected to more power than it could withstand. The green color was displayed under normal conditions. As I thought. I'll have to report this immediately. This is Willis of the Cairo branch. I raise Roman Dimitri's status to recruitment target. The Valhalla Empire, they are not savages simply crazed by combat. They were aware that they had to act cunningly as their empire's status rose, and knew how to use their tradition of the ranking system to steal the prospects of other nations. Because all those who possessed talent aspired to one day rise to possess the seat of a ranker. Valhalla was easily able to discover them, even though their numbers were few. He certainly is desirable. Raise Roman Dimitri's evaluation to rank A and figure out a way to recruit him. To reiterate, the most important factor when recruiting prospects of other nations is confidentiality. You must be as natural as possible. In turning his mind to Valhalla. I understand. I will tell Dimitri that the aura gauge was defective. Roman Dmitri will be classified as a 3-star swordsman, not a 4-star, and this matter will be finalized by granting him the unofficial position of rank 100. Just the fact that he made his way into the ranking will cause an uproar in Cairo. The next day, Willis's announcement overturned the entirety of Cairo. It was the birth of the youngest ranker. Capital of Cairo, Kairos. Is it true? Yes. Willis of the Valhalla Temple went down to Dimitri and confirmed that he was a 3-star swordsman. And the rumor that Roman defeated Homeros seems to be true as well. However, there are discussions that Homeros had his guard down and lost without even being able to display his 4-star aura. Authority figure of the central government Marquis Benedict. How old is Roman Dmitri this year? He is 25. Star at only the age of 25. Looks like an outstanding prospect has appeared in the outer area. And what of the movements of the other powers? Valhalla, they are all moving very quickly, especially the two empires. Goddamn imperial bastards. How dare they try to make contact with him before us when he appeared in Cairo? Currently, Cairo is split into 4 factions. The royal faction that supports His Majesty the King, the aristocratic faction focused around Marquis Benedict, and the pro-Kronos and pro-Valhalla factions under foreign influence. That is the state of the small nation, Cairo. Send someone immediately so that we do not lose Roman Dmitri to some other faction. Especially the royal faction. We must prevent them from getting him at any cost. Kingdom of Cairo Western Front. Cairo shares its western border with the Kronos Empire and its southern border with the Kingdom of Hector. I never thought the front lines would be this atrocious. I think about giving up on my academy diploma and going back to my hometown dozens of times daily. Did you hear the news? Your brother Roman became a ranker. Roman. Did he actually reach 3-star? No, there's no way the brother I know could have done so. It's just a rumor. I don't know what sort of trick our house pulled, but forget rancor, he can't even take care of himself. The truth will be exposed soon enough. You have a visitor, young master. Visitor. All of you, leave us. I will get straight to the point. I serve His Majesty the King of Cairo. The reason why I've come to Dmitri is to secure Roman Dmitri, the hidden dragon of the frontier. The 4 factions of Cairo. Royal Knight. As royal knights are knights who serve the king, it's the highest honor a knight could attain. To be honest, it's extremely unusual to directly propose having you recognized as a royal knight. Normally, you can only earn the privilege of being a part of this order by passing rigorous trials set up by the royal family. But you are an exception. If you come with us to the capital right now and swear allegiance to His Majesty, you can join without taking the trials. Isn't that to be expected? I'm the eldest son of the Dmitri family and I'm not lacking anything, so why should I bother going to the capital and becoming a royal knight? Once you become a royal knight, you'll be given your own mansion, and the Dmitri family will be given a higher title. Is that the best the royal family can give? The best of the royal family? You're making a very big mistake right now. The reason why His Majesty, the Emperor, wants you is because he values your future potential more than your present. You can become a royal knight, get a new title, and even a new mansion in the capital. It's a reward that's too much for someone like you. You're the delusional one here, not me. What do you mean? 5 days ago, someone from Count Gregory's family came to see me. In return for my oath of allegiance to them, they offered to give me a mansion in the capital, thousands of paean of land, gold, and silver. And also, they want me to become their blood relative through political marriage. Those bastards from the Kronos Empire have made their move. From the Denver family 3 days ago. They said they wanted to be my sponsor. The Denver family is from the Valhalla Empire. Last night, I met with someone from the Benedict family. They made a more unconventional offer to me. They offered conditions that are 3 times more compared to other families, and also. Next month, I'm going to make Dmitri self-sufficient. It's over. We were a step too late. But still, there's no reason why you shouldn't choose us. As you said, there are traitors who are trying to devour the kingdom as a whole. Thanks to the Knight Commander of the Royal Knights, who is Cairo's best swordsman, he's preventing the rebellion. And is already in control of it, but being involved in state affairs is difficult for the royal family because their eyes and ears are blocked. As you know, Cairo is such a small country. Even the suggestion I made earlier was faced with opposition from the nobles, so all I can promise you is your seat as a royal knight. However, with all due respect, I beg of you. Would you please offer your strength to His Majesty? In a single kingdom, there are 4 forces. It's a familiar situation to me, as I was the 12th son of the heavenly demon. The previous 3 proposals and even the one from the royal family are not enticing to me. That is why I do not intend to accept any of the proposals. But as of now, I won't throw them away. Not yet. There's still hope left. So please return for today. Understand? I will wait for the day when you pledge your allegiance to His Majesty. 4 proposals. 4 refusals. Roman doesn't have any intention to pledge his allegiance to any of the 4 forces. Since they're going to be hostile to me anyway, I should buy time by leaving room for all of the forces. Greetings. But he's wearing Dimitri's staff uniform. What is it? Didn't I already convey the message through the Denver family a few days ago? I apologize for approaching you in such a rude manner. What's with this person's glare? At that time, because of the eyes around me, I had no choice but to take formal action. But right now, you can think of this as Valhalla's true feelings. Valhalla has fallen in love with your potential. Those records are classified based on the level of their content. Except for the special records, which is the highest grade, all of those are stored in Class 1. Eventually, Valhalla will establish itself as the sole empire after conquering the entire continent. You staying here in the Kingdom of Cairo is like a shortcut for hastening that objective. So stand by Valhalla, where a glorious future for you lies. Secure compensation and appropriate amount of intimidation. Any clever man would not have a choice but to accept our proposal. Ha! I refuse. Are you for real? The reason for my refusal is not because of your insufficient compensation nor because of my loyalty to this country. Then what is it? I have received a lot of proposals lately. It's to increase my value without choosing anything. That is. If you look at the current situation of the Kingdom of Cairo, the kingdom's royal knights, Count Gregory, Marquis Benedict, Count Denver. Pledging my allegiance to one power is not as easy as it looks. So I have to plan on how I should move in the future. I'm at the crossroads of my life, so it's not just because of the proposals. What a bunch of bastards you are. Do you know who I am? I'm the eldest son from the Albert family. Henry Albert. Get this piece of garbage out of my sight. I have heard you were going to carry out your duty of national defense. I understand your dedication to this kingdom. But I can't allow someone who may become one of us to have his health ruined from being in a barren environment. I pulled some strings for you to be dispatched to the southern front. Remember this, House Benedict is always waiting for you. His displays of goodwill have been going on for the last few months. The Marquis who leads the aristocratic faction must really not want to lose me. There's no better talent than me to go against the royal knights. Contrary to the Marquis who believes it is safe, the Valhallan intelligence agent said it was a ticking time bomb waiting to detonate. Well, I guess I'll find out once I get there. I am the one and only second son of House Albert. Henry Albert. A descendant of one of Cairo's prestigious families wishes to use this inn, so how can lowlives like you dare talk back to me? What's going on? My liege. He's telling us to get out since he'd like to use this inn. I told him we've booked the entire place, but he's being very insistent. Though it wouldn't matter regardless. Why should we have to leave? Are you their owner? Draw your sword. If you defeat me, I will gladly leave this inn. You dare. You must stop immediately, my liege. What? That man is Roman Dmitri. I'm dead the moment I draw this sword. Oh. Pardon me. I forgot I had an arrangement. Let's wrap this up as my bad and consider it as resolved. You'd better be grateful. I'd love nothing more than to punish you for disrespecting House Albert, but... My liege. What the Southern Front is like. On that day, 3 similar incidents happened, with all 3 scurrying away after hearing Roman's name. That's common here. Compared to the Western Front, there's no real danger on the Southern Front since we have a relatively amicable relationship with Hector. That's why the children of nobles who fail to escape conscription do their best to go to the Southern Front, also known as the resort. The training is lax, and there isn't anything one would need to risk their lives over. It's the perfect place for nobles to complete their national defense duty. Exactly 48 days ago, the kingdom of Hector's scouts crossed the border. Although they went back after only confirming movements of the Southern Front, they made 3 more checks of the Southern Front after that. It can't be certain whether they are preparing for a war or not, but from the gathering of the fragments of information alone, the current Southern Front is by no means a sanctuary. I smell a familiar scent of blood in the air. I am Viscount Bale Frank, the commander. The Southern Training Camp is a place to provide basic training to soldiers dispatched to the Southern Front. You will be added into a reserve corps after 3 weeks of training, and will spend your remaining service there. Forget whatever your status was before admittance. In here, you are simply a soldier completing their military service. If any of you act in a way of disregard for the rules, you will be sent to the Western Front as punishment. The punishment is merely to be dispatched to the Western Front. Who would? HM. Do you have any idea how excited I was when I heard you would be sent here? Roman Dmitri, Cairo's youngest ranker. I was elated just from the news of the birth of a hidden dragon in Dmitri. To be honest with you, I called you here to confirm something. Is it true that Marquis Benedict pulled strings for you to be sent to the Southern Front? That's correct. I didn't ask for him to do so, but I heard that he pulled strings to make it happen. Is that so? Marquis Benedict is investing a significant amount on Roman. If I make connections with Roman in advance, I may get a chance to enter the central government. Let me tell you straight then, I'd like to leave a good impression with the Marquis. The Southern Training Camp isn't bad, but it can't be compared to the luxurious life of a member of the central government. Hence, I will do my absolute best in accommodating you during your stay here. In exchange, when you meet Marquis Benedict in the future, simply tell him that Viscount Bale Frank made my life easier in the Southern Training Camp. That's all I ask in return. He put it very bluntly. There's no reason to refuse what he's willing to give me. Found you, you son of a bitch. Why you messed with the wrong person. You hear me? Do you know what my maternal house is? It's House Frank. Viscount Bale Frank of the Southern Training Camp is my uncle. Now do you understand your mistake? God damn it, wait right there. Let's see if you can maintain that haughtiness. Uncle. Oh man, why the long face, my dear nephew? Uncle, what would you do if my life was threatened by someone from a mere barren household? What? Who the hell threatened you? How dare they touch my nephew? I'll trample them if it's the last thing I do. Okay, he's on the other side of the door. Uncle. Uncle Bale. My dear nephew. Uncle Bale, who I was close with ever since I was little, listened to any request I asked of him. There was a time when I cherished Uncle Bale more than even my parents. You uncle. The other party is Roman Dmitri. The one who has received Marquis Benedict's favor and someone with limitless potential in his future. Oh dear, Please excuse my nephew. I should have educated him better. Please let me apologize in his place. I will just let it go, since you're being so considerate. Excuse me then. Haha. Thank you. You absolute moron. Roman is someone Marquis Benedict has his eyes on. What could you possibly be thinking of doing by going against him? Even how could you strike me? Oh. Henry. When will you grow up? If you act here like you do back in the Albert estate, I won't be able to protect you. A private quarters. Viscount Bale sure is trying hard. A man who openly discloses his ambition is easy to control. It doesn't look like life in the southern training camp will be all that bad. Sigh. I can't believe I'm organizing war games for the nobles. 3 years ago. I was a veteran warrior active in the Western Front. Southern Training Camp General Instructor McBurney. I volunteered to fight in the Western Front out of sheer loyalty to the kingdom. And throughout countless battles in the span of 10 years, I protected Cairo. I started from common origins and rose to a commander who led 100 men, but only a moment was enough for it all to perish. During a fierce battle to protect the Western Front, I lost my sword-wielding right arm. At that moment, rather than the searing pain, I suffered more from the loss. As acknowledgement for your accomplishments in the front thus far, I'm considering appointing you as a training instructor of the Southern Training Camp. You'd have to leave the battlefield, but I hope you'll protect Cairo from there, at least. I understand. However, the training system of the Southern Training Camp was an absolute train wreck. Everyone receives the exact same level of training in the Western Training Camp, but the nobles in the Southern Training Camp were completely exempted from training. I planned a tight training system starting from the 3-week basic physical training. But it's meaningless if the nobles who command the soldiers won't partake in the training. What meaning is there to all this? For sure, if you come to our estate next time, is that true? I'll show you what true pleasure is. That's a promise. I'll always welcome a sworn brother's visit. I can't believe they're this laid back on the front lines. I've had enough of this place. In this Southern Training Camp, they've lined up in perfect rows. And there's even a commander. Do they still not know much about the Southern Training Camp? Lord Roman, the Southern Training Camp does not force nobles to train. If you'd like a break, then you can go to the shade and watch the training like the others. Are you saying such a thing because of them? Well, yes, that's correct. Our enemy's attacks do not discriminate between status on the battlefield. It's my first time hearing a noble say that he will devote himself to his training. I heard people risk their lives for the people who acknowledge them. I was going to make some compromises to commence the training, but not anymore. I'll do the best I can in these 3 weeks. Hugh. We will now begin the first week of physical training. Through McBurney's decision, the gates of training hell opened. The purpose of this training is to prepare you for the restless war zone by bestowing upon you the ability to make quick movements anytime and anywhere. You will climb this mountain every single day, regardless of the weather. Those guys. What the hell are they? War is a psychological battle that one never knows when it will end. Through endless swinging training without a specified quota, you must overcome your limits. For those who give up midway, I will extend your training, even if you have to cut back on sleep. Ha, I feel much better now. What a bunch of liars, saying training in the Southern camp is lax. They never said we were gonna go this hard from the first day. I think the difficulty rose thanks to a certain someone. Yeah. Compared to you guys, we're drafted soldiers. I'm sure we could also have handled training of that level if we had plenty of time to prepare. But a gap would obviously form since we haven't trained for as long as you guys have. How much training have you guys received then? We've only trained for barely a year. Of course, we'd be worse than you guys, who've obviously trained for years. You seem to be mistaking something. We only started training 3 months ago. You didn't have time to prepare. Don't make excuses. You just didn't give it your all, plain and simple. On the day he checked the soldier recruitment notice, Henderson made up his mind. Subordinate. Since it's just being a private soldier, I'm sure I won't need any outstanding qualifications. However, that was a massive delusion. Veteran mercenaries like Lucas, Pucky, and the like gathered for Roman's shocking conditions with his offer. Henderson soon became a herbivore surrounded by beasts. Can I really make it here? Unfortunately, I don't think I have the right to serve Lord Roman. Why do you think so? I'm nothing. I'm sure you know, more than a novice who doesn't even know how to properly swing a sword. Just the fact that I, someone who's been nothing but a farmer all his life, stepped up to serve Lord Roman was an arrogant judgment. Are you saying that you'll give up because you are subpar compared to the others? Yes. When I first saw Kevin, he was just a brat with nothing but spite in his eyes. Honestly, I couldn't understand why he took in a common boy. However, have you seen Kevin now? In such a short time, he has grown into a warrior no one dares to ignore. I'm just as laughable as him. I challenged him as the ignorant self I was when I first met him, and my front teeth were almost blown away. Back then, I was nothing more than a frog in a well. I too had changed through the Liege's guidance, just like Kevin. Listen carefully, the Liege has personally taken you as his soldier. You may be pathetic right now, but you have the potential to grow, just as Kevin and I have. The Liege who we serve is someone who can turn that into reality. Honestly, I can't believe in myself. However, he must have had a reason to have chosen me among all those applicants. I still can't imagine how a farmer like myself can grow stronger, but just like you said, I will try putting my trust in our Liege. From that day onward, my life started to change. I stuck to the training regime for the last few months, no matter what it took, and even if I were to puke or pass out. I did my best to catch up to my comrades. And ultimately, I was able to become my current self. What do you guys think war is? Are you going to complain that you can't fight because you didn't have enough time to prepare in the boundary between life and death where you can only survive if you kill others? Rather than acknowledging your weakness and striving to improve, you drag others down to your level. I have no reason to humor your nonsensical request. Pathetic. Roman's warriors were already in the mindset of war. The extreme physical training continued, even while the difficulty was increasing with each day. Roman soldiers gritted their teeth and stuck with the training to the end. I don't understand why they're going that far. It'd be different if this was the Western Front, but isn't the Southern Front far off from the war? They're just meaninglessly wasting their strengths since they're of common birth. How can those of Dmitri be acknowledged by anyone if they don't go that far? Right you are. How am I supposed to get closer to a guy like that? Doesn't he realize it's a good thing to converse and form good relations with other nobles? This is the problem with nobles of common birth. Arg, fuck it. I'm sure it'll work itself out. Here's my report. Ranger Corps Captain Jackson. For the past year, the Ranger Corps has infiltrated and investigated the 5 defense lines of Cairo's southern front 48 times. From the investigations, we've determined that their defensive strength has been skewed toward the western front due to their confrontation against Kronos, leaving their southern front neglected. Hence, conquering the southern front will not be a problem. The kingdom of Hector, they were once a superpower on par with the Kronos Empire. They, who once grew at a speedy rate thanks to their powerful national defensive capabilities, suffered a helpless defeat in a war against Valhalla and fell to ruin. Cairo Hector's national strength fell to Cairo's level, Hector, and has been reduced to just one of the 6 kingdoms in the continent. That has no choice but to walk on eggshells around the Empire. I'll allow it. May I say something, Father? Hector has been suffering from the worst harvests in history for the last 5 years. Prince of Hector Edwin Hector. The money that we borrowed from the Golden Bank to solve that problem has come back as massive interest and is suffocating us. The kingdom cannot go on any further like this. At this rate, Hector will lose any meaning as a kingdom. It's not as though I wasn't aware of that. All because of the war waged by our ancestors. Our kingdom, who lost in the war, has distanced itself from war and its history to never repeat the same mistake again. However, that must stop as well. We've made ample preparations for the past year. For our citizens in despair, as well as the kingdom itself, you must make a decision. War. A word that I cannot dare to release from my mouth. My son is different from my weak-kneed self. You will be part of the 5th Defense Line's Reserve Corps from today on. I'm sure ahem you already know, but it's the place where everyone wants to go. I pulled some strings for you to be dispatched there. Thank you. No need for such words between us. Feel free to let me know if you need anything. Thank you for everything until now. I've realized what I am working toward thanks to you, and I think I will be able to teach trainees more passionately from now on. And here. It's nothing much, but I prepared something that you may find helpful. It's a summary of information and geographical features of the Southern Front. I'm sure it'll be helpful if war ever breaks out there. Although I'm sure you'll spend a peaceful 2 years there from today. I'll pray for your safe return. Thank you. The Roman Dmitri that I've seen for these past 3 weeks is someone worthy of my life. But Lord Roman already has outstanding talents under him, so there's no way he has room for a one-armed person like me who can't even properly swing a sword. Farewell. I heard Lucas was having a difficult time acquiring something like this. His pure goodwill itself is worthy of my respect. Southern Front 1st Defense Line. An enemy attack. Henry, I specially put you in the same reserve corps of the 5th Defense Line, where Roman will be. Swear it. During the next 2 years, you must form an amicable relationship with Roman, whatever it takes. Sigh. Why do I have to get closer to that son of a bitch? But at least I was put into the 5th Defense Line. Emergency. Emergency. Hector has declared war. All forces, prepare to engage. War. Engage. What's going on? Romans gone. The 1st defense line was the one that was attacked first after Hector declared war, but the 5th defense line faced the risk of collapse before them. They broke through the gate. Stop them. Please. This place is done for. 5th Defense Line Commander Baron Bruce. The 5th Defense Line was considered the paradise of the Southern Front. This place had long since lost its essence as a battlefront. The nobles in the middle of their military service were provided a life of luxury instead of performing their duty as soldiers. This was all because of the man who took bribes to fill his own stomach, the rotten Baron Bruce, who was the overseer. Guarding the 5th defense line to the end like this is an act of suicide. Maintain your positions. The lives of innocent civilians will be in danger if they get through. No matter what, do not retreat. Commander. Where are you going? Buy me some time. I'm going to contact the royal family directly. All forces. We will head to the 5th defense line immediately. Yes, sir. The Southern Front lacks overall defensive capabilities, but the combination of their deteriorated gear, rotten mindsets, and the incompetent commander. This man is Baron Bruce, the commander of the 5th defense line. Why are you here by yourself without any soldiers? You impudent brat. How dare a reserve corps member like you talk that way to me? TSK. I've heard enough. The fact that you're here means only one thing. That man who calls himself a commander has abandoned his soldiers and run away. Do you understand that by law, deserters can be executed on the spot, regardless of status? You wouldn't. I would. If you had retreated with your soldiers, then at least you wouldn't have died by my hands. Let's go. Yes, sir. Damn it, 5th defense line. I knew a day like this would come one day. To think a commander would abandon his soldiers. Fucking bastard. It's over. Are you Stephen? Baron Bruce is dead. You are the one responsible for this place now. Stephen, he was on the list of names that Lucas gave me. The only person who'd be of use on the 5th defense line is Stephen. As you've been guarding the 5th defense line for years, I will trust your judgment. Tell me how we can protect this place. If you say that there is no hope, then I, Roman Dmitri, will have all forces retreat as the commander of the Reserve Corps. So this man is Roman Dmitri. To be honest, the flow of battle is highly strained. Retreat would be the correct decision, but we would then yield an advantageous position to our enemies. If Hector occupies even one of the 5 defense lines, they would obtain a path in which they can mobilize supply units. In that case, the war would be prolonged. Then there's only one way. We must use the railings to block the enemies from forcing their way through the gate. I will buy enough time for us to install the railings. You will mobilize your forces to prepare them. He accepted such a reckless plan. But this plan is far too dangerous. Enemy forces are charging in even at this moment, and you will die if you become isolated. I know what you are worried about. However, I am not some moron who risks his life over a plan that I think is impossible. Over a plan that I think is impossible. He evaded without even seeing the attack. My liege. We will clear a path to the gate. All forces, follow me. Understood. They don't even have a shred of doubt. I can't believe such a master-servant relationship is possible. Ah, understood. Then make your preparations. The war has only just begun. I understand now. Their loyalty toward him comes out of respect. Is there a need for someone like me, who doesn't love his own country, to take up such a risk? In the end, war is a place where the powerless are inevitably sacrificed. For me, who's being valued highly in the Cairo kingdom right now? I've obtained the privileges as one of the strong. There are many ways to avoid war, but the reality of a small country with no power or wealth. Those terrible realities are actually causing my blood to boil right now. Hector's soldiers would charge as they trusted each other. When Roman killed 20 people, they realized that their opponent was far stronger than they had ever imagined. And when he killed more than 50 people, the enemy's faces began to be filled with fear. A monster. Run away. Retreat. What on earth is happening? Hector's commander, Baron McCleary. Victory should have been assured as long as we broke through the castle gate. But when did our troops start to retreat? Who is that? Our eyes met when he's that far away. Is he charging in alone just to take my head? How arrogant. Take my head. How arrogant. Kill him before he rampages any further. There's only one enemy. Stop him. The enemy commander let his guard down. The way to end a war quickly. I know from the numerous battlefields that I've fought in. The moment the head of the lead commander has been severed, that is when the enemies would have no choice but to crumble immediately. I must kill the commander. I'm Baron McCleary of Hector's army. I will. Soldiers of the Cairo kingdom, listen here. I have slain the enemy commander. But if we spare the rest of them, they'll definitely return as our enemies. Even though we may have lost much blood here, put your lives on the line and slaughter all our enemies. What is this? I now know why Uncle told me to get close to Roman no matter what I had to do. After Hector's soldiers lost their commander, they began to run away in different directions. Roman and his soldiers defended the 5th defense line successfully. Of the 30 soldiers including myself, no casualties incurred. Great job. Use potions to treat your injuries. Understood. They supply potions to all their soldiers. Potion. A medicinal liquid created in the magic tower for healing purposes. Even the lowest grade potions are worth quite a large sum. On top of being immensely strong and able to make bold decisions, he's also generous towards his men. There's a reason why there's trust between Roman Dmitri and his soldiers. Because of who he is, his soldiers would trust him and follow him even if he ordered them to charge into a fire pit. Stephen, you take care of the battlefield here and prepare for a second round of attack. And I need someone that's familiar with the terrain of the southern front. Don't tell me you're thinking of going there right away. I am, because the war is not over yet. He's native to this area. He'll be helpful as a guide. My name is Kobe, sir. This is the terrain map of the southern front. What's the fastest route to reach the rear camp? How about this route? Based on what I know, this route will take around 2 hours 30 minutes. I need a shortcut that will help us arrive within 2 hours. In that case. Wait, how did he know that the mountain path would take 2 hours 30 minutes? That wasn't just simple speculation. He already has a certain grasp of the southern front terrain. I didn't know you were so familiar with this area already. Why did he choose me as a guide then? When you were called by Stephen, you probably thought I didn't know much about the southern front. That's not the case. No need to be so flustered. It's normal to think that. I studied the basic information in case of any unexpected situations, but I don't have a perfect understanding of everything. That's why I need the assistance of a native of the southern front like you. He's different from the other nobles that came to the southern front to live an easy military life. If he helps us, I'm sure even the southern front can have hope. Exactly 10 minutes. The meeting didn't last very long. Soldiers including myself are prepared to depart. Why are you here? Henry Albert. I asked why you're here. To get close. If I say that, you'll tell me to get out of here, right? Firstly, I apologize for my previous mistake. However, I still want to follow and assist you, Sir Roman. As a Cairo nobleman, I, too, cannot stand still. Just say the word, and I will follow your orders. You are free to follow me. But one thing is for sure. If you get in the way of my plans, I will not spare you. Very fast. Ugh. Ha. This. A soldier from the southern training camp. What happened to you? The southern training camp was attacked. Please, help me. Please. The southern training camp in the rear was attacked, and not our front line. Given that the soldiers at the training center fled all the way over here, they were most likely attacked at least 30 minutes ago. So the kingdom of Hector was attacking our 5 lines of defense, utilizing a fast-moving unit and launching an attack at the same time. No way. Let us go to the southern training camp at once. What is this? Even if we leave you now, you're still going to die. Why don't you just give up? Then we can give you a painless death. You think I'm going to die alone? I'll risk my life to kill even one of you. Come at me. If only my right arm was okay. Where are you, Sir Roman? The only person on the southern front who hasn't let go of the tension. He was assigned to the 5th line of defense. I thought Sir Roman would have done something. If he's the one coming to my mind at this point, when I'm about to die, it must mean I have no lingering attachment to the battlefield. What is that? Has Cairo sent reinforcements already? Who the hell is that guy? A reinforcement. You don't know. That person. Sir Roman McBurney. He's still alive. Now, wipe out the enemy and rescue any survivors. Attack this bastard. You guys. I'll capture you alive. Damn it. Quick, report it to the front. Ugh. I said it, didn't I? That I'd kill at least one of you. Ha. Leave the rest to me. Take a break for a while. Well done. Thank you. I'll find that out soon. I'll give you 3 minutes from now. If you give me the answer I want, I'll give you a painless death. However, in the case that you don't, you'll experience terrible amounts of pain till you die. Kill us right now. Just kill us. First question. What is the goal of the kingdom of Hector? Fuck off. Second question. Why are you guys in the southern training camp? Just kill us already. 3 minutes are up. What you're experiencing is the splitting of your tendons and bone fracturing. After suffering from the pain of having your muscles torn apart and your bones fractured, you'll die very slowly. You may have been trained to withstand torture, but even so, you think this will change the outcome. Even if I told you about Hector's operation, it's already too far along to be stopped. That's the answer I've been waiting for. What? From the start, I was never interested in hearing the truth from you. I just wanted to see the reactions you'd have. I guess I was right though. The real purpose of this meeting is, the rear is where it is. You're going to die now. The simultaneous attack on the southern front was a ruse. If their operation succeeds, the southern front is as good as destroyed. We'll do the judging ourselves. We're cutting ties with you. What happened at the southern training camp? Explain in detail. The kingdom of Hector was attacked 2 hours ago. As usual, we were preparing for the next rider's training, when Hector's soldiers suddenly appeared and attacked us. We quickly called in troops to fight back. The power gap between us was too great, so we were slaughtered. I'm also not sure what happened to Vale, the training camp's commander. Did any of the enemy's armor pieces look unusual in any way? They were all lightly armed. And the face of the person who looked like the enemy commander was covered in scars. The commander's face was scarred. And they wore light armor. It could be the Rangers. Ah. Hector Kingdom's Ranger unit. I heard the wounds on his face from numerous wars. The leader of the group is considered a hero. But I don't understand why they attacked the southern training camp. If you have the advantage, wouldn't it make sense to use it to topple the front line? They moved back, not forward, and attacked the camp. Since the camp was on the way to the rear position, they would have had no choice but to attack. You mean? The kingdom of Hector was under a smoke screen. Attacking the front line of defense was just an eye trick. Their true objective in taking the rear position was a warp gate. Empty. A warp gate, a magical crystal that omits space. Occupying warp gates on the battlefield means instant travel has become an important strategy. In addition to blocking the enemy's reinforcements, they can reset the coordinates of the occupied warp gate and even connect the reverse attack. Therefore, the warp gate has a self-destructing device for a counterattack. The Kingdom of Hector has a strong conviction to win this war. A must-win strategy that will guarantee success if it works. This strategy would be to occupy the warp gate in the rear. Then shouldn't we go and assist the rear troops? What? No. Did you ever get a request for assistance from the rear, McBurney? No way. Hector's Ranger unit left the southern training camp an hour and a half ago. By now, the warp gate must have already been occupied. The enemy at the line of defense and the enemy at the rear position have completely isolated all the forces on the southern front, including us. From now on, we will be without the help of the kingdom. We have to survive here. I'm reporting to you. Hector Border. I've been informed that we're almost at the rear. Passing through the southern training camp. The Kingdom of Cairo was fighting off the defensive line. They don't notice our strategy at all. It's too early to let your guard down. Attacks on Cairo's defensive positions have to drag on to where the opponent won't give up. What matters to us is not to break down the wall in front of us right now. If this operation is successful, we can naturally have the southern front in our hands. Security is vital to this operation. If I had gone all out on the southern front attack from the start, I could have knocked them all down in 4 hours. But the most important thing for us now is the existence of the warp gate. In the event of the worst-case scenario, prepare to destroy the warp gate. If the operation fails, we destroy the warp gate and enter the second phase of the operation. That's a brutally rational judgment. The man who is also called the Star of Hector. Edwin Hector. His presence will revive Hector's kingdom. From now on, it's time for war. Before the enemy finds out, hurry. You have to succeed in the connection. 1 year ago. Jackson, Hector doesn't have the strength to hold out. Golden Bank's pressure is getting worse. If another poor harvest is repeated next year, the national treasury will be depleted. So I'd like to make a proposition to you. Why don't you take the southern front of the Kingdom of Cairo with me? There was a rumor that Hector was cursed by God due to continuing the poor harvest. Edwin Hector, known as the greatest genius in Hector's history, is in a situation where it wouldn't be strange if the country went down tomorrow. Within a year, Hector scouted the southern front 48 times and used spies to dig tunnels in the rear positions. The Ranger unit secretly infiltrated the completed tunnel. By getting their hands on the warp gate, the connection is a success. Empty. Welcome, Prince Edwin Hector. Kellen. Yes, sire. I'll leave the 1st Battalion to you. Deal with the remnants of the rear positions, and build a strong defense in preparation for the support of the Kingdom of Cairo. Understood. Jackson. Yes, sire. I lost contact with Baron McCleary, who was in charge of the 5th line of defense. Do you know anything about that? We're still checking the facts, but you don't have to worry because it's only the 5th line of defense, not anywhere else. Since it's a place on the southern front that's famous for its problems, it seems that a few troops alone can break down the 5th defense line. I would have told you not to force yourself to attack under any circumstances. Don't you think? True. As soon as this operation is over, Baron McCleary will be punished regardless of his performance. Edwin Hector, despite his meticulous operation, did not notice two variables that had occurred. First line of defense. Repair the wall before the enemy strikes again. Commander. We received a call from the Southern Training Camp. The Southern Training Camp. Commander of the 1st Defense Line. Count Donald. Count Donald. I'm Roman Dmitri from the 5th Reserve. What brought you into this situation? Let me get straight to the point. It looks like the Kingdom of Hector is using a smoke screen to capture the warp gate of the rear position. Before being completely isolated by their army from the back and front, he abandoned the castle and fled to the mountains. We need to gather all the remaining forces on the mountain. The mountains in the south are very rough. You call that a piece of cake. And also, we'll judge that ourselves. I'll be hanging up now. In this case, all other defense lines except the 5th will be discarded. Pack your luggage. We're heading to the mountain. We can't connect to the rear camp. Damn it. Was what Roman said correct? Even if the southern front and the nearest places send troops here, it'd still take about half a month to arrive. Is there really no other way to handle this? No. If we can hang on in the fortress until the reinforcements arrive, we'll still have a good chance of winning. How could this be? We're completely isolated. Damn it, to think they'd really steal our warp gate and send additional troops here. Our defense lines in the front and rear are all blocked by Hector soldiers. No, I need to calm down. We were able to repair the fortress walls perfectly. We have also prepared all of the armaments in advance. Empty. 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 Before the front and rear are completely isolated by Hector's army, we must abandon the fortress and take refuge in the mountains. Roman. You were right. The commander's head has been severed. Thanks to getting a head start with Flair, we were able to occupy the fortress without much loss. At this rate, I think we'll be able to take over all of the southern front perfectly. Time is on our side. Imprison all of the surrendered soldiers in a place so that nothing can catch us off guard. In order to have an advantage in our discussion with Cairo, we'll need as much ammunition as we can acquire. Depending on the situation, we may even use the hostages to strike a deal. Understood. The plan is perfect. But why do I feel this uneasiness? What on earth could I have overlooked? Big trouble. Baron McCleary has died on the battlefield. Because of that, communications were cut off. Who passed on that information? Bring him to me immediately. At first, the 5th defense line definitely seemed unprepared for any attack. As soon as we started attacking, we managed to get into the fortress and Baron McCleary ordered us to destroy the fortress right away. Directly after that monster appeared. Monster. His power was so strong that I still couldn't believe it even though I saw it with my own eyes. That monster cut down numerous ally soldiers alone. Tens of soldiers would disappear in a blink of an eye. Even the Aura Knights of Hector were completely unable to withstand even a single strike from that monster. Just because of the appearance of that monster, we lost the battle. Monster. Monster, monster. He's a monster. Come to think of it, I had heard Cairo's youngest ranker was assigned to the southern front. Even though we took a year to make perfect preparations. An unexpected variable has appeared, Roman Dmitri. Jackson, report on the current situation. Yes, sir. We checked the 5th defense line, but none of the Cairo soldiers had remained there. It seems they've withdrawn into the mountains. I'll form a pursuit squad right away if that's your wish. No, the tides are in our favor already. Since we've taken over the southern front. It's time to negotiate with Cairo Kingdom. When on earth are they arriving? My apologies, because things are happening so abruptly, everyone is taking a little bit of time to come here. King of Cairo, Daniel Cairo. The King of Cairo isn't able to make decisions on his own. He's required to obtain the approval of the powerful aristocrats in order to mobilize troops. Ha, I'm a tad late as my horse carriage ran into some trouble on my way here. Aristocratic faction Marquis Benedict. Pro Valhalla faction Count Denver, Pro Kronos faction Count Gregory. By the way, is it true that the Hector Kingdom has attacked the southern front? The Hector Kingdom has crossed over the border and ambushed our camps. At this rate, the southern front will be in danger. Can't we just send reinforcements now? That shameless old man. In that case, I'll assume I have your agreement to send reinforcements to the southern front immediately. What? They took over the warp gate. In the end, the command system that was split into 4 became a much bigger problem. How do you intend to take responsibility for what's happened? If you guys had given me the rights to be able to make decisions that a king has to make from the start, the southern front wouldn't be in such danger right now. This is all your fault. My king, Hector just sent a magic communication. What we want is compensation for the war. Please send us gold that you believe your southern front is worth. Do you think that's reasonable considering that the war isn't even justified? This is just plain robbery. I'll give you exactly 3 days. If you don't meet our demands by then your southern front will be absorbed as a part of Hector. If you even try any petty tricks to buy time, none of the southern front's hostages will make it back alive. Hector's state coffers were being depleted because of the continued poor harvest and were also late in repaying their interests to the Golden Bank. For the sake of the commoners that are in lament, even if I'm no longer the star of Hector, I'll become the devil of this era if need be. I'll do whatever it takes to save my people. Now that the warp gate is in the hands of our enemy, we have no other option. Giving the reward demanded by the Hector Kingdom is the only way we can minimize our loss. However, they will certainly ask for a lot of money then. Is there no other way? Tell me if any one of you has a countermeasure. This is not even funny. We always fight one another just to share the power within this small country. But once we face a real crisis, we're this helpless. Then, let's just accept the terms of Hector Kingdom. I disagree. We have Roman Dmitri in the southern front. According to the report that was just sent to me, Roman Dmitri was able to successfully defend our 5th line of defense. If he was able to change the course of this war, then we too have a good chance of winning. I admit that Roman Dmitri is a very great swordsman. Him being a 3-star swordsman in his 20s is a great blessing to our Cairo kingdom. However, he won't be able to deal any damage in this war by himself. You're right. Roman Dmitri is the future of our Cairo kingdom. Rather than losing our country's talents because of their feudal adventures, I think we should prioritize minimizing our country's loss. As expected, they are not aware of Roman Dmitri's true abilities. It was information that I received from the Pro Valhalla faction. He has more talent and value than a 4-star. He's the only variable that can break through this war. But there's no need to give this information to them. Since that is everyone's opinion, then I won't force myself. But just give it 3 days. If there is no opposing variable in the southern front within 3 days, then how about accepting Hector's terms by then? Let's do that. For Cairo Kingdom, as of now I will prepare both options, either war or negotiations with Hector. First line of defense. Everything's over. Cairo will lose this war. Retreat to the mountains right now. A war hero. I don't need to have that fame. Hurry up and move. Yes. Let's just do whatever it takes to survive. Shoo, be quiet, Chris. Follow me. Why is one of Roman's knights here? Didn't they go to the rear? I think there's something in the middle of this mountain. What is this? When the hell did you build this hideout? If the rear position has already collapsed, then we have to run. Why did you build this here? The war is not over yet. Protect your allies like Henry Nim, this is left here so we can kill the enemies coming up the mountain. If ever Henry Nim is someone from Hector, then end Henry Nim's life. Monster. How the hell does the Dimitri family have these monsters? Where is Roman? I haven't seen him since a while ago. My lord is currently dealing with the enemy in the front line. I see. Roman Dimitri is the one leading them. He's the real monster. I have to survive as for the rest of my troops. First line of defense Officer Brandt. Donald, that piece of shit. Because of our commander's baseless arrogance, the troops in the first line of defense are dying mercilessly. This is my end. Kill him. Die. Is this hell? Who the hell are you? I'm a reserve from the 5th line of defense, Roman Dimitri. That Roman Dimitri who suggested that we retreat. Did he come to save us without retreating? The first line of defense has already collapsed. Hector Kingdom has already moved to attack our second line of defense. Our second line of defense won't be able to last long either. Are you implying that we give up? I admit that you're a strong swordsman, but this is a war between kingdoms. It's impossible to fight against Hector Kingdom by yourself. Famine, war, ambush, this is not in line with the current situation in Hector. That means Hector's intention is to. Hector is attempting to capture the southern front at once, because they can't afford to continue this war for long. What are you talking about now? Hector's purpose is to bring about a crisis in their country and get rid of it through war. That's why they have to take over the southern front completely so that they can have a smooth negotiation with Cairo's royal family. With that premise, I can understand all the actions done by the Hector Kingdom. Right now, they are betting the fate of a country by taking a gamble. Southern Front 2nd Defense Line, fire. In my plan, Baron MacLeary doesn't die. The weakest link on the southern front would be the 5th defense line. And Roman Dimitri. If he's even stronger than what the runaway soldiers have said. Would all of the Hector forces be able to stand up against him? No, while we'd have a hard time, it shouldn't become something that'd derail everything. Hector isn't so weak that we'd be pushed around. Prince Edwin, big trouble. We lost contact with the 1st squadron that went out to deal with the enemy's remnant soldiers. That's not all. The 2nd and 3rd squadrons aren't responding either. Ah, that ominous feeling I had this whole time was because of Roman Dimitri, huh? Jackson, report on the situation. Understood. Right after we took down the 1st defense line, we ordered the 3rd squadron to deal with the remnants. But since 1 hour ago, all communications with the 3rd squadron have been cut. Seeing as how communications with the 3 squadrons were cut off one after another, it appears they've been killed by the enemy. What are the estimated losses? About 300 men. My worries have turned into reality. I'm certain this is the work of Roman Dimitri. Instead of crossing the mountain and running away, he chose to remain on the southern front to fight back. If we leave Roman Dmitri alone now, there'll be other problems later on. But Prince, Roman Dmitri is but a trivial variable. If we fail in our siege because we paid attention to him, there won't be any guarantees that the plan would succeed anymore. What's important isn't that rat of Dmitri, but to destroy the rest of the defense camps. What's important now is to exterminate the rat. That has interfered with our plans. Ask the soldiers on the second defense line to retreat right away. Yes, Your Highness. Why is he so obsessed with Roman Dmitri? He's definitely hiding in this mountain. Because Edwin had gone through the plans countless times over the past year, he could sense it instinctively. Roman Dmitri was a dangerous factor. I know what all of you are thinking right now. However, as the commander, I need to constantly prepare for the worst-case scenario. Dealing with the rest of the defense lines that we haven't conquered yet is just the second worst scenario. The worst scenario is the existence of Roman Dmitri, who's created unexpected variables for us. Edwin Hector always had legitimate reasons for his decisions. We accept your orders, sir. Now. It's time to hunt those rats of Cairo. The southern mountain range is vast. If we just searched the whole place, we could lose the enemy. So we decided to spread our forces from the bottom of the mountain and slowly close in towards the top. Blow the whistle immediately upon discovering the enemy. If we slowly drive the enemies into a corner, we can kill all of them without taking much losses. Yes, sir. What about the left side? Nothing abnormal. What about the right side? Nothing abnormal. Great, it's all good so far. Who? HM. No one's here. I need to blow the whistle quickly. Okay. Hector's decision-making is bolder than I thought. I was thinking of gaining as much advantage as possible while he's attacking the defense camp, but to think he'd give up on the second defense line just to stop me. Their commander is definitely extraordinary. The enemy has appeared. Check if your comrades are still around. We need to cut off the retreat route and drive them into a corner. It's been a while since I felt this sensation. The heavenly demon's 12 sons, they lived in the worst kinds of environments and were constantly tested just because they were the children of the heavenly demon. Baek Jong-hyuk, you'll be living as the night demon from now on. His first mission was to go after a low-rank demonic follower that caused problems within the demonic cult and ran away. He was able to successfully kill the demonic follower in just 3 days. However, his missions became more and more difficult. And when he eventually had to face an opponent that was impossible to defeat, he had to look for a different way to deal with his situation. He found the martial arts of the Night King in the demonic cult's report. After the Night King, who used to be a thief, mastered how to make use of the darkness, he became a big shot known as the Great Thief. He was eventually killed in a terrible manner for the sins of coveting after the heavenly demon's report, but he was someone who left his name in the history of Murim. Baek Jong-hyuk studied the Night King's techniques thoroughly and executed his missions by resorting to all means. 1 year later, he, who had killed 38 martial masters, the demonic cult's night demon, became known as the Shadow Phantom. The Night King's martial arts were darkness itself. Where the hell are they? We'll stand in the front. Everyone, retreat to the back. Hector, I'll make you regret stepping into this mountain. Where the shadow has descended upon. The first squadron leader is dead. I can't believe something this ridiculous is happening. I need to report this immediately. Commander. AA Phantom has appeared. We'll all die at this rate. Please. Send help. Thompson, calm down. The enemies are just making use of the darkness. We can't see the enemies anywhere. The soldiers are slowly dying off one by one, but we have no idea how or where the enemies are attacking from. Commander, we're unable to fight ghosts without any form. Thompson is an aura swordsman. I can't believe that he, whose senses are far more developed than the average person, is completely unable to detect the enemies. That shouldn't even be possible. Could it be some form of magic? There are magics that make one's body transparent, invisible like invisible or hide. I'm leading reinforcements to you guys right now. But it can't be used continuously since magic needs recovery time with each usage. Don't let the darkness deceive you. Right, there's no need to be afraid. Since our allies have surrounded the camp, we just need to hang in there a little more and we'll be able to seal off this area completely. We just need to last until the prince arrives. First Squadron, listen up. The enemies are after our lives. Go into defensive formations and thwart the enemy's attack. Alright, bring it on. Over there. Damn it. They used our allies as bait. See, Captain. I've hid in the darkness and hunted my enemies. After a while, they all start to think of the same thing. Stop hiding like a coward and come out. Once they discover an enemy that they weren't able to see previously, they would be mistaken and think they can win. Why do you think they made such a mistake? Did they think they'd be able to subdue me easily if they really discovered where I am? Our Roman Dmitri. So I must end things here with him. Die. Ugh. Because of a never-before-seen famine. Why the Hector Kingdom had to occupy the southern front and why all of you risked your lives. There's only one reason. To resolve your country's problem with war. You guys must have been trying to take the southern front as hostage to extort a huge sum from Cairo. The problem is that I found out all about it. You guys are out of time. In the first place, you won't even last 3 months because you don't have enough military rations. I'll be getting in the way of your plans the whole way. With this, my objective is complete. They won't be able to ignore my existence any further. Are you Roman Dmitri? Here it is. I won't deny anything you've said. The Hector Kingdom is now experiencing a very severe famine and has reached the limit of borrowing from outsiders. In order to get out of the endless cycle of debt, we had no choice but to make such a decision. Are you expecting me to understand your situation? No. It was just to explain to you how desperate we are. The fate of the Hector Kingdom is on the line in this war. We're out of time like you've said. But that doesn't mean we can stand down. We can't let the deaths of our comrades go to waste. So tell this to the Cairo imperial family. If we aren't able to get anything, we'll disperse the corpse poison of necromancers everywhere and turn this land into one of death. I am Edwin Hector. As the Prince of the Hector Kingdom, I'm ready to do anything in order to save my people. Roman Dmitri, what is your decision? Will you fall together with Hector that's been driven to the edge of the cliff, or will you negotiate with us? The decision lies with Cairo. Edwin Hector, a name that I've heard a lot as I investigated the Southern Front. He's distinguished and competent unlike his father, someone who's grown to become the core of Hector. Someone who has been acknowledged by people both inside and outside of Hector. Also, while such a person is commanding this war, though I do acknowledge that he's outstanding, how dare he threaten me? What the hell are you doing? I just used my sword to star this guy's thigh. Ugh. I'd rather you kill him. Even though we may be your enemies, how could you torture him? What an emotional response. I have zero interest in the difficult situations that Hector has. Don't be mistaken. Ugh. The war has already begun. And you who crossed the line first, have no right to expect me to be humane. I'm going to act in the way that I think is correct. So never try to hold on to me. I won't spare a single one of you. Even if you guys choose to raise a white flag and run away. I'll make sure to chase you down and star my sword into your backs. I am Roman Dimitri. Roman Dimitri, he's far more dangerous than I thought. What do you intend to do? Mobilize our forces immediately and form an encirclement around the location of the communication device. For the sake of Thompson who died in pain, I'll carve out the flesh of Roman Dimitri personally, piece by piece. Yes, sir. All other region soldiers are to keep climbing the mountain even if their allies are down. We must cut off the enemy's retreat route. You guys won't be able to see this right now. It's a minuscule amount from a human's perspective, but these rocks and branches possess innate mana. If one controls this mana artificially, it will be able to warp space. It feels like all my 5 senses are being denied. It was definitely in front of my eyes up until a moment ago. But Roman's existence was hidden right now as if God was playing a prank. The name of this technique is known as a trap formation. Sacrifice yourself to take out the enemies. It's just as our liege said, Hector's army isn't able to detect us. So this is a trap formation. Attack the enemies. Where did that come from? Pull yourselves together and counterattack. After the single combat, Chris had been reborn into a completely new person. He worked hard to become stronger as he trained with Roman. Because he wouldn't be able to absorb Roman's teaching properly if he had been distracted even by a little. He hung on with grit even if he was about to collapse. As a result of that, he was able to use the sword techniques of the top 10 strongest martial masters that ruled the world of Murim in this place. Lightning flash. We've taken down all the enemies as per our liege's order. Before more of Hector's soldiers come. Retreat. Retreat now. We need to move to the next point. At the same time, a battle was occurring in another region as well. The enemy is here. Stop him. Who? Kevin's comrades say that. He's a monster that grew stronger the fastest. I've observed how my liege deals with enemies by his side. I'll follow the values that he follows. The ways of my liege are absolute. Also occurring in other locations. Foka and Vulcan completed their missions. The surprise attacks by a total of 4 groups were launched at the same time and the operation was a success. I am sure there's a mage within Cairo's camp. Even in places that are bright, Cairo's soldiers have appeared out of nowhere suddenly and attacked us. It seems we've fallen into the enemy's trap. Jackson. While it's possible if one uses a magic scroll, high circle scrolls are strictly controlled by the magic tower. There's no way the sloppy Southern Front would have such an item. In that case, the only probability left would be a mage. You're saying that there's a high circle mage not in the west, but here in the south. That's ridiculous. Yes, that's impossible. Mages are even rarer than aura swordsmen, as most of them would belong to the Magic Tower, which is a neutral organization. The Magic Tower is active all throughout the continent and hopes to recruit all those who are born talented in mana. Because the Magic Tower has a repository of knowledge, mages have no choice but to choose to join the Magic Tower. Since long ago, each country would only have very few mages because of this. This isn't magic. I'd be able to find out what kind of a trick it is if I go over and take a look personally, but the soldiers are now risking their lives to fight with the Cairo kingdom. It's not the time yet. I need to wait for the right time. For the time that Roman Dmitri falls into my trap. Kook. Cook. It's Roman Dmitri. He's over there. Encircle him. The artifact would shoot out fragments of light into all directions as it explodes. Pieces were embedded all over Roman's body and exposed Roman's location like a firefly. Roman Dmitri is moving to the north. He just moved in the opposite direction. ND Squadron. 2nd Squadron. The Rad is heading your way. Kill him. Avenge our comrades. Second move. Sword Legalodes. Who I'm reaching the limits of my stamina. Do you think you'll be able to make it out alive? Thousands of soldiers are surrounding this place right now. No matter how strong you are, you'll still die by our hands. Have you guys never thought that I chose to walk into your trap? What? Countless soldiers are running all over the place just to chase me down. All of them are charging towards me recklessly in hopes of trying to stop me somehow for 1 minute, no, for 30 seconds. Isn't it interesting? You all have become more careless than ever. I'll play with you guys as long as you want. After all, there's still much time till the sun rises. This is it for you. Light equipment with a face full of scars. He must be the Ranger Unit's captain, Jackson. That energy is definitely 4 stars. Looks like Hector had been hiding his information. We finally got you. Roman Dmitri. Jackson is just a 4-star swordsman and isn't even within the rankings in the Hector Kingdom. He's only known as the leader of the Ranger Corps to the outside world. But because his name isn't in the rankings, no one knows exactly how strong he is. I can't believe he's not being pushed back by my attack. We've underestimated Roman Dmitri. The news that he was a 3-star swordsman was all a lie. Starting from 4-star onwards, one would be a walking disaster. I now understand why the soldiers went down so helplessly. He's strong. Over there. Encircle Roman Dmitri. Help Captain Jackson. Surrender, Roman Dmitri. Surrender. Huh. Interesting. It seems you haven't figured out your situation yet. You guys are mistaken about a few things right now. Firstly, fragments like this would never adhere to me against my will. Secondly, I'm confident of escaping any kind of encirclement. Even if you surround me on all sides. The lot of you would be unable to subdue me. How did he get behind me? But Jackson, for you, the captain of the Ranger Corps, someone who's one of the strongest currently within the Hector Kingdom, to be here, it must mean Edwin Hector has no one at his side at this moment. It can't be. Damn it. Go after him right now. Prince Edwin is in danger. There's only one way to end a war when one has lesser fighting force. It's to kill the enemy's commander. If I follow the mana flow of the communication device that Edwin Hector is using, I'll be able to find out his location. Bottom of the mountain, Hector's main camp. Roman Dmitri. I have you now. Edwin Hector. Michigan. His method of using mana is different. A mage. Inferno. Not so fast. Memorize. Entangle. Such magic won't be able to stop me. How dare you go after Prince Edwin? Your arrogance knows no bounds. To think this person would possess such a powerful aura. He's no ordinary man. Who is he? Hector Kingdom's ranking number 2, Royal Knight Order Captain. Roman Dmitri, you won't be able to get away anymore. 5-star swordsman butler. Looks like you came up with all sorts of plans to subdue me, Edwin Hector. Roman Dmitri, no matter what you do, you won't be able to survive the combined attack of a 4th circle mage and a 5-star swordsman. I did expect there to be traps. But I never expected Edwin Hector to be a mage. Or that he'd bring a 5-star swordsman disguised as a normal soldier. Interesting. As I stand before death, I can truly feel alive. I can't believe he's at the level that could survive the combined attack of myself and Prince Edwin. And he's only in his mid-20s. Prince Edwin, are you alright? I am fine. To think he could block that attack. I guess a 5-star swordsman is indeed different. My stamina is also at my limit now that I've used a heavenly demon sword technique twice. Unfortunately, I'll have to make my retreat for now. Bear this in mind, Edwin Hector. If we ever meet again, you won't be able to survive as you've done today. If we ever meet again, you won't be able to survive. The Hector army had suffered a great humiliation because of a single person and had almost lost their commander. The reality that they couldn't accept as the truth had taken place right before their eyes. It's all because of me. I overestimated myself and judged that Roman Dmitri would be a variable that we could handle. That moment of decision that was thought to be the lesser of the worst scenarios, but it became the worst possible scenario. This battle is Hector's defeat. No. It's my defeat. Move the corpses of our comrades. We'll cremate them to comfort their souls and help them attain eternal rest. I'm sorry. This is all because of my poor judgment. What on earth are you talking about? This isn't your fault. He's right. None of us blame you for this. Our foe was simply too strong. Please lift your head. Keep. We still believe in you. Yes. Jackson is right. Alright, but if any one of you think that my decision might lead to defeat, I want you to disregard all hierarchy and inform me right away. Yes, sir. From this moment forth, before Cairo's main army arrives, we need to take care of everything in the defense camp that's in the forefront. We have 10 days. After that, we'll use the rear camp as our base and prepare for our resistance to the death. How do you intend to deal with Roman Dmitri? I admit that he's a dangerous foe, but fighting on mountains where there are geographical advantages compared to the plains are totally different. I'm intending to make use of that fact. I might have suffered defeat, but Hector has yet to lose. Would we be able to get the compensation we want from Cairo by putting up resistance? Cairo isn't the only place we can seek compensation from. I'll be offering a deal to the Kronos Empire. Cairo royal family, in the past year, we've already invested greatly into the Eastern Front because of the frequent provocations made by Kronos. We won't be able to accommodate all of Hector's conditions in our current state of finance. Cairo Kingdom's counter. If we accede to all of their requests right now, our country's reserves will be close to being depleted. How about increasing taxes? We just increased taxes half a year ago. If we do so again, the people may riot. The only way to resolve this problem would be to use the money of Cairo's nobles. But if that happens, it'd give them an excuse to weaken the royal family's authority. Sigh. I can't see another way out of this. I want you to contact the nobles of the central government. We'll be holding a meeting in regards to this, Your Majesty. The Southern Front has sent a message saying that we've driven the enemy away. What? Is that the truth? Hector has a total of 10,000 soldiers. How on earth did he drive off Hector with a lesser force? If the news of this victory is true, then we have found a way out of this whole problem. Roman Dimitri. Did he truly win against such difficult odds? Who are you? State the group you're in. I am the second son of the House of Albert. My name is Henry Albert. Albert. I don't know who that is. Oh, the House of Albert. Yes, they used to produce outstanding individuals and were one of the families within the central government. That's right. That aside, why are you answering instead of Roman? Ivy joined up with the corps that was led by Sir Roman. As you've said, Sir Roman should have been the one to answer, but he said he had to take some alone time. So I stepped up to answer the call as the only noble here. I was a trainee with Sir Roman. I received instructions to deploy at the reserve camp of the 5th Defense Line. I was moving there, received reports that the Tor Kingdom had attacked the Southern Front. Because it was so sudden, I panicked a little, but I headed to the 5th Defense Line at full speed together with Sir Roman, expending all my energy. Get to the point. I'm sure since Roman Dimitri crossed the Cairo Kingdom, his name will be made known throughout the continent. Right now, before others realize his true value, I must establish a connection with him. The success of this mission was complete due to Sir Roman. As soon as he confirmed the fact of Hector Kingdom's attack on the South training camp, he saw through their plans and knew they were aiming for the warp gate. He then wasted no time and climbed the mountain to build a secret camp. If the Southern Front's commander had listened to Sir Roman, then the South wouldn't have fallen so easily. And put Roman's success on a pedestal. He berated all the idiots. His Majesty is right. From the moment that Hector took over the warp gate, we had already conceded defeat in our minds. However, the forces of the Cairo Kingdom have shown us that they're not weak. A hero of Cairo known as Roman Dimitri is in the Southern Front. And from now on, we must put the opportunity for a counterattack that he's given us to good use. Send additional soldiers to the Southern Front right away. We must condemn the Hector Kingdom who dared to cross the borders into our land. We'll reject further negotiations with Hector. Starting now, we'll be the ones to recover the pride of the Cairo Kingdom. Gather all the vassals of your families and provide them with the information on the Southern Front. The central government's nobles appeared to look like they were concerned about the safety of the Southern Front. But after the meeting, their objective was just one person. Roman Dimitri. That was the moment they had all decided to get him on their side. I'm more certain after the last call. Once the war is over, Roman will definitely be recruited into the central government. If I become one of Roman's people at this rate, I'll be able to make it big. Ah. Chris, you must be very hungry, eat this. I'm okay. Come on. Just take it. It's really quite tasty. Do you think I don't know what you're up to? If you really want to be acknowledged, then stop trying to look good in front of us. Show us that you can be trusted with our backs on the battlefield. Trust. You're Kevin, right? Do you want this? The order that the royal family gave the southern defense line was to help Roman buy time until Cairo's main force arrived in the south. Yes, sir. Aid. If Hector's army was defeated by less than 200 men, does this mean they're weaker than we thought? 3rd Defense Line Commander Baron Vasily. That's what I'm thinking as well. And there were also many rumors that Hector had been experiencing a great famine recently. They definitely have the numbers, but it seems they're nothing to be feared. It's been 3 years since I've been stuck in such a remote place. Maybe this could be the opportunity that the heavens have given me. Help Roman buy time. Whatever a kid can do, I can do it as well. Gather our forces right away. I'll be employing the guerrilla tactics to show the Hector Kingdom what we're made of. Hector split up its army and attacked separately in order to quickly take over the defense lines. Among those defense lines, the army that's attacking the third defense line consisted of 3,000 soldiers. Because of Baron Vasily's ambitious greed to achieve a great war feat, they laid an ambush and attacked Hector's army. But Hector's army didn't have the weak soldiers that he thought they could take down easily. This is ridiculous. Because Hector's army that was agitated before had calmed down, Baron Vasily's troops who had been too comfortable in the southern defense line were no match for them. The Cairo commander soon realized that the victory on the mountains was only possible. Fuck. Because of Roman Dmitri. Baron Vasily, the commander of the third defense line, has been reported as killed during a battle with the enemy. My king. The third defense line and fourth defense line are being attacked by enemies at the same time. And the defense line is calling in right now. It'd be impossible to last 10 days in this state. Please send help. Are you saying that our defense lines all may fall within a single day? It's not that Cairo is strong, or that Hector was weak. The overwhelming victory that we had was only due to the existence of Roman Dmitri. We let our guard down. Is Roman Dmitri right now? There are still a lot of things in this world that I don't know about. Magic in Murim is about absorbing the energy of nature like a tree with roots. To further develop martial arts, this world had made a new territory known as magic. If Edwin Hector had been an even more powerful mage, then I wouldn't have been able to escape. I still haven't been able to recover the martial prowess that I once had as the heavenly demon. Any rash decisions could lead me to a fatal situation. Edwin Hector predicted that I'd attack and was waiting for me after laying a trap like a spider. What an ominous start. I'll have to rethink my plans. What if I take the risk and attack Edwin right now? Lightning. Butler. That's right, I can't win against a team with a mage and a 5-star swordsman. But man. I have been waiting for a fight like this where I have to risk my life. A new challenge. A new formidable foe, yes. I am someone who can't live a comfortable life and be satisfied with it. Again. Again. Kook. I've completed the preparations. I don't know what he's doing right now, but the royal family is urgently looking for him. Please let me meet with him. Until my liege comes out by his own accord, no one may enter. What on earth is he doing by himself? Why is he doing this? Wait. Why do you look so rugged? As you had predicted, the third and fourth defense lines have fallen within a single day. The second defense line has also fallen into the hands of our enemies. And yesterday, after Hector took all the war supplies, they gathered in the rear camp. I think the rear camp is where they're preparing to fight to the death. And the Cairo royal family is in a huge mess right now. They've been waiting desperately to get into contact with you. Since we've done what we could, how about we let the main force take care of what happens from now on? Connect me to the royal family. I am Roman Dmitri of the Southern Front. I heard that all the defense lines of the Southern Front have fallen. What have you been doing this whole time? I have been preparing for my strategy for this entire week. Preparation for your strategy. I don't want to put any blame on you who has accomplished a great war feat, but during that 1 week, the southern defense lines have fallen into the hands of our enemy. Were you truly unable to help them even a tad sooner? If I were to be honest, I left the battle with Hector up to luck. But if they had met them on a field, there's no way I could have helped them. Hector's put their lives on the line in this war. I've confirmed that the Hector Kingdom's second strongest man, Butler, has joined this war. And that our enemy's commander, Edwin Hector, is a mage. What did you just say? Butler, the 5-star swordsman, and a mage. As you all know, mages have overwhelming power when they're fighting on a field. I thought that we ought to fight them only after Cairo's main force arrived. Roman's judgment was correct. The southern front has no chance of winning with their current troops. I can't believe Butler is participating in this war. Looks like the Hector kingdom really bet their lives on this war. Your Majesty, I don't think we need to interrogate our war hero any further. I agree. I'll not question any further then. Roman, Cairo's main force is about to arrive at the southern front. Since Hector has already completed siege defense preparations in the rear camp, I want you to join up with them and help them after they've completed their preparations and are about to attack. Hector didn't give up on the war even though their negotiations with Cairo broke down. What's the best decision our enemies could make and what's the worst situation we could have? My apologies, but time is not on our side. What do you mean by that? We only have at most 3 days after Cairo's main force arrives. If we're unable to destroy the rear camp by then, Hector will definitely pull an external army like the Kronos Empire into this war. What should we do then? Only one way out of this. A full frontal attack. We just need to defeat Hector within those 3 days. Going to cross the gate with southern Cairo. That's a very attractive proposition. It's hard to accept Hector's proposal right now. It's good to secure the southern front, but we don't have to deal with Cairo's wrath, do we? If the rear positions remain intact for the next month, I will accept the deal with Hector by then. I can't believe he's trying to make a profit in this situation. How is it? It's annoying but we have no other way. I accept the proposal. Jackson, contact Hector's family right now. Through the warp gate, we need to secure manpower and supplies that will last for a month. All right. Hector's warp gate linking time is at least 3 days. We can survive if you hold out until then. I will definitely return to Hector with hope. You. How dare you put a flag on Cairo's territory? You bloody guys. Commander-in-Chief Viscount Parchus, Noble Faction. Commander-in-Chief Viscount Thales, Kronos Empire. Commander-in-Chief Baron Brahim, Valhalla Empire. In this war with no real benefit, I can't believe the central government's important people are going there. Is it that important to secure Roman Dimitri's heart? Roman Dimitri has arrived. Vola, it's an honor to meet Cairo's hero like this. Please come in. By contrast to the gossip, you are much more attractive. That's it. I don't care what happens to the southern front. First of all, the first thing to do is to win Roman Dimitri's favor. If we lose the war against Hector, the responsibility will go to the royal family. If Roman is taken away by other aristocrats, the balance of power may collapse. Roman Dimitri, the eldest son of the Dimitri family, who boasts considerable power in the northeast. It bothers me that it's a family of commoners, but he's only in his mid-20s. If I were able to attract such talent, the Marquis will surely put me in a more important position. Please sit here. Thank you. I am Fabius, serving Marquis Benedict. I heard that the Marquis personally connected Roman to the southern training camp. He was considerate of Roman. He asked me to tell you that I am sorry that the situation has turned out like this. That's all right. No one expected this. Is that so? But can you spare me some time? I prepared a special gift for Roman. Count Gregory is also waiting for a call from Roman. The Count says he has some very useful information. The Count of Denver sent the men of the family. Please make good use of it. In our family. What the hell are you doing now? Pardon. I'm not naive enough to not know why you came to me. But right before our eyes, the enemy planted a flag on our territory. They appear to be proud as they lift their heads high. I don't think it's right to discuss my future in this place. After defeating Hector to become Cairo's greatest sword, I'm thinking of challenging the rankings. Please wait until then. I'll prove myself. I will offer my sword to only one person. Cairo's best swordsman, so right now. Why don't we focus on the situation in front of us? The situation was resolved by Roman's proposal, and the serious formal meeting began. This war is a battle that eventually takes down the castle. Opinions were divided on this, but there was no definite solution. Hector is now using the Warpgate's link. You must have at least 3 days of time. It will probably take time to respond to our attacks. Mr. Roman, if that's the case, Hector's forces are only about 10,000. Now that we've got the troops here, wouldn't a head-to-head match have a good chance of winning? With your support, in the number of troops we would gain the upper hand. But as long as Edwin Hector has a mage, we cannot say that our power is overwhelming. However, it's not like there's no way out. Kingdom of Cairo main army. Hector's listen. I'm Roman Dmitri of Cairo. As a warrior representing the Kingdom of Cairo, I'm asking the butler of Hector's kingdom for a head-to-head battle. Roman Dmitri. What else are you up to? I don't want any more meaningless sacrifices. I'm sure that's the same for you. If you win this battle, Cairo will accept Hector's offer without hesitation. On the contrary, when I win, get out of Cairo. Right now, Roman Dimitri's skills can't beat the butler. Still wanting a confrontation, is this a trap? If you don't accept my offer, even at the risk of death, I will destroy the rear camp. I'll give you exactly 10 minutes. I hope you make a wise decision in it. This is a difficult situation with no easy way out. I'll fight. I can't allow it. Your Highness, please trust me just once. I'll cut off the head of Roman Dmitri. I will return to find a way for the Hector kingdom to live. It's not that I don't trust you. But we lost 700 soldiers after being swayed by him all night. The smell that I used to smell when preparing the bodies of soldiers for burial still lingers in my nose. I believe in you, but Roman Dmitri must have a hidden intention. I'm confident I'll destroy everything he prepares. I lived with your Highness all my life. Does your Highness think I'm a coward who doesn't even try because I'm worried about the trap? Promise me one thing. Because I don't want to lose you. If you notice any strange signs, make sure to run away. I see. Then, I'll definitely come back. I've seen a lot of crazy people in my life, but I've never seen a guy like you before. I don't know what trap you've set up, I'll do my best. The moment I hit you with a sword in the mountain, I wanted to have a match with you till the end. There is no trap. I want you to compete with your skills. So do your best. If you kill me here, you can get what you want. You madman. The rank of 5 stars, upon reaching that level, one is considered very strong within the continent and that one person would be able to change the whole outlook of the battlefield. Butler had unleashed his aura explosively. Because the fate of the Hector kingdom was on the line, he had no intentions to drag out the fight from the start. I'll end this in an instant. Shit. I agreed to this fight unwillingly because I wanted to curry Roman's favor. But if Roman loses now, all the efforts to try and recruit him would have been in vain. Will he lose just like this? Butler. Butler. Please avenge our comrades. Butler. He's getting faster at intercepting my attacks. He's not just blocking them. He's slowly reading my sword's path. Don't tell me. He's actually gauging me. I can finally see where I am in this new world. While I was able to cut down Homeros, who was at 4 stars in an instant, I couldn't win against a 5-star swordsman. The current me has to fight Butler in order to see where I am. But I will. Break down that wall here and climb to the next level. Impudent whelp. Aura explosion. The weakness of indiscriminate eruption of energy was obvious. Aura Knights don't exercise elaborate control over mana. Instead, their powers erupt like an explosion, of which means not every area of the sword is equally strong. I'll read the flow of mana and accurately strike the weak point. Ugh. It's time. Heavenly Demon, 3rd move. Even a 5-star knight had been pushed back. People on both sides had gone beyond just being surprised, but were even shocked. How could this be? Isn't Roman Dmitri a 3-star swordsman? How could he be fighting on equal ground with Sir Butler, who's a 5-star knight? Did he really just want to fight to see how strong he is without any traps? If Butler loses to Roman Dmitri, that'd be the ultimate worst situation. Not only do we lose our strongest fighting force, but we'll also have to retreat from the rear camp. I can only trust in Butler. Yes, he still hasn't given it his all yet. He really was just crazy. I thought he had prepared traps while using the fight as an excuse, but he's seriously trying to defeat me here. The reason that our plans, which we thought were perfect, had started to fall apart was all because a crazy person like him had existed in the southern front of all places. If I let Roman Dmitri get out of here alive, the Hector kingdom may eventually have to face a monster that it's unable to handle. Thus, I must kill him right here, right now. I'll fight you with all I have. Up until now, there have only been 2 people that have blocked this attack from Butler. One of them became Hector's strongest swordsman, and the other made it into the continent ranking. It's over now. Secret Art, Sunstrike. If I take on that secret art with my current abilities, I'll definitely die. In that case, I'll focus everything on defense. If that's Butler's most powerful weapon, then the most sturdy shield that the Heavenly Demon, Baek Jonghyuk, possesses would be Heavenly Demon Sword Technique, Iron Shield. Bring it on. Let's decide which is stronger. Your spear or my shield? How? Even a 5-star swordsman couldn't stop this attack. I used up too much mana with one shot. Damn I. But I just can't give up here. Kijak. Kowak. How the hell does this happen? I, who have experienced all the battles on the battlefield, being pushed by a kid in his 20s like this. But I just can't give up here. Even if I die here. I must take this monster that poses a threat to the prince with me. Fua Ak. Butler. I shall always remember your willpower. Stop. Flare rune. Save Captain Butler. You monster without blood or tears. Don't touch our leader. Hector betrayed the faith of the duel. As a result, they chose to save Butler by giving up their reputation in the international community. As a result, the gates were finally opened. Suppose such a miracle happened. What should we do next? After fighting Hector in the mountains, I watched them from afar. Even though they fought all night, they took all the bodies of their colleagues and went down the mountain. Remnants of the southern front, even in a situation where it is necessary to hurry, cremated their colleague's body and grieved. Enough to give the soldiers time to mourn. Edwin Hector was a benevolent commander. I planned to take advantage of that aspect of Edwin Hector. Don't tell me. Butler can undermine his judgment, it's a catalyst. If I knock Butler down, it fulfills the conditions for the first operation. I don't kill Butler with a single stroke, I'm thinking of making him incapable of combat. That's when we start our second operation. Attack him. We need to buy time to save our leader. Edwin Hector. You are undoubtedly a good lord. But you're not fit for war. Save Butler for now. Buy me some time. We can't attack him while he's mixed up with our soldiers. Damn it. It's like magic. Roman Dmitri is the greatest talent Cairo has ever had. Why does Viscount Benedict want to recruit him? I can understand now why you say that not to hold back on means and methods. The moment you get Roman, not to mention the weak king of the country, can clean up everything, even the weeds of the two empires. Charge, Cairo army. My stupid decision has created this situation. A pathetic fellow, an idiot. I lost my judgment for a moment at the sight of Butler falling. Who? No, it's not over yet. We'll save Butler and close the gates. There's still a chance of winning. Flare rune. Yuwak. Help the prince. Fireball. Spread wide and dash. If you miss this opportunity where the gates are open, we will lose more lives. Damn it. Hector Knight Cullen. We need to close the gates quickly. Hurry faster. Butler is here. Close the gates. Stop him. Activate the defense spell as soon as you close the gate. Roman Dmitri. The gates are now completely open. All troops in Cairo. Don't stop and charge. Kill all of the remnants of the Hector army. The plan to open up the main gate was a success. There's only one objective remaining. Vola. That would be you, Edwin Hector. When on earth did things start to go wrong? We managed to ambush and take over the rear camp, and it was proven that my decision wasn't wrong. My plan was definitely perfect. Until Roman Dmitri appeared. Right, it's all his fault. We failed to take over the 5th defense line because of him. And because of the guerrilla operation in the mountain, we also lost excellent Hector soldiers. If a god exists, I'd like to ask him this. Allow the birth of me, the person who's known as the Star of Hector, and why did he send Roman Dmitri to the Cairo kingdom? We finally meet. Yes, we finally meet again. Even if I die today, I'll bring you along with me to the afterlife. Roman Dmitri. Wind Blade. Protect the prince at all costs. Stop Roman Dmitri. Heavenly Demon to second form. Entangle. Inferno. Yeah, I knew you weren't someone who'd go down that easy. How about this then? Did I get him? Edwin Hector. I acknowledge that you're powerful. But it ends here. Prince. Please, run from here. Kellen. Ennu. Pitiful. You'll accompany him soon enough. Roman Dmitri. AI. Prince, get a grip of yourself. Do you really intend to die here? Even if you might be labeled a coward who has been defeated, you need to survive until the very end. So that all those who sacrificed their lives for you aren't in vain. Everyone is to give up the castle and retreat. Stop that bastard. We need to buy the prince time. Prince, you must live on. Prince. You must live on. Ugh. Roman Dmitri. He's a demon. Huff. You've already won this fight. Will you please? Stop and stand down. I warned you all, didn't I? The moment all of you see me again, I'd kill all of you. This is a war that you started. Don't lament as if you all are the victims here. All of Hector's armies have retreated. This is Cairo's victory. Where is Roman Dmitri? The person who turned the tides of a war that seemed to be doomed for defeat. The value of Roman Dmitri, who accomplished something unbelievable that would never happen again. Would surge up to the heavens because of this war. You lot finally made it. This is before the great news reached the capital, Cairo. About what? Did you hear? That the Hector kingdom is crossing their borders and attacking the southern front line. Based on what the merchants from the south say, the current situation is quite bad. It's unnerving as I fear they'll start to forcefully conscript men for the war. No way. Nothing happened even when the Empire attacked us, why would they start conscripting people now just because Hector is attacking? They won't increase the taxes because of the war, right? Sure hope not. Why can't there ever be a peaceful day in this country? I'm just so unlucky to be born into a small nation. What the hell is this country doing, seriously? Next will be William Castro and Loren Dmitri. D-Class William Castro, D-Class Loren Dmitri. Begin. Ugh. Ugh. Retard. Ha. Ugh. William's the strongest. Loren Dmitri. You're the one who wanted to join Cairo Royal Academy to learn swordsmanship. But not only are you unable to look at the swinging sword of your opponent, you even closed your eyes. What a truly pathetic sight. If you perform like this again in the exams, you better be prepared to be demoted into the E-class. E-class. I'd definitely be laughed at if I went into a class meant for 15-year-olds when I'm 18 years old. Sigh. There's our dear Loren. How fascinating. So fascinating that even Sir Rodwell, whose S-class, is in awe. When I was young, I thought maybe everyone in the Dimitri family was amazing. But look at this. I guess I was oblivious to the fact that some people are just born with certain limits. It was a miracle that someone like Sir Rodwell was born into a normal family. And miracles don't happen twice for the same family. Every single time, the name Rodwell would haunt me like a shadow. What's this? It's not fun at all. Yeah. But I wonder if it's true that Roman Dimitri defeated Homeros. I guarantee you this. That's definitely a rumor that the Dimitri family spread. Since they need to do something about that eldest son of theirs that's famous for being an idiot. It's obvious when you look at Loren here, isn't it? Dimitri family's incompetent third son. I wonder if what I heard about Roman is true. While I don't remember him as a bad person. It's just like what William said, I don't think he's strong enough to defeat Homeros. Anyone can see that's a blatant lie. Sigh. What's happening there? Is that really true? I told you, it is. That's what my relative that lives in the south said. The southern front line almost completely fell to Hector, but it was recovered by a miraculous stroke. Do you know what's even more unbelievable? In the process of recovering it, Roman Dimitri played an unbelievable role in it. The youngest ranker that defeated Homeros. Yeah, that's him. There are even rumors that he defeated Hector with just 200 soldiers. That's not all. They say he also defeated Butler, a 5-star swordsman, in a one-on-one fight. That is so ridiculous that I can't bring myself to believe it either. Are they really talking about my older brother, Roman, that I know of? And he also defeated Hector's Aura swordsman. They've gone overboard with the lies. Step aside. The heroes of the South are here. Step aside. Roman Dimitri, we finally meet. Greetings, my king. I would like to represent our country and thank you from the bottom of my heart. You've shown the world what the will of Cairo is like. Do you have anything you desire? I'll grant it as long as I'm able to. Though actually, the strongest swordsman of Cairo, the captain of the Royal Knights, Count Nicholas, is actually looking for a successor. If you're all right with it, I'd like to make you the vice-captain and permit you to freely enter the royal family's repository. I'll also excuse you from your remaining duties at the border. How does that sound? The king has bared his fangs. Due to the early death of the previous king, he rose to the throne at a young age. Cairo's puppet king, Daniel Cairo. If I bring him over to my side, not even the aristocratic faction would be able to threaten me easily. While people call me a weak-kneed king, I can't live like this forever. My king. No one in this world would reward others by giving them more work. Aristocratic faction Marquis Benedict. For a young and talented man with a guaranteed bright future, you're simply forcing him to sacrifice himself. Please retract your offer. He's right. I can agree to allow him access to the royal family's repository. But not to him being the vice-captain. Marquis Benedict, I've already stated the rewards that I'd like to grant. From this moment forth, it's up to Roman Dimitri if he wishes to accept. I guess he still has the blood of a king in him, huh? However, there's no reason for me to help the royal family of Cairo. The position of a royal knight is an honorable one. However, before I decide on what my future will be like, there's something that I'd like to say. What is it? After this war, I realized that I'm just a frog in a well. If I get out of our country and go into the world, I'd be a nobody. Which is why I need time to prepare myself before I go into a larger world. And once my preparations are complete, I shall challenge the open ranking competition of the Cairo Kingdom. I'd like to challenge rank number 99, fully test my limits. The open ranking battles. Yes. The open ranking battles means there can be endless challenges. One would be able to fight either until they're defeated, or until their opponent is brought to their knees. If the challenger wins, they'll take the position of the one they defeat. One could lose their life in ranking battles if something goes wrong. That is not something that we can discuss easily here and now. I understand. He truly has great confidence. In this situation where he could choose to go after incredible wealth or fame, he chooses to give them up and take up a new challenge. As expected of the hero of Cairo, he made a great decision. Ranking battles, huh? I'm looking forward to it already. He's someone who defeated Hector's butler, who'd even be able to stop him. He rejected the king's proposal to become a royal knight. Since he wants to prove his own worth, there's no need to stop him. The idea is not bad. Roman is still in his mid-20s. With the ranking battles, we'll be able to find out what his true capabilities are. My king, in the near future, I will prove myself in front of everyone. Once that happens, I will then decide what my course of action shall be. When the ranking battles are over, Roman Dmitri will become no one's sword. I will instead become a new player in the game. Life sure is full of surprises. I sent you to the southern front line for your own sake. But to think Hector declared war at that time. And to think you'd become the hero that stopped Hector. Thanks to you, it was a good experience. A good experience. Indeed. Through the war with Hector, I realized that there's a bigger world out there. And so, I will challenge the open ranking battles. To test just how strong I am within the Cairo Kingdom. Once there are none stronger than I here. I intend to go out into the world and become the best there is. The best in the world. There was a time I had dreamt of that too. But when I realized just how wide the world is, I chose to be satisfied with my current life. I have a daughter. Because her mother died really young, I put in even more effort into raising her. I'll give her to you. I heard from Fabius that you're not a naive person. And even today, when I witnessed you asking to take part in the open ranking battles, I was reminded of the monsters of the world that I met when I was young. That you, Roman Dmitri, are someone who could grow strong enough to be on par with them. I'm already aware that you broke off your engagement. I have no intentions of forcing her into a marriage either. But I will set up a meeting for you with her. What I'm saying is that if after you meet her and if both of you have good feelings for each other, I'll accept you. I won't ask you to meet her right away, but I hope you bear this truth in mind. That both in the past and in the present, I have been watching your back for you. Whenever you choose to say that you want to journey with me, you'll be able to acquire anything you desire within the Cairo Kingdom. Roman Dmitri, the existence that breaks the balance of power. Whoever recruits him first shall take reign over the Cairo Kingdom. The four powers that possess Cairo. They had great desire to gain possession of Roman. After that, Count Gregory and Count Denver also made shocking proposals. Was someone who isn't capable of serving under any other. Young master. Are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere? After I heard about your news in the southern front line, my heart literally sunk. I'm truly so glad that you're safe. I'm fine. A few days later, are you certain? Young master, I might be speaking out of place. But could you possibly meet with young Master Loren? Right after Roman moved to the capital. The capital mansion of Dmitri, young Master Loren. Oh. Hans. I, who raised both young masters since they were young, could tell at a glance. Young Master Loren is going through some troubles. So I waited for him to tell me about it. Please feel free to speak your mind. Hans. A while ago, I saw him returning to the capital while being protected by people all around. People are saying that Roman won against a rancor of Hector. While you were gone, a lot of things happened in the Dmitri family. You've heard the rumors about what happened as well, right? They're all true. The marriage with the Lawrences was broken off. The war with the Barcos, the defeat of Homeros, and this time around playing a great role in winning the war on the southern front line. That wasn't a rumor but the actual truth. Thanks to the changed behavior of young Master Roman, the Baron has been quite happy these days. As compared to just talking about him like this, how about meeting him yourself? I heard that he'll be arriving in the accommodations tonight. And no. It's okay. Thanks, Hans. The three brothers of the Dmitri family are all born with different personalities. And among them, young Master Loren has the most fragile and sensitive heart. I think young Master Loren is being bullied at the academy. It seemed like he wanted to ask for help. But I'm not in a position where I should be asking him about it. Loren Dmitri, he's the youngest among us. While there's no need for me to look after him just because he's my younger brother. Alright, I'll meet him just once. Thank you, young Master Roman. Roman thought that maybe he agreed only because it was the request of Hans. There's been an indefinite delay on recruiting Roman Dmitri. However, there's still a way to get into the good graces of the Baron. Although everyone is paying close attention to only Roman. The truth is that those subordinates that followed him are also exceptional talents. If I can recruit them, Marquis Benedict will definitely be overjoyed. Especially that Chris, he's a talent that any noble in the capital would welcome with open arms. Well, if I hadn't gone to the southern front line myself, I wouldn't have known that though. They are definitely worth recruiting. If I manage to bring Chris and all the other subordinates of Roman to our side, I just might be able to gain the trust of the Marquis sooner. When I first met him, he was definitely within my reach. That's why I thought I'd be able to surpass Lord Roman someday. But he's already arrived in a whole different dimension than me. I was especially shocked during his fight with Butler. How on earth was any of that even possible? Sigh. But as I followed him and observed him from behind, I've experienced exponential growth within the last 6 months, that even I can't believe myself. I mustn't stop here. I am serious about my goal of surpassing Lord Roman one day. Oh, Sir Chris, you're here. I'll cut straight to the point. I'd like to recruit you. If you come over to our side, I refuse. This is an opportunity that can completely change your life. So how can you refuse without even hearing what we have to offer? What's the problem here? Money. We can give you so much that you'll be in no lack for the rest of your life. Fame. It'll be an honorable position where you can serve Marquis Benedict, who's the real power in the central government. Whatever you want in the Cairo kingdom, there's nothing we can't give. If you're worried that your action might look like betraying Sir Roman, then there's no need to worry about that. He'll eventually come over to the Marquis side as well. What problem could there be if you're just coming over in advance? Are you certain that my lord told you he'd become Marquis Benedict's subordinate? Isn't that a natural course of action? No one in Cairo is able to reject someone as powerful as him. He still has no idea what Lord Roman is like at all. Based on what I've seen so far, he's someone who would never bow his head to anyone. No matter what offer you propose, I don't intend to leave my lord's side. No one can replace him. Alright, I understand. If you're also thinking of recruiting my other comrades, it'd be best if you give up now. No one will choose to serve anyone other than our lord. Humph, ridiculous. As if there'll be anyone else that would throw away the opportunity of a lifetime again. My lord is my whole life. I'd rather die than serve another person. What? Have you come to an agreement with my lord already? Otherwise, I'll just treat it as if this conversation didn't take place today. If I hadn't met with my lord, I'd have been a nobody. I wouldn't even dare imagine betraying him. I already told him it wouldn't be betraying him though. Finn. HM. Thanks to the changed behavior of young Master Roman, the Baron has been quite happy these days. Just what exactly happened to Roman? To the youngest ranker and then became the hero of Cairo that defeated Butler. If even Roman can change this much. Why am I still like this? Just as pathetic as I've always been. Huff. Huff. What are you doing here? Roman. I heard from Hans that you were looking for me. Speak now if you have something to say. It's nothing. Pathetic. I.ll say it. I.ll tell you everything. When I heard the rumors about you, I couldn't believe them at first. The way I remembered you, you weren't someone who'd bother with swords and would even ask if someone could go to the borders on your behalf. About 1 year ago. That's not too long ago. Yet you've become a totally different person since the last time we met. People are even calling you the hero of Cairo. Now. Just what happened for you to change so much? In the past, both you and I were unable to meet the expectations of others around us together. I too, want to become like you. I want to become a son that father is proud of. Not to be a son who acts like he's fine, doing well. And just forcing a smile when I contact him. I really want to show him my own achievements. He's still young. He's barely 18 years old and isn't strong enough to handle the weight of reality yet. What should I do with him? The people in this place have accepted the new Roman. They decided to not hang on to Roman's old image and decided to give him a second chance. That's what I must do too, whether it's Loren or Rodwell. I shouldn't judge them based on my old memories, but instead judge them based on what I've seen and experienced in person. Yes. Loren. I don't wish to see someone who bears the same family name as me being looked down upon. That will cause both the reputation of Dmitri and my own reputation to suffer. My answer to your question is that you are qualified too. Go prove yourself in the Academy's swordsmanship exam. We'll now begin the swordsmanship exam. The first person will be. He said if I want an answer to my question, I need to prove my worth. Loren Dmitri, you are next. Yes, sir. William Castro, come forward. What an interesting turn of events. To think you'd be the one I'd fight of all people. I'll make sure to crush you thoroughly this time. The test results won't be decided by who wins or loses. It will concern how well you've learned the techniques. So refrain from using any fatal moves. Alright, let the exam begin. Loren, you coward. I'll end you. It's over. During the swordsmanship exam, show all those people who look down on you just how competent you are. You rat. I must turn the tides. I'll prove my worth. And become like my brother. Seriously. 2. I am a Dmitri. It was a close match. The moment William burst into an attack, you quickly dodged it. If you hadn't done so, you would still be unconscious right now. But still, you did great today. I've watched you this whole time, and you aren't totally untalented. Because you were always frozen out of fear, you weren't able to display just how competent you can be. In the previous match and also in today's exam. The reason why I pit you against William is because I think that he's a homework assignment that you have to overcome. Do you really mean that? Do you think I'd lie to a student? You need to believe in yourself a little more. From what I can see, you're not that different from William, so don't get scared. If you've already lost in your mind, there's nothing you can achieve. Thank you. Damn it. William, please just calm down. Why yeah. Calm down first. That rat, Loren Dmitri. Just because I've gone easy on him this whole time. He dares look at me with those eyes. I can't just let this slide. Let's go break an arm or two of his. Why you really want to go that far? Don't you know who his brother is? Hero of Cairo. He can fuck off. Don't you know who I am? I'm the eldest son of the Castro family. Who the fuck are they? My father is best friends with Marquis Benedict. No matter what I do, no one can do anything to me in Cairo. Even if he's a hero, this is the limit of the family line that you're born into. I'll show them that nothing matters in front of true authority. Go bring Loren Dmitri to me right now. Go ahead and knock him out if he dares resist. Say that again. Our Roman Dmitri. Tell me exactly what you intend to do to my brother. I.LL say it if that.s what you want so badly. I.LL show you that your family will mean nothing in front of true authority. Do you know what you just did wrong? Ugh, you bullying Loren. Okay, I can still let that go. But the problem is that I heard what you said. I heard you scorn the Dmitri name and say that you bully Loren. All of you. Look down on my family. Bring me to your family estate right now. What did you say? If an immature child of theirs made a mistake, shouldn't his parents take responsibility for it? I.D love to experience what true authority is like for myself. Are you saying that everyone rejected you? You.re saying that we.re offering them a road to success, and yet they rejected it. This is why I hate dealing with commoners. That's how it is, those with lowly origins just can.t see the big picture. Count, just ignore them. By the way, is Roman Dmitri that great? Of course. There's a reason why Marquis Benedict is putting everything on the line to recruit him. I am only telling you this because it.s you. I think the Marquis is thinking of making Roman his son-in-law. Is that so? I.LL have to meet him in person someday then. Please help me arrange a meeting with him if the opportunity arises in the future. What.s happening? Father. William and Roman Dmitri. Father. Do you know what Roman Dmitri did to me? He.s a mere commoner and he dares to threaten me, the eldest son of the Castro family. Damn it. I want you to punish him immediately. Silence. F.A. There. William, do you know who you just messed with? Sir Roman is a hero that saved Cairo. How could you say something so disrespectful to such a person? My apologies. It seems my useless son has inconvenienced you. I.LL make sure to punish him severely for this, and teach him a good lesson so this will not be repeated again. Please appease your anger. If you have the time right now, would you like to have a cup of tea with me? Ho, this worked out great. To think the opportunity to build a relationship with him would come so quickly. He won't reject me since I went this far to apologize to him, right? What do you think you're doing right now? To accept your apology or not is not for you to decide, that is something for me to decide. Your son is the cause of the problem this time. William continuously bullied Loren and said to my face that he intended to break his arm. The moment he said that, it was as good as being acted upon. I won't overlook this matter. So what would you like to do? Do you intend to break his arm or something then? Let's come to a reasonable negotiation for the sake of our future relationship. What do you want me to do? I want him to go to my brother, kneel down, and apologize to him in front of everyone. Then he is to voluntarily drop out of the academy. I don't wish for my brother to be in the same space as such trash. If you refuse, then there will be war. Either do as I say, or go to war with my family. The choice is up to you, Count Castro. Those of lowly birth are truly a headache. Do you think you're that great just because the Marquis is paying you some attention? Not at all. You aren't even worthy to be his footstool. I'll use this chance to show you just how powerful a central government noble is. Since you've been witnessing what happened from the start, I plead for you to testify this to the Marquis. I'm saying that I have no choice but to mete out appropriate punishment on Roman for crossing the line. I'm not so sure. It seems to me that William is clearly in the wrong though. What? Among the nobles, Fabius' nickname is Raccoon. Of Kairos. While there are many people that possess exceptional abilities in the world, the ones that actually survive until the end are people like Fabius. Ones who have an eye for the current state of affairs. That was why, despite Fabius' family not being of great bearing, Count Castro comes from a line of a reputable family of Castro. And thus, was able to have a close friendship with Marquis Benedict since he was young. But the problem is that they're up against Roman Dimitri. Here. Normally, it'd be correct to stand on Castro's side. However, the Marquis is someone who'd abandon even his close friend for the sake of victory. If there's any exception to this case, it'd only extend to his blood relatives. Right now, the Marquis is in the midst of doing all he can to get Roman to become his son-in-law. With that, my answer will be: Count Castro, if your son has done something wrong, so instead of covering up his mistakes, you ought to punish him for it. Kairos Raccoon has already done his calculations. He's already decided that standing on Dimitri's side will bring him more profits. If we go to war against Dimitri, our family will fall into the abyss. I can't allow my pride to cause the fall of my family. Now that I've listened to what Count Fabius has said, I realize that I've indeed made a mistake. I'm really sorry. Since this concerns my son, I had monetarily lost my rationality. Father. The nobles are always mistaken and think that they're superior. Now that my value in this kingdom has soared, there's a chance that my family and I could be harmed. Because of the envy and jealousy of conceited people. And so, there's a need for me to make an example of someone at this time. Though it wouldn't be a bad idea for that someone to be Count Castro. I shall follow your recommendations, Sir Roman. I'll have my son apologize to your brother and have him drop out of the academy. Father. I hope you understand the heart of a father like me. Understood. We'll conclude this matter with that then. Thank you for your generosity. Who the hell did I just mess with? Your brother. Got into a quarrel with William. William got angry that he took a hit from you and wanted to break your arm, but your brother heard him say it. What did you just say? After that, William got into a fight with your brother and William dragged him to meet with Count Castro. Roman. Count Castro is more than capable of harming my brother, if Roman. Things could get really dangerous. I will never let him get hurt because of me. I won't be able to forgive myself for that. Loren, what's the matter? Dad, Roman is in danger. I think he got dragged to the Castro estate. While he was trying to help me. That bastard Castro. Loren is the type to keep quiet so that he wouldn't worry the family. For him to actually call back home while crying, something significant must have happened. What do you think we should do? As you know, the Castro family is a part of the central government and they have close relations with Marquis Benedict. Are you seriously saying that right now? The eldest son of Dimitri is in danger right now. Our relationship with the central government is a problem for later. Dimitri isn't that weak of a family, is it? Thank you for saying that. Gather all the vassals of our family. All of them must assemble here. Roman, the eldest son of Dmitri, is now facing a dangerous situation due to a discord with the Castro family. Based on what Loren told us, it seems that Roman has been dragged to the Castro family. While we're up against the Castro family that is a part of the central government, I will not just sit idly by and watch this situation. Which is why I need all of your approval. There may very well be widespread rejection. I agree. Dmitri Knight order Captain Jonathan. Although going up against someone in the central government is a dangerous thing to do, we're talking about the eldest son of Dmitri here, aren't we? We will offer our lives in order to protect young Master Roman. My lord, I'll mobilize all of Dmitri's blacksmiths right away. Master Blacksmith Hendrik, please let me know how much supply you'll need for the war. Young Master Roman is the future of Dmitri. To hell with the Castro family, we mustn't allow anyone to mess with him. All the miners of the smithy and even the denizens of the Dmitri territory. And the personnel of our iron mine. No one will go against the decision to save him. To think they'd all be in such agreement to save Roman. Those of Dmitri have always pursued peace. But now, we'll be moving as one of the rulers of the northeast region. What? Is that the truth? Those damn bastards dare mess with the hero of Dmitri. Gather all the miners at once. Mining Master Jacob, even if we can't join the fight, we must prepare all the things necessary for the war and help the others. Those capital noble bastards have messed with young Master Roman. Safety in charge Maureen, even if we must work through the night, we will increase our production. The faster we finish production, the more chances that young Master Roman will be able to return safely. Move without rest for the sake of young Master Roman. Everyone of Dmitri began to move in tandem to save a single person. This all happened in the span of less than 1 hour. Those who are in the capital. None of them were aware of just what kind of bomb had dropped within the Dmitri family. Since I already told Dad about this, I'm sure he'll send help. But what should I do until help arrives? I mean, let's start with finding Roman. Why are they all gathered there? Roman. Loren, there you are. Now, apologize. If you don't do that, your family will be the one to pay the price instead. William. Apologize quickly. Ugh. Loren. I'm sorry for bullying you this whole time. I shouldn't have done that, it was wrong of me. So, please. Please accept my apology. I'll drop out of the academy as well. I will never appear in front of you again. What on earth is happening right now? Please accept my apology. I promise that this will never happen again. Okay. I'm really sorry. Roman, what just happened here? Loren, listen carefully. What happened today wasn't just for your sake. I was just doing what I should as a Dmitri. For all the humiliations that they've committed upon us. I felt that there was a need to punish them for it. If you are always bowing your head while letting them humiliate you, these people will look down on the value of the Dmitri family. I'm sorry. Raise your head. Your name is Loren Dmitri. I hope that my brother will never have to go through what happened today again. So, I want you to find out just what kind of strength you possess and what you are capable of. Now that Castro is aware of what Dmitri is capable of, they won't dare to do anything reckless to you. My brother. Yes, I'll remember what you've said to me, brother. I won't just let others do as they please to me from now on. Good. I don't wish to be in a family fight with my brothers anymore. Oh, shit. What do I do? Roman, you must contact our family right away. At this rate, we don't know what Dad might do. Damn bastard. To think someone like you would be of my blood. Do you know what kind of a mistake you've committed today? Roman Dmitri is a rising star of Cairo. That all the powers of Cairo are dying to recruit. Yet you went and brought harm to his brother. Now that you, the eldest son of the Castro family, have gone down on his knees, the reputation of our family has fallen to the ground. Ha! Damn it! How am I supposed to face Marquis Benedict from now on? Count. The Dmitri family has sent a magic call. What? From the Dmitri family. Why would they call us? Baron Dmitri. Count Castro, as one of the nobles of the central government, you might think we're weak, but you who dared to mess with one of the bloodlines of the Dmitri family. We shall never overlook it. What's this? I was already deeply troubled with what has happened, why would he pick a fight with me over what has ended? We will submit our request for a territory war to the central government. From now on, the Dmitri merchantry will stop providing all supplies to the Castro family and also begin to collect on all the debts that the Castro family has with the Golden Bank. For the people whom we're preparing war against, this will put an immense pressure on their finances too. That's not all. We've contacted groups that are hostile towards the Castro family, to support them with funds and work with them. For the sake of taking down the Castro family, we will resort to all means possible. Even if the Dmitri family has to pay a price for what we're doing, I intend to destroy the Castro family if that's the last thing I do. I can't let this happen. To think they'd be so merciless. Roman Dmitri truly takes after his father. So, I will give you one last warning. Release my son right away. Ha! Baron Dmitri. I think you're under a misunderstanding right now. We aren't holding any members of the Dmitri family right now. The problem with Lorraine has been resolved with my son, William, kneeling down apologizing to him. Why would you still initiate a territory war? Is that so? Yes. All right. I've already resolved that problem with Roman. I will do my utmost to make sure no such thing ever happens again. Leaders are born with the ability to lead. From the executives to the artisans of the blacksmiths and even the miners of the iron mines. Roman has somehow caught. Since when did he grow up so much? There won't be a war. Begin to prepare for a party right away. We'll be eating and drinking ourselves drunk to our heart's content like there's no tomorrow. The change of power within the Cairo kingdom, I'm telling you, I saw it myself. Count Castro is one of the most powerful individuals within the capital, but he made his eldest son kneel and apologize to the Dmitri family's third son. I'm certain that there's a shift in power within Cairo. Although that only happened a few hours ago. The merchants that were dealing with the Dmitri merchantry have already cut off all deals that are related to the Castro family. Do you know what that means? This means the Dmitri family is going to wage a war against the Castro family. Wow. A family in the borders is trying to fight against the Castro family. But what's even more scary is that as soon as that incident happened, all the big money in Cairo leaned towards the Dmitri family. Because even in a situation where a power of the capital is in conflict with a family in the borders, they've concluded that the Dmitri family has a higher chance of winning. With this incident, the status of the Dmitri family has completely changed. Dmitri has always been against war. I can't believe they'd make such a decision for my sake. This decision wasn't just made by Baron Romero. It was only possible because the core individuals of the Dmitri family had chosen to agree to the war. The small society that lived in the borders known as the Dmitri family had chosen to risk their lives to wage a war to rescue me. In my life as the heavenly demon, where the strong preyed on the weak, there was nothing I couldn't do. As I watched numerous deaths take place, my personality changed and became quite extreme. However, my life this time is different from the previous one. Hector Kingdom. Prince. Are you awake? How much time has passed? If Roman Dimitri's existence is beyond the heavens, could turning back time have been able to completely defeat him? No, that'd be impossible. I've caused the Hector kingdom to fall into an abyss of despair. If I had not waged the war, wouldn't the Hector kingdom be able to buy more time for survival? Kellen also had to take a stab in my stead and died. Because of me, the Hector kingdom is now facing the worst possible situation. I must do something so that there can be a way for the Hector kingdom to survive. Because I have people who are looking towards me for help. I can't just give up like this. My prince, are you awake? How much time has passed? About 1 week. While those involved in the war had not spoken, the news that came from Cairo had caused the Hector kingdom to fall into despair. The demon of Cairo had single-handedly slaughtered thousands of soldiers before cutting down the night order captain, Butler. From the start, that was a fight we couldn't have won. We're just frogs in a well. In this world, there are monsters roaming within it that we've never even heard of. How's your body? I'm fine. You fool. While I've placed the burdens of the royal family on you because of my incompetency, I don't wish to resolve problems at the expense of my own son's life. My apologies. But father, have you heard the report from Jackson? Yes, I did. An omen has been spotted in one of the villages of the Hector kingdom. That village, where the famine started from. Its land has started to turn black and all life forms are dying there as we speak. It seems that is a curse from a necromancer. Maybe all the famines that have struck the Hector kingdom this whole time could have been caused intentionally by a certain person. We're talking about something that's able to affect the whole of the Hector kingdom. Are you saying that there's a certain force that led us to attack Cairo? Yes. The perpetrator that hides in the darkness has intentionally caused war between the two kingdoms in order to profit from it. For a curse that's able to spread throughout a kingdom, we'll need at least someone on the level of an archpriest to dispel it. But we don't have the capability to hire someone like that anymore. Father, do you remember this? When I was young, the Tower Master of the Heavenly Palace said that if I gave up my title as the prince and joined the Magic Tower, he would give me whatever I desire. I will sell my time to the Magic Tower of the Heavenly Palace. Edwin. Just 1 year will suffice. That's the only way to resolve our problem. Ugh. If I were to die, I want to die on the battlefield. Probably not. That's the reality of it. McBurney, it's been too long. I'll get straight to the point. Would you be willing to follow me and join Dimitri? Sir Roman. What is he doing here? Sir Roman, I'm thankful for your offer. But as you can see, I've lost an arm. I want to join him. But what could a person like me be of use to you? Someone like me who's lost any value as a swordsman, I'm worried that I'd just hold you back. That doesn't sound like a rejection to me. Am I wrong? McBurney, have you heard of the story of the left-handed swordsman? The left-handed swordsman, Song Beck, although he was a royal bodyguard for the royal family, he lost his right arm as he devoted himself to the country while at war. The imperial family gave him wealth and honor for his efforts, but Song Beck, who lived his life on the battlefield, wasn't able to accept a peaceful life. He decided that even if it was a vain death, he wanted to die as a martial artist. He swung his sword for a few years so that he could get used to having only his left arm. He began a journey of duels with the left-handed swordsmanship that he had created. The slanted body orientation which others thought was a weakness was made use of to go on the offensive. Song Beck's irregular attack patterns allowed him to defeat numerous martial artists. At the end of his life, he met Beck Jonghyuk and met his end at Beck's hands. And I promise you that I'll make the best use out of you, better than anyone ever could. To make me useful. Yes, he could truly be my life's savior. If I can live as a warrior and not just a one-armed cripple. I will do anything. I, MacBurney, am satisfied with just being able to be made good use of. I will offer my life to you from now on, Sir Roman. On that day, MacBurney found a new hope. War changes the lives of countless people. Edwin, Hector and MacBurney. And, even the good-for-nothing of the Albert family, Henry Albert. All of them have been sucked into the whirlpool of change. Sir Roman is too much. We went through those hard times together. Couldn't he just bring me along? Sigh. I guess living among people who'd suck up to me is more for me, right? Yeah, of course that's the case. It's already an incredible achievement to just be exempted from performing duties at the borders. Me, hero of Cairo, congratulations on your return, Sir Henry Albert. Oh, the proud son of the Albert family, Henry Albert, has returned safely. Henry did absolutely nothing in the war with Hector. Henry. But just the fact that he was with Roman at the place where the war happened changed his status completely. This is the Cairo Royal Academy. Could you possibly give a lecture on what happened at the southern front line? This is it. In order to raise my value, I must tell the world just how great Roman Dimitri is. Henry Albert took up the role of spreading Roman's name, as he told the world about the great things he's done. That was the moment that he faced a turning point in his life as a good-for-nothing noble. A few days later, Sir Roman, return safely to your hometown. All hail Dimitri. I'll have to make my decision. Until then, I must completely subdue the northeastern region, so that I'll have the power to fight back against the central government. And not just a one-armed cripple. I will do anything. I, MacBurney, am satisfied with just being able to be made good use of. I will offer my life to you from now on, Sir Roman. On that day, MacBurney found a new hope. War changes the lives of countless people. Oh gosh. This year's crop is all ruined. You bastards. How do you expect us to survive? Who are they? They're probably the farmers of the Dimitri territory. What is a denizen of the Dimitri territory doing in the Conrad territory? There isn't much land that can be cultivated within the Dimitri territory, so some of the farmers are leasing land in the Conrad territory for farming. Chris, bring those people to me. I want to hear the details of what's happened to them. We made a contract with the Conrad family to lease this land for 10 years. Just a month from now would be the harvest period, but the Conrad family informed us that they want us to vacate the land in a week. When we resisted and told them we wouldn't leave, they sent people to destroy all the crops. Young Master Roman, this is so unfair. How are we supposed to make a living if we aren't even allowed to harvest our own crops? My lord, while the situation of the farmers is unfortunate, it's not a problem that we can help with. Strictly speaking, the land that they've leased belongs to the Conrad family. If things go wrong, this could escalate into a problem between the two families. And the Conrad family are in an alliance association with the nobles of the northeastern region. A few groups that aren't big gathered together and formed a fence that protects each other. Their existence is like a bat. Chris, doing nothing only allows the problem to worsen. Before they get even more puffed up, we need to uproot the source of the problem completely. It's the duty of a subordinate to follow once our lord has made a decision. Yes, my lord. Roman. The hero of Cairo. You're the pride of the Dimitri territory. Welcome home. Roman, you've done great. Father, have you been well? Of course, I have. What could possibly happen in the Dimitri territory? I've prepared a grand party for you, let's enjoy ourselves thoroughly with some food and drinks. One moment please, father. Could you give me some of your time before that? I knew about that as well. But, there's no way to stop the Conrad family from taking back their own land. If we do manage to stop them from doing it this time around, the farmers of the Dmitri territory will have a hard time farming in their lands after that. If we were from the Benedict family instead. Marquis Benedict possesses great authority and no one would dare to consider provoking him or his people. In that case, in the northeastern region. Where does the Dmitri family rank? Now that the Barco family has fallen, there aren't any groups that are stronger than us in this region. What you've said is true. However, there's no need to create unnecessary conflicts with the surrounding allied forces. By worsening a problem that we don't have to interfere with. No. There is a need to do so. They say Dmitri is the strongest in the northeastern region, yet their actions show otherwise. It's time to set the hierarchy. We need to clearly show them who is truly superior. We have the power as well as the justification to aid our denizens. Why are we just watching while we let the Conrad family trample on our people? Please let me wield my sword. As long as you give the order, I'll be the one to dirty my hands with blood. My son has grown way too much. When Roman was young, he went through my life as a farmer with me. So I have a weak spot for him. Maybe the reason he's the way he is right now is because people called him a half-assed noble. Yes, what the Dmitri territory needs now isn't power, but the decision of its lord. It would seem a new era has opened for the Dmitri territory. A few days later, the Dmitri family hosted a party. It was to congratulate Roman on his return. And all of the northeastern region's nobles were gathered in the Dmitri territory. I'm from the Volt family. I'm Sophia from the Grizel family. I represent the hero's family in congratulating Sir Roman. While they don't acknowledge Dmitri as the leader, that doesn't mean that they refuse to acknowledge Dmitri as a powerful family. Do you remember me? You're Lady Sophia from the Grizel family, right? Of course, I remember you. Didn't we talk at the last party? Oh my, you really do remember me. He's definitely not the same old Roman. It'd be good if I could marry such a man. I'm Viscount Conrad. It's an honor to meet with the hero of Cairo that drove Hector away. Then, this is Viscount Conrad. I'm Roman Dmitri. I heard that you defeated Butler, a 5-star swordsman, in the war. It's really hard to believe that someone in his mid-20s is able to perform such an incredible feat. You flatter me. The northeastern region hasn't been able to produce a high ranker so far, but I think that you'd be able to even aim for the top. Though, I have a personal question for you. Controlling the flow of the conversation, huh? He's pretty smart for someone of a commoner's origin. Please feel free to speak your mind. I heard that you one-sidedly informed the farmers of the Dmitri territory and took away their farmland. May I know what was the reason for doing such? Oh my. My goodness. Now. It was just because there's a merchant that wanted to pay much more to use those lands. Let's move on from this meaningless topic. You did that for a mere reason such as that. Sir Roman, we're here to congratulate you and enjoy this party. So why would you bring up such a sensitive topic here? This is a party that's meant to congratulate your return. Why have you chosen to make me look bad in front of all these people? Now that I've been treated in this manner, I can no longer put on a smile at this party. I will take my leave now. Please stop right there. If you choose to end the conversation and leave right now, I will take that action as an act of hostility. Towards Dmitri. Please come stand in front of me again. Of course, I'll have to hear you out since a viscount is making the request. It was to congratulate Roman on his return. And all of the northeastern region's nobles were gathered in the Dmitri territory. I'm from the Volt family. I'm Sophia from the Grizel family. I represent the hero's family in congratulating Sir Roman. While they don't acknowledge Dmitri as the leader, that doesn't mean that they refuse to acknowledge Dmitri as a powerful family. Do you remember me? You're Lady Sophia from the Grizel family, right? Of course, I remember you. Didn't we talk at the last party? Oh my, you really do remember me. He's definitely not the same old Roman. It'd be good if I could marry such a man. I'm Viscount Conrad. It's an honor to meet with the hero of Cairo that drove Hector away. Then, this is Viscount Conrad. I'm Roman Dmitri. I heard that you defeated Butler, a 5-star swordsman, in the war. It's really hard to believe that someone in his mid-20s is able to perform such an incredible feat. You flatter me. The northeastern region hasn't been able to produce a high ranker so far, but I think that you'd be able to even aim for the top. Though, I have a personal question for you. Controlling the flow of the conversation, huh? He's pretty smart for someone of a commoner's origin. Please feel free to speak your mind. I heard that you one-sidedly informed the farmers of the Dmitri territory and took away their farmland. May I know what was the reason for doing such? Oh my! My goodness! Now. It was just because there's a merchant that wanted to pay much more to use those lands. Let's move on from this meaningless topic. You did that for a mere reason such as that. Sir Roman, we're here to congratulate you and enjoy this party. So why would you bring up such a sensitive topic here? This is a party that's meant to congratulate your return. Why have you chosen to make me look bad in front of all these people? Now that I've been treated in this manner, I can no longer put on a smile at this party. I will take my leave now. Please stop right there. If you choose to end the conversation and leave right now, I will take that action as an act of hostility towards Dmitri. Please come stand in front of me again. What did you just say? While I did chase away the farmers of the Dmitri territory, that land strictly belongs to my family. I'm taking back what belongs to me. Am I required to report that to Dmitri? We're not your subordinates that have to listen to your orders. Viscount Conrad is correct. Baron Romero ought to organize a meeting to resolve the problems between the two families. What right do you have to talk about this problem, Sir Roman? And to be talking in such a manner when we're all gathered here to celebrate your return. Viscount Conrad is the head of his household. He's not someone whom you should be speaking in such an unruly manner to. Would they be responding in this manner if we were the Barco family? No, never. The countryside nobles, including the ones in the northeastern region, have always thought that the Dmitri family can be pushed around. The choice to have their heads cut off completely or to turn them into obedient dogs of ours. I'll have to show them clearly what their choices are. I'll cut straight to the point. Since when in the Cairo kingdom is a territory allowed to do as they please with another territory's denizens? Viscount Conrad, the farmers you messed with are my people. They reside in the Dmitri territory, pay their taxes to Dmitri, and offer their loyalty to Dmitri. They are my people. Do you dare say that I'm being rude despite this situation? Even though you've messed with my people, am I supposed to maintain formalities while talking to you? This problem has already been discussed internally by Dmitri. I already received my father's approval to take charge of this incident. I don't intend to just overlook this matter. What? Looks like you still don't intend to apologize. Everyone, please listen carefully. If anyone from the other territories made any mistakes within Dmitri's territory, I'll make sure you pay in folds for that. I would love to see if those who rebuked me earlier would still dare to say that it isn't an important matter then. What? If he really does that, then we're the ones who'd suffer losses. Roman Dmitri. He's not just good at fighting with swords, he's also as crafty as a fox. He digs a trap that we can't escape out of and uses force to suppress us. Even so, I can't just stand down like this. This is the time to gather the strength of the Alliance Association. I agree that Viscount Conrad is at fault this time. Making sure that the processes are followed in sequence is a very important matter. Northeastern Alliance Association Noble Viscount Lawrence, this matter involves the denizens of the Dimitri territory. How could he bring harm upon the people of the Dimitri territory without informing them in advance? So, please acknowledge your fault and apologize. They didn't even help us a single bit when we went against Barco. The Northeastern Alliance Association. It's all useless. Lawrence shall follow Dimitri going forward. Don't you all agree? Apologize to Sir Roman right now. You're right. No noble would be able to just laugh such a matter off. Shit. Those of the pro-Dimitri faction are working together to drive us into a corner. I have to stand down right now. I'll be sure to be more mindful next time. Will it be okay for you to take such extreme measures? There's no way the Northeastern Alliance Association will let it slide. That arrogant whelp. For someone who used to be called a fool of Dimitri, how dare he have no respect for anyone just because he got some recognition in the capital. Indeed, his arrogance truly knows no bounds. If we bow down to him now, the people in the Northeastern region will think that the Northeastern Alliance Association is a joke. So, do any of you have something in mind? Honestly, I'm also in doubt about whether there's any meaning to having the Northeastern Alliance Association at all. To put it bluntly, Dimitri has a much stronger fighting force and they also have Roman Dimitri who defeated Butler. Normal methods won't be able to take them down. Have you tried contacting the central government? Are you suggesting to use the power of the central government to put pressure on Dimitri? Exactly, after the fall of the Barco family, we put in efforts to make connections with the central government, didn't we? This is the time to make use of those connections. Yes, we'll make use of the central government and tilt the scales in our favor. Alright, I'll contact them right away. Count Fabius, I have a request to ask of you. Please speak. Of course, I'll have to hear you out since a viscount is making the request. Thank you for saying that. It's nothing serious, we just had a conflict with the Dimitri family recently. Count Fabius, could you use the power of the central government to put pressure on Dimitri? Do a proper job of connecting the call. Connect us back quickly before Count Fabius gets upset. Yes, sir. Oh, sorry, Count Fabius, the connection was unstable. Sigh. You are so clueless. Pardon. Have you gone deaf while living in the borders? What? You want me to put pressure on Roman Dimitri? Roman is a talent that Marquis Benedict favors and dotes on. He's doing all he can to get Roman to become his son-in-law now. Yet here you are, spouting nonsense like wanting me to put pressure on Dimitri. Stop talking bullshit and think about how you can suck up to him. A political marriage. With the Marquis' daughter. How about we apologize to him for starters? And that's how the conflict with the Conrad family was resolved. Viscount Conrad apologized to the farmers and gave his word that he would not bother them for the rest of their contract period. Frey young Master Roman, thank you so much. We heard about how you stood up for us. From now on, if there's anything you need, we'll do everything we can regardless of what it is. As expected, the Northeastern Alliance Association tucked their tails and submitted. I was simply doing what was required of me as a Dimitri. They probably thought of pulling in the central government to help. But currently, the central government has no choice but to stand on my side. However, the Northeastern Alliance Association is like a group of bats. If things do end like this, then while they might look subservient for now, they'll eventually backstab me. If the first stage is provocation, then the second stage would be to face reality. Everyone, I have news to share. Dimitri will be hosting a swordsmanship competition. The reward will be 100 gold. For the sake of fairness, I and Captain Jonathan will not be participating. That's not all, the participants will be split into 6 groups and a total of 6 winners will be chosen. As all of you already know, I waged war with the Hector Kingdom on the southern front line. I and my soldiers realized just how wide the world is and have become stronger through that experience. We intend to use this competition to prove that. One of my subordinates will be assigned to each of the 6 groups. If someone manages to defeat my subordinate and win, then I won't just give that person a reward, I'll also fulfill one of that person's wishes. Is it possible for someone from another family to participate? The competition will take place in 1 month. Please make thorough preparations. I hope that there will be many challengers. This swordsmanship competition that's hosted by the Dmitri family is a good opportunity for us. If a swordsman from the Alliance Association wins in this competition, we'll be able to get a wish as one of the winners. At that time, instead of requesting for an apology, I'll be a magnanimous person to request for bygones to be bygones and for us to work together hand in hand. Doing that will resolve the strained relationship we have with the Dmitris, and we'll also be able to recover our reputation that's fallen to the ground. But the question would be whether we can actually win it. There are many others who are showing interest in this competition other than us. Will it be possible for us to defeat those people and come out on top as a winner? He's right. Aren't guys like Chris and Kevin who fought in the single combat duels with the Barco family also participating in the competition? If they participate in the competition, then winning wouldn't be an easy feat. But the competition will have 6 different groups competing. Excluding Chris and Kevin, we just need to have a winner in one of the other groups. If we gather our forces from all our families and spread them evenly into the 6 groups, wouldn't we get at least one winner from one of the groups? That does sound feasible. One person. That does sound like a decent plan. Everyone, please bear this in mind, the competition will be taking place 1 month from now. If we don't make use of this opportunity that the heavens have given us, our existence will become obscured within the forces of Dmitri. Even if we must hire an external combat expert to disguise and participate as a Northeasterner, we must have at least one winner. I'm sure you guys have heard about the swordsmanship competition as well. In the coming month, all of you will compete against each other, and 6 of you will be chosen to represent the Dmitris. Your evaluation up until this point does not matter. What you do in the coming month will determine your ranks. A competition. Although we've come back from the front line, our war hasn't ended. I need my subordinates to be like a sharp sword that can be drawn at any time. I need them to pursue after strength. To those who represent the Dmitris and claim honor for us, an appropriate reward will be given. If any of the 6 chosen swordsmen wins in the swordsmanship competition, that swordsman will be taught advanced techniques. Whether it's for cultivation techniques or swordsmanship techniques, I'll help you get to the next level. If I could be taught some of our Lord's knowledge, I could accelerate my growth. Our Lord is on a totally different level than us. If I get to learn advanced techniques from him, it'd be an incredible opportunity that'll definitely change my life. There are 2 objectives for this swordsmanship competition. To help the Northeastern nobles realize what the actual situation is like, and to completely train my subordinates. By the time the competition is over, the situation in the Northeastern region will be quite a sight. We'll now start infinite competitions. Yes, my lord. 1 month, that's also for me to make my own preparations. Heavenly Demon, Baek Jonghyuk, is an existence born from life or death crises. While I'm familiar with being in a crisis, it'd be foolish to bring unnecessary danger upon myself. My subordinates aren't the only ones, I too have to get stronger in this 1 month as well. Were you looking for me? I'm intending to go into isolated training for 1 month. Yes, my lord. Unless there's trouble within my family, I don't want to be disturbed. I'll be entrusting you to sell this sword off. While this sword's name was originally Flames, I'll be changing it to Blaze. I don't care how it's sold, but don't tell the buyer that I'm its owner. Ah. You can use the profits from the sale to fund the Intel Guild. A smooth blade and an incredible metal. This is definitely an incredible artisan sword. Why would he sell this? For now, I'll look around and find out where I can sell this. Since he said I can sell it in any way that I want, maybe I should try to auction it anonymously. Yes, if the buyer is someone who knows what a good sword is. Adelian, a city that has been able to go through thriving business developments thanks to the existence of the Warp Gate in the northeastern region. Yes. I'll be taking a look at your item. I can't believe this artifact is giving out a blue light. I guess this is a top-quality item. This sword has extraordinary metal. May I know how you'd like to auction this? I'd like the seller's identity to be anonymous and for the bidding to be free bidding. Free bidding means that there won't be a minimum bidding amount. And there'll also be 10 processing fees. Will that be alright? Yes, that's alright. In that case, I'll proceed with the item appraisal. Please come with me. I'm Morris, I manage Adelian's auction house. Nice to meet you. The strength and sharpness of this sword is definitely top quality. It's pretty rare to see such a well-made sword. And the weight of this sword is also perfect, so I'm guessing that it was made by a great artisan. A sword like this would usually go for around at least 30 gold in the market. I'll be testing its mana receptivity now. Mana receptivity is graded from 1 to 10. It needs to have at least grade 3 and above for it to be recognized as a genuine artisan sword. How could this be? What? What just happened? Sir Morris, this sword has a grade 10 mana receptivity. No, it's at a level where it's pointless to even grade its level of mana receptivity. Even artisan swords would break if they aren't able to absorb mana well. But this sword actually amplifies the power of mana. Adelian Auction House, please make sure to participate in this round's auction. In the history of this auction house, no such item has been seen before. Rich people from the countryside and the capital are all here. I guess they've all heard the rumors. Today's main event. I introduce to you, the artisan sword, Blaze. If this was just another artisan sword, we wouldn't be putting it as the main event. The true ability of Blaze would be its mana receptivity. A rapier known as Needle was shown to have a grade 7 mana receptivity, and was auctioned off for a shocking amount of 300 gold. Blaze here has a grade 10 mana receptivity. And that's not all. It also possesses the ability to amplify the power of the aura that it absorbs. I've auctioned off countless artisan swords, but Blaze is an unprecedented sword. We'll now start the auction. The starting price will be 10 gold. Number 12, 10 gold. Number 29, 20 gold. Number 18, 30 gold. We'll now proceed in increments of 50 gold. Number 39, 100 gold. Number 41, 150 gold. Number 12, doubles it. It's reached 300 gold in the blink of an eye. Gold. Number 12 has bidded 600 gold. Number 53 has doubled the offer and bidded 1,200 gold. This is an unprecedented auction in the history of the Adelian auction house. A character who operates a merchantry that's active all over the continent, someone who's accumulated tremendous wealth. Although he always maintains neutrality within the political fights of the central government, when it comes to items of excellence, he become a fighting cock that charges at his opponents. Adelian Auction House's VVIP, Marquis Valentino. At this point in time, no one in the Cairo Kingdom knew how big a wave his bidding offer would cause just yet. Number 53 calls double, making the auction price 1,200 gold. This price is unparalleled in the history of the Adelian auction house. The true value of the famous sword, Blaze, doesn't simply come from its mana reaction. It symbolizes the first ever destruction of the 10th stage that nobody has experienced. Famous swords and magic swords. A dilemma that every swordsman faces. To release aura to its full potential, you need to use a pure weapon. However, rookie swordsmen prefer magic swords as swords with enchanted power are more efficient. But to swordsmen that are ranked, famous swords that can release their aura fully have their own value. It is something worth purchasing even if it costs everything I own. If the blacksmith that created this sword releases a second, third sword to the market, the value of Blaze would rise as it will be labeled as the first. An artisan's collection is recognized just by possessing something that is titled as the first. The collector with a crazy desire of collecting, Marquis Valentino. In this field, opposing him will only do themselves harm, so nobody could act recklessly. Gold. Number 53 has won the auction with 1,200 gold. How can I help with the payment? I would like to pay now. This way I can see Blaze sooner. Alright. It's exactly 1,300 gold. The price is 1,200 gold. You think I wouldn't know? 100 gold is my personal gift. Just a way to give back from a regular customer. I see. Appreciated, Marquis. Instead, can you tell me who the blacksmith of this sword is? I would like to meet him. That would be difficult. Apologies. In that case, it's too bad. Thank you for understanding. No problem, it would be a natural choice for the auction house. But if that blacksmith sends another item for auction, please alert me first. Sure. Amazing. It's a masterpiece. The smooth blade and the ability to react with mana. I collected many famous swords but have never seen one like this. From now, find the blacksmith of this sword using any method needed. From seeing that its first trade was at a Delian auction house, for now, it would make sense to check Dimitri's master blacksmith. I will do as you order. Marquis Valentino didn't wish for anything great. Just pure desire, that's it. During a month of intense training, many things were happening outside. That was a reckless attack. I lost. The efforts are great but the technique is lacking. Don't forget that your opponent is waiting for your deciding move. I will keep that in mind. Next. From the 6 places, the people good enough to go are me, Kevin, Vulcan, and Pookie. The rest 2 places are vague. The sky is shaking. A fortnight ago, I fought to the end when I first met Butler. Could I have made it alive? The reason I was able to win in the end was because I had time to prepare for the attack. If I didn't have that time, I couldn't have handled the stage Sora. Arrogant choice and differences due to past life memories. I still haven't accepted fully that I am a Roman Dimitri. In my past life, I could beat anybody, but that's not the case for this life. In future fights, things like this could repeat. It's impossible to survive in fights between the strong like this. Not just Butler, but even if I met a stronger swordsman, I need to exist without being shaken. That's the peak. As the sun rises and sets, the act of pounding the steel in front of the furnace was repeated. The face turned bright red and the burning skin started to melt. Roman's body kept sending signals saying it was at its limits. But his eyes didn't even flicker. Everything has to be reborn. Even me, and the blade that will take me in. Fame recreation. I swallowed the flame and took in the mana inside. Using the medium of sword and fire, Roman's body was progressing toward its ideal shape. The second metamorphosis. Roman has once again started to face changes. I have laid the foundation for entering a new realm. PFFF. Alright, let's do this. From now I will face 2 butlers at once. The sword of the heavenly demon separates into 3 stages. First half trichotomy, mid-trichotomy, second half trichotomy. Until now, I could only use the first half. But now, after 2 metamorphoses, things will change. If I go through the 3rd metamorphosis and become able to use the second half trichotomy, I swear that not a single person will be able to oppose me. With the conviction of Baek Jung-hyuk, the heavenly demon who was called an absolute master. Now that I can use the mid-trichotomy, I am able to defeat 2 butlers. However, is it really right to act the same as my past life? The operation of aura that the swordsman of this world emits like an explosion momentarily, it exerts even more power than Murim's refined inner power. Depending on the situation, depending on the person, I don't need to accept the way of this world. I will destroy the common sense that the present life's aura operation method is completely wrong and find the halfway between the current life and the previous life. Heavenly Demon Sword Style, Mid-Trichotomy. After earning another life, I thought my life wouldn't have anything special to it. The Heavenly Demon Sword Style has accepted a new method and now has a completely different direction to it. This also means that the Heavenly Demon Sword Style can progress even further. Please, in this world, I hope there will be many unexpected events. Appear endlessly and test me, and threaten my life. The challenges this world pushes to me will be the driving force of my life. Life as a Roman. Although I have started from the bottom again, I will tenaciously climb to the peak. Lord, are you all right? Did something happen? What is this? How did T? Nothing happened. He didn't even use magic, but the whole area got demolished. Go back, I am fine. Yes. We will head back. When a human faces a wall that they cannot dare to be overcome, they freeze in awe. Chris was also one of those weak humans. Chris, what have you been doing the whole time? Lord has already progressed another step. V.MXW. While my Lord was endlessly overworking his body to progress, what was I thinking to be complacently looking after my subordinates? The sword fighting competition that is coming up, I cannot have enough from just winning. I will defeat my enemies with an overwhelming difference. 1 month later. Beautiful. What would be a good name? Salamander Blaze. If the earlier swords meant a new life, I would like my 3rd sword to symbolize my present self. An existence that puts the enemy in despair. Yes. Your name should be Darkness. As your word, for the past month, we have carried out battles in 3-day intervals, leaving records. The results, we have selected some swordsmen with a high win rate. Here is the list. Chris, Vulcan and Kevin. Pookie. McBurney, Henderson. I expected the first, but the last are surprising. Is it okay to proceed like this? Yes, proceed. Except, I think that a meaningful loss doesn't exist in this world. As this is a competition held under the name of Roman Dimitri. Prove that you are an existence worthy of me. All right. I will be looking forward to it. Huh. Are you participating in this competition too? Obviously. A whole 100 gold is on the line. Do you know how desperately I returned? I'll show you how scary a sort of a mercenary from the front lines is, watch out. Don't be cocky just because you're a mercenary. I hope you get into Chris's group and get smashed from the start, you bitch. I hope you get into Kevin's group then. Dude. Kevin is a straight-up ghoul. Well that's that, but have you seen Vulcan and Pookie? Their physique is no joke. Yes, I did see. But it's such a relief, we just have to avoid them in this competition. Oh, please. Let me in a good group. Soon after, all 6 groups of the sword fighting competition were announced. The joys and sorrows were clearly divided about the group selections. Out of anyone, I have to go against Chris. Of the Northeastern Federation, Noble Baron Lolo. Baron Lolo, there is no need to be so distraught. That's right, aren't your bloodline swordsmen also excellent? You don't have to give up and lose your motivation already. I can't believe they let out that one-armed bitch McBurney. It seems that the winner will be from our bloodline. Okay, everyone. The survival of the Northeastern Federation depends on this competition. I will make sure that our bloodline wins and will lead our federation to victory. Yes. Let's destroy Dimitri. Or overthrow Dimitri. The day of the competition. I can't even forfeit this because the Federation is watching. Max, don't overdo this. There is no reason for you to get hurt. Lord, believe in me. From the moment that I chose to participate, I have put all of my efforts just for the victory. Chris is amazing, but he's a 2-star swordsman just like me. So there is no reason for me to coward out. Max, alright. Go fight Chris with no regrets. However, if I feel like you are in danger, I will surrender instead, thank you. This is a chance I need to leave a good impression on the Lord and the audience. I will leave an impression and make sure to prove myself. What is this threatening aura? Group 1, match start. Second. Second. First round has ended. Chris of the Dimitri bloodline has won and advances to the second round. No way. This much of a difference. Vulcan of the Dimitri bloodline. Pookie of the Dimitri bloodline. The rumors were all true. Of those 4 are unbeatable. Now our only hope is. After the announcement of the groups, Henderson is representing the Dimitri family in the competition. Henderson from the Lawrence family. That's not possible. The Henderson that I knew of couldn't even swing his sword properly. He was born a farmer, so just how did he get chosen to participate in this? The 6 people that represented Roman. Everyone had their views on each of them. Especially the Flash. And Devil. Of Cairo, Chris and Kevin. Because many had seen their skills in person, they wanted to try and avoid a fight with them. While with Vulcan and Pookie, not only were they mercenaries before, they also had a much stronger body than others. That caused people who looked at them to tremble in fear. Compared to those 4, McBurney and Henderson, a one-armed swordsman and a former farmer, were considered pathetic. And it's pretty certain that Henderson is considered to be the weakest among them. Did you hear? That Henderson also peed in his pants during the recruitment for soldiers. That coward. The guy who got into the same group as Henderson sure struck the jackpot. Group 4, first round Roman. Is there a special reason that we need to go through so much trouble to organize this competition just for us to set the pecking order in the northeastern region? While hosting such a competition might make us look friendly, the nobles of the Alliance Association don't really intend to follow us. Even so, this is a necessary process. The Northeastern Alliance Association has far too much confidence that they can deal with Dimitri by their own strength. If they come to realize that they can't even climb the walls of Dimitri, we'll be able to bring their minds into submission immediately. Then the northeastern region will truly be in our hands. Group 5, first round. Henderson and Taylor, please come forward. To think his first opponent is an aura swordsman. It's basically over. There's no way Henderson can defeat Taylor. Long time no see, Henderson. Vagrant swordsman and former member of the Lawrence family jailer. It's good to see you, Taylor. The last time I saw you was when I went to help with the farm. To think you'd give up your farming tools and appear in front of me as swordsman with a sword in your hands. Henderson, I'll give you advice since we are acquainted. I've been able to reach 2-star recently after obtaining a special enlightenment. This is the last chance I can give to you as an acquaintance. There's no need to see a one-sided bloodshed because of an unnecessary fight, is there? Give up on the fight. Please forget the Henderson that you remember. The moment you try to go easy on me, I will not let go of that chance and will make use of it to defeat you. I hope you don't regret this. What a heavy attack. This isn't just imitating an attack or something. I've resolved to do whatever it takes to become worthy of serving my Lord. The me of the past, unlike the others around me who manifested aura quickly, it took me quite a lot of effort and time to sense mana and manifest it. Even if I'm slow, I still work hard. And advance forward. Knock what? I didn't want to use aura against him, but... Sorry, but I'll end this fight now. When you first came to look for me, you were just a weak human. But now, you have changed. In the past month, you desired victory even more when the others accepted their defeats. If you had given up back then instead of challenging yourself and forgotten about it all, then your life wouldn't have changed at all. Henderson, you've earned the right to stand by the side of our Lord. I guarantee you that. Ah. It's my defeat. Group 5, the first round's winner is Henderson. That's seriously Henderson. He won against an aura swordsman. Wait, he used to be a farmer, how is he able to use aura? Didn't he take more than a year to sense mana? Henderson. 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 I think something's strange here. Didn't you say that Henderson would be the weakest in Group 5? Henderson couldn't possibly become the winner of Group 5 at this rate, could he? Everyone, maintain your composure. Please trust in me. The final winner will definitely come from the Northeastern Alliance Association. Next, Group 2's Kevin. I was slower than Chris by 5 whole seconds. Whenever anyone asks who is the sword of our Lord, people would always reply, Chris. I shall now prove my value to our Lord in my own way. Group 2, second round, start. Miles, drive him into a corner. My opponent is the Devil of Dimitri of Northeastern Alliance Association. I must go all out from the start. You damn rat. Please, please. Just let one of my attacks land. Kook. It's a fake sword, but its impact is crazy. I have to dodge. Can I win against a monster like that? Miles. I surrender. I surrender. So, please. On the other hand, as for Kevin, we kept you waiting. Group 2's Kevin has won and will be proceeding to round 3. He proved his own worth by crushing his opponent's will to fight. Before the first round started, as all of you know, this competition is hosted by young Master Roman. It's also one where Chris, the ex-Knight Order Vice Captain, is taking part in. I want you to see how your senior does in this competition and learn from him how you can improve yourself as a Knight of Dimitri. Dimitri Knight Order Captain Jonathan. Yes, sir. Chris from the Dimitri family has won and will be proceeding to the second round. Whoa. Wasn't that far too one-sided? Chris has become so much stronger. No matter who my opponent is, I must overwhelm them completely so that none shall dare to covet the position of my lord. Group 1, second round ends with Chris' victory. This isn't good enough yet. Fourth round. Second round, 5 seconds. Third round, 8 seconds. Fourth round, 10 seconds. When did Chris get so strong? Just what on earth have you done to Chris, young Master Roman? We made the right choice to give up. He is simply too strong. Compared to going out and getting humiliated unnecessarily, it's better to just give up first. But would Farrell be able to defeat Chris? That's impossible. Chris is on a totally different level than us. Even so, he should be able to last for 10 seconds, right? There's no way he'd go down even quicker than the previous challengers. Nay, that's not possible. Well, I bet 1 silver that he'll last 30 seconds. Both participants, please come to the center. Honestly, I'm not confident that I can defeat Chris. But if it's just holding out, I'm confident of that. Let's hang on for exactly 1 minute. Just by hanging on for just 1 minute, people will start to notice my existence. Last round of Group 1, start. What was that? That was insane. I didn't even see him swing his sword. With this, Chris has become the victor of Group 1. Everyone, please cheer and give a round of applause for the winner. The time taken for Chris to fight 5 rounds was only 27 seconds. That result was enough to send the Northeastern Alliance Association into horror. Group 1, Chris hastened victory. Kevin came out the victor due to his overwhelming ferocity. Group 2. Group 3.4, Vulcan and Foka defeated their opponents with their overwhelmingly strong physiques. Group 5, Henderson broke everyone's expectation of him failing early on and seized his unforeseen victory. The only hope left for the Northeastern Alliance Association is facing the one-armed McBurney in Group 6. Gabriel, how do you feel right now? The secret weapon of the Conrad family that we've put all our efforts into training since he was young. Good, as you should be. Gabriel is a 3-star swordsman. Since Aura isn't allowed in this competition, it looks like it's fair on the surface. But no one can win against the stark difference of abilities between them and a 3-star swordsman. McBurney, you got real lucky and got to round 3, but it's now over. Roman Dimitri. Bear in mind that all the other swordsmen of the Northeastern Alliance Association have been defeated. You're the only one remaining. Don't show any pity just because your opponent is one-armed. I want you to go all out and completely trample him, Gabriel. Yes, sir. As if I'd lose to a one-armed cripple. TSK. His sense of balance is totally off since he lost an arm. To think a commoner knight like him who couldn't even dream of becoming the knight of a family when he had 2 arms would take part in this competition, which is the pride of knights, after losing 1 arm. Start. I don't even need my aura. I'll show him just how tall the wall of reality is. In order to stop this attack, he'll definitely have to dodge to the right. The fact that he uses only 1 arm means that one of his sides is totally exposed. It's over. What the hell is with this strange movement? Kook. Bastard. His sense of balance is not off in the least. He didn't make it to the 3rd round by luck. He's intentionally using the imbalance caused by the lack of 1 arm. The basics of all sword techniques are about using one's sense of balance. Although losing an arm is fatal for a swordsman, the left-arm sword art is a sword technique that transcends that fatal crippling with a unique movement by making use of the imbalance. The creator of the left-arm sword art was also one-armed like you. I wonder how he came up with such a sword technique. Was it because he was special? No, unlike you who gave up on reality, he kept trying to find a new path and was able to create the left-arm sword art as a result. I was just a cripple that was nothing. This hope that I've barely caught a hold of. I swear upon the name of my Lord that I'll take the win in this competition. My life as a swordsman isn't over yet. Go McBurney. Roman Dmitri. I'd like to sincerely thank you for giving me a new life. The swordsmen of Dmitri claimed victory in every group. Those in the Northeastern Alliance Association were just full of words. The Northeastern region now rightfully belongs to Dmitri. With this, the reputation of the Northeastern Alliance Association has fallen to the ground. Since when did Dmitri become so strong? Just. What kind of a monster did we mess with? Even if the central government lends us their strength, there's no way to guarantee we'd win against those monsters. Viscount Conrad, what will we do now? Ha! Do you really need to ask? Now that all the swordsmen of the Alliance Association have been defeated, we'll become mere henchmen. Let's depart for now. Those guys. They weren't that strong in the past. Just what did Roman Dmitri do to them? Incredible. In a reputable swordsman family, there's always the first swordsman. So strong that his reputation would spread throughout the continent and the leadership ability to lead and groom swordsmen. The perfect first swordsman. Roman Dmitri climbed up the ranks to be a ranker all by his own strength. Do you know what that means? The first swordsman that shall lead Dmitri to become a reputable swordsman family will be Roman Dmitri. The direction where the swordsmen of the Northeastern region is headed is clear now. If they want to succeed as a swordsman, they'll have to swear loyalty to Dmitri. Great job, everyone. Among the people who swore loyalty to me, there are some who need my strength. And some who respect me. While there are others who have no other choice left. I don't like complicated human relationships. We could forge a tight relationship with just emotions. But I think the most ideal kind of relationship would be one where we have something to give to one another. Because there's something you want from me, our relationship will be able to continue without any wavering even after a long period of time has passed. I look upon those desires to grow stronger of yours in a high aspect. Don't forget that. All of you are chosen by me, Roman Dmitri. So, never doubt yourself. I never doubted for a single moment that you'd come out victorious. Lastly, I'll reward 10 gold and 3 days of leave to each of you. I hope you enjoy these rewards thoroughly. Thank you, my lord. It's truly our honor to serve you. We swear our eternal loyalty to you. After checking out the movements of the Alliance Association, they have given up on clashing with Dmitri as you anticipated. They probably won't dare to go against Dmitri again unless an opportunity arises. It's impossible to have complete control in the world. Even if a wise ruler reigns over a country, there'll exist people who still go against him. Since we don't know when we'll get into a conflict with the central government, we must reduce any losses that the Northeastern region will incur as much as possible. That means the Northeastern Association Alliance is a necessary evil. Right. We've provoked the Northeastern Association Alliance and forced them to face reality. Next would be to use power to subdue power. Lucas, proceed with that. Are you still unable to find those rats? North Kairos big shot Count Douglas. My apologies. We managed to subdue the bandits in the vicinity, but we were unable to find the slush fund. And because Viscount Barco died while running away late in the night, the only person whom they can get back that money from disappeared from the world. Count Douglas, who fell into despair, remembered one thing. The confidential slush fund of the Barco family. Count Douglas, who got to know about the slush fund from his meals with Viscount Barco, hired the Black Moon and was able to find the slush fund. But as they were transporting it, they ran into a group of bandits and it was all stolen from them. It's impossible that a mere bandit group would be able to abscond with that many gold bars. Even if you need to search through the whole northeastern region, do it and find those gold bars. That's what we need to get back from Barco. No one else is allowed to take them. My lord, Black Moon is here and said they've found the whereabouts of the gold bars. What? Let them in right away. As a result of staking out the black market after the gold bars were stolen, we were able to find out who stole them. Black Moon leader Donovan. So, who the hell was it? The thieves weren't bandits, it was the Northeastern Alliance Association. What did you just say? At first, the ones who ambushed your troops were indeed bandits. However, they ran into the soldiers of the Northeastern Alliance Association coincidentally and were attacked by them. The soldiers who defeated the bandits then took the horse carriage that had the gold bars in it and made off with it. I'm certain they realized that horse carriage belongs to you, Count Douglas. As evidence, I'll show you the gold bar that appeared within the black market. The serial number is the same as those from Barco's slush funds. 500G. And we've confirmed that the servant who was sent to the black market with this belongs to the Northeastern Alliance Association. Those damn bastards. If I hadn't told him this, they'd have committed the perfect crime. But you brought this crisis upon yourselves when you made my lord your enemy. The Northeastern Alliance Association, Count Douglas. You guys would never have dreamed of the kind of change that was brought about within the Black Moon. Black Moon, that was already highly reputable as an intelligence guild within the Northeastern region, had already been absorbed into the house sect that is led by Lucas. It is now an organization that follows the orders of Roman. Contact the Northeastern Alliance Association right away. I'll be shredding those rats that dared to steal my money into pieces. Count Douglas is the beast of the North. If our relationship with him is strained, I don't know what might happen to us. That's right. Don't we all know what Count Douglas is like? What on earth are you all saying right now? Barco's slush fund doesn't only belong to Count Douglas. We also lent money to the Barco family, we too have the right to take what we lent him. And isn't Count Douglas the one who tried to secretly take all the slush funds for himself? So, we mustn't be the ones who bow our heads to him first. Is it really okay to say that? That's not what's important. Are all of you able to give up the money that you took? From now on, we must be of one voice and corner Count Douglas by arguing about how he made the first move to take the slush funds. Since these things are already in motion, we don't have a choice. Let's do that. Let's follow what Viscount Conrad says. I agree. My lord. We've received a magic call request from the Douglas family. What the hell is happening? You were the ones that stole my money. Please explain yourselves immediately. Count Douglas, please calm down first. We understand why you're so angry right now. But we, too, lent money to the Barco family. That slush fund doesn't belong to a single person. The situation would be different if you had promised a fair allocation to everyone, but weren't you the one who tried to steal it all for yourself first? The flow of that conversation was perfect. I managed to point out his faults clearly. With this justification. You dare say all that nonsense after stealing my money. That's all my money. From the moment I discovered that slush fund, the rights to that slush fund belonged to the Douglas family. Count Douglas. Please calm down first. Shut up. I will contact the central government and request a territory war with all of you. Let's see the dregs of the Northeastern region gang up together to stop us. I'll show you clearly just how pathetic the Northeastern Alliance Association has become after you've lost the protection of the Barco family. I think we're in deep trouble. My lord, just as you've guessed, Count Douglas declared war against the Alliance Association. Count Douglas is the kind of man who doesn't back down once he's said something. Everything's going according to plan so far. Although, Viscount Conrad, that man isn't the type that wouldn't cover all of his bases. So, if Count Douglas takes even more drastic measures, he'll definitely raise the white flag even if it means he has to abandon his pride. I want you to spread the rumors everywhere starting now to make it so that Viscount Conrad can't back down or run away from the fight. When he's finally driven into the corner, he'll probably be able to throw away that insignificant pride of his. What do you mean? I'm saying the situation within the territory seems pretty tense right now. The Northeastern Alliance Association is preparing to attack Count Douglas County right now. What did you just say? Attack. My goodness. So, we'll need to close shop for a while. What he said was real. Of course it is. I heard it directly from a servant of the Conrad family. After Viscount Conrad's call with Count Douglas, he had a fit and broke all the furniture around him. Based on what I heard, he's determined to crush Count Douglas. If the war does happen, wouldn't we get dragged into it? There were rumors spreading all around of the ill intentions that the Northeastern Alliance Association harbored against Count Douglas. The ones who started the rumors were the merchants and the servants. Those who lived on the lowest tiers of society had all belonged to the house sect. I was going to let you guys off if you crawled and asked for forgiveness. But what did you rats say you were going to do to me? Summon everyone here now. I swear upon the name of my family that I will never forgive them. Count Douglas. We did nothing of that sort. We can't go to war. We were even thinking of compensating you in terms of money so that we could seek your forgiveness for this incident. So please calm your anger. All the rumors that are spreading around don't reflect our intentions at all. Viscount Conrad. Do I look like I'm blind to you? The reason I'm contacting you now isn't to negotiate. I'm here to declare war on you pathetic bats that only act for your own profit and crush you thoroughly. Go ahead and struggle all you want. This is really bad. Count Douglas is going to drag even the citizens into this. We can't win against him by ourselves. Let's try contacting the central government. Count Fabius, please help us. Yes, I understand that you're in a tough spot, but the central government is unable to help in this. And isn't the Alliance Association in the wrong here? Resolve this matter yourselves. We're done for. We can no longer avoid going to war. Sir. Roman Dmitri is requesting a call. What's the matter? I heard the Alliance Association is in trouble. He obviously called us only to ridicule us. I contacted you because I wanted to know the truth so that there won't be any misunderstandings. What? He's not ridiculing us. Pardon. Oh, the truth is that in the past few days. So then, what do you intend to do? One of the northern forces is about to barge into the northeastern region. Pardon. I can't just stand by and watch, can I? Wait. Are you saying you want to help us? No matter what happened between us, Dmitri will not stand by and watch as trouble brews within the northeastern region. He won't stand by and watch because the trouble is taking place in the northeastern region. If the two of us fought, Dmitri would stand to gain the most though. Just what on earth could he be thinking? If you're able to let bygones be bygones and help us this time around, we're willing to do anything you need after that. This is not the time to be holding on to our pride. If he joins hands with us, we'll be able to greatly reduce the losses we incur due to the war. Honestly, it makes more sense for us to not help the Northeastern Alliance Association. But I don't wish to lose the bigger picture just because I could gain a small victory by not helping. For the sake of Cairo's political scene, we need to join hands and work together. Dmitri and the Northeastern Alliance Association will have to coexist in a fenced-up area known as the Northeastern region, after all. This can't be. He's really doing this out of goodwill. My request is simple. I want us to bury the hatchet and for you to show me that you'll work together with me after this incident. If you give me your word, then I'll definitely help you in this crisis of yours. This is so ridiculous. Dmitri was originally just a commoner. Family that we looked down upon. To think they'd look like an amazing leader to lead the northeastern region. After giving all of you time to thoroughly discuss among yourselves, I'll contact you again. A few days later, Count Douglas, once this war is over, we'll have to be clear on who gets what. Haha. Of course. I would never call you all the way here for trivial nonsense. After the Barco family fell, the northeastern region has seen a split internally, and they're basically a fallen sandcastle right now. Someone needs to take over such a good land, don't they? Yes, you're right. Ha ha ha, I thoroughly enjoy that. Everyone thinks that Douglas is just a beast that doesn't use his brains, but he doesn't attack his opponents recklessly. If he's going to fight, he'll make sure he increases his chances of winning to the maximum. That's how he has survived this whole time. I couldn't move recklessly against them when they were being protected by the central government. But I can now make even the territory lords of the North join in the war. The Northeastern Alliance Association without Barco's backing are nobodies. They're now a pie that people can come and claim. I am Count Douglas. I want your commanding officer to come forward and speak to me. It's not the designated time yet. Please wait for a little longer. Well, you look like you have all your people here already. Why waste your efforts in a losing war? No one will know until we really fight, do we? Count Douglas. Someone is approaching. Looks like they called for reinforcements. Your flag. Dmitri. What is Dmitri doing here? What other reason could there be for us to appear on the battlefield? Just like how you've summoned all the lords of the North. I'm simply leading my troops to assist the Alliance Association. Shit, Dmitri used the excuse of me getting the help of the other lords to join in the war. Wait, Roman Dmitri. You never told us he'd be here. If you had told me about that, I wouldn't have come at all. Ha! Count Douglas, we are ready. That brat. I will now give the Northerners a choice. Close combat or simple all-out battle, how would you like to proceed? Shit, I can't believe Dmitri is joining the battle. Now that I've declared war, I can't back down either. But an all-out battle with them would result in complete defeat. Even so, it's not like we can choose the close combat battle. While we have more troops compared to the Northeastern Alliance Association, Dmitri is a fearsome foe who was strong enough to put to rest the Southern Frontlines battle. What on earth should we do? I'd like to propose something. How about I fight 3 swordsmen at the same time? If you're really that worried, I'll even increase that number to 5. What? Yes, I admit that he's strong, but to think he'd propose something this absurd. I hope this war can be settled with as little mess as possible. What do you say? Give us some time to think it over. Let's accept his proposal. He might be strong, but there'd be 5 of us. Do you think the strongest person from each of our families won't be able to defeat just one person? But still, that's too dangerous. That's right. Because the fact that he defeated Butler means that he could be a 5-star swordsman. Do you think I don't know that already? What other choice do we have? No matter what we choose, we'll have to face that monster. The twin swordsmen under me have defeated a 4-star swordsman by fighting together. I'm sure he's as strong as the rumors say. But this is an opportunity for us, since he's making a reckless decision just to show off his strength. If we end his life while he's running rampant and unaware, we'll be able to completely devour the northeastern region. All right. We'll go along with your decision then. Perfect. I'll make you regret acting with such arrogance, Roman Dmitri. The battle this time will be 5 against 1. Ventil and I shall approach from either side and aim for his blind spot. I want you guys to attack him while we're drawing his attention. No matter how exceptional he is, the moment he launches a counterattack, he'll still have openings. The two of us will land the fatal strike. If you provide support to the two of us, you'll be able to receive fame and wealth together with us. Yes, sir. Everyone, to your positions. Begin. Ventil, it's time. Okay. Let's go, brother. Take this, Roman Dmitri. He defeated the twins with a single counterstrike. When I heard that Count Douglas declared war, I had various thoughts. The people who always tried to talk things out when the Barco family was still around. Why didn't they try talking to us at all? The northern lords, including you, Count Douglas, looked down on my family's existence. And so, I was deeply disturbed by that fact. Right now, I give you the last chance to withdraw from this fight. Would you like to just fight it out normally instead? A normal war. If we do that, countless of our soldiers will die. I'd rather only sacrifice those 5 instead. A rule is a rule. Since we've decided to go with this, we'll see it through to the end. If that's what you want, we'll proceed as planned then. Wait a minute. The fight is already over. How about we end the fight here now? To think the warriors of the north would raise the white flag like cowards. I will give all of you a handicap by not using my sword. Now, do you feel like fighting a little? Don't regret the decision you've made. Damn it, if we back down even after this handicap we'd be the shame of all swordsmen. Fuck. I don't care anymore. We should be able to do something to him now that he's without a sword, right? Let's go for it. Aye aye. S. Urin. Any objections? None at all. Thank you so much. I look forward to our partnership going forward. If we had chosen an all-out war against Dmitri, we would have been the ones cut down instead of them. Just as Roman has planned, the hierarchy of the northeastern region had been made clear to all. A few days later. My father has given me full authority on this matter. Does anyone have any complaints? That being the case, I have news to announce to everyone present. Everyone, do you think that the Cairo kingdom is headed in the right direction? When Hector invaded the southern front, the thing that caused me to have the most headaches wasn't the war with Hector, but the enemies we had on the inside. The commanders of the southern front didn't trust my words. And while the executives of the central government were having unnecessary power struggles, the southern front had fallen. If it weren't for me and my soldiers, Cairo would still be fighting a war with Hector right now. The central government would probably ask the soldiers of the various regions to become cannon fodder. If the current Cairo that's being controlled by the government faces another war, different from the nobles that have lost their soldiers, the nobles of the central government would continue to maintain a strong grip on power and influence within the kingdom. There's a need for us to face the reality of what actually brought about the war. The reality is we're being treated unfairly. And so, I believe there's a need for a new change. Just like how the nobles in the capital make use of the central government to enjoy power and influence, what if the northeastern region all worked together and protected each other? Once Dmitri begins to make a move, the central government will not give me much time to execute all my plans. This is why I need to unite the northeastern region into one. When that happens, the central government won't be able to make any reckless moves either. If the nobles of the northeastern region work together, then we'll truly be able to have a greater say in things even when we're dealing with the central government. However, if we exclude regions like the Lawrence territory, then the northeastern region is actually quite barren. The families in the northeastern region mostly import our supplies from the other regions. If we go against the central government, then there's a high chance that we won't be able to get those supplies. I'm aware of that. Our businesses are directly linked to the central government. Unless we break that cycle, the nobles outside of the capital will have no choice but to be under the thumb of the central government. But if everyone here agrees to join hands, then I'll be able to solve the problem of rations at the very least. This is the future development plan. The northeastern region has more mountains than other regions. Especially in the Dmitry territory, we have endless mountain ranges. And that's perfect to use to fend against attacks from enemies. For starters, I'm thinking of making a large fortress where people can take shelter in. After we reclaim the mountains, I intend to use it to plant crops so that we can be self-sufficient. Is that really possible? It's not that easy to perform reclamation on mountains. Yes, it's possible. In my previous life, the heavenly demon divine cult's base was a perfect fortress that could withstand several years of the Orthodox Murim's constant attacks. It was located in the 10,000 mountains region with mountain ranges that were more than a few hundred kilometers long. The Dmitry territory has similar terrains and mountain ranges as the 10,000 mountains region, and Dmitry itself also has plenty of blacksmiths. I wonder if this is all a coincidence. Or is it fate? As you can see, I've marked out the areas that can be reclaimed, and reclamation has already started for some of the areas. This will likely take a bit of time. But once we succeed, we will obtain enough strength to not stand down when confronting the central government. This is really impressive. Both the reclamation plan and the blueprints for the fortress are extremely detailed. He was just making a suggestion, but he's very clear on how this ought to proceed. The Lawrence family shall follow the opinions of Dmitry. We will follow as well. The same goes for the Conrad family. We will follow. Finally, I will now name this alliance, the Dmitry Alliance. The northeastern region is in the hands of Dmitry. The Dmitry family that Roman is leading right now is going in the right direction. While I feel sorry towards Rodwell, who has been working hard, Roman has become an existence that no one can replace. The moon sure is bright tonight. In the past month, Marquis Valentino spent his days in frustration. I have never sent any of the swords I made to the auction house. If it isn't a master blacksmith of Dmitry, then who could the artisan that made this sword be? I did not make this sword. No one in Cairo is capable of making such a sword. This level of technique can't be found anywhere throughout the continent. Marquis, we received a report that mentioned someone witnessing a similar sword as Blaze among the possessions of a Dmitry's master blacksmith. What? Bring me to the Dmitry estate right now. May I know what brought you here? I'll cut straight to the point. A month ago, I bought a sword known as Blaze at the Adelian auction house. Yes, you mentioned that in your letter. Based on what I can see, Blaze is a literal treasure. I'm certain that the artisan who created Blaze, a sword that's capable of taking mana perfectly, would be the best artisan in Cairo. And this is Blaze, the sword that I've mentioned. I knew it. Looks like you recognize it. I've received a report that said you have a similar sword to it among your collection. Oh. I'll show you the sword. Please wait for a moment. A collector like Marquis Valentino would probably recognize the value of that sword. The name of this sword is Salamander. I can feel the chills on the inside just by looking at the sword. I'm certain of it, this is the masterpiece of the artisan who made Blaze. As you would have guessed, the same person made Blaze and Salamander. More accurately, Salamander was an initial product, and Blaze was made afterwards. Salamander was the first sword. I'm really bringing this topic up as cautiously as I can, but could you sell Salamander to me? I'm sorry, but this sword is not for sale. It's a present that I received, and I hope that you can understand my feelings as a fellow collector. Did you just say it was a present? This wasn't made by Hendrik, but a present given to him. This means he knows who the artisan is. Was this perhaps made by the retired Baron Romero? No, it wasn't. This sword was made by the eldest son of Dmitri, Roman Dmitri. Roman Dmitri, the youngest ranker of Cairo, made the best sword of our kingdom. The story within each masterpiece matters greatly. If the person who made it is just an artisan, then the value of it would be judged by the results. But what if it was made by the youngest genius swordsman of the kingdom? People will look at the sword in a different light, the value of the sword will increase, and just the scarcity of it will cause the price to escalate tremendously. I want to meet with Roman Dmitri immediately. Here's my chance. Chris, that was a good one. But such instantaneous bursts would inevitably create openings. So, you must have a card up your sleeve that can definitively ruin your opponent's balance. Yes, my lord. I'll bear that in mind. Next. So this is how strong Roman Dmitri is. He was also the hot topic within the kingdom recently. He, who defeated the number 2 ranker of Hector recently, what rank would he receive? After seeing him in person, he seems to be stronger than what the world thinks of him. Someone like him being a blacksmith in the Cairo kingdom. He might be the most talented person in our continent. Young master, you have a guest. I see. I am Roman Dmitri. This is the hand that forged Blaze. I am Valentino. The reason I'm here is because of Blaze. That's the Blaze that I entrusted Lucas with. In order to find out the artisan who forged Blaze, I've mobilized all the resources and manpower of my family. Are you truly the person who forged Blaze? Marquis Valentino. The wealthiest man in Cairo Kingdom, whose nickname is known as the Greedy Collector. Someone who possesses the strongest troops among the neutral forces. He possesses absolute influence over the commerce of Cairo, and his wealth is capable of destroying the balance of power. But he's shown firm resolve in keeping the balance of power between the 4 factions. What an interesting man. That's right. How I forged Blaze. So it was indeed you. What an honor it is for me. I put in great effort to find you. When I first saw Blaze at the auction house, I felt such a huge shock, it was like I was struck by lightning. Dmitri is the sacred ground of blacksmiths. May I ask if you got your talent in blacksmithing from your father? Oh, and if it's okay with you, could you show me the sword that you were holding just now? Sure. Both Blaze and Salamander were unprecedented and incredible artisan swords. However, the level of this darkness, where intense darkness resides, is on a whole other dimension. Every time he makes a new sword, he'd show tremendous growth. Just how much more powerful would the swords he'll make be? Sir Roman, may I suggest a special proposal? My conditions are simple. Firstly, if you're going to sell swords, then please give me the chance to purchase them. Secondly, when you make a new sword, I'd like to be the first to see what kind of a sword it is. The time and place doesn't matter at all. Whether you're in another country or a remote area, I'll find a way to get to you. If you can give me your word on these two things, the Valentino family will support Dmitri from now on. He's giving up on being neutral. I hope you understand what this means. This means we'll be giving up the neutrality that the Valentino family has maintained thus far. I'd like to hear your reason for suggesting this. To be honest, I've been receiving quite a lot of pressure from the four factions recently. Since we'll eventually have to give up our neutrality, I've been thinking of who I should support at that time. Then I heard that you had founded the Dmitri Alliance. And now, I also know that you're the artisan who forged Blaze. What reason could there be for me to not like you? Of course, I do know that your family aren't lacking when it comes to finances. However, isn't it always good to have more money? The more the better. I have been truly enticed by Roman Dmitri. The nobles of the Dmitri Alliance pledged their loyalty to us as a member of it. Is the Valentino family prepared to follow Dmitri? Even if you ask the Valentino family to charge into fire, we will smile as we follow your orders. What an unexpected ally. I'll be counting on you from now on then. But is it okay for me to reveal the fact that you're the one who forged Blaze? Now that I've gotten such an incredible sword, I think I'd die of frustration if I don't brag about it to everyone around me. He's really one of a kind. Oh, is this the rumored artisan sword? This sword is way beyond the rumors said of it. If a 1-star swordsman uses this, it can block even a 2-star's aura. Is that true? Have I ever lied about my collections before? And the artisan who forged Blaze. Wait. Are you saying that sword belonged to Roman Dmitri? Yes, this is the sword that he used to defeat Butler. Roman Dmitri has made 3 swords so far, and Blaze was the second sword. People started to nickname the 3 swords as the Roman Dmitri collection. And thanks to the increased fame of Roman, the Dmitri blacksmiths had a huge boom in business that they found hard to handle. Looks like we have underestimated you. You also created an independent organization by uniting the northeastern region recently. You're someone whom we can't ignore as a dangerous element to the future of the Valhalla Empire. Please choose if you'll follow Valhalla or become an enemy of it. And why should I follow your decisions? Can I take it that you'll be hostile towards us? Let's get things straight. You're the one who tried to threaten me first. I don't have the slightest intention of forcing anyone to swear fealty to me. The Cairo Kingdom is a prey that the Kronos Empire has groomed for years. If Valhalla attacks Cairo, the Kronos Empire won't sit idly by. If you don't intend to become my enemy, then please wait. The group that I choose will definitely reach the peak of Cairo, and the people shall see Dmitri as the kingmaker. You are certainly bold in how you handle things. If you walk with your head held that high, it'll be a matter of time before someone brings it down. Even Butler, whom you had a hard time defeating, is a nobody in Valhalla. The continent is a vast place. I truly hope I'll give you more time. You'll make a wise decision. Once the Dmitri Alliance was formed, the 4 factions of Cairo had contacted them one by one and urged for Roman to make his decision. Do you intend to just leave Roman Dmitri as he is? If he chooses me, I intend to forget everything that's happened up until now. However, if he does choose someone else, I shall make certain he pays for all he has done. We've reached the limits of using the balance of powers. If the last year isn't made use of properly, we won't be able to avoid losses and sacrifices in the upcoming war. Firstly, I must thoroughly immerse myself into magic so that I can fight against it perfectly. The 13 magic towers exist within the continent. Among them, the magic tower of the Heavenly Palace is the strongest, and there's a conference held within it where all the representatives of each magic tower would attend and present their achievements. The Phoenix Tower demonstrated a strong magic that was 5-circle. But the mages who watched that demonstration were indifferent toward it. The reason why the Phoenix Tower was shown such reactions is because of a fundamental problem that's troubling them currently. That would be the lack of identity, a problem that only the Phoenix Tower has. It's true that the Phoenix Tower has lost their grimoire that has been passed down for generations. 3 years ago, I somehow became the Magic Tower Master Proxy, but it's hard for me to do this any further. No one knows the whereabouts of my teacher, the Magic Tower Master. I wasn't able to inherit the Burning Grimoire, which is the secret book of our Magic Tower. All of this caused a lot of people to leave our tower. Now, we've lost even the funding from the Frank Empire. I have no idea when they'll drive me out. Things are looking so bleak. Roman Dmitri. If you would like assistance from Dmitri, the terms are simple. If you become my sparring partner for the next 6 months, I'll pay you 1,000 gold every single month. Gold. While it's a little far from here. I don't have the luxury of being picky right now. The Dmitri family. Aren't they called the sacred land of blacksmiths? 13. That's a place that mages certainly wouldn't be interested in. Of the 13 magic towers that exist on the continent, Kronos including the Heavenly Palace Tower, 7 towers are located in Kronos. The magic towers are strictly neutral forces, but the majority of the magic towers that are located within Kronos are considered the sacred land of the mages. Compared to them, Cairo is likened to a wasteland for magic. Azurescans.com. And among all of Cairo, Dmitri lies at the furthest end of the northeastern region. If it weren't for Roman Dimitri's proposition, then I would never consider traveling to this place. From the Magic Tower's point of view, all we care about is getting the 6,000 gold that'll keep the Magic Tower alive for another 6 months. I win. This is the Dmitri estate. Please halt. Please reveal your purpose of visit. I am Felix of the Phoenix Magic Tower. I've traveled here by the invitation of Sir Roman Dmitri. It's systematic and orderly here. The movements of the guards. The magic devices that are in place in case of a war, and strong and sturdy fortress walls. The defense is perfect. Despite being a remote territory, Dmitri truly earns its fame for being a formidable force that none can afford to overlook. I am Roman Dmitri. He is no ordinary man. I am Felix of the Phoenix Magic Tower. I won't beat around the bush. Are you certain about the terms written in the letter you sent to me? Of course. As mentioned in the letter, as a reward for being my daily sparring partner, I will pay you 1,000 gold a month for 6 months. A total of 6,000 gold. To be honest, I don't understand the situation. If you were just looking for a sparring partner, you'd have no lack of people who'd want to do so. Azurescans.com. Why have you chosen me? I've heard that the flame magic of the Phoenix Tower 555 is the strongest in terms of attack magic. I also heard that the situation for the Phoenix Tower isn't great at the moment, so I felt I could buy the time of an exceptional mage like you with the appropriate amount. If I get hurt or die while we spar, you will not be held responsible in any way. I just need you to promise me that you'll go all out every time we fight. Will you really not regret doing this? Is he truly serious? Or is he underestimating mages? The Dmitri training ground. Please attack first. I'll let you have the first attack. Well, I'll take you up on that offer. Since it's our first spar, I'll start by humbling him. Here, Lancel. For circle release. Inferno. Fire walls on both sides. Memorize. Rune flare. Although I lowered the power of the magics, he shouldn't be able to move right now. Hey. Are you not going to use 5 circle magic? Hey. Are you not going to use 5 circle magic? He's fine despite those flames. Blink. I'll dodge his attack for now. What the heck? He's already right in front of me. Hold. I've immobilized him. This should buy me at least 10 seconds. Kook, it's time. For me to show you why I'm worth 1,000 gold a month. Impossible. Today's sparring will end with this. I'll see you at the same time tomorrow. There aren't any techniques that can foresee magic. How did he even do that? Him if I fight him again. No, I won't be able to defeat him with the current state of things. I need to think and strategize. When the Phoenix Tower Master went missing, no one could pass on the legacy of the burning magic. Everyone then said that meant the end of the Phoenix Tower. But Felix obsessed and persisted in the research of it and was able to manifest a piece of the burning magic. People considered Felix to be extremely strong-willed. If he's able to predict the movement of magic, then I just need to make it so that predicting it is meaningless. Whoa. The pros of magic would be that there's no need to be extremely precise when you're using it on an enemy. Fire wave. Now's the time. Fire Karen. Wait, a barrier. Kook. No, he made the barrier himself. Damn it. Felix, this isn't good enough. I allow you to use every means at your disposal in our fights from now on. You can even gather more mages from your magic tower and all of you can fight me at the same time. I'll change the terms as well. Every time you defeat me, I'll reward you with 10,000 gold immediately. Gold. That amount could feed 40,000 people for a year. He's never even thought of me as someone who's near his level from the start. What do you say? It's a matter of pride now. I understand. I will definitely make Roman Dmitri take a knee. And I'll empty the gold vaults of Dmitri. The first half of the week, he suffered consecutive defeats and tried to research Roman's fighting patterns. Starting from the 8th fight onwards, he began to use magic that restrained movements. A mist. Magic trap. However, why? Why is he able to see through all of my attacks? The 30th fight, the 30th defeat. I must face the reality now. I have to forsake this meaningless pride that I have. I can't defeat him alone. What? Are you asking us to all fight one person together? It'd be hard to control the power of the magic. How could we do that in a duel? And what's the proxy of the Magic Tower Master doing in another land? If the eldest son of the Dmitri family is injured by mistake, there's no way we can handle the consequences of that. I understand what you're getting at, but there's a reward of 10,000 gold for this duel. If we're able to defeat Roman Dmitri together, then I'll give half of that amount to you. Are you serious? We just need to defeat him once, right? Indeed, though it isn't as easy as you may think. He's like the natural enemy of mages. So, we need to have strategy meetings first. It's alright. Don't worry, we'll take care of this. A few days later, I'll let you attack first. Fire wave, fire burst. No, they're making the same mistakes that I've made for the past month. Look out. Kook. After going through the second body reformation and gaining immunity to heat and cold, most heat won't work on me now. Sir Felix. Did say he's far stronger than any he's seen before. Ugh. Who on earth is he? Sniff. Just What kind of fights have they been having so far? Ha! Wait here. I'll be back after talking to him. Sir Roman, to be honest, I don't think I can defeat you. But I have got a question that I'm dying to ask. I'll tell you exactly how I prepare for my fights. What is this place? Don't tell me. You've read all the grimoires in this place. Magic happens when mana resonates with nature within a circle. Fire, wind, water. The moment a magic is casted that resonates with nature, a type of signal and pattern would appear. Depending on the amount, form, and attribute of mana, one can tell what magic is being used and be able to quickly react to it. Firstly, the senses to read that resonation. Secondly, the knowledge to recognize the type of magic that's being used after seeing the form of the resonation. Thirdly, the ability to make a quick decision on the actions to take after having all that information. I can't believe he's able to do all of that. Roman Dmitri, he's a monster. One that even the word genius is an understatement for him. Even such a monster is working hard endlessly to grow stronger. Yet here I am, avoiding reality by using my master's disappearance as an excuse. I haven't accomplished a single thing as the Tower Master's proxy. In the remaining time I have here, I must prepare to the fullest for my spars with him. In 2 months, Felix could feel the vast difference. Although the Dmitri was just a barren family near the borders, their soldiers were much stronger and much more loyal compared to normal noble families. Young Master Roman. He does show up here from time to time. But he uses his own personal forge when he makes swords. Is that so? I heard this from the master blacksmith. When young Master Roman is forging, the flames of the brazier would cover his whole body. It's such an incredible sight, you'd think that the god of fire was in front of you. The flames would cover his whole body. Felix, grow closer to fire every day and find your own way to fully embrace the fire. The burning magic requires you to have an incredibly great affinity with fire. It's not something that you can learn just because you want to. If you don't feel any pain when a huge flame covers your body, you can be reborn again as an incarnation of fire. Roman Dmitri doesn't fear the fire and doesn't even react to most heat. A family who has been familiar with the flames of the brazier for generations would probably know a way to embrace the flames, right? Sir Roman. When Sir Roman is forging, I've heard that you're able to embrace the flames of the brazier. Is there a special method for doing so? Yes, I do have my own way of doing that. I knew it. He has information of how to do it. Hugh, I'll cut straight to the point here. The Phoenix Magic Tower needs your technique. Please teach it to us. The 3 years that have been like a nightmare. As we went through those times of sufferings, we've finally discovered our last ray of hope. Why should I do you such a favor? Shit. You. I think that I have compensated you quite handsomely in terms of payment for your work here. What can you give me in exchange? The thing that we can give him. I've called for this meeting because I'd like to hear all of your thoughts. I think it wouldn't be a bad idea to give him the Phoenix Magic Tower. Is that so? We are aware of what's been happening around here as well. Among the 13 magic towers, none has been affiliated to a family instead of a country before. But we must break that mold. As of this moment forth, the future of the Phoenix Magic Tower will be entrusted to Dmitri. After that, the migration of the Phoenix Magic Tower had proceeded steadily. Magic Tower Master. Magic Tower Master. What's the matter? Please take a look at this. This is the budget that Dmitri has set aside for us. I thought that the budget for us would be reduced because we need to migrate here, but it increased. We're given 24,000 gold every year. What on earth? People have referred to mages as monsters that devour money. It's because in order for mages to achieve higher magic circles, they need to buy things like grimoires or mana crystals that are very expensive. I doubted what I saw as well. They actually told us if this isn't enough to operate the magic tower, they told us to come up with a budget proposal and bring it up for suggestions. And Magic Tower Master, I think. You need to go out and take a look. What's with that size? Taking into consideration that the Phoenix Tower will be expanding its forces, we've built it to be able to contain 1,000 members. What do you think? I'm still a little puzzled. We weren't expecting Sir Roman to do all this for us. Our Lord is someone who takes care of his own people more than anyone else. This is something you'll have to get used to. Murphy. You mustn't allow young Master Roman to go off his routine just because I'm not around. You must prepare towels for him to wipe off his sweat and stand by warm water. There's also. Why yes sir. Hans' replacement Murphy. I'm worried, but he'll probably be fine since he graduated from the Adelian Academy. M. Murphy. You need to. I hope my dear granddaughter likes this present though. Sir Hans, I've been waiting for you. What is this? Please get into the horse carriage. Wait, were you waiting to fetch me? Indeed, young Master Roman has ordered me to do so. What on earth is happening here? Hans' only child Harrison. Darling. I don't know what's happening. They say they were sent by young Master Roman. Why would he send people here? Sir Harrison. My name is Lucas. Young Master Roman has sent us here to thank Sir Hans for his service. Please rest easy as we prepare for your daughter's birthday. Wait a minute. I don't understand the situation. My father is just a servant in the Dmitri family, so why? Young Master Roman considers Sir Han as someone that's important. Have you never heard of our Lord from your father? Roman Dmitri. They know the time when he was called a good-for-nothing. He was someone who was unaware of my father's devotion and sacrifice. I never trusted him. Young Master Roman is just lost because he's having a hard time. He's actually kind at heart. I had thought that my father's hard work was all meaningless. Father. Whoa. What is happening here? Wow. We're at the correct place, right? What is all this? Ha. Ha. Please open up a path. What is happening suddenly? Who is here? Why are the soldiers escorting that person? F. Father. S. Son. Father. Yes, my son, I'm back. Waha, it's now time to open up the gifts. The first present is my father's. Wow, what a pretty doll. My daughter always pestered me to buy one for her. Wow, thank you so much. The next present is. A ruby ring from Viscount Conrad. The Viscount Conrad. Why would a noble send a gift to a commoner's daughter? Ah. The presents from Count Adelian. And Viscount Lawrence. Why would all those snobbish nobles send us these presents? Wow, the nobles sent these presents so that they could win the favor of Hans. Because he's the one who stuck by Roman when he was called the fool of the Dmitri family and basically raised him up from when he was young. Hans had become an important individual to the nobles. Who could become a connection to Roman? These gifts are too much for her, but it's not like I can reject them. I'm not sure what to do. We'll open the present from Sir Roman Dmitri. Lastly. Young Master's present. Ah. A recommendation letter for Glory Academy. Sir Roman has written a recommendation letter to the Glory Academy for my daughter. The best education institute that commoners could only dream of getting in because it's hard to get in even if you have the money. Could it be? Ah. Thank you so much, Father. Oh, thank you, young Master Roman. Dad. We didn't deserve the present that you gave us. I already feel great satisfaction for the work I do just by remembering what I did and appreciating it like what you're doing right now. Hoff. Mad demon, do you not regret following me? No, I do not. My lord, just knowing the fact that you trust me makes me want to serve you for the rest of my life. While Hans is Roman Dimitri's servant. You are one of my people. Young master. Like how you've shown your loyalty and sincerity towards me, you too have the right to accept the gifts that I give. Congratulations on your granddaughter's birthday from the bottom of my heart. Cairo Branch Valhalla Temple. Yawn. I'm so bored. After Roman Dimitri returned from the southern frontline and mentioned the ranking battle, an unprecedented phenomenon occurred in the Cairo kingdom. The rankers stopped battling each other and instead spent a year preparing for their fight with Roman Dimitri. Roman Dimitri's position is pretty vague. Officially, he's ranked 100. After his fight with Homers. But he defeated Butler, the number 2 of the Hector kingdom, and proved. That's where the problem starts. From rank 1 to 99, anyone could become his prey. No matter what one decides to do, the moment Roman Dimitri starts to move, he'll cause a great change within Cairo's ranking. Sir, Roman Dimitri has contacted us. The public ranking battles are finally about to start. Really? He's finally making his move. The political situation around Cairo hasn't been looking good lately. Starting from the Phoenix Tower Master of the Frank Kingdom, several Tower Masters that were in Kronos have also disappeared. The Kronos Empire, who suffered the greatest loss, were sure that the other countries were behind those disappearances. They started to talk about the conquest of the continent. In times like that, the smaller countries would become uneasy, especially since it's a fact that the Cairo kingdom, which shares a border with Kronos, won't be able to avoid a war with them. A solid power hierarchy is needed in order to face off against them. We won't be able to survive through such chaotic times with a weak king. If the aristocratic faction is able to recruit Roman Dimitri, the current powers in place won't just sit by and watch anymore. However, if Roman Dimitri doesn't give us the answer that we want. Which part of the capital is Roman Dimitri at right now? The north. He's in the northern part right now. Did he choose to start the climb from the bottom? The public ranking battle will now be starting. I can't believe he requested a battle with me when he has said he'll be aiming to be number 1. Cairo rank 99 Jaden. If he's truly as skilled as they say, there would be no need for him to waste his strength on the lower ranks. On a closer look, he looks pretty young. From what I heard, he already arranged for the next ranking battle. Arrogant bastard. I'll go all out from the start. Kook. That was such a one-sided battle. It was almost pointless. Was there a need to fight? Why don't you just start from the top 30 instead? People call me a hero, but they continue to doubt my skills. I'm going to defeat all rankers and prove myself using just my skills. Right. That's it. AzureScans.com. That's the Roman Dimitri I wanted. The media was convinced that it would be impossible for Roman to reach rank 1 all the way from rank 99th, even if he won against one person a day, it would take him 99 days. After not even a week, all of their doubts were cleared. 98th Delhi AG. TH rank Roman Dimitri defeats 98th rank Delhi, making him the new 98th. Next. TH. Is this even possible? He defeated 3 rankers in just one day. I know they're the lowest ranking, but they're all still 3 stars. Beyond that, it didn't even take him more than 10 seconds to defeat each of them. In just 2 days, Roman battled his way to rank 91. NS.com. WP00 What the? Hank. Are you awake? WHY. Am I here? Can't you tell? TCH, you underestimated a strong opponent and got knocked out in just one attack. It's already been a day since you lost consciousness. At the very least, you're the only one that woke up after fighting Roman Dimitri. What do you mean? How many people did Roman Dimitri fight? He's defeated 5 rankers in one day, including you. Do you know what that means? That means you guys weren't his opponents from the start. Azurescans.com. Shit. Heg. V. My body. It feels like it's been torn to shreds. You won't be able to move properly for about a month. I don't know what spell he used. But he's completely messed up your muscles. That's possible. Cook. I need to stop the others. A warning from Jaden, previously in 99th rank. I experienced how Roman Dimitri was first-hand, and he's an unimaginably strong person. I was unable to withstand even a second against him. 1611 with just one attack, all my muscles were pulverized. I was told I won't be able to move for a month. Azurescans.com. A duel with him won't be a lesson. It'll only bring trauma. TH. TH 84th, 82nd, 83rd, 81st, 80th, 79th, 76th, 77th, 72nd, 73rd, 75th, 54th, 71st, 74th. After a week, all the rumors and doubt for Roman disappeared. All of those ranked 39th to 31st surrendered. As everyone was accepting their losses, Azurescans.com, the 30th ranker, accepted Roman's challenge. Fernando. You heard the news too. Rank 28. Why are you being so rash? Rank 23 Roman Dimitri is at least a 5-star. 77 only those rank 10 and above could possibly be a match for him. It's my choice. 30th Gatekeeper Fernando. You stupid bastard. You really need to fight when you know it's gonna ruin our image. Get it right. It's not me who ruined our image. It was all of you who surrendered out of fear. Stop trying to push me into surrendering. TCH. Ugh, you idiot. As a ranker, image means nothing to me. What I need. Azurescans.com. Is an experience in combat with someone stronger than me to make up for my lack of talent. I wonder if he'll hold up even a minute. Fernando is known for having his basic skills really mastered. But he struggles against a 4-star and above. With effort alone, rank 30 is his limit. Hugh. 000 Roman Dimitri, use me as a sacrifice. But in return, show me the world you live in so that I can take even a step forward. Start. Front attack. You. He's only dodging. I guess he doesn't think I'm a match for him. Haha. Azurescans.com. It's fine if you want to trample my ego. I threw that away long ago. Fernando. Move your mana as I say from now on. WH what? Is he talking to me? Magic. The reason you're weak despite being a 4-star is because your aura output is not stable. If you keep fighting the way you have been, you will never be able to improve. A normal way of aura output is by taking in mana and imploding the mana through the path it was being output. All swordsmen in Cairo Kingdom and the Salamander continent use a standardized mana path system. However, there is more than one mana path. What the hell is he talking about? An outburst of aura to explode mana using the mana's pathway. The circulation method that each uses could be different, but to build the pathways following the same steps is the only known way, the common way. There's more than one mana pathway. While it's hard to cultivate a new pathway when there's an existing one, 99. Wouldn't it be worth it to give it a try? I don't know what's going on in your mind, but alright, I'll give it a go. Azurescans.com OVA since I don't care about what others think of me nor honor like the others. Suppress and bring in the energy of the mana. If you do that, the mana will open a path on its own. Once you feel a new path, let it all out and push through it. I can. Azurescans.com. Feel the mana. I can't believe this was really possible. Let's wrap things up now. TSK, another complete defeat. XFN he was supposed to be the gatekeeper for rank 30 and above. EXT he only served to prove how strong Roman is. Well, that's just how different their class is. Roman Dimitri. Sir Roman. One moment please. Azurescans.com. Huh. What's he doing? Where is he suddenly going? Sir Roman, may I ask how you knew what was wrong with me? I thought I had zero talent in aura. I never imagined that my outburst of aura was the problem. The fact that you're using a 4-star aura means that your mana's quality has reached that level. But your outburst was abnormally weak even though your aura was a 4-star. What? In that case, there would be a high chance that your aura pathway was the problem. Azurescans.com Yo, I'll be honest with you. I've seen a light of hope from what you've just told me. But it's only a tiny ray of light. I think it'd be hard for me to advance further with my own strength. Would you be willing to teach me how to open up my aura pathway? Teaching you the method isn't going to be a problem. But I don't like making deals that don't benefit me in any manner. Please tell me what you want. Fernando, follow me and live for my sake. Yes. He's someone who will guide me onto the right path. My lord. I, Fernando, swear my fealty to you, Sir Roman. Azurescans.com. Aristocratic faction. The recent actions of Roman Dimitri spell trouble. At this rate, he might really defeat Count Nicholas. That's still too early to tell. While Roman Dimitri has defeated Butler previously, Count Nicholas is on a completely different level since he's rank 80 within the continent. A royal knight and the strongest swordsman of Cairo. While people consider Nicholas to be an existence that can't be reached, Roman's actions have opened up a new possibility that was unimaginable so far. Azurescans.com. If Roman Dimitri does defeat Count Nicholas, what will happen then? Count Nicholas is the reason that the royal faction has been able to last this long. If Roman Dimitri defeats him, a new power of the Cairo kingdom will be created. Royal Dimitri aristocratic Kronos Valhalla that must be stopped at all costs. If Roman Dimitri rejects our proposal, Azurescans.com we must get rid of him regardless of what we must do. I'd like everyone to secretly gather your family's troops in the capital. No matter what Roman Dimitri's choice shall be, he won't be able to escape from our grasp. Rank 10 Geron Kronos faction. I surrender. The stage is set. Azurescans.com. This is so disappointing. I declared a public ranking battle 1 year ago. What is he doing now? What is this? I had hoped that the rankers of Cairo would be prepared to fight against me. However, I realized this after defeating rank 10, Geron. The only person who's capable of facing me is Count Nicholas. And so, I'll pass on going through meaningless procedures. 3 days from now I will fight rank 9 to 2 in this very place. I'll defeat all of them. And then challenge the strongest swordsman of Cairo. Roman's declaration of war caused an uproar within Cairo. 00 I intend to give up. My skills are similar to Geron. Wouldn't Roman defeat me in an overwhelming manner? Ranko Brano Valhalla faction azurascans.com. Even so, we mustn't give up. Rank 2 Oscar aristocratic faction Sir Oscar. Roman Dmitri looked down upon rank 10, Sir Geron's skills, in front of the public and declared war against us by saying he intended to fight us all on the same day. If we give up now, we'll be mocked by the public as cowards. -3 AF That is why I've gathered all of you, the rankers of Cairo, here. Please help to tire out Roman as much as possible. I promise that Marquis Benedict, whom I'm serving, will reward you for doing so. I'll put my life on the line and promise to defeat Roman Dmitri. azurascans.com I shall protect the pride of being a swordsman in front of everyone. We'll follow your plan, Sir Oscar. We'll show that arrogant brat what reality really looks like. Let's gather our strength as the rankers of Cairo. Bruno and even Oscar are here. 3 days later rank 9 to 2 have really all appeared. Q to think all those rankers would respond to Roman Dimitri's provocation. 9 In this situation, it's really hard to tell who will win. This is the reality. Nobles will always join hands together when they face a crisis. I don't have any more time in Cairo azurascans.com. All that's left is to devour or be devoured. Rank 9 Brano. Roman Dmitri will try to end the fight as soon as it starts. D. But the 8 of us will try to drag this out as much as we can. Kook. Next. azurascans.com. Rank 8 next. Rank 7 next. Rank 6 next. Rank 4 Rank 5. azurascans.com Rank 3. B0 I impossible. Next. Oh, only one left. Preview Yes, this is the kind of fight I've been waiting for. Cairo's strongest swordsman to be continued. Your Highness, it was an overwhelming victory. 1111 Roman has defeated rank 9 to 2 in a single day. We no longer have any justification to stop him from challenging rank 1. Daniel Cairo So, this is what it's come to, huh? Count Nicholas. Is there no way to avoid a fight with Roman Dmitri? Cairo's strongest swordsman Nicholas. While I trust you. If the strongest sword of Cairo goes down now, this position of mine will helplessly become the prey of those in the aristocratic faction. No, Your Highness. That won't happen. Please trust in me. azurascans.com. I'll prove to you again how I obtained my title as the strongest swordsman of Cairo. I'll take my leave now. Will you really be alright? 000-1234-302-3 Royal Faction Bendner. Bendner. Yes, sir. What kind of a man is Roman Dmitri? He's someone who was born with the qualities of a predator. Even before the world acknowledged him. He already knew what path he wanted to take. So. Please be careful. azurascans.com. If you fall here, Cairo's royal family will come to an end. Don't worry. I'll make sure to protect the royal family of Cairo. The next day Cairo's capital Kairos Bli. That person is. MMEPS You can feel how dignified he is just from the way he walks. Roman Dmitri, azurascans.com. Come. The strongest swordsman of Cairo, will show you the harsh truth of reality. I look forward to that. Start. azurascans.com. Incredible. The air itself trembles with every clash of their swords. Yes, this is the kind of fight I've been waiting for. Very interesting. You live up to the name of being the strongest swordsman of Cairo. So that's what the strongest swordsman of Cairo is like. Amazing. I am actually losing in terms of strength. This is making my blood boil. Cough, I can't let it carry on like this. He's a really pragmatic person. If he wins here, there's no reason for him to take the royal family side. Which is why piasaraskins.com. I can't lose here. Secret art. Tnurzela's demolition. Heavenly Demon Sword Technique. Part 2, First Move. Did I just lose? Let's continue. Why are you going this far? Why? 14azurascans.com. That's because I'm the strongest swordsman in Cairo. Even if I crumble pathetically, my will shall not be broken. Richard Nicholas. Ha. What an incredible man. Kook. Cairo's strongest swordsman Uraskins.com. That was the end of a giant that had ruled over a whole era. With this, Roman Dmitri has become rank 1 in the Cairo kingdom. Did we underestimate Roman Dmitri? No. It's just that monster has exceeded all expectations. He who doesn't have any interest in joining Valhalla must not be left alive. Kairos, that's Sir Roman. To think someone so young would be able to defeat Count Nicholas. Roman Dmitri. Roman Dmitri, E.B. You have truly incredible skills. To think you defeated even Count Nicholas. Azurascans.com aristocratic faction leader Marquis Benedict A.E. I had this thought when I saw Count Nicholas being defeated. Why did you need a whole year of preparation? I now understand. That was because the people that needed that 1 year were the Dmitri family, right? For the sake of growing its forces. But it's now time for you to make your choice. Will you follow the aristocratic faction? Or will you make a different decision? It'd be great if you choose the former, but if you choose the latter, then you'll need to pay a price for that. Now, what will your choice be? Azurascans.com. Junghyuk, what you decide now will determine our relationship. Heavenly Demon Divine Kultbek Hoyol. Now, make your choice. Will you enjoy fame and wealth like your other siblings alongside me? Or, will you stand before me as the successor of the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult? Submission or struggle? What is best for me? Azurascans.com. What do I want? 0000 brother, I'm sorry, but... A foolish decision. Ona H. Avel. I have both the power and justification anyways. No matter how strong you are, you won't be able to do anything in this situation. Azurascans.com. From now on, under the name of Benedict, the leader of the central government, the Dmitri family that's been attacking everyone recklessly will be deemed as the cause of internal strife. Roman Dmitri, for the sake of a thorough investigation, quietly come under arrest. Why you? Did you just go against the government's orders? Are you staging a rebellion? Get things straight here. I'm not going against the king. I'm going against you, Marquis Benedict. Aren't you the one who's truly staging a rebellion? You're completely out of your mind. The central government represents the Cairo kingdom, and thus also represents the will of the king. That arrogant decision of yours shall cause the downfall of Dmitri. azurescans.com. The king will be the one to decide who among us is correct. Chris and Kevin, open up a path. Yes, my lord. azurescans.com. You've all gone crazy. I never imagined they'd dare to kill troops so openly in the middle of Kairos. Stop. This is Kairos. Do you think you'll be allowed to do this? All of you, do what you need to do. For, I too, shall do the same. It's the time of purging. DRBU Your Highness. A battle has taken place in the middle of the capital. Roman Dmitri is committing a one-sided massacre against the aristocratic faction. A massacre in the capital. What on earth? azurescans.com. Is this a rebellion? Gather all of the Royal Knights and Imperial security troops. Royal Knight Vice Captain. Since we don't know when the rebellion will reach the Imperial Castle, the safety of our king is the top priority. Is this really inevitable fate? Roman Dmitri has requested for an audience. Greetings, my king. Let's skip the formalities. Explain the situation. After the public ranking battle ended, Marquis Benedict led hundreds of troops to look for me and tried to pressure me into following the aristocratic faction. But because I follow no one except our king, Daniel Cairo, azurescans.com, I rejected his proposal. My king, if you give me your word on one matter, Dmitri shall become the sword of Cairo and snuff out the lives of everyone within the aristocratic faction and set straight the chaos of the balance in power within Cairo. He'll get rid of the aristocratic faction for me. azurescans.com. Are you trying to make a deal with me right now? When the Hector kingdom crossed our borders, I was at the southern front line. Despite the fact that there was time to defend against their attacks, the defense line of Cairo had fallen in an instant. The fundamental problem of Cairo is that there are 4 factions within the kingdom. If only the hierarchy of power was correct, the occupation of the southern front line wouldn't have occurred at all. Has Cairo experienced any changes in the last 1 year? The Salamander continent's political scene doesn't look great right now. How long do you intend to sit idly by and watch? The core person to unite Cairo as one isn't Marquis Benedict, who controls the central government and acts like a king. Think that person should be you, my king. Doesn't that mean he's willing to serve the king? He wasn't staging a rebellion. My king, you might think I'm acting suspiciously, but Dmitri has put our lives on the line this time around. Will you make use of the stage that Dmitri has prepared? Before I decide, I have a question for you. What does Dmitri want in return for preparing for this stage? I'm hoping for the independence of the eastern region. If the eastern region is declared an independent territory and also declared a dukedom, then we will never forget the roots from where we came from and will always lend our power to Cairo. The independence of Dmitri. My king. When you're unable to get everything, you need to make the best decision for the sake of Cairo. Make the best decision for the sake of Cairo. If Count Denver and Count Gregory joined forces, what do you think the empire would do? The chances of the empire making a move immediately would be unlikely. Valhalla is restricted in many ways since it's far from the borders. In Chrono's situation, it's currently in a conflict with the Kingdom Alliance from the south recently. Their top priority won't be Cairo, but to wrap up what's happening in the south. Your plan is able to take on many enemies in a short span of time. While Cairo does need to get rid of them, the void that will be left by them could create new problems. azurescans.com. We would simply be making the best decision possible. 000 We must take on the risk that comes from getting rid of them. He's not just leaving this to luck, he's making a move because he's figured out the current political situation of this continent. Roman Dmitri, you're truly incredible. My king, we can't do this. The Dmitris are trying to profit off this by using the aristocratic faction as an excuse. You mustn't agree to this. Is there another choice though? What did you just say? While everyone here has kept quiet as the aristocratic faction committed atrocities, I shall point my sword at them. We only want to be rewarded for our sacrifice. Vero Dmitri. Even if the Dmitris become a dukedom, azurascans.com, we share the same fate as Cairo as we choose to establish our roots here. This isn't a rebellion, but drawing the lines in the sand. His proposal is not wrong. NM. What is wrong is that the incompetent king can only watch as his land gets torn away. That's me. The Dmitris have already become an existence that can't be controlled by the Cairo imperial family. In that case, I need to make a choice. Will I be satisfied with the present, or will I give up what I can't have and create a new Cairo? Even if they have impure intentions, compared to those people who controls me as their puppet, I'd rather take the hand of Roman Dmitri, who has publicly shown me his ambitions honestly. Enough. azurascans.com. I swear upon the honor of the Cairo imperial family that the eastern region including the Dmitri territory shall be declared a dukedom and the title of a duke will be bestowed upon Baron Dmitri. So, you must make sure to punish the traitor Marquis Benedict who has wrought chaos upon our country. Now that he's attacked Marquis Benedict in the capital, Kairos, the Dmitris and the aristocratic faction will not stop until one has fallen. Roman Dmitri has headed for the imperial palace. He probably intends to borrow the power of the king in his fight with the aristocratic faction. A fight between the royal faction and Dmitri against the aristocratic faction. If the two forces fight to their deaths, azurascans.com, I'll make use of that chance to make the situation an advantageous one for Valhalla. My lord. There's trouble. What's wrong? Roman Dmitri has led forces and barged into the mansion. You need to get away now, kook. Count Denver. azurascans.com. Accept the imperial orders. Roman Dmitri has appeared here instead of appearing where the aristocratic faction is at. I need to calm down. Imperial orders. What nonsense are you talking about? You've conspired with Valhalla and stolen the top secrets of Cairo. And thus, our king has ordered me to arrest you. If you dare try any tricks, you are to be considered an accomplice to the rebellion and I am to execute you right away. Everyone knows that I belong to the pro-Valhalla faction. Do you think you can handle the aftermath of doing such? Valhalla will not stand idly by and watch. You better be careful of every word that you say from now on. azurascans.com. What? Bastard. Lower your voice. It seems you still haven't grasped your current situation. In this time's fight, it'd be meaningless to only subdue the aristocratic faction. Those that follow Valhalla and Kronos, I'll uproot all of you traitors. Count Denver, you'll be having quite an interesting time starting from now. You bastards. Do you think you'll be unscathed after doing something like this? azurasties.com. Pro-Kronos faction. Count Gregory. Simon. You know what will happen if you mess with me, don't you? The Kronos Empire will send in troops with a justification because of what you've done. Do you think Cairo can handle that? Royal Knights Vice Captain Sinton. Count Gregory is right. The Kronos Empire is dying to conquer the whole continent. But now that the king has made the decision, Cairo will no longer be able to turn back. I guess you understand your situation now, huh? B. Shut up, you scum. It's do or die in any case. Kook. If Kronos crosses the borders then I'll cut off your head and hang it on the walls. It's just as Roman Dmitri said, we must get rid of any possible variable. Benedict Geratori Azuraskans. The Dmitris have joined forces with the king. I knew the day in which we must usurp the throne would come, but I never knew things would take place so abruptly. If we're able to gather most of the forces of the aristocratic faction, we should be able to take over Cairo without much issues. Roman Dmitri, while you might have become the strongest after defeating Count Nicholas, things won't always go your way. Gather everyone in the aristocratic faction and ask them to send their forces into the capital. Yes, sir. Marquis, Count Fabius has replied that he won't be coming. What? Where is he? Fabius, have you gone crazy? Not only are you not sending your troops, you're not coming for the meeting. Is that your final decision? Azuraskin's calm. Marquis, let's be honest with each other now. I'm betting that Roman Dmitri will win in this fight. 50. I'm no longer that pushover who always does what you say. 0s only you. Are you sure you won't live to regret this? Regret, my ass. If I am wrong, then my days are numbered. F. While I might have started out as being a traitor, azurascans.com, I intend to do all I can for his sake. Haven't you heard the rumors? About how well he takes care of his own people. And you, the leader of the great aristocratic faction, doesn't seem to really understand the current situation. The fact that the aristocratic faction is facing its downfall right now. The downfall of the aristocratic faction. At that same time, I, Valentino, declare my support for Dmitri. Valentino. The Valentinos that supported the Dimitris had bought up all of Cairo's mercenaries. Due to Marquis Valentino and the neutral forces movements, Central Force aristocratic faction, the aristocratic faction could not move their troops rashly. Royal Palace meeting room, Count Fabius, who was in the aristocratic faction a few days ago, and a few other families like his had decided to join us. Those aristocratic faction members. Maybe even if I hadn't accepted Dimitri's proposal, the Dimitris could have succeeded in defeating the aristocratic faction by their own strength. Roman Dmitri is the one that's leading in this war. If the aristocratic faction had managed to gather, then they'd have led their armies into the capital. Instead, they'll decide to go on defense in their current situation. Now that their fighting forces have been reduced, azurascans.com, it's an opportunity for us to cut down all the traitors in one go. The royal family will provide you with full support. The orders that you give can be considered my will. Roman Dmitri, I task you with taking full command in this war. Yes, my king. Benedict Castle, if the royal troops are quick, they'll reach this area within a week. We'll first lock up the castle gates, defend the castle, and wait for our chance to launch counterattacks. Marquis Valentino had firmly maintained his stance on being natural for so long. Since someone like him has declared his support for Roman Dmitri. Can we truly win in this fight? The aristocratic faction is in a situation where we can't activate even half of our fighting forces. azurascans.com, how about trying to contact the other nobles that are following Kronos and Valhalla? Since their leader has been captured, they'll definitely come over to our side if we propose a good proposal that'll coax them. That's a fairly decent plan. How long do we need if we want to proceed with this plan? To change their minds and gather all the troops, we'll need at least 15 days. Alright, you'll be fully in charge of that. Yes, sir. While the war occurred abruptly, we have been preparing for war with the royal faction for a long time now. We, the aristocratic faction, are the ones who hold the authority of Cairo in our hands. I'm still alive, huh? Ugh. Only the external wounds look bad. I guess Roman Dmitri wasn't intending to kill me. azurascans.com. Don't worry about what happens after this. Have no intention of betraying Cairo. I need to find out what's going on first. Captain. I thought you had died. I'm really glad to see you alive. Simon, sorry to have worried you. M. Tell me what has happened after I collapsed. Understood. The troops are about to depart soon with Roman Dmitri as acting commander. azurascans.com, and they're thinking of attacking the Marquis Benedict's aristocratic faction soon. Bring me to the location where the war ceremony will be held. I must be there. To think the person who represents the army would hand over the sword to me personally. azurascans.com. First, the King of Cairo, now, Count Nicholas. They haven't lost their innocence in a chaotic system of power and authority. Cairo has been undergoing a time of chaos so far. Today, we shall go forth and punish the traitors. We'll experience unforgettable pain as we kill our fellow countrymen. But peace and stability will once again be found in this land after this war is over. And I will constantly stand at the front of this war. So, put your trust in me and claim our victory. The fight with the fate of a kingdom on the line has started. It's imperative that we end this war quickly. The more time the aristocratic faction has, the more choices they'll have available. So, instead of setting up camps, prepare to start the first round of attacks immediately. They've chosen to use flares, huh? Guard Captain Cameron. Azurascan's a very strong defense magic has been cast upon the Benedict Castle. Not only is it strong enough to take tens of flares firing at it, it's also able to restore its durability as long as mana crystals are supplied. However, what are they up to? Group 1, preparation complete. Group 2, preparation complete. I funded the Magic Tower in preparation for siege wars like this. It's the Phoenix Magic Tower's role to bring them down. Members of the Phoenix. Our chance to repay our Lord for his kindness is here. Phoenix Magic Tower Felix, let's show them all why the Phoenix is the 13th tower of the continent. We'll use amplification magic to surpass the current flares limit and attack them. Activate fire amplification magic. azurascans.com. Guard Captain. Defense Magic Circle number 1's durability is dropping rapidly. It won't be able to last long at this rate. The mages that belong to a magic tower are supposed to be neutral. Yet they're participating in this war. Beyond that, what is with those numbers? How are they so powerful? Activate the emergency defense system. Even if we have to use up all our mana crystals on the defense magic circle, we must do whatever it takes to protect the durability from dropping. Where did so many mages come from? Not long ago, the Phoenix Magic Tower established itself within the Dimitri territory. 111, a magic tower that advocates neutrality. Established itself within the Dimitri territory. They have all sworn fealty to Dimitri. Hello, if the Dimitris have decided to become the Sword of Cairo, then isn't it natural that the Phoenix Magic Tower also shows the same loyalty? Prepare the second round of amplification magic. azurascans.com. A group of people who are warmly welcomed no matter where they go in this continent have sworn their loyalty to a mere noble family. The Dimitri territory has already The king's decision was the correct one. This war will end with the royal faction's victory. Burn it all down. Vid azurascans.com too. After the sunset, the battle died down. Help. And soldiers of the both sides went to rest. And how long can we hold out? If attacks like today's are repeated in the future, we will not be able to stand out for 10 days. Any days. Is that all we are capable of? What happened to Viscount Owen and Baron Winston? The assembled forces of the aristocrat faction have arrived at the entrance of the northeastern region. What to the probability that Dimitri's strategy will fail? We will definitely succeed. Baron Winston is a commander whom the whole faction is proud of. The crowd gathered by Dimitri, we can win in 3 days. Deception and attack right, we can't just rely on the imperial faction. I will transfer all power to Baron Winston. And we must make sure that he brings victory. If we go a little further in this area, we will reach Count Adelian's estate. According to what I just heard from main forces, it is at least 10 days far. In fact, even if we go directly to Dmitri, there may be not enough time. A meaningless fight will make the situation only worse. In such case we should keep battle to minimum. Of aristocrat faction Baron Winston. The shortest path, walk past these three territories: Adelian, Dmitri, Cypherscans, Conrad, Rollo, Adelian, Rollo. Conrad, they are not Dmitri supporters. Their forces were absorbed during the northern battle. Unlike many who follow Dmitri in the northeast. The possession of Adelian is a commercial city, so they will not want to break ties with the central government. They will try to be neutral. However, Baron Rollo and Viscount Conrad still have a tooth against Dmitri family. Alright then, contact the lord of these three territories. Tell them that if they can open the path for us, they will receive the appropriate reward. An hour later, three territories accepted the proposal of the aristocrat faction. Commander, do you trust the northeast aristocrat faction? Cypherscans, what if they set a trap on special? I know. Even if it's a trap, entire elite Dmitri is under besiege of Benedict, so, the only remaining troops are the ruffians from the border. Do you think they can win, the elite troops of the aristocrat faction? This is impossible. When the terrain is open on all sides, like now. Even if the whole northeastern region breaks here, it can be suppressed by force. He knows everything. I knew the people from the Western Front are different. Baron Winston. Aristocrat faction of Marquis Benedict are traitors. Commander Jonathan, if you don't stand down now, you'll be charged with rebellion. Commander. Do not talk nonsense. Marquis Benedict is not a traitor. Listen to my offer. If you calmly let us through, Marquis will show great generosity and accept you. And if you show hostility, right here and now, all of you will die. Mr. Knox, please. Understood. Magician of Fifth Circle Knox. Glavadalj stilda DGLDALS fire cannon of. Ha. All forces attack. Ka. It can't be. I have never encountered an army this strong on the Western Front. Ugh. HAA. Shura sword technique froa the nigit of a remote area, I. From the night of a remote area I. A week later at Benedict's castle. The wall have collapsed. Restore it faster. If this continues, we will not last long. What happened to Baron Winston? Why has not he contacted us yet? We have been contacted by an officer of Baron Winston. The thing is, the army that attacked Dmitri was destroyed, and Baron Winston died on the battle. Everything is over. Baron Winston's army is completely destroyed, and no one will be surprised if Benedict's castle falls at any moment. We have also lost contact with the aristocrats of the imperial faction. So what could be better than open the gates and surrender right now? Surrender. What's the point of doing that? By this time, Roman has completely defeated the forces opposing him. Marquis Benedict. Maybe it's time now. To unite with the empire itself, and not its faction. What do you mean? The battle is over anyway. Instead of waiting for our death, let's survive even if we have to become a colony of Emperor. Contact Kronos right now, I will personally conduct the negotiations. Empire of Koronos Baron Charltonham, we are cooperating with Count Gregory, not with you Marquis Benedict. Is there a reason we need you? Cairo's royal family has started a large-scale purge, and the Count Gregory and the Count of Denver, who followed the Empire, were imprisoned. Nothing will change for the Kronos Empire. Does it matter for an empire who takes action? You say really interesting things. Well, I'll listen to you once. Cypherscans, what do you want Kronos to do for you? Please attack Cairo's western front. Immediately after acceptance of the offer by Kronos. In just 12 hours. 3 of the front lines, 2 of them were breached. Long time no see, Your Majesty the King, did you like my gift? What is the meaning of this? Why drag the empire into problems within the kingdom? I could not do anything about it. Aren't we supposed to do something to survive? Make your choice, King Cairo. Abandon Cairo and overthrow me. Or defend your kingdom by sending forces to the Western Front. Think carefully. I hope as a king you will make the right decision. Cypherscans, Marquis Benedict. I once used to call him uncle. And now he driven me, no whole kingdom. Cypherscans on the verge of destruction. If I revoke the attack on Benedict's castle and aristocrat faction, and shift my forces to the defense of the Western Front, the kingdom of Cairo can survive. Cypherscans, but the survival of aristocrat faction will become even more brazen by hiding behind Kronos's back. Simon. Yes. Let me remain a weak and incapable king, but I will not go into his Troy as a traitor of my motherland. Contact Roman Dmitri now. Marquis Benedict concluded an alliance with the Kronos Empire. The second line of the Western Front has already fallen. It's a matter of time when the third line will fall. Cypherscans. The elimination of the aristocrat faction is a very important issue, Cypherscans, but we can't let the Empire's army do whatever they want. You will regret in the future if you can't suppress the entire rebellion at once. I understand. Cypherscans. But the horror that has graved the West will soon swallow the whole kingdom. Your Majesty. We were ready for this from the moment we decided to clean. It doesn't matter if it's Count Gregory or the Marquis Benedict. Cypherscans. What do you think will happen if you leave the enemies who sell their own homeland? Cypherscans, now it's just one step back. But in the future, to get back a step forward, you will have to sacrifice a lot of people. Perhaps Daniel Cairo was born in peacetime, Cypherscan, he could be a good king. But he still can't accept reality. Lulu.wawal.alnat. Cypherscans, and this is exactly what is needed for fighting in such dark times. Cypherscans, unlike the 2 previous front lines of the Western Front, a capable army is placed in front of the third. In addition, Kronos prepared for this attack in a hurry, Cypherscans, and they were not able to mobilize all the combat power. Cypherscans, trust your commander-in-chief, if they can hold on for some time. Then in 3 days I'll deal with the entire faction of Marquis Benedict. Cypherscans, I will reach the Western Front and stop the attack of the Kronos Empire. Cypherscans, okay. 3 days, by whatever the cost, punish all the rebel. Roman moved the troops in the night when the aristocrat faction lose their vigilance. Cypherscans, they blocked the road of return from Benedict's castle. Waiting until the magic shield on the fortress walls reaches its limit. Chief Commander, Cypherscans. Let me stand on the front. I found out that Roman is one of those who fairly reward what they deserve. Cypherscans. I was a member of the aristocrat faction. But he refused to follow the order for collection. And decided to follow you. Cypherscans, give us a chance to prove our loyalty. Cypherscans, he still looks like him. The blood demon was different by unlimited devotion. The mad demon was driven by the desire of becoming strong. But the two-faced demon has changed as much as 3 masters, before rising to the rank of 4 King of Heaven. And he was a rather quirky old man. Cypherscans. He fought for life until the last, Cypherscans, and he stayed next to the ultimate peak winner Junhek. You don't need to show a fake smile in front of me. Cypherscans, if you prove your usefulness, I will close my eyes to your past. Cypherscans. In this war to the front lines, will be you Fabius. The next day, having learned about the support of the Kronos Empire, the soldiers of the aristocrat faction were much bigger in spirit and filled with pride. Cipher scans. Cipher scans. It's my turn to repay the Lord for his faith. Cipher scans. Oh, this is the secret weapon of the magical Phoenix Tower. Of Combustion 201-3139A. Cipher scans 000. Cipher scans, what the hell? Look over there. Cipher scans, fiery rain. Run. Cipher scans. Ah. Deploy the shield. Cipher scans. The magic shield has broken. Cipher scans. The castle wall has collapsed. Follow me. SMC 10911. Do not spare any of those evil rebels. Oat. Cipher scans. Cipher scans. Acceleration cipher scans. Fabius took up the task that others would try to avoid. Cipher scans. And by risking his life he proved his value is not small. No one would have condemned him if he had stayed behind the soldiers like the other aristocrats. Cipher scans, but with this choice he put his life on the game. Cipher scans, ha. Ha. E. Cipher scans, I played my role. From here on, it's time for Dimitri's role. And it's Roman Dimitri. The demon of Cairo has appeared. Kill him by any means. A demon, huh? I like it. 4.04 Cipher scans. Cipher scans F. He's a demon incarnate. Ka. Truly a unbelievable monster. T, things are really bad. The troops have broken through the castle wall. Cipher scans. The defense magic had wasted its power. And the soldiers sent by each family have been killed by Roman Dimitri. We need immediately. ARG. Cipher scans, do you hear me? Marquis Benedict and the other traitors. Rest assured, you will not have any chance of survival. So fight to the bitter end. Even if you kneel down and bow your head, and bruised into tear until your throat breaks, Cipher scans. I will still punish you and your 3 Genradians for betraying your motherland. Wait. We will meet really soon. 10 years ago we can't endanger people's lives by fighting against the Empire. But, Your Highness, you can go now. Cairo used to be unable to make quick decisions because of the incompetent king. And therefore, the pro-imperials who follow Valhalla and Kronos expanded their influence and in winning control of Cairo. And at the funeral of the queen who was his sister, I heard she died because of a disease in the Benedict's family. Mau Bagamana Lagi, Parawatan Yang Diteramania di Karajan Kessel Ini Kurang Mumpuni. Bukanka dia Setadaknya Masih Bisa Diselamatkan Asalkan Menggunakan Teknologi Berkembang Kekazaran. Mungkul Pemikiran di Dalam Benak Marquis Benedict. Tentangakan ka Cairo Baik Saja Kalau Tera Seperti Ini. I can't trust the Cairo's royal family anymore. We will build our own power to bring Cairo on the right path. Nobles of Cairo, follow me. That was the beginning of the Nobel faction. And of course the initial focus changed over time. Marquis Benedict started to take over the throne. Where did the things go wrong to end up in this mess? Roman Dimitri. He made my plans to take control over Cairo into noting. My death will be absolute if I stay like this. Mon. First of all we should run and hide, while asking for help from Kronos Empire to turn things around. Move quickly. The noble faction will end if we get caught. It's been a while. I've been waiting for a long time. Marquis Benedict. TCH. Attack quickly. Quickly kill him. AF. Protect the Marquis. Kurg. Quack. Cock. Cook. Please help. Hack. Where are you going? Useless dogs. Cook. Quack. Ugh. Ah. Just play with me as much as you want. The most important thing is to survive this hell-like situation. I will definitely get revenge. Over there. Cook. There is no way he could escape. Find him. Even though the throne of the Cairo kingdom is right before me, but V002 everything is fucked up because of these people. I will get my revenge. The insult I received today. Viscount Owen. Don't you feel something weird when you ran away? In me and it was impossible that we could escape from the beginning. He is getting closer. Did he found me? No. Just come off. This bastard, think I didn't know that you were hiding there. I follow you because I trust you as a leader. You're miserable right now. This is based on. Come out. It's Marquis Benedict. He ran away alone. 717 son of a bitch. Die, you bastard. This is not fair. Do you know how much I've sacrificed? How much for this kingdom to get this kind of treatment? I am the man who defended Cairo from its destruction. When that incompetent king comes to the power. If that's you, can you serve a king like him with all your heart? The Kronos Empire always passed through the border of Cairo. Because inside the Cairo kingdom there are traitors. Tell me, am I wrong? I don't blame your decision. Perhaps Cairo have indeed survived the long subjugation of the Kronos Empire. But look at the results. What do you get? Nothing changed in the power. Even though you formed a noble faction, your action was not for the security of the kingdom. If I am not wrong, it's called the greater purpose. Lee, it's not a shame when you bow down your head to save the weak, but think carefully about what you are throwing away. Please forgive me. I am willing to serve the royal family. No, Dmitri family starting now. It's too late. This is the end. Strongest power. Royal Palace Cairo. Roman Dmitri said, he has already beheaded Marquis Benedict. He did it. Now is not the time to celebrate that. The movements of Kronos Empire are a little weird. Tell this to Roman Dmitri. I'll definitely give him the highest reward later. But make sure to go directly to the Western Front. Western Front 3rd Defense Line by His Majesty's command. If we can hold out for just 3 days, we will have quelled the rebellion, and Roman Dmitri will be sent to the Western Front. Please, hold on a little longer. Your prediction was right. Flora. A standout figure and a well-known person on the Western Front. After her meeting with Roman, Flora left Florence and enrolled in the Royal Academy. Afterward, she studied tactics and volunteered as a staff officer on the Western Front. She became the first female staff officer in Cairo. Though her appointment was highly unusual, sparking various opinions, she began to be recognized as she proved her capabilities. It's practically impossible to quell the Count's rebellion within 3 days. We should prepare for a long-term battle. Head of Staff, Baron Noel. Even if we do quell the rebellion, using warp gates will take at least a day or 2 for travel. How does that make sense? You all are right. Western Front Commander, Count Vandenberg. Worst case scenario, we might not be able to quell the rebellion. But I have a different opinion. How can you assure that? From my direct experience, he is a person who cannot be judged by common standards. That's an unfounded judgment. Kronos is also pressed for time. Before Duke Benedict collapses, they have to invade Cairo's territory. Now, there is only one method. This is Kronos' attack pattern so far. When they invade as a warning, they induce melee combat. But when they need a decisive victory like this time, they mobilize war mages. We are already aware of this. Given that the Kronos Empire owns 7 mage towers in the Empire, Kronos, it's likely they'll try something new to amplify the mages' power. We need to eliminate this variable of mages. Mages are vulnerable in defense during spell casting, thus they need to cast spells from a safe distance. We must anticipate where the mages will cast and lay a magic trap there. That's impossible. Test first off, we can't know their precise location, and mages can sense the location with mana. Therefore, we must propose a Grand Warrior battle. What? That's right. If we engage in a Grand Warrior battle, we will inevitably have to move troops. This way, it will be possible to pinpoint the mages' locations. How will you handle mana detection? That's where the role of the warrior who will participate in the Grand Warrior battle becomes crucial. If the warrior manifests their aura to the maximum, thickening the surrounding mana concentration, even mages won't be able to detect magical traps. Be indeed. Nil last. The issue is who will step up as the Grand Warrior. Tola. Honestly, the chances of survival are slim. I will participate in the Grand Warrior battle. Someone has to do it. So please allow me to step forward, Master. Rodwell. Understood. In this Grand Warrior battle, Rodwell Dimitri, you will be the one to step forward. Of. Why are you always so eager to take on such dangerous tasks? Your service time ended long ago, why are you still here? WM. In my opinion, you're not normal. Thinking of the future, you, who will eventually become a commander, must not die here. This is a necessary task for me. Flora, what? What was the Roman you experienced like? At first, I couldn't accept the changed you and denied it. But now, I acknowledge you and plan to do anything to surpass you. Which is why I extended my service. Ava, but why are you still here? I'm here to avoid repeating the same mistakes. Let's stop this conversation. Getting the question back really snaps me back to reality. Anyway. Win at all costs. I hope you survive. I am Rodwell Dimitri of the Kingdom of Cairo. I challenge the Kronos Empire to a duel of warriors. Sigh. Today, I might die. From now on, it's a matter of life and death. My name is Osbert. I'll be your opponent. Finn unranked 3-star swordsman Osbert. Unlike Cairo, where reaching the level of 3 stars makes one a ranker, begin. In the Kronos Empire, even those at the very bottom of the rankings were 4-star swordsmen. Ugh. You dare. The worlds they live in are indeed different from Cairo. Finish it. Die. Predictable outcome. I cannot close the gap with my brother. But still, I will. Fight till the end. If you don't dodge, you'll lose your eyes. But dodging means defeat. Get lost, Cairo bastards. Has the plan succeeded? Yes, absolutely. Prepare Flare and the Magicians. Commander Kronos Count Fabio. War Mage. Flora, when do you plan to detonate the magic traps? Premature detonation might give the enemy time to prepare. If they get more than 300 m away from the magic trap, we won't be able to kill them in one strike. As planned, the margin of error is within 100 m. Detonating the traps then will leave the magicians incapacitated due to mana backflow. Got it. I'll give the signal. Now. Detonate them. These petty beings are really struggling. Soldiers of Kronos, listen. Show those who dare oppose the Empire what Kronos Empire truly stands for. Attack. Block them. Push down the ladders. Don't lose focus. They've lost their magicians, we have the advantage. Don't fall back. The moment the Western Front collapses, our families in Cairo will be in danger. The battle raged on until the next day. The Kronos Empire, seemingly close to breaching the fort, began to lose ground as time passed. On the third day, Lord Roman Dimitri's army arrived at the Western Front. Seeing the army led by Roman, the Kronos Empire's forces retreated. Thanks to you, we've been able to catch our breath. So that means? Not yet. Now, we need to gather our forces. Why? The nobles allied with Kronos have fallen, and after their failed siege, the enemy should soon retreat. Oh, may I ask why? Of the enemy has trespassed on Cairo's territory. If we become accustomed to being trampled by Kronos till now, it's time to show a different attitude. His Majesty the King has entrusted me with full authority over this matter. So, gather the troops and prepare to open the gates. We will chase the retreating Empire's forces and drive them back. The last time I remember Roman, he was a drunkard, living a life completely detached from swordsmanship. Always getting into trouble at bars, and often hauled away by the guards. But in such a short time, how can a person change this much? I lived with the sole aim of elevating our family's name on the Western Front. But Roman, in an instant, made everything I achieved seem meaningless. People used to call me the future of Dimitri, but was it all just a futile struggle? What benefit does pursuing and slaughtering the Kronos Empire bring to Cairo? The soldiers on the Western Front have endured a grueling schedule these past few days. Opening the city gates now is practically a death sentence. The Western Front is a strategic point. Our mission isn't to annihilate the Kronos Empire's forces, but to protect the safety of Cairo. Why needlessly provoke a larger conflict? Is this really the best course of action you all can think of? You all know the truth. Kronos is engaged in a conflict with the Southern Kingdom's alliance. Kronos-Cairo Southern Alliance. The enemies cannot commit their full forces here. The Kingdom of Cairo will no longer stand by and watch the atrocities of the Kronos Empire. The significance of this decision is sufficient in itself. So, what should I do? Roman Dimitri. He's always been consistent. I thought he might have changed a bit from his reckless days. But I can't be like him. I heard that Rodwell was injured in the eyes during this battle. It's nothing to worry about. Thanks to that, we could deal with Kronos mages. If it weren't for you, the Western Front wouldn't have held until my arrival. Rodwell Dimitri, my brother. What? What are you saying all of a sudden? Just like I've formed new relationships in my current life, I will approach Rodwell. He might not welcome me yet, but remember this one thing. If you follow me tomorrow, I'll show what it costs to mess with a Dimitri. As retribution for taking your eyes, the Kronos Empire will have to pay with many lives. So remember, we are brothers. The rebellion led by Duke Benedict has completely failed. Baron Charlton of the Diplomatic Corps. With the royal army's arrival at the Western Front, it would be wise for you to retreat, Count Fabio. That bastard Benedict. To think he couldn't hold the Western Front for even a day. Baron Charlton, I cannot flee just like that. We too have suffered considerable losses over these days, my honor does not permit me to run. I understand Count Fabio's sentiments. But currently, the Kronos Empire is focused on the conflict with the Kingdom Alliance. If Count Fabio loses even a small part of his forces, the impact will inevitably be felt in the south. Please consider your options carefully. Ugh. Damn it. Understood. As soon as day breaks tomorrow, I'll order the troops to retreat. The next day, Commander, to prepare for any eventuality, I suggest we leave some scouts behind. No need for that. But if they do send a pursuit team as you say, I would actually be grateful. It would give us a chance to defeat them and collapse the Western Front. Oh. Commander. The enemy has appeared. They are attacking us from the rear. What did you say? Just as expected. Those fools from Cairo have made a grave mistake. I command the soldiers of Kronos. Slay all these clueless fools. The whole army. Attack. The previous night, as we expected, the Kronos Empire's army is preparing to retreat. Our plan is simple. As the enemy maintains a long column, we will split our forces into two and attack both the center and rear simultaneously. Central attack, I will go with Lord Well and Chris to attack the center, rear attack while Duke Vandenberg, you and Chief of Staff Flora move to the rear. It's a good plan, but splitting our forces could be very risky. Especially, the rear might be more dangerous. Once the attack in the center progresses to some extent, I will send Chris and other soldiers to support the rear. By cutting through the center and plunging the enemy into chaos, we can push forward and secure a complete victory. Cairo will undoubtedly win. You idiots. Get a grip. Indeed, the soldiers of an empire accustomed to invasion are of a different caliber. At this rate, we are at a disadvantage. Do not retreat. Show the tenacity of Cairo to these merciless imperial soldiers. Meanwhile, in stark contrast to Vandenberg's struggling forces, a one-sided massacre was unfolding in the center. Sura's battle tactics. This is insane. He looks like just a regular soldier. How can he use aura like this? Ag. Creek. What's this? Dimitri's soldiers are not just confronting the renowned soldiers of the Empire but overwhelming them. It's not that this soldier is special, but all of Dimitri's soldiers have become monsters. My brother, Roman Dimitri. If you follow me tomorrow, I'll show you what it means to mess with Dimitri's men. I didn't understand what that meant at the time, but now I think I do. Chris. Yes. We'll split our forces into two as planned. You take command and head to the rear. I will stop the approaching Kronos Empire forces from this side. Understood. Second unit, follow me from now. Are you really going to leave? We're starting to get pushed back. Commander. Got it. Troops, form a shield wall. Shield wall. What's going on? Why are they forming a defensive formation after launching a surprise attack? Yo. Our forces are coming. Break the shield wall and attack the enemy. Let's show them the strength of Dimitri. As expected of Roman Dimitri's knight. With such a small force, he's overpowering the Kronos Empire. Useless fools, move aside. Kronos Empire 3-star swordsman. You're my opponent. But. Kairos flash. A moment for a renowned entity to fully assert its presence on the continent. Central region of the Kronos Empire. This is unbelievable. Commander. The situation is bad in the rear too. At this rate, we might face total annihilation. Damn, first take care of that thorn in our side, Roman Dmitri. If we can take him down and then quickly move to the rear. This crazy guy. Is he planning to break through our soldiers and kill me? Stop him. I'll take him on. Gustavo, the commander of the 10th Night Squad of Kronos. Ranked 78th in the continent. TH in Kronos. He's stronger than Nicholas. Arg. Arg. Despite being coordinated with Aura Knights, he's unshaken. Roman Dmitri, more dangerous than I thought. If we let this guy live, who knows how the tide of this war might turn. Even if it means employing forbidden magic, I must deal with any threat to the Empire. Light Hage. Strange. Is he using the innate energy right now? K innate. That refers to a type of energy that cannot be artificially accumulated, but is the life energy one is born with. In my past studies of the continent, there was no known method to harness innate energy in this world. If I had encountered this man a year ago, it would have been dangerous. He's blocking it. FAA Celestial Evil Technique. Wait. Stop. Have lost. Re. Arg. You bastard. I am a noble of the Empire. Even in the midst of war, do you think you can handle the consequences of killing a noble of the Empire? You'll spend your life trembling in fear of the Empire's assassins. I am well aware of the consequences of my choices. Alright, I surrender. So. Stop. It's over now. Ah. He's planning to kill me. The rear area, what's that? What caused that explosion? Don't worry. The situation the commander fears won't happen. How can you be so sure? Of that signal flare means. Roman Dmitri did it. Kingdom of Cairo. Oh, my God. Shri. No. There was a skirmish in the west, and we assassinated Count Fabio, a commander of Kronos. Afterwards, we captured all the remaining troops. What about our losses? Thanks to Roman Dmitri's efforts, our losses are minimal. He did more than his fair share. Now we must conclude negotiations with the Kronos Empire properly. Ensure the safety of the Kronos Empire's prisoners. We must finish this matter without further casualties. As you command. Western Plains 00. Make sure the surroundings are well organized. 7, understood. Lord Roman, 700. Could you spare a moment? I apologize for always being the one to voice opposition. I wanted to express my apologies and gratitude to Lord Roman. Thanks to you, the Western Front was secured. Baron Noel, you're a good man. No, blind trust on the battlefield is a deadly poison. Opposing views are absolutely necessary. Baron Noel simply did what he had to do. I appreciate your words. Now that we've secured prisoners, we should have the upper hand in negotiations with the Empire. No. The negotiations won't be promising. The Empire will never agree to negotiate. They always invade other countries' borders first and resort to force, so they will make unreasonable demands now that they've been attacked in return. In conflicts between nations, the pretext is important, but even that is meaningless before the logic of power. What matters to them is the fact that the Cairo Kingdom, a minor country, defeated them. So what should we do? This is something we eventually have to deal with. For the Cairo Kingdom to move forward, 411. The one who steps back will have to bear the full brunt of the damage. We must fight another war called negotiation. Cairo Kingdom, as the representative of His Majesty the Emperor, I will state the position of Kronos. Baron Charlton of the Foreign Ministry. The reason Kronos Empire attacked Cairo this time was at the request of Duke Benedict. However, since the principal figure of the pretext, Duke Benedict, was defeated, we thought we made our position clear by retreating our troops. But what did Cairo do? Not content with attacking retreating Kronos, he brutally killed Count Fabio and Commander Gustavo, valuable talents of our nation. We were at war. Was it wrong to punish the enemy? Yes, it was wrong. Therefore, the Empire expects to receive appropriate compensation. 10 Kronos was the one who attacked first. If it comes to this, Cairo will formally raise the issue in the international community. Do as you please. Kronos may have prisoners, but it will not accept any negotiation. A choice. Instead, we offer you a choice. Roman Dmitri. We must take one of his arms. If he personally comes to the Empire, offers his arm, and kneels in apology, the Empire will no longer pursue this matter. If you refuse, it's full-scale war with Kronos. You have 10 days, to state your position within that time. Our nation's weakness subjects us to such humiliation. Your Majesty. Kronos Empire aims to eliminate Roman Dmitri now, fearing he'll become a threat later. This is known to everyone present here, as well as all the citizens of Cairo. But if we abandon him to save ourselves, there will no longer be citizens who loyally serve the kingdom. Summon Roman Dmitri. We need to discuss this directly with him. 2 days later this situation has arisen. What should we do? If we accept Kronos's proposal, Cairo will inevitably become a vassal state of Kronos. I will personally go to the Empire to resolve this issue. Please send me as an envoy to the Empire. I forbid it. Kronos is seeking punishment for you now. Going to Kronos under these circumstances, in the worst case, you could lose your life. Ahem, May I make a suggestion? Speak. Lord Roman knows how to resolve this issue. And His Majesty the King of Cairo believes that it's too risky for Lord Roman to go to the Kronos Empire. Then, shouldn't someone capable of properly conveying Cairo's stance depart for the Empire? Count Fabius. Are you saying you'll become the envoy to Kronos yourself? Exactly. I will represent Cairo, and convey our stance to the barbaric Kronos Empire. Cairo's RaccoonDemonCIMikes.org has offered a new path. Perhaps Fabius is indeed the right person for this. Fabius is among the top political figures in Cairo. He knows how to read the situation and make quick, bold decisions that benefit him. His capabilities are genuine. Entering the Kronos Empire, he might risk his life from the start. Are you willing to take all those risks? I will do my utmost to complete the mission perfectly. What do you think, Roman Dimitri. Fabius. You must have a purpose for volunteering as an envoy. Tell me what you want. You must have volunteered for the diplomatic mission with a purpose in mind. DemonComics.org. Tell me what you desire. You cannot blindly trust a defector like myself, but I promise you on this occasion. I, Fabius, wish to live my life for Lord Roman henceforth. Please consider my choice for this diplomatic mission as a step towards proving my loyalty. I do not expect to be treated the same as Lord Roman's people. Just make use of Count Fabius in a beneficial way going forward. By Lord Roman's side, if I can live as a powerful figure with wealth and honor, I am willing to do anything. Count Fabius's proposition. Astonishingly candid. Please accept me. No, on the contrary, being able to say this shows that you've seen through the essence of our lord-vassal relationship. The more I see, the more I like it. Count Fabius. DemonComics.org. As one of my people, you will enjoy everything you desire. A few days later. Cairo diplomatic mission. Count Fabius, how can you betray those you served and still survive? Honestly, I don't understand. Normally, one would completely fail dozens of times, but you, in the end, have survived by the side of those in power, haven't you? Hey, people misunderstand that. There's romance in betrayal. Romance. For those in power, by their side are already those who have dedicated themselves to get there. That's why I always serve with all my heart. If there's someone willing to boldly make sacrifices even when loyal subjects hesitate, what would you do? Probably keep them by your side and make use of them. That's it. The use of them. That one opportunity. DemonComics.org becomes the reason to accept a defector. That's enough for the lecture. I, too, do not enjoy a life of betrayal. The reason I live as a defector is because there's no one worthy of such loyalty. But maybe Roman Dimitri. The capital of the empire, Alexander. So this is the empire. Follow me. That emblem. To have such spirit despite being the Seventh Night Order. DemonComics.org. You can tell just by the spirit. This man is stronger than Count Nicholas. His Imperial Majesty. The diplomatic mission has arrived. Am I now stepping into a realm beyond the heavens? The moment my tongue slips, I could die right here. This man is the Emperor of the Kronos Empire. The pressure makes it hard to breathe. No, I am Fabius of Cairo. Croc. My representative must have made it clear. Roman Dimitri was to come and offer his arm personally. But, that. I understand Cairo's stance. Cut off that man's arm and declare war outright. Emperor of Kronos. Cairo does not seek an all-out war. Afterwards, you may take my head or arm, if you wish. Please allow me a chance to speak. Remember the words you just uttered. If you fail to convince me, you will die right here. The speech starting now must convey Cairo's legitimacy and inform that the empire cannot move lightly in this situation. Carefully navigating his words without groveling or undermining the other's dignity, Fabius proceeds to emphasize that the Kronos Empire's rationale for intervening in the civil strife was insufficient and that 5 kingdoms, excluding Valhalla, agreed with Cairo's stance. Even if an alliance with the 6 kingdoms leads to a frontal war, Kronos Empire would emerge victorious. The problem lies in the aftermath. Exhausted Kronos would inevitably worry about war with Valhalla. Mentioning Valhalla to highlight an unavoidable concern. If the Kronos Empire still desires war in this scenario, then behead me. You've thought this through. In exchange for releasing the prisoners of Kronos, we will overlook this issue for now. Then. However, the treatment of Roman Dmitri is a separate matter. Every night, an assassin will seek out Roman Dmitri. Since my people were killed, what does that mean? As the Emperor of Kronos, I will exact the blood price from him. Did the Emperor of Kronos could it be? Not desire an all-out war with Cairo from the start? Pushing Cairo into a corner to rescue Cairo the prisoners. By attempting to assassinate Roman, was the plan to restore the empire's prestige. And from now on, the likes of today's on comics. Or tricks will not work. I wanted to prove capabilities, but I apologize. Well done. Excuse me. Did you anticipate it would turn out this way? The Kronos Empire has never bent to anyone else's will before. Their target was always me from the start. Are you really going to be alright? This is my problem to handle. Don't worry about it. The constant threat of assassination has always been part of Kianma Baekhyunhyuk's life. Let's see which ones they'll send this time. Emperor of Kronos. Count Gregory, you have upset the safety of our country by conspiring with the Kronos Empire. Do you admit to this? I do. But was wrong to do so. What did you just say? Was there anyone in this country that didn't know I was following the Kronos Empire? Pro-Kronos faction. You are far too shameless. Just by your admittance alone, that already makes you a traitor to the country. It seems you're the one who's greatly mistaken. If you kill me here, do you think the Kronos Empire will sit by and do nothing? The Emperor of the Kronos Empire has already warned of revenge in blood. Have you forgotten that? Just send me to the Kronos instead. Empire, wouldn't that be a safer decision? He's not wrong about that. Daniel Cairo wanted to execute all pro-Kronos members. But if he followed through, then the wrath of the Kronos Empire might grow and be directed towards Roman Dmitri. May I be allowed to say something? AzureScans.com. The Emperor of Kronos speak. Announced that I'll be paying the price of blood. But that is a separate matter from this. Do. Unlike Count Fabio and Knight Captain Gustavo, Count Greg is way less insignificant. Since all the attention of Kronos is already on me. Even if you execute him, it would not affect anything. From the moment we executed Benedict, the era of Cairo's peace has ended. AzureScans.com. You must make the decision for the future of Cairo. Roman Dmitri. I am greatly in your debt once again. The Cairo royal family will never forget Dimitri's devotion. Count Gregory, not only did you conspire with the Kronos Empire, you've smeared the honor of Cairo. Your Royal Highness, but silence. To the traitor who brought danger to our country. I declare that you shall be executed. Kairos Plaza AzureScans.com. I was so foolish. Instead of trying to win you over, I should have dealt with you as a threat to the Empire. Pro-Valhalla faction Count Denver. Roman Dmitri, it's not too late to swear your loyalty to the Empire. Compared to the Empire, you're a complete nobody. Gustavo. He's only rank 78 within the continent. Within Valhalla, there are countless stronger people that not even you would be able to ignore. Do you think you can handle those monsters? Even if your talks with the Kronos Empire are over, it's not over with Valhalla. Think wisely. If I lose my head here, your relationship with Valhalla will be sealed as well. I look forward to it. Kook. Fool, to think you'd make the two greatest powers on the continent your enemies. That was how the three factions of Cairo walked down the path of ruins. Count Vandenberg, the commander of the Western Front Line, you drove away the Kronos Empire when they attacked us and brought honor to Cairo. QYRGY for that, I bestow upon you the title of Marquis along with your territory. AzureScans.com. There are more heroes who risked their lives on the Western Front Line as they fought against the Empire. Baron Noel, Flora Lawrence. And Roman Dmitri have accomplished great things within this war. So, I shall raise each of your standings along with 1,000 gold each. We would never have won it. This is a war that was won thanks to Roman Dmitri. An appropriate reward must be given to him. 20 We can't azurascans.com do that. Dimitri's forces already have more power than the three factions. It'd be worrying if the Cairo royal family gives them any further power. While this is cruel, we must stop giving them more power, don't be ridiculous. Have you forgotten how our kingdom was played for fools by those traitors? If we act like them and only focus on our own benefits, then the past will inevitably repeat itself. I agree. Roman Dmitri is not someone that Cairo can contain. Since it's now known through the war that the Dmitri family has more power than Cairo. Instead of treating the Dmitris as a dukedom, it'd be more correct to treat them as an ally nation. With the same standing. I want to make good of this hard-earned opportunity we have. azurascans.com I want to show the world a new Cairo. And so, on the day the Dmitris officially announce their dukedom, I, Daniel Cairo, will gladly congratulate the Dmitris. I declare the eastern region including the Dmitris as a dukedom. On this day, the territory that was once just a countryside, azurascans.com became the first territory of the Dmitris dukedom. He's really incredible. Not only did he get rid of the faction strife which was a long-time headache for Cairo, he even drove away the Kronos Empire. XX. Who could go up against Roman? Even the king saw what Roman is capable of. But, just how strong is Roman right now? No one in the continent was able to achieve 5 stars at his age. Maybe a swordsman of our kingdom might reach the top 50s for the first time in history. Maybe it's because what's happened has been unprecedented. All people on the continent, regardless of what nations they were from, talked about Roman, and even wandering minstrels sang about his achievements. azurascans.com. The more Roman was talked about, 1,000 the higher the status of the Dmitris soared into the skies. But the series of rumors didn't begin naturally, it started from a certain mansion in Kairos. The whole continent is starting to show reactions. Now, even places beyond Cairo shall know of Sir Roman. My lord, your plan was perfect. Key on no, it's still not good enough yet. It took 2 years for a mere barren family to become the Dmitri dukedom. Our goal will be the whole continent, azurascans.com. Text for every single person in the continent to revere Roman Dmitri. For him to become the hero of the continent, we need to spread his achievements far and wide. Roman Dmitri. Meeting you is that once-in-a-lifetime heavenly opportunity. For me. Which is why you must climb even higher. Henry Albert, how has he lived his life so far? As he gathered people who are interested in what Roman does, XXXX Henry Albert's value also increased quite a fair bit. He's giving lectures in the Cairo Royal Academy, a place he wouldn't even dare to look at in the past. He also gained opportunities to teach children of reputable families. In his lectures, he receives tremendous reactions. The people in his household are proud of him and stopped worrying about money matters from a certain point. He obtained both wealth and fame. Thanks to you, I now see reality. It was thanks to the devotion of the heroes of Cairo on the southern front line that we were kept safe. How did we not know to be thankful for that? At that moment, too, Henry Albert had a eureka moment about life. The reason people are so obsessed with him. It was a simple reason. People wanted to see Roman Dmitri through me. Even though they don't know me that well, azurascans.com, they know that I've contacted the royal family on behalf of Sir Roman, and because of that, they think I'm someone great. It's not because they're stupid. If even the professor of the Royal Academy looks up to me, this must be the primitive instinct of humans. When one looks back on history, how did the names of heroes that are known all over the world gain such fame? It's because there were others like me who talked about their heroic deeds. The Dmitri territory. How many years has it been? Vol. Because of a newcomer's mistake, NAJURISCANS.com 21. Orshai almost died for good. Ho, something like that really happened. After Sir Roman used a magic artifact to protect the pit, no one died after that. Haha, cheers for Sir Roman who saved my life. Cheers. Everyone is singing the praises of Roman. I no longer have a place among the Dimitris now. I've lost my way. I must now make my choice. To remain in the Dimitris or to depart for the West again. The reason I've called you two here is because of the succession of this family. As you two know, a few days from now, the Dimitris will become a dukedom, a new start for all of us. That means the responsibility and duties that falls upon our shoulders have become heavier. And so, I want to decide on the successor of the Dimitris here. Father, I'd like to say something first. I'd like to forfeit my rights to succession. I think that Roman is more suited to become the successor. AJURISCANS.com. I'm making this decision for the sake of the Dimitris' future. So, please let me go. I'll need some time for myself. Ha. There was a time I thought that I had placed too much burden upon Rodwell. Because of how the Dimitris started as commoners, they would ramble on about how there's a limit to what we would amount to. So, when I saw Rodwell practicing with his sword frequently AJURISCANS.com and was more exceptional than others, I thought that he might become the successor who could carry the future of the Dimitris on his shoulder. He was at the age where he should be acting like a child, but he had to take on the weight of my expectations. But today, for him who has lived for the Dimitris for the whole of his life, I was going to say that I can't allow him to become the successor. I feel sorry towards him, but I don't think my decision is wrong. For the sake of the future of everyone in the Dimitris, you becoming the successor would be the right choice. However, I want to ask you for a favor. Please tell me what that is. AJURISCANS.com. Take care of your brother. He's lost a lot of things in his life. This is my last request to you who'll be succeeding the Dimitris. Yes, Father. Kook. www.p I missed again. I was definitely aiming for the head. Hi Saraskins.com, but when I swung my sword, what I aimed for was a little further than I thought. The difference in senses. Safaf. You won't be able to take down your enemy that way. 000. Your body's movements have been formed by the long training you've had so far. Losing one of your eyes doesn't mean only your vision is affected. The sense of distance and error in information received. And then the fear that comes from them. Everything you've known has changed. But don't hang on to the fact that you've lost something. If you're able to make use of everything else, you'll be able to see a whole new world that you weren't able to see when you only relied on your eyesight. If you desire it, I'll help you achieve that. AJURISCANS.com. Why should I listen to you? Why do I have to listen to my brother? Why do you care so much about me? You're already the successor. So, leave me alone. Beonia. Lodwell, Dimitri has now entered a new phase. We're disliked by Kronos and Valhalla, we never know what they might plot, and the Kingdom Alliance cannot be fully trusted until the end. That's why we must strengthen our own power to protect ourselves. So far, I have been able to handle everything on my own, but as time goes by, I'm bound to reach my limits. If the Empire leads its forces and attacks, I must go to the battlefield. Lodwell Dimitri. You are my brother and my kin. If someone is needed to lead Dimitri in my absence, I hope that it can be you. The four kingdoms in the southwestern part of the Salamander continent, Bertha Umberto Odelia Frank Umberto Odelia Redford Frank. Geographically bordering the empires, created the Kingdom Alliance to protect each other. The alliance, formed for survival, Demantol.com instinctively knew how important Lodwell Dmitri was. A few days before the proclamation ceremony of the Duchy of Dmitri. The Umberto royal family and Your Majesty, the recent rebellion in Cairo was unprecedented crisis. Lodwell Dmitri handled all of this neatly. Count Verdi of the Umberto kingdom. Moreover, the fact that he has brought our kingdom alliance to prepare for the empire's wrath proves that he is not only strong in force, but also in intelligence. There's no guarantee that the Southern Kingdom alliance will last forever. I think the answer for the kingdom's dependency is Lodwell Dmitri. Since he is unmarried, how about proceeding with a marriage to the princess? Doesn't the princess have someone she admires now? No, King of Umberto. We can't afford to care about such personal feelings at this time. The opportunity is now. Understood. I'll entrust you with full authority over this matter, ensure the marriage with Lodwell Dmitri is successful. As time passed, the Duchy of Dmitri was proclaimed and Dmitri was literally flooded with a festive atmosphere. Lord of Dmitri. Lord Lodwell is now approaching his late 20s, Demon Toon, isn't it time to consider marriage? This is something. I tried to restrain myself because it sounds like bragging, but Princess Umberto is called the treasure of Umberto. Graduated from a prestigious academy with excellent grades, possessing both beauty and wisdom. A marriage between the finest woman of Umberto and the finest man of Dmitri. Truly, a perfect pair, don't you think? I am convinced this is a decision for the future of both nations. But doesn't Princess Umberto have someone she admires? Rumor has it she often meets with a man from a baron's family. Count Ringo of the Redford Kingdom. What are you talking about? Who would spread such false rumors? Ah, it's a public fact, why deny it so vehemently? Lord, the Redford Kingdom has many daughters of noble families. Count Ringo. Everyone, please, enough. For both Umberto and Redford, a marriage alliance with the Duchy of Dmitri might be too greedy, don't you think? Duke Martin of the Odelia Kingdom. The only country that matches the duchy's prestige is our Odelia. How dare you? Such an outrageous statement. Apologize right now. 1n.d. Demantulan.com. Everyone, please stop. We are not interested in political marriages. Instead of insisting on this with me, if there is a woman who wins my son's heart, we will welcome her with open arms. 30. Felix. Baron Larson. Are you here as a representative of the Kingdom of Frank? The disappearance of the Phoenix Tower has greatly troubled His Majesty. 1. You consider returning to Frank. From now on, the Phoenix Tower will receive our full support. I promise you again, on my name. You know very well that Frank broke its promise with Phoenix. This time it's different. We will definitely take responsibility. No, whatever offer you make, it's useless. We have found someone who recognizes our value, and we have sworn loyalty to Dmitri. Return to Frank and tell them. The bond between Frank and Phoenix is now over. Indeed, the two empires did not send anyone. It's expected from Kronos since they've already made assassination threats, and the Valhalla Empire probably won't let the death of Count Denver pass unnoticed. With both empires revealing their ambitions for continental domination, it will be a battle between empires and the Kingdom Alliance from now on. However, alliances with the neighboring kingdoms are temporary. In the end, we must be able to stand against the empires with our own strength. Sir, a guest is waiting for you in the reception room. Did we have a scheduled appointment with someone? Well, it's a prince from the Kingdom of Hector. It's been a while, Lord Lodwell Dmitri. Edwin Hector of the Kingdom of Hector. Demantulan.com. Congratulations on the establishment of the Duchy of Dmitri. You've managed to resolve the rebellion in Cairo in one fell swoop and even defeated the Kronos Empire, which is impressive. It's not like us to be exchanging compliments, let's get straight to the point. That's right. I, too, did not expect us to meet again outside the battlefield. I'll get straight to the point. The war between Cairo and Hector, behind it was a hidden hand that incited the war. Hector started the war due to continuous years of poor harvests. There's no excuse for that part, but right after the war ended, evidence emerged that the poor harvests had been artificially induced. The land turned black, and there were reports of an overflow of animal carcasses. This is a sign of a necromancer's curse. Black magic is a realm that humanity should not touch. And what we discovered through investigation was, years ago, Demon Tune.com there were similar poor harvests in the Kronos Empire as in Hector. They intentionally concealed that fact, but after inquiries, it was confirmed that those phenomena were experiments in black magic. They planned to fully conquer the north of the continent, and start a formal subjugation. This is not just Hector's problem. It could be a problem that will occur in the future Duchy of Dimitri, so, to stop the ambitions of Kronos, I propose that Dimitri and Hector join forces. The Hector kingdom would like to join hands with the Dimitris. I saw this coming. Our country's intelligence barely found out this information, yet he already knew of it. I had information from my own intelligence, and it was pretty obvious who stood to benefit the most from a bloodshed between our countries. Azurescans.com however. Why should I agree to a proposal suggested by Hector? Are you rejecting our proposal? What I'm asking here is whether Hector is in a position to make such a proposal. Hector has been driven into a corner. You need time to restore the dry lands in your country. With only the funds provided by the Heavenly Palace. To Hector, you're unable to completely resolve your problem. So, skip the parts one already know about. Tell me why I should join hands with you. Azurescans.com. Vol. I won't deny the fact that Hector is weak now. 03000, but I don't understand. The war that you'll be participating in anyways, Azurescans.com, we'd simply be joining you in it. And isn't our plan just an extension of Dimitri's plan to drag the kingdoms into an alliance? You're right. In front of the enemy known as the Empire, the Kingdom Alliance has to come together as one to survive. But do you trust the Kingdom Alliance? Can you guarantee that you'll stay in this relationship until the end? Let me tell you. Just how I'd destroy the Kingdom Alliance, which is a sand castle if I was the Empire. Human relationships are complicated. While we trust and believe in our own people, we'd always distrust and suspect those outside of our fences. The Umberto Kingdom is on the front line. Their borders are facing Kronos. Due to the accumulated losses they've received, their internal affairs are starting to be shaken. Breeks boxed Umberto Kronos, so I'd first try to bring Umberto out of the Kingdom Alliance. Redford's king has fallen into gambling and has exhausted the country's fund reserves. His vassals tried to resolve the problem and eventually reached out to the Golden Bank. Might just be betrayal. Do you think Frank and Odelia are any different? They have long-standing problems with Cairo since ages past. As Cairo purged out the aristocratic faction and the Empire faction, Cairo found stability. But don't expect those two kingdoms to be able to resolve their problems in the same way as Cairo. The four kingdoms in the Kingdom Alliance are already great liabilities which Kronos can easily target. That applies to Hector as well. He's correct. The Kingdom Alliance is just a sandcastle. Azurescans.com, whom no one knows when might collapse. I do know that Hector is sincere about this proposal. While unlike the other kingdoms, you have enough reasons to seek revenge upon Kronos. The question now is Hector itself has any value since you're currently in a weakened state. Is there a reason for the Dimitris to join hands with Hector? That Hector will crumble? You're so cruel. 100,000 I know it as well, azurascans.com from within at this rate by ourselves. As you've said, Hector doesn't deserve to lead this plan. But that doesn't mean we intend to give up on our revenge. You asked me for the reason, right? Wars are all about attrition. Even the Dimitris will need sacrificial lambs to open up a path for you. I vow that Hector will always stand on the forefront of this war. 6. Compared to the Kingdom Alliance that only looks good on the outside, it'd be better for you to form an alliance with Hector since we have a clear objective. Please remember the vow you just made to me. azurascans.com. Roman, when I first met you on the battlefield, I knew that I've met due an unexpected variable that I couldn't handle for the first time in my life. Because I spent time in the heavenly palace, and worked myself to my bones so that I could become an unexpected variable, just as you are. Mentor will definitely become stronger than we are now. He's become incomparably stronger than he was before. Hector. Even if there's only Edwin Hector within it, it's become valuable enough for me to allow them into my plans. A week ago, 295 after the battle that took place in Kairos, Roman Dimitri headed for Benedict's castle to execute the rebel army. As a result, he was able to settle the rebel lion quickly, but there were a lot of dangerous factors in his decision. If the battle had dragged out, then the Empire faction would definitely have joined in the rebellion as well. But the reason for that bold decision of his was because of the Phoenix Magic Tower. Allowing the rebellion to go on longer would only serve to benefit our enemies. azurascans.com. What do you think about the decision to open the castle gates? Is there really a reason to put the Western front line into such danger? I agree, that was a dangerous decision. But he was sure that he could take down Knight Captain Gustavo. Flora, war is a place where experiences I can't get from books are found. Even dangerous decisions or situations could sometimes be what turns the tide. The difference between recklessness and boldness is just one line away. In this war, aside from the war tactics, the results were made by Roman Dimitri's abilities itself. Checkmate. Azurascans. Flora, 000. Since I know why you want to learn war tactics, I cheered for you from the bottom of my heart. But I can't believe you're going to the Western front line. I didn't have a day of peace because I was worried that something might have happened to you. Can't you just come back? Father, I experienced a lot of things in the Western front line. Every time the Kronos Empire crossed our borders, places would become engulfed in flames and people would die. When that happened, I could do nothing but watch. azurascans.com. War is now a reality for us. I must experience as many things as possible and grow even more so that I'll be ready when the time comes. Flora. Father, I intend to join the Dimitri's army. What do you intend to do with her? But, Flora Lawrence is a useful resource. To let her into my army is a separate matter. Tell this to Flora. In a week from now. If she joins the training and proves that she's suited for our army, I'll officially accept her. Understood. That's basically rejecting her then. Huff early morning azurascans.com. Huff. Huff huff. Huff huff. I can't believe just the run alone is an hour long. Huff chuff, this intensity is a little much. Even so, it'll probably be done soon, right? 15. Biff. No way. You'll be ranked according to the sequence of your arrival. Run. azurascans.com. Huff. If that's the case, then we have no choice but to run. Throw away the mindset that you'll always fight in a prepared state. You must drive yourself to the limits every single day. Stamina training is a necessity for everyone regardless of rank. Huff huff. If you want to be able to do your part in all sorts of terrain, your legs must be able to keep you standing until the end. That was obviously directed at me. azurascans.com. I actually did my own stamina training before coming here. A warm-up run for 1 hour, and a mountain run for 1 hour. That was 2 hours of basic training. We'll be sparring with swords next. OA2. On the battlefield, the most important thing is how efficiently you're able to fight Rilen when you hit the limits of your stamina. That is when the true clash begins. When fatigue comes upon you like chains weighing your whole body down, 0-0. This is their normal training. Usually, if one puts their soldiers through trainings that are too harsh, azurascans.com, they would start to be unhappy though. 33:30, but the soldiers of the Dimitris don't seem unhappy at all. 0. Do 888 only at 10:8. In fact, it feels like they're full of enthusiasm. There's no need to get impatient. I can just get used to the stamina training eventually. I won't give up just like this. A few days later, Roman's training ground. Even though she's tired due to the lack of stamina, I can see her willpower to complete the training no matter what. While her archery skills are better than average, she's very weak in close combat. She definitely needs to improve this area. Also, in the combat strategy training held on the third day, the group that she was in won 9 out of 10 times. She won with unexpected strategies several times. azurascans.com. Chris, from your viewpoint, is she someone that the Dimitris need? Yes, I'm certain that Flora Lawrence is someone that the Dimitris need. The end of the rebellion. The establishment of the Dimitri dukedom. Half a month has passed since then. Dimitri Castle alleyway, there should still be some rations left. Ah. azurascans.com. My apologies. Restaurant owner Thomas. We'll execute the plan tonight. Until then, lay low and gather information on the security of the Dimitris. Understood. Dimitri Plaza 107. The security is pretty tough. azurascans.com. To think the normal soldiers have energy on the level of a knight. If things go wrong here, there's no guarantee we'll make it out alive. After observing the iron mine, if something happens then it'll only take 5 minutes for the Dimitri's security to be mobilized. The situation is the same before dawn breaks. There are a lot of skilled individuals within the territory. We need to be more careful than usual. Did they prepare a thorough defense because Kronos Empire declared our assassination plan? Ha! Interesting. If we can get past all these defenses and stab his heart with a dagger, I'd be able to experience a thrill that words cannot describe. Tell the rest of the guild members. And azurascans.com will be executing the plan. There will be no change of plans. We must enter the castle within 15 minutes. I'll lead from the front. Roman Dimitri, you might be strong on the battlefield, but we're the predators in the dark. Indisability 0 magic artifact invisibility cloak. Two first. Intruders discovered near the castle walls. Photo. An enemy. An enemy has appeared. 2. This way. Stop. Hurry up and deal with these guys and get out. Donreader.org. Nice to meet you, from the Assassin's Guild Corsair, Vice Master Sierra. You are. Hothan. I am the Master of Howman. My name is Lucas. Howman. The Intelligence Guild active in Cairo. 2 weeks ago, how did you? We had already figured out that you guys stepped into Dimitri. The innkeeper you met in Dimitri. Even the merchant you saw in the square at noon, are all part of our organization. And that's not all. The miner from the iron mine, the blacksmith. Even the beggars. All are Dimitri's eyes and ears. If we stay like this, Demon Reader Org, we might die. Make way. We need to break through the enemies and directly enter the inner castle. Ugh. Arg. As expected, strong. Explain why I should spare you. 7. Especially that guy. This worthless bastard. Do you think you've won with this? In Corsair, the real sword exists separately. By now, she would have entered the inner castle and killed Dimitri. Aside from what we already know, is there no other information? Ugh. You already knew. If there's nothing more to say, the only option is death. Team 2, clean up the surroundings. Team 1, form a siege network inside the inner castle. Do I not need to enter inside personally? Just enjoy the show from behind. Dimitri Fortress. The Sword of the Assassin's Guild, Corsair, Elite Assassin, Ilya. She has targeted significant figures and not only succeeded in all 9 of her assassinations but also showed a brutal behavior of skinning her victims. And this was her 10th assassination. Roman Dimitri. If there was a person who has become the most talked about on the continent recently, he'd be the perfect prey. Familiars. Demon Reader Org. My. Judging by the sound of his breathing, he's been asleep for about an hour. Such a fool. Unaware of what's happening, peacefully asleep. See hold. With this, the mission is complete. Too late, I don't fail. Ugh. Just with a finger. Demon Reader Org. Ha. Was that an illusion? Why the assassin is too noisy. This mission is a failure. I have to run. Even if the entire Corsair Guild arrived, damn it. It would be an impossible mission to succeed. Survival is the top priority. 310. This guy. Formidable person to avoid. Chris. Damn. Did he predict our plan? TCH, the guild members already secured another way out. On. Oh. It's you. Lucky. I was worried you might have run off in a different direction. Hey. Do you have any idea how worried I was? Did you lose that arm from Roman? Kevin. Demon Reader Org. It's a relief. You are still alive. Arg. If the Lord hadn't ordered me not to kill you, I would have skinned you alive, piece by piece. What a pity. Oh. We have taken on a task we should not have. 1 week later. I'll tell everything. You or. Now. That's enough. Please, please. Kill me. Tot. We have no intention of killing you right now. The marks of pain left on you are a warning of the consequences for crossing 00 Dimitri. Yuck. 00. Drink this. Medicine. No, is it poison? The Lord went to the Kronos Empire a week ago. Because he found out the location of Ikorch space. And now, I plan to release you. Demon Reader Org. So if you don't want your master to die, you'd better hurry. Of. Ecorch space, it's already been a week. Perhaps the mission has failed. Please wait a little longer. Ecorch Master Braham. Now is not the time to conclude the results, please trust in Ecorch. KK. Understood. But the price of failure will not be easy. There's been no contact until now. Could it be a failure? If so, from now on, cancel all ongoing assassination missions, and Ecorch must focus all of its efforts on Roman Dmitri. It will require great sacrifices, but only then can we receive support from Kronos. Sigh. I never thought I'd have to step in myself. Neen ha. Aro, Roman Dmitri. Self-Defense Mechanism 6. Found you, leader of Ecorch. Daring to step into the Empire's territory to catch me. He is crazier than imagined. Were you about to press this? Damn. I've been caught. Here, let me press it for you. Add. Dozens of assassins are coming here after hearing the emergency bell you pressed. Mon, do you think you can handle them all by yourself? There are about 30 soldiers remaining at Ecorch space. Excluding those on a mission, that's all the force you can mobilize right now. You've already grasped Ecorch's forces. How do you think I entered this place? Could it be? Ugh. Ecorch is an assassination group that considers the Kronos Empire as its main client. Not only the assassination against me, but based on their targets, we can guess Kronos' intentions. First-class assassin Calderon Drake, first-class assassin Count London. The eldest son of the military chief Umberto and the magnate of Redford. It seems I'm starting to see Kronos' intentions. At that moment, assassin Guild Dante Cairo branch, sigh. Contact Ecorch immediately through the magical communicator. There's no time to explain. It's not connecting. Damn. The situation is not normal. If Ecorch doesn't respond, the next best option is the client. None then, contact Kronos. It looks like the mission failed. Roman Dmitri anticipated our plan and set a trap. The Dmitri assassination squad was annihilated. Roman Dmitri has crossed the border to attack Ecorch's headquarters. Is that the end? Anything else? Could it be? Is that the end? Did you use us as bait? Bait. It's very disappointing when you put it that way. If you guys had completed your mission perfectly, we'd have paid the agreed amount to you. Think carefully. The assassination of Roman Dmitri was announced by His Majesty. Everyone in the continent knows that we're after his life. If people found out that the assassination attempt made by the Empire had failed, what would our reputation become? NS, we simply made the rational decision here. We're actually thankful to your guild. You've lured him out of the Dmitri territory. This is all thanks to Ecorch. You people. 113. AzureScans.com. Shit. Is this because of what he made me drink? He used a slow-acting poison and created a situation so I'd contact Kronos. Roman Dmitri is someone who's way more dangerous than you people imagined. However, looking at that smug face of yours, I don't want to tell you that. Pressed, oh dear, that's not good. That was the pathetic end of an assassin. AzureScans.com, who had been notorious in her time. Come out. azurascans.com. Are you the three shadows that grew by feeding off the darkness of Kronos? As expected, the Kronos Emperor has mobilized the most dangerous people they have in order to kill me. When did you detect our presence? From the start. My attacks aren't working on them. I'll just have to move faster then. Lightning flash. azurascans.com. That's not normal magic. This unknown strange power. I felt something similar back in the Murim once. A group of people used a power that was forbidden. They absorbed the strength of other living people. I think they called that black magic in this world. The Kronos Empire has decided to work with evil, huh? Evil. azurascans.com. How the hell did he stop the regeneration? Liz, the only thing that can affect black magic that uses black aura would be attacks that contain divine power. Their abilities have weaknesses. First weakness: after the bodies of the shadows disappear like smoke, they aren't able to phase past physical attacks when they are turning back to their physical form from the smoke. So, I just need to aim for that moment. Second weakness: when they're not in their physical form, there's a very faint mana flow that remains. Even though they become smoke, the connection of the mana would still go back to the center. So I just need to sever that connection. Playing rough, huh? azurascans.com. Guess I'll play rough too. Demonic art, blood flow. The martial arts of the demonic cult only pursues strength. They're also referred to as the martial arts of demons. We couldn't defeat him even after mobilizing the demonic humans. This operation is a failure. azurascans.com. I need to get away from this place even if I'm the only one who makes it out. Roman Dmitri is far more dangerous than we had known. This operation was planned with the consideration that he's become several-fold stronger as compared to the testimonies of those who saw him in the last battle. I had thought going that far was overkill. But why the hell does he look like a demon? Huh. Why aren't my legs moving? All the shadows have already been dealt with. Contact the Empire, and report the situation here. Was Roman Dmitri taken care of? The operation failed. Failed? What do you mean by that? Baron Charlton, our assessment of him was completely wrong. See, even though we deployed 18 mains, and our shadow powers didn't work on him, we couldn't inflict a single wound on him. He is hiding his power. Roman Dmitri, so you are there. Truly remarkable. To attack the base of a course and eliminate all the shadows. We must admit our plan failed. But don't think Kronos will give up just because of this. demonreader.org. If we fail once, we'll try twice. If we fail twice, we'll try thrice. Until the moment your breath is cut off, we will keep sending assassins. Really, how long can a single person withstand the Empire's assault? Interesting, let me give you one warning this time. Ahi. Somewhere in your mansion, you'll find a gift from me. 0 Baron Charlton, a deadly poison to be used when I assassinate you. Assassination is not your specialty alone. If you want to kill me, it would be quicker to declare war. I'm truly looking forward to seeing your face when you check the gift. 7. Call someone. Immediately searched the mansion thoroughly. Though no traces of an outsider's entry were found. We discovered this in the warehouse. This transparent liquid is the deadly poison. Demon Reader Org. You prepare to go to Behemoth. Behemoth, a group that primarily deals with deadly weapons like poison, and their antidote technology is also considered the best on the continent. A colorless, odorless deadly poison. You've brought quite a troublesome item. Behemoth Magician Mateo. Stop the chatter and first check if it can be neutralized. Understood. SA, save me, please save. Cure poison. Why isn't the antidote working? Where on earth did you find such a vicious poison? At this moment, it's impossible to neutralize. 3880. Behemoth, the Tower of Poison, can't cure this poison. Who exactly made it? Roman Dimitri. Mole. This concludes the actions of Roman Dimitri. Baron Charlton, what do you think of Roman as a person? Someone who would bend. Even if he might break. Summon the demons of the abyss. Show what happens to those who defy Kronos. We will shred Roman Dimitri, whom they idolize as a hero, into pieces, making him an example that will never dare to look up to the Empire again. Your command is received. Even with the power of magic, the antidote won't be easy. And this is the poison of the 4 heavenly temples. This forces the Kronos Empire to move cautiously. Since Dimitri might also retaliate with assassination, they likely won't engage in mutual destruction. But this is just a temporary measure to buy time. The max eventually, war will break out, will return, so thorough preparations are necessary in the meantime. My lord, an invitation from Valhalla has arrived. This time, the representative warrior from Valhalla is Barbassa, known as one of Demon Reader Org, the 12 Swords of the continent, intending to publicly avenge the death of Earl Denver, a 6-star swordsman and 6th ranked in Valhalla. Barbassa, a monster ranked 11th on the continent. The dispositions of Kronos and Valhalla starkly diverge. If the Kronos Empire is known for its ruthlessness, Valhalla represents the utmost fairness in combat. This is an offer that doesn't necessarily need acceptance. Now that Dimitri has become a public figure, your safety is more important. As you said, refusing Valhalla's invitation won't cause any problems. However, if I refuse the invitation, Valhalla, which values the honor of warriors, will proclaim their victory and tarnish my reputation. Chris. I must be an absolute existence for those who follow me, and I must give them the assurance that being with me means victory. Refusing Valhalla's invitation might avoid danger, but that single refusal could cause a tiny crack in people's faith. In 100 days, I will accept Valhalla's invitation. That is my role. A rumor spread within the assassination industry that Ikorch took on the assassination request on the Dimitris only to be wiped out themselves. Thanks to that rumor, assassination requests in the northeastern region had been reduced by a great number. Especially for any requests related to the Dimitris, no one would take them up. With just one precedent, a clear message was sent out that engraved fear into the hearts of people. This time around, our Lord went into the Ikorch headquarters alone again. Is watching him go into danger the only thing I can do? Numerous people say that PSRaskins.com our growth is abnormally quick. But that alone isn't enough for us to be on the path that our Lord is walking in the future. In order to deal with the predators that control the continent, we need to become even stronger than we are right now. We've managed to develop a magic circle that can increase the mana density of a designated area. 000. It's not perfect yet, but we should be able to reduce the radius of errors within half a year and resolve those errors. This magic circle doesn't just increase the power of magic, but could also be used to train Aura Knights, in theory at least. That's so. Reckless. AzureScans.com. I've said this repeatedly, but this technique is still not stable yet. Felix, you already know why we've come to look for you. The only important thing to us would be to be of at least a little help to our Lord in the impending future. The enemy we'll need to face in the future is an empire that has ruled as one of the strongest forces for several centuries. Alright, AzureScans.com, but please bear this in mind, safety is of utmost importance. If you become a cripple before you even do anything for our Lord, I would be too ashamed to face him. Days later. The passageway is collapsing. Be careful. Air Shield AzureScans.com. It's all thanks to the artifact. And Morkan. Please take a look at this. Phew. We survived. B. What on earth is this? Who could have made such a passageway underground? Aone LP. G. Get a mage right away. Bring Felix here. The whole steel gate has the energy of magic in it. If someone had tried to forcefully open the gate, AzureScans.com, then it would have caused an explosion. Let me try casting interpretation magic first. Elenixer Expida. Elaz. It's opened. PL, go in and take a look. That's too dangerous. We don't know what traps could be lying ahead. If you give me some time, I'll try to figure out what traps there are. No, if someone is living inside, then they would have already noticed our presence. The longer we delay this, the more dangerous it'll become. I want you to wait here. Traps. Come to think of it, the traps of the Jagal clan were also like this. AzureScans.com. Bastard, stop right there. This place is our land. AzureScans.com. If you come any closer, then there's no guarantee you'll make it out of here alive. I'm Roman Dmitri of the Dmitri household. The endless mountain ranges belong to the Dmitri household, you are the ones that need to reveal your identities. That's bullshit. This place is. I've not come here to negotiate with you. The endless mountain ranges are within the land of Cairo, and the Dmitri household has inherited the authority over it. If you keep up your current attitude, I'll regard you as my enemy. Damn humans. Don't try to force the laws of humans onto us. A dwarf. AzureScans.com. We've established our roots in this underground place since ages past. He's trembling. A different race that exists within the endless mountain ranges. How should I deal with them? As you've said, this might be your land. But what I need is certainty that your people will not be a threat to us. Certainty. How could we provide that? Can I take a look at that sword? 5 minutes. No, just 3 minutes. Please show me that sword just one time. If you do that, then I'll think positively for a compromise with you people. Is what he's saying true? Now that I think about it, my friend went to find work at Baron Dread's estate and disappeared. I thought it was just trading business and he'd gone to the capital. I asked Count London why he endured being called a traitor despite enduring so much criticism. Why didn't he reveal the truth? He understood that in this hateful age, if the person being criticized was the King of Redford, this would not have just been a riot like today, it would have escalated into a full-scale rebellion that could overturn the country. Jacqueline. Was this entire riot really your intention? What do you mean? The fact that the gold coins were loaded into the carriage to resolve the Golden Bank issue was a secret only an insider could know. Who told you that information? And does that person who gave you the information still stand among us? It was the tavern owner. Now that you mention it, I haven't seen him since yesterday. How did you manage to defeat the Aura swordsman guarding the carriage? Didn't you find that strange? You had the chance to see the truth, but you refused to. You were swayed by imperial agitators, and you crossed a river from which there is no return. Because of that, Count London, who cares more for this country than anyone, has bled, and innocent soldiers have lost their lives. Jacqueline, did you think you were the hero who saved Redford? Al-Balab. It was all manipulation. What have I done? You must be having a hard time too. Working under a traitor like Count London. Of course, he must be pocketing your wages too. Count London isn't as bad as people say. What? I can't reveal the truth, but please don't hate him too much. 00. So you're saying London isn't a bad guy? You're thoroughly brainwashed. 6. I've made an irreversible mistake. I'm so sorry, I'm sorry. Truly, I'm sorry. What? What am I supposed to do? Please tell me what I should do. I don't know what to do. Even though I know the truth, it's too difficult to accept this situation. Jacqueline. You didn't take the gold you stole for yourself, you distributed it to the people, proving what you were fighting for. But blood has already been spilled. Even if you plead with tears, the dead cannot return due to your misunderstanding. To ensure such a thing doesn't happen again, I will hold you accountable for this. People of Redford, listen. Remember this day. Jacqueline is not the hero of Redford, but he has taken on your sins and accepted death. He will remain as the savior of lives. In the future, if you make the same mistake again, at that time, remember there will be no one to take on your sins in your place. In the end, for the future of Redford Kingdom, someone must bring down the King of Redford from the throne. I never thought that someone would be me. Knight Commander. Yes, sir. If the Royal attack us, Knights don't hesitate to take off the head of the Royal Knight Commander, and swiftly subdue his forces. In the end, this is a fight that gnaws at the flesh of Redford. If we don't take the throne, remember, Redford will only fall deeper into the path of ruin. Understood. Redford Royal Castle. Redford Royal Knights. So, there's no avoiding a clash with the Royal Knights. 6. The Royal Knights of Redford are the protectors of the royal family. We know that opposing His Majesty the King is high treason, but we've made the decision to set the country straight. We will close our eyes here, and block our ears. For Redford, for this country, do what must be done. It seems I'm not the only one who wishes for Redford to change. Count London requests an audience. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Str what? Got the quite the this hauntino sin. Gento en de pen aiding optri. Org. Count London. When I heard you were attacked, I could not contain my rage toward myself. Even though I knew you were dedicating yourself to Redford, the days I ignored you are filled with nothing but regret. Now that I've resolved to reveal the whole truth, I leave you this letter. One day, I received a letter. It said if I didn't continue my reckless lifestyle, they would take the lives of my children. And the contents, which I dismissed as a prank, became reality. A force that seeks the lives of the Redford royal family. Who are they? Yuzu 25. Redford will undoubtedly. The contents of that letter became reality. That faction didn't stop at killing my eldest son, 500 they also took the life of my young daughter. And now, my second child is poisoned by deadly venom. As the price for living a dissolute life, I secretly get the antidote from them and feed it to him, so my second child barely survives. I am not a king, but a father who only cared about the safety of his children. I am an incompetent king. If I were to get more greedy, many people of Redford would lose their lives. I will step down from the throne through my death, so do not stain your hands with blood. Please take care of this broken country. Count London. Sob. Your Majesty. Just now, His Majesty the King has passed away. Is that so? Could it be that you knew? The last heir of Redford, Charlotte Redford. I was certain that the series of events happening in Redford were definitely a conspiracy. I couldn't have been unaware. Why didn't you say anything even though you knew the truth? Because it wouldn't have changed anything. I'm ashamed to say, but I also, poisoned, wanted to live. Does your Highness wish for me to succeed Redford? For Redford to survive, it's not enough for just the two of us to step down from the throne. For power to be completely transferred, the royal bloodline, which could become a seed of discord, must be eliminated. Knowing the years of dedication you have given to Redford, I will be your cause, Count London. Your Highness. Is this truly the only way? My father made the decision first, so now I can make my decision with peace of mind. If it weren't for these troubled times, you would have certainly made a good king. Thank you for saying that. Han. It means that the Valhalla Empire does not acknowledge my existence. Please, don't let our deaths be in vain. Please rebuild Redford. 10 days later. Your Majesty the King. Prince Charlot. Redford will not fall like this. I will constantly doubt the truth before me, listen to the voices of the people, and turn this country into one that won't fall to the schemes of the Kronos Empire. And I will surely avenge you. I will hold the coronation ceremony within a few days. Understood. Your Majesty. Redford. 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 They are the people I will govern from now on. Those who called you a traitor, and those who praised you with high voices, are all just people of Redford. How they will act in the future depends on your rule, Count London. Redford will undoubtedly never repeat the mistakes of the past. Then Dmitri will gain a reliable ally. Get ready to return to the Valhalla Empire. Understood. Chris. Valhalla Border City Paolo. We will conduct a brief body search. Paolo Guard. This is excessive, considering they've seen the invitation. Do not cause any trouble inside. Paolo is not a city that welcomes outsiders. The Valhalla Empire is quite a closed-off country. Valhalla, due to the southern jungle formed the foundation of its country in a secluded environment, has been extremely hostile to people from other regions. Just as the rumors say, they are mentioned as the most difficult adversaries on the continent. That's the people of the Valhalla Empire. If you're not born in Valhalla, it is natural for them to be hostile. They do not welcome outsiders. Even though they invited us as guests, not sending someone to guide my lord, this is impolite. Inviting May aside, it means that the Valhalla Empire does not acknowledge my existence. An inn in Paulo. Ah, you're ruining the mood. I don't know where you guys came from, but if you're outsiders, why don't you quietly go upstairs and sleep? You look like you've never worked a day in your life, your skin is all pale and glowing. Like some sort of girl. This bastard keeps looking down on people. Get lost. Take it easy. He might piss himself. Till. If you keep sitting there with your butt glued, I'll grab you by the hair and drag you upstairs. Chris. From now on, we will let them know that we have arrived in Valhalla. What nonsense. Yes, my lord. What's up with that guy? Yuzu. 25, is he crazy? Hawk Tua. This bastard threw the first punch. I'll show you what Valhalla is made of. Ugh. I'll pay for this rampage with gold. And take me to the busiest part of Paulo. Oh, thank you. I'll guide you to the busy district. This is Paulo Square. From here, you can go anywhere in Paulo. Tweet Fleer CA. It's a bustling spot where people pass through. Just in case, let me warn you in advance, you can't cause a ruckus here like you did at the inn. Even though they call themselves an empire, they're not a nation that fits the dignity of an empire. Interesting. If Kronos can't control its greed, Valhalla hasn't shaken off its barbarism yet. And then I'll act accordingly. I am Roman Dmitri, heir to the Duchy of Dmitri. Ah. If anyone dares to challenge me, step forward. What's up with that guy? Vol. Is he crazy? How dare he cause trouble in Valhalla? I'll take you on. This is clearly an insult to warriors. Aya. You bastard. What is this? I surrender. 800 do me ha. B000000. Just kill him already. Don't disgrace Valhalla. Get lost. I'll show you the will of Valhalla. This crazy. Those hands aren't human. If I back down now, I'll be humiliated. There's no other way. I'll have to pretend I'm knocked out. Ugh. You're not unconscious yet. My lord. There's trouble. Right now in the square, Roman Dmitri is facing off against people they say he's challenging them to duels. I already expected this. Paulo's barren, that's why I didn't send a guide. But the warriors who have stepped up as opponents, all of them couldn't hold out and are surrendering. Clash with Noah for the proud warriors of Valhalla to surrender in disgrace. I will personally show what Valhalla is made of. Roman Dmitri. Ugh. My teeth. What in the world is happening here? Roman Dmitri. You are a foreigner, just a guest in Valhalla. So why are you causing such trouble? LCT, if you don't provide a valid reason, we will have no choice but to punish you. A valid reason? I don't understand what you're saying. Valhalla is a land where strength speaks for everything. Isn't it because you wanted me to prove myself? I didn't expect him to be even more combative than those born in Valhalla. 6838-00. Even so, we can't just overlook this incident. In Valhalla, a duel is pure and sacred. There is no law to trample on the defeated like this. First, you must undergo an investigation according to procedure. After that, I will personally escort you to the capital. I refuse. In Valhalla, you have no right to refuse. Valhalla's land, you say. Then I'll handle this according to Valhalla's laws. I request a trial by combat. If you wish to investigate me, bring all your soldiers and try to take me by force. Are you provoking me? Arrest Roman Dmitri right now. Mo. Krayahar. Are those wild ones? Wild ones, a small tribe found in the southern jungles. They possess the highest combat prowess, even within Valhalla. They are raised on the milk of beasts, and undergo a ritual where they take on the appearance of animals. They become the true wild ones, the elite forces of Valhalla. Roman. 9. You would do well not to underestimate Valhalla. What are you waiting for? Attack him all at once. In the end, they're nothing more than beasts. Kung. azurascans.com. If you say you surrender, I'll spare your life. Oh, you can't speak, can you? Grr. Please, spare my life. 0900. I'm sorry. azurascans.com. Oh. You can actually talk. To think he defeated those wild men so easily. azurascans.com, when even Aura Knights have problems fighting them. Roman Dmitri, he might be even more powerful than I'd thought. I accept my defeat. As promised, I'll send you someone to guide you to the capital. Based on Lucas report, Wardo Thingy Markin as M. Mary Mr. Thursday, but the quit to get Valhalla is pretty two-faced. As an empire, they outwardly show that they're satisfied with the present, but they still possess ambitions of empire unification just as Kronos does. Valhalla chose to provoke me before I went up onto the stage. azurascans.com. That's evidence to show that they're still the simple barbarians of the south. If I defeat Barbassa, then the conventional groups that value traditions will accept the results. azurascans.com. But the ones leading the current Valhalla are from the shrewd and smart progressive group. To the rig tack. Whatever the result is, there'll definitely be danger. The next day, azurascans.com. I was sent by Baron Paulo to guide you to the capital. My name is Sanchez. When? He's much more talkative than the others. azurascans.com. I've heard a lot about you, Sir Roman. I was really impressed. Even if you weren't born in Valhalla, you felt like a warrior that came from Valhalla's past into the current era. Warriors from the absurd stories in the historical books azurascans.com were said to be able to cut both the heavens and the earth in two with a single slash. But Sir Roman, you're alive right now. Oh. Is it true that you defeated Captain Gustavo? Rumors are usually exaggerated, after all. Be mindful of what you say. azurascans.com. It's fine. You said your name was Sanchez, right? It seems you have something you want to say to me. Just get to the point. Since you've asked me to do that, I'll tell you honestly. What qualifications do you have for you to be chosen as Sir Barbassa's challenger? Valhalla's 6th rank, Barbassa, and 12th rank, Morales. The story of these two was famous in Valhalla. They were born in the same region and have also been competing and compared with each other since they were young. azurascans.com. While Morales was born with enough talent for people to call him a genius, he was unable to overcome the gap between him and Barbassa, who was born a noble. Half a year ago, azurascans.com. Morales was chosen as the warrior to participate in the festival that everyone looked forward to. Mise because there's a saying that if a warrior dies in the festival that honors the soul of a warrior, then they'd go to Valhalla regardless of whether they win or lose. Morales gladly accepted being chosen. His chosen opponent was Barbossa. He truly believed the god of warriors had created this stage for him. Sanchez is the apprentice of Morales. I don't believe the rumors that go around the world. They all sound so absurd. Even the strongest swordsman in the continent wasn't able to be that strong in his mid-20s. Do you really think you're qualified to fight instead of Sir Morales? Sanchez, what's the basis of your judgment? Do I need such? It's just that the reputation you've built up hasn't been proven. Is that so? I'll prove it to you in person then. Tell everyone that I'll gladly fight anyone who wants to take my position at the festival if they look for me from now until the eve of the festival. How's that? You could also challenge me personally. Azurascans.com. That's a position of honor. How dare you speak so recklessly? Could he be the Flash of Cairo? If even his subordinate is this strong, maybe the rumors weren't exaggerated. Azurascans.com. But even if that's the case, the festival of Valhalla is for warriors that have been acknowledged. Don't regret what you've just said. Valhalla Capital Marin Azurascans.com. Nice to meet you. I've been tasked with escorting you. I'm Viscount Jonathan. I heard from Sanchez that you'll accept the challenges of Valhalla warriors Viscount Jonathan in order to prove you are qualified to fight Barbossa. I'll take care of that myself. Will you be fine? Oh. If that's the case, then I have nothing more to say. 73. In Valhalla, there's a tradition where an event is held and blood must be spilled Azurascans.com on the eve of the festival so that the festival can be a successful one. Warriors will fight on a huge stage at the same time without any surrenders. Either become the last one standing or die. For the last warrior that survives, Azurascans.com the Emperor will bestow the blessing of Valhalla personally. Sir Roman, how about sending one of your swordsmen to participate in the event so that the eve of the festival can be an exciting one? Just so you know, the gladiators that participate in a 30-men fight must be people who aren't registered in the continent's ranking. From what I heard, the Flash of Cairo is quite impressive. Oh, I guess he's now the Flash of the Dimitris. We can proceed with it as you wish. Azurascans.com. You're quite easygoing. In that case, please have a good rest in this place until the eve of the festival. There's also what you said to Sanchez too, so I guess it'd be tough for you to have a good rest. I sincerely hope we'll see each other with a smiling face 2 days later on the eve of the festival. Come out, Roman. I've come to challenge you. Come out right now and face my sword. Is Roman Dimitri really here? It's Bartolo, ranked 89th. Colo. From now on, I'll accept all challenges until sunset. Come at me. For all your big talk, your skills are disappointing. Bartolo went down in one strike. If this were any country other than Valhalla, people might have backed down by now. But seeing Roman's real strength only fueled their fighting spirit. This time, I'll take you on. Next. HAA. Next. GUH. Next. Next UG. Next. Next. The sun is still up. Is there no one else willing to challenge me? There's still one day left until the eve of the festival. If anyone wants to challenge me, knock on the door anytime. It's over already. Yeah, I'm telling you. They've been flocking here since early morning, but everyone who challenged Dmitri lost their heads. I didn't think Roman Dmitri was that strong. What have the Valhalla rankers been doing? Hey, listen. The first guy to lose his head in one strike was Bartolo, one of the rankers. I wish the top-ranked fighters would step in. We can't just let Roman take the stage at the festival like this. Maybe Sir Morales will step in. After all, Barbosa's original opponent was Sir Morales. That's right. No matter how strong Roman is, he can't defeat Sir Morales. Sanchez, do you know why I'm planning to face Barbosa? Isn't it because of your bad blood in the past? That's part of it, but there's a deeper reason. Valhalla rank 12 Morales. One of Valhalla's pride, one of the 12 swords of the continent, Barbosa is not a warrior who holds pride in his skills. Airy. I despise the leaders who know neither pride nor honor, and their mouthpiece, Barbosa, disgusts me. That's why I wanted to face him. I honed my swordsmanship with the sole determination to defeat him. But now, someone suddenly appears and dares to take my place. Sanchez. Gather the people of Valhalla from now on. Does that mean? I will prove to everyone that the stage at the festival is rightfully mine. The monster of Valhalla. Or the berserk warrior ranked 12th has finally risen to his full might. Sir Morales. Bring honor to Valhalla. Of. Someone like Roman Dmitri can never take your place, Sir Morales. Roman Dmitri, I have one question for you. The Valhalla Empire summoned you here to avenge Count Denver's death. That's why they brought you here. Why did you accept Valhalla's offer, knowing their true intentions? An invitation for revenge. What does that even mean? The Valhalla Empire cannot kill me. Does that mean you can defeat Barbosa? Otherwise, I wouldn't have accepted their invitation. Such an arrogant answer. I love men like you, who understand the pride of a warrior. I love them to the point of madness. But it's too soon for you. I will take back his place. You say amusing things. I love men like you, who understand the pride of a warrior. I love them to the point of madness. Skangor, but it's too soon for you. I will take back his place. You say amusing things. Until now, no one who has faced me has ever thought they would lose. Do you think it will be different for you? From now on, let's see who truly fits this festival of warriors. Let's find out. Where do you think you're going? He blocked this. Impressive. To reach this level in his 20s. Try blocking this as well. Are you trying to use the terrain? You're not just big. You use your head too. You can't run away anymore. Lightfoot. On the stone fragments. Is this even possible? This is really fun. 2 From now on, I won't hold back. I'll give my all to defeat you. The true harmonization phase of a savage. Wrapping aura around his claws. Let's finish this. Not only has his appearance changed, his reaction speed has also gotten faster. But midway strike, first form. Ugh. Ha. Excellent. You are a true warrior. This is the true spirit of Valhalla. I'm also glad to have met you, Morales. Today, this place will be my last. But I have no regrets. Warriors of Valhalla. No, remember this day. Roman Dmitri, the heir of Dmitri, remember this day. Answered Valhalla's invitation even knowing it was a trap. He is a being born with the pride of a warrior. How wonderful this is. The current Valhalla has lost its foundation, and has become a place where power is seized through political schemes. That's why you should welcome Roman Dimitri's presence. Enjoy his stage. So no one interferes with his fight against Barboza, watch closely. Cough. A. Barboza. The Reaper who will take my place will soon come for you. Master. Sanchez. I might die in my fight with Barboza. Even so, I will fight him. The people of Valhalla, the warriors of Valhalla, when they see me fight, I hope they remember even a little of their past pride. Isn't that a good thought? But you're being too reckless. If you leave for such a cause, what will those of us who lived only looking up to you, what are we supposed to do? R.O. man. R.O. man. Roman. R.O. man. Roman. 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 Morales was defeated in his fight against Roman Dmitri. Things are getting interesting. Marquis Belfire to think he was strong enough to defeat Morales. If you just give the order, I'll take care of Roman Dmitri before he even steps onto the stage. No, that bear of a man used his head. Baron Jonathan. He stirred public opinion before Morales died, making it impossible to interfere with the duel. If we touch him carelessly, we'll arouse suspicion. Jonathan. How much do you know about Barboza? He's one of the 12 swords of the continent, representing Valhalla. Barboza is a cunning man. He doesn't care what means he uses to win. So, leave the fight with Roman entirely up to Barboza. Just like with Morales. No matter how hard you struggle, you won't come back alive. Roman Dmitri. Yuzu. 25. Valhalla has no intention of letting Lord Roman leave alive. The battle with Morales is over. What is the reason you've come to find me? I deeply apologize for disrespecting you, Lord Roman. The reason I came to find you like this is because of my master's last wish. My master intended to reveal Valhalla's ugly truth to everyone on stage. Lord Roman. BVA, this matter does not end with a mere battle against Barboza. Even if you defeat him, I cannot guarantee your survival, Lord Roman. In my master's will, it is written that some of Valhalla's powers WN to the ringy marked as to diary masters. Thursday of Quan Ak Love Hut. But the Gui ten the this hum matin. GTO ring off puting. Omi have colluded with Kronos. Bringing you to the festival, Lord Roman, was part of the influence of the Kronos Empire. Valhalla has no intention of letting you leave alive. So, please leave Valhalla immediately. I will help you. I know. The relationship between Kronos and Valhalla is on a delicate line. People say that Valhalla turns a blind eye to Kronos' atrocities, but in reality, Valhalla and Kronos have a temporary alliance. By joining forces until they settle the surrounding forces, they create a justification for minimizing the damage of both great powers. If you consider that premise, it leads to the conclusion that the two empires are in collusion. Did you accept the invitation knowing that fact? Do you have the confidence to handle it? I acknowledge that you are strong, Lord Roman. But humans definitely have limits. The warp gate connecting to Dimitri will be blocked, and from Valhalla's grasp, escaping is practically impossible. Despite that, Sanchez. Even if the truth hidden beneath the surface is revealed, nothing will change. The weaker nations of the continent, including Dimitri, protect their own countries, Kronos Valhalla will ultimately have to face this reality. Even if Valhalla deliberately sets a trap for me, and Kronos tries to kill me with yet another plot, if I defeat the 12 swords of the continent and return alive. The turning point will begin from that moment. In the coming war, my actions will serve as justification to fight the Empire. A reckless man. 11 But this must be your true intention. Sanchez. Oh, if you meet a true warrior, Hin Lin, you learn from the life he has lived. That from now on, you'll have to endure a time of intense heat. Sit. The pre-festival where 30 people go on stage simultaneously. Presenting our proud warriors. Who will be the winner? Hey, you. The pre-festival stage is unpredictable. How about Dimitri's flash? I am looking forward to it, but against other warriors, he might be a bit outmatched. The Roman Dimitri he serves defeated Morales. So Chris might not be an ordinary person either. The first warrior is Gonzalez from the Jonathan family. Of. Next is Nera Bane from the Isel family. Kargwen from the Lilfot family. Of Galija from the Digger family. And finally, Chris from the Duchy of Dimitri. Cut down all 29 with your own hands, and prove your existence. Master. I will honor your command and elevate the name of Dimitri. Chris of the Duchy of Dimitri is on the move. He rushes toward the warriors first. Foolish to target me. To cut down all 29, I must not hesitate at all. The flow of the extreme swift sword, flash/slash, must be maintained without interruption. Wah! He's insane. Chris, go. Damn, he's this fast. Gah. Why? Damn. Ma, is it impossible to take down all 29 by myself? This worm-like bastard is acting out of his place. Just seeing guys like you makes my stomach turn. Onia born in a weak nation. Competing among insignificant people. Believing you're the best. You. Impressive. The pre-festival stage is soaked in blood. It's a blessing. Chris. Of. It's over. Chris of the Duchy of Dimitri is the final D winner. Chris. Yuzu 25. The cut is deeper than I thought. Ugh. Chris. Use your aura to activate your body and stop the bleeding. Yes, my lord. Oh. He's back on his feet. Chris. The winner of the prelude ceremony, show respect to His Majesty. There's only one person I'll show respect to. Oh. What is that? He ignored the Emperor. Is that allowed? He's a foreigner. But even so, that's disrespectful to Valhalla. Your name was Chris, right? 10. Yes, I'm called Chris. For a foreigner to win on the stage of the ceremony isn't an easy feat. It's impressive. Thanks to you, I saw an exciting performance. But you see. Just now, what was the reason for your actions? Ah. I don't intend to scold you. I don't intend to impose the Empire's laws on someone from another country. I'm just curious. It's rare to see someone act like that in front of me. The warriors of Valhalla risked their lives on the stage for His Majesty. I went on stage for my lord. Ho, such skill at a young age. And even blind loyalty to your lord. You're truly a remarkable talent. Valhalla has always been an empire that values talent. For those with talent, it's like a paradise. Now, I have a proposal for you. If you swear loyalty to me here, I'll give you a reward greater than Dimitri's as your prize for the prelude ceremony. What do you say? Without my lord's guidance up until now, I wouldn't have grown this far. So, the worth that His Majesty seeks lies not in me, but in my lord. Therefore, I appreciate the offer, but I must decline. If you say it like that, there's no helping it. 000. The ceremony ends here. Grant the winner a reward of immense wealth. GUH. Because of your boastful promises, I ended up making empty promises in front of His Majesty www and becoming a worthless fool. I'm so sorry. Shut up. Keep talking until the end, huh? Marquis, please give me one more chance. I'll take care of Roman, no matter what. No, it's fine. Barboza has already taken action, Brock, so let's hope he succeeds. There's still a chance to turn the tables. 1319.90. Don't eat anything. Barboza has made his move. Who are you? A voice echoing in my head. Faction. That respects Lord Morales. We only wish for you not to fall to Barboza's cowardly tricks. We hope you won't fall. So, the seeds Morales planted in Valhalla are still alive. What is this behavior? Do you know what's in it, drinking it so recklessly? I'm aware that Barboza is skilled with poisons. But poison doesn't work on me. If you truly intend to help me, can you prove the poison with the remaining contents in the teacup? Demony, it's possible, but time is the problem. 5.org. Barboza didn't choose to use poison on the night of the ceremony for no reason. Evidence after the ceremony ends, no one will listen. Especially the words of the. Don't worry about that. If you bring me the result I want, you will also get the outcome you desire. Let's start by catching the tail. And no, this has nothing to do with me. If you are truly innocent, call someone who can take responsibility for this situation. That's. Stop immediately. What kind of madness is this? Just now, the servants here gave me tea laced with poison. And then, the butler handed them pouches of gold as if praising them. It seems someone hopes I'll lose on the festival stage. Could it be that Barboza's plan has been discovered? That can't be. Don't disgrace Valhalla. The festival stage is sacred. If something like that has happened, we would take strong measures to punish it. This is an excessive assumption. If you're so suspicious and afraid, then let's cancel the festival stage. We'll put another warrior on the stage instead of Lord Roman. No, the stage will proceed as planned. But I have no intention of letting today's incident slide. If poison is found in the teacup, you'll be held accountable for your words. Baron Jonathan. He's discovered the existence of the poison. Is that all right? Marquis Belfire, do you know why I favor that poison? It's quite different from regular poison. At first, it has little effect, but gradually, it disrupts mana, causing the face to grow pale. He's likely certain that the poison hasn't taken much effect yet. He's confident of that. As expected, reliable. Trust me, as always. Barboza, the loyal dog of the progressive faction. He's the perfect one to bring a grand finale. Yuzu 25. Don't get your hopes up for tomorrow's festival. What do you mean by that? I also heard from the servants at the trade house something I overheard by chance. There was quite an uproar about poison at Roman's lodging. Poison. Are you saying Roman was poisoned? Could it be that Barboza is up to something? Every time Barboza has a match, this sort of noise happens. But without evidence, they couldn't find who was behind it, so it ended inconclusively, they say. How could he defeat Barboza while poisoned? Still, Roman, for the honor of a warrior, announced he would take the festival stage. He's a foreigner, but you have to respect that. Your Majesty, rumors among the people are extremely disturbing. The people are doubting the possible use of poison right now, even if it means cancelling the festival. We must uncover the truth. Fed of the conservative faction Count Gomez. Marquis Bellfire. What do you think? Your Majesty, a rumor is just a rumor. Jed of the progressive faction Marquis Bellfire Barboza is someone who can defeat Dimitri through sheer overwhelming strength. He doesn't need something like poison in the first place. Since you're so sure, I'll look forward to it. This intentional rumor is surely the work of the conservative faction. The truth lies with Barboza. Barboza. Let's welcome the stars of the festival to the stage. Barboza, a proud warrior of Valhalla and a member of the continent's 12 swords. And his challenger, the young foreign warrior from Dimitri, Roman Dimitri. I'm worried about his condition. The poison you ingested, it takes quite a bit of time for the effects to show. When I first learned about this world, I was curious about the existence of the continent's 12 swords, whom people consider the best. And now, I decided it was the right time and accepted Valhalla's invitation. Let me make it clear in advance. The effects of the poison you're expecting won't appear. Still putting on airs. Dodd Barboza will serve as an excellent example for facing future enemies. He'll make a fine demonstration. If I struggle even a little against him, then a war with the Empire would be impossible. From now on, if you can block all my attacks, I'll acknowledge that Valhalla's wall is high indeed. Begin the duel. Venli Demon Sword Art, first form of the first half. Ulf. This is impossible. He's showing this level of power even while poisoned. Damn bastard. The Supreme Masters of Martial Arts. Called the final technique of the heavenly demon, the pinnacle of transcendence. Final form, first technique. Annihilation. Barboza's existence faded away. Am I seeing things? Barboza vanished without a trace. The winner of the duel is Roman Dimitri. Of a new member of the continent's 12 swords has been born. Thutk. I've put my life on the line for you. So, reveal the truth and help Valhalla find the right path. What's this? Who is he? Last night, someone poisoned the tea I drank. When I raised this issue, Baron Jonathan instead held me accountable for disrespecting Valhalla. I am less concerned about who used the poison. I'm disappointed in Valhalla's attitude toward this incident. I have proof in my hands that there was poison in the tea, Baron Jonathan. The teacup turned black. Did they really use poison before a sacred duel? If I had lost the duel with Barboza, the truth would have been buried, and I would have quietly faded into history. I wish to ask your majesty. Was it truly Valhalla's stance to hold me accountable for seeking the truth, in a nation that upholds a warrior's pride? The empire has become a disgrace. 0. Baron Jonathan. Is what Roman Dmitri says true? I am sorry. Bring the criminal before me. I've dedicated my whole life to the Valhalla Empire. Please, spare my life. Silence. You have disgraced Valhalla's honor. The festival that honors the souls of warriors. You have ruined it. Is this enough? Roman Dmitri. Shadows of the Kronos Empire.